Yet failure came, and he stared at the smoke serpent script that was beginning to transform, unblinking. Waiting for the latest change. Slowly. The twisted smoke began to form new serpent script. Task: when good fortune is spent, misfortune will take its place. It is impossible to stay completely dry when walking by the river's edge, but you must learn to grow in adversity, like a storm petrel bracing the tempest. Please defeat the bats in the dark night. Reward: Bloody Mary. Still a task? Good fortune is spent, misfortune takes its place? List felt astonished. He had considered that the smoke mission might drift away from him, or cause backlash and serious injury, but he didn't expect it would just shift from good fortune to misfortune and then instruct him to conquer the bats in the dark night. The task, once completed, still offered a reward, essentially unchanged. He felt somewhat disillusioned but also inexplicably relieved. The form of the smoke mission pleased him, and he did not want it to change. Immediately, his attention focused on the task at hand. What are these bats in the dark night, and what is Bloody Mary? I seem to have heard of Bloody Mary, a kind of cocktail. I remember it appears in a number of movies, this cocktail called Bloody Mary. Are they sending me a new cocktail recipe? Bloody Mary was already understood to be a cocktail. As for the bats in the dark night, List still could not quite understand whether it referred to a kind of magical beast that was a bat or a vampire. In night novels, there are stories involving vampires, a special kind of human that can turn into bats. Specters, liches, and nixies have all proven to exist, so he believed in the absolute existence of vampires. In Curtis Truth's notes, vampires were mentioned alongside magicians. It seemed that, like druids, vampires were a sort of special caster. So, could it be that a vampire carries the Bloody Mary cocktail recipe with them and they want me to take them down to get the recipe? List wasn't nervous. He was no longer the ignorant Wu Xiameng. As a half-step dragon knight, unless a dragon knight came to kill him, he feared no challenges. When will the bats in the dark night come? He waited until the late night but did not encounter the bats in the dark night. The Eye of Magic patrolled the surroundings, and he even roamed around riding the landwalker bird Loki, still finding no traces of the suspicious dark night bats. His sleep that night was not sound. However, by the time he led the night order to depart for Tulip Castle at dawn the next day, he still hadn't encountered the bats in the dark night. He no longer waited. Perhaps the bats in the dark night would attack him on the road. As for attacking his domain, List could only hope that Paris, Chris, and I could stop them. He had already instructed Butler Carter that if the domain encountered any danger, to immediately escort the elves to the seaside castle and to keep blowing the horn he had specifically placed there. By then, Ak, hearing the horn sound, would protect the elves. He believed that elves hiding in the water could survive safely. Protecting the elves was equivalent to protecting the majority of his domain. Coral City Port, the fleet set sail. List did not accompany the Earl aboard the Tulip family's largest three-masted sailboat, the Tulip. Instead, he stayed on his own ship, Sunset, enjoying the comfort of the constant temperature air conditioning. Until they reached Bullhoof City, there was still no activity from the smoke mission, and the bats in the dark night had not revealed their whereabouts. I've talked with Ak. If vampires or the like attack the territory, she will quickly come to inform me after ensuring the safety of the elves. With Ak's speed and strength, there should be nothing in the Great Sea that poses a danger. She should have come to tell me by now. It should be fine. It is a 4-day journey from Black Horse Island to Bullhoof City, and with Ak's speed, she could arrive in half a day. Even traveling from Black Horse Island to the mainland would not take a full day. So, List was not concerned about his territory since Ak had not appeared. The port of Ironhoof City was bustling with activity, with almost all the nobles of the Grand Duchy participating in the Pioneer Mandate. The fleets of the nobles were packed tightly, jamming the entire port full. The Earl was going to attend a meeting, and because List did not have many acquaintances among the nobles, he simply wandered around the vicinity of Bullhoof City. And soon after, he heard that in the trade market of Bullhoof City, there was an elf bug trade. It was a rare occasion when domestic nobles gathered, and naturally, he did not want to waste the opportunity. List, who was feeling bored, would not miss it either. He put on a mask and attached a characteristic dried tulip blossom to his chest to ward off the stink of Bullhoof City, leading his servants into the market. Viscount List, it is indeed you. As List was strolling through the market, someone greeted him. When he turned his head, he saw it was Jobs Glocks, the son of the Earl of Moonlight City, Jonas Glocks. Sir Jobs, are you also browsing the market? Yes, I am looking to see if there is any trade for elf bugs. Jobs was very keen on socializing and immediately introduced several young people with him to List, all of whom were scions of the Blue Blood Alliance. Unlike the feudal nobles, the scions of the Blue Blood Alliance would generally go into battle as adults. Although the mortality rate was high, they ascended in ranks much faster than feudal nobles. Essentially, Their resources were either bestowed by the Grand Duke or plundered from the battlefield. The proceeds from the management of their fiefs were a very small percentage. Inherently, the Blue Blood Alliance and the feudal nobles did not share a social circle, and young nobles seldom interacted with each other, but as the youngest Sky Knight in the country, List was very impressive. The young nobles following jobs greeted him courteously. List returned the greeting politely without appearing arrogant or overly enthusiastic. After the greetings were exchanged, they chatted briefly and then dispersed, without more interaction. List continued to search for elf bugs in the market, but the worthwhile ones were too few. When he finally saw a barley bug that had not been contracted, the seller insisted on a price of 4,500 gold coins and refused to budge. Paying 4,500 gold coins for a barley bug was foolish. Even elf bugs that could cultivate magic potions might not be worth that price. List did not insist. He did not have magic potions related to barley, and buying it would be a significant loss. Moreover, the death of the tulip bug had made him aware that not all his elf bugs were guaranteed to evolve successfully just because he had acquired the smoke mission. He even decided to abandon his stimulation plan for Jayla. The evolution from a little minor elf to a greater elf also had a high chance of failure, although it would not result in death like the tulip bug. A severe vitality loss and reduced lifespan were certain. So, he hoped to let nature take its course. He no longer thought about interfering with the elves' evolution, only providing pheromones or the like as much as possible to help them increase their chances of evolving successfully. That night, he followed the Earl to attend a banquet hosted by the first prince. At the banquet, once again, as the youngest Sky Knight in the country, he was heavily praised by everyone. Despite his best efforts to avoid it, he ended up drunk, and with the help of his servants, he returned to Sunset and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 594 Catching Bats Barehanded Ironhoof City Harbor. In the middle of the night, it was still noisy and bustling. Knights board during the voyage were still making a ruckus at the harbor, either gambling, competing in drinking, or disembarking to find amusement in the city. List, however, was fast asleep in the small tower building. As was his custom, no matter how drunk, he would always take a bath before returning to his room to sleep. But today, for some reason, he had been overcome by drunkenness and went straight to bed. Outside the cabin, servants stood watch. There was also a team of knights patrolling back and forth, constantly on guard against the outside world. Of course, many more knights were in the lower cabins drinking and playing games, just careful not to be loud and disturb List's sleep. A sailor got up in the night and fumbled his way to the toilet. Facing a urinal that emptied directly into the sea, he relieved himself with a splash. One could imagine that the next day, Ironhoof City Harbor would be filthy beyond measure. Almost all the ships had toilets that discharged directly into the sea, which might sound disgusting, but the sea had the power to purify. After all, the fish and shrimp also defecated, and their waste went directly into the sea too. It was because of this pollution that List had specifically anchored the Sunset on the outskirts of the harbor, to avoid being suffocated by the stench accumulating inside. The sailor finished up, feeling much lighter, and shivered abruptly. He pulled up his trousers and headed back. Suddenly, he felt a bird flying past and got a big scare. Damn it, what kind of bird isn't sleeping at night? He cursed, then returned to the cabin to continue sleeping. However, what he didn't see was... it wasn't a bird but a bat, pitch black all over with only its eyes a blood red color. The bat circled the Sunset once, finally determined its direction, and quietly landed above the window of the small tower building. Hanging upside down, its head just peeked over a little bit of glass, allowing it to see inside the room. This was a bat that wasn't particularly remarkable, only the size of a palm, but its blood-red eyes were exceptionally alert. And it was nimbly surveying the interior of the home. Inside, one could see 3 servants, 1 man and 2 women. The 2 maids seemed to be reporting something to the manservant. Then the manservant nodded, indicating for them to continue their work. He himself took an iron out of the cupboard, fixed it with charcoal, waited for the iron to heat up, and then started pressing clothes. After watching for a while, the bat dropped down, then flapped its wings to move to another window. After several changes, it finally chose a room, squeezing through the gap under the door and onto the floor. The room was very dark with no lights on, but it was chilly, much cooler than outside. This made the bat's gaze momentarily dull with confusion, as if it didn't understand why the room was so cool. But it didn't pay too much attention to this and flew up towards the bed. Circling the bed twice, it seemed to be making sure the person sleeping on it was indeed asleep. Seeing that the sleeping person was reeking of alcohol and breathing evenly, it flew away from the bed, satisfied. The next moment, the bat at the edge of the bed suddenly emanated a crimson light. As the light flickered, it transformed into a plump, short-statured woman wearing tight black leather clothes. Her pale complexion and pitch black hair were just visible in the dark room, her blood-red eyes were particularly clear, as if shining. From a bat into a woman, she stood at the bedside, pulling out a small tool resembling a syringe from her swollen chest area. Then, bending over, she seemed about to collect a bit of blood from the person asleep on the bed using the syringe. But just as she was about to proceed, the person who had been fast asleep suddenly stretched out a hand, grabbing the female bat's neck directly. Then, a light bloomed, though no one knew when a crystal lamp had been placed at the head of the bed. The lamp's light swiftly illuminated the room and also the owner of the arm clutching the female bat's neck. It was indeed List, who had drunkenly stumbled back and immediately fallen asleep. His eyes, swirling like starry vortexes, were full of indifference and mocking expression. His handsome face wore a faint sneer as he said, "Bats in the dark night, I thought you were some terrifying entity, but it turns out you're just a sneaky vampire. Speak, what is your identity?" From his tone, it was clear he fully understood the nature of the female bat's assault. And indeed he did. In his heart, he had been aware of the dark night bats for several days, so he never let his guard down. No warnings had come from his territory, and it was unlikely to encounter a bat during a voyage. Thinking it over, Bullhoof City was clearly the best place to encounter the dark night bats. That's why he had feigned drunkenness, trying to attract the dark night bats. Alcohol intoxication can be easily dispelled by circulating dragon chi, so he couldn't actually get drunk at all. He had only planned to give it a try and didn't hold much hope. Unexpectedly, while using his eye of magic in the dark room, he spotted a blood-red, glistening bat circling the tower's small building. Therefore, there was the act of pretending to sleep. Lying on the bed, his body was tense, ready for confrontation. When the bat flew over the bed, he had intended to capture it, however, he didn't act rashly but waited a moment longer. Then he witnessed a miraculous scene, a bat actually transformed into a living woman. As suspected, a legendary vampire, able to switch between human and bat form at will. Under the light of the lamp, the female vampire's appearance became clear, wavy black hair, blood-red pupils, a pale but beautiful face. Her seductive red lips parted slightly from List's choking grip, revealing white teeth yet without the fangs that vampires were supposed to have. Beneath the tight leather outfit, her body was curvy, with full breasts and plump buttocks, looking quite sexy. "Why won't you answer my question?" List wasn't intimidated by the vampire, gripping her throat without any mercy. But the female vampire suddenly stuck out her tongue, licked her lips, and forced a smile. Then her body burst with a bang, and a blood-red light flickered. She had transformed into dozens, maybe even hundreds of small bats, frantically fleeing in all directions. The room instantly filled with bats, their chaotic flight obstructing his view, with some even launching attacks at List. Trying to escape? List's body burst with chi, shooting forward like an arrow, seizing a bat attempting to squeeze through the door gap. Of all the bats, this one shone the brightest. After catching it, he turned and punched with a surge of chi that turned into flame, roasting the bats, filling the room, popping and crashing into blood-red light. In the blink of an eye, the room full of bats was left with only a few still aimlessly flying, but none daring to approach List again. The bat in his hand screeched shrilly, struggling to escape his grip. Although List wasn't gripping tightly, he released a dense high-level fire attribute dragon chi, easily overpowering the blood-red magic power emitted by the bat. "Stop struggling, you think you can escape from my grasp?" As the foremost person below a dragon knight, List felt his power was unfathomably deep. A sneaky vampire, how could it possibly escape from his hands? In any knight's novel, aside from their elusive behavior, vampires didn't seem to possess much strength. After a few confrontations, he had already gauged the vampire woman's strength. Physically weak, it was evident she wasn't a knight-like being, but rather a caster similar to a magician. A caster, when confronted up close by a knight, let alone a half-step dragon knight, the outcome is predictable. Chapter 595 Black Knight Family. Although the disturbance in the room was brief, it still alarmed the guards' retainers outside, who quickly came to inquire. "My lord." "Nothing of concern. Continue back to your post." List didn't intend to alert others, preferring to ascertain the vampire's identity before making further plans. After the retainer withdrew, he looked at the bat, which had stopped struggling, and gently released his hand. The bat, upon hitting the ground, suddenly burst into a blood-red glow and transformed back into a woman wearing tight leather clothing. She didn't run again, and although her pale face appeared calm, disbelief and panic were evident in her eyes. However, she quickly regains a normal expression and masks her emotions with a smile. "Indeed, the youthful Sky Knight of the highest strength in the Duchy of Sapphire," she said, her serpent script clumsy and riddled with grammatical and sequencing errors, revealing she was obviously not from the Duchy of Sapphire. "Vampire. My strength is indeed formidable, but let's talk about you. What is your identity?" List smiled faintly, maintaining the demeanor of a gentleman despite the assassination attempt. I've always believed in the existence of vampires, but this is the first time I've seen one with my own eyes. I'm just passing by. Would the Viscount believe that? Of course not. Every move you made from before you entered the door until after you were inside fell within my view. So why not be straightforward, reveal your identity and intention in detail, and then I'll decide whether to kill you or let you go. But really, I was passing by, smelled delicious blood, came here to find the Viscount. Before she could finish, List reached forward and grasped the female vampire's neck again, his expression calm but the strength in his hand increasing. I am usually a very patient person, but I'm feeling uncomfortable for not having bathed tonight, so my patience is wearing thin. If you don't talk, my lost patience will lead me to simply crush you to death. Ah. 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 The female vampire tried to speak but couldn't because her neck was being squeezed. List seemed to have no intention of letting go, continuing, I'm actually very interested in your background, but sometimes I can't control myself and have a penchant for killing indiscriminately. If you want to run, feel free. If you escape this room, you win. Only after completing his speech did he release his grip. Cough, cough. The female vampire coughed violently for a moment, her ample chest trembling continuously. Certainly captivating, Viscount, you're so heartless. Women don't take kindly to the heartless. List said indifferently, continue spewing nonsense, testing my patience. The female vampire, feeling helpless, underwent an internal struggle, her expression torn and hesitant, and she didn't speak again. List didn't rush her, just watched her, but his thoughts shifted elsewhere. He summoned the smoke mission to see if there was any prompt from it. Strangely though, the smoke mission hadn't changed at all, indicating the mission was still incomplete. Have I not defeated the bats in the dark night? List looked at the female vampire behind the smoke, furrowing his brow slightly. He was slightly confused about the meaning of the smoke mission. Did he need to kill this female vampire to consider the mission complete? Such a frown, and the murderous intent showing in her eyes. The struggling female vampire made her decision in an instant. Viscount, my name is Elizabeth Black Knight, from the Black Knight family of vampires, from the Eagle Kingdom. You can speak wind language, I understand it. My name is Elizabeth Black Knight, I am a mixed-blood vampire of the Black Knight family, and as for the Black Knight family, we serve Prince Alonso's and Kayla as vampire retainers. Elizabeth Black Knight began speaking in wind language and no longer stuttered, clearly expressing her thoughts. Alonso Zine Kayla. List had heard the name. It was written on the title page of the Marquis of Bull's book about dragons, to the respected Prince Alonso Zine Kayla. So he asked, who is Alonso? He's a Marquis of the Eagle Kingdom, with Xiancli as his surname, but he's also one of the Eagle Kingdom's Dragon Knights. My knowledge of him is limited, I haven't even met him, haha, I'm just a mixed-blood vampire, and within the Black Knight family, my status is very low. Talk about the Black Knight family, and about vampires, as well as your intentions for being here. Certainly, I can tell the Viscount, but I have one condition. Sorry, I don't like to negotiate terms with prisoners. Wait, Viscount, hear me out. I am a mixed-blood vampire, my heart is controlled by a pure-blood vampire. The heart is a vampire's greatest vulnerability. Without my heart, it makes no difference whether I am alive or dead. If you help me retrieve my heart, I will submit to you completely. While speaking, Elizabeth gently stuck out her tongue and licked around her red lips. Then you can do whatever you wish, and I will obey your commands. The female vampire under the light was full of temptation. Although List's soul was no longer that of a young man in the prime of life, his body still was, and he unconsciously felt a warm reaction. Thankfully he immediately circulated his dragon chi, pressing down this hint of warmth. His face gave nothing away, a vampire that only dares to skulk in the darkness. I have little interest in such allegiance, but I am quite interested in pure blood and mixed blood vampires. Explain the difference. To me it seems like there might be more than one vampire around here. Pure blood vampires are those whose blood has been highly refined and has completely integrated with blood magic, which is a special branch of dark magic that can be passed down from generation to generation within a family, though we have very low fertility. Mixed blood vampires are those whose blood has not yet integrated with blood magic. We are all vampires who have been transformed from humans. So, earlier when you had that syringe, were you trying to turn me into a vampire? It was the command of Chuobert Black Knight. He wanted to turn you, Viscount, into a mixed-blood vampire, to exist as his subordinate. Elizabeth continued seductively, you, Viscount, are very strong. Just kill him, and I will swear allegiance to you, and share all secrets with you. Why should I believe you? In fact, I have sufficient means to make you submit and beg for mercy, to voluntarily tell me your secrets. Now I give you a choice. 1. Refuse to cooperate, and be killed by me, or 2. Cooperate willingly, and if you perform well, I might help you kill this Chuobert Black Knight. He could see that when Elizabeth spoke about Chuobert, a flash of hatred flickered through her eyes. Of course, he could not dismiss the possibility that she was purposely putting on an act. After a moment of thought, Elizabeth decisively chose the second option. Chuobert is acting on the orders of Prince Alonso to seek out the Grand Magicians of the Goat Assembly. After the dragon-slaying incident, several Grand Magicians of the Goat Assembly went missing, and only they know what exactly happened to the Sapphire Duke and that Sapphire Dragon. Chapter 596 Elizabeth's Blood. The dragon-slaying incident had passed a year and a half ago, during which the Duchy of Sapphire issued a pioneer mandate and was preparing to launch a second one. Everything seemed unaffected. However, unforeseen by many, List once again became entangled in the aftermath of the dragon-slaying incident. A dragon knight on active duty from the Eagle Kingdom, Marquis Alonso Ziancli, sent his vampire servant to Iron Hoof Island to search for the missing Goat Assembly's Grand Magician and to inquire about the true reality behind the original dragon-slaying incident. It seemed that during the dragon-slaying incident, he was the shadow behind the Marquis of Bull. Unfortunately, Elizabeth Black Knight was only a mixed-blood vampire, transformed into a vampire from her human form by the pure-blood vampire Chuobert Black Knight. In her own words, during the day she was on the level of a common magician, as sunlight caused severe disruption to her blood magic. In the dark of night, the power of blood magic significantly increased, and her strength could reach that of a grand magician. And as a bat, she could stealthily infiltrate many places and quietly complete missions. Chuobert is a core member of the Black Knight family. His wife is a native pure-blood vampire, and he is a foreign pure-blood vampire who transformed from human and gradually attained pure-blood status. In the night, his strength is approximately that of a completion-level Sky Knight, Elizabeth explained in detail. Vampires could be described as a caster profession, but also as a completely new species. Most vampires are mixed blood, humans transformed through rituals to replenish the vampire numbers. The core vampire circle is very small, primarily family-based, consisting entirely of pure-bloods. And it's mostly native pure-bloods born from vampire unions, with only a few being foreign pure-bloods who have transformed from humans and ascended. Pure-blood vampires have low birth rates but formidable strength. I am not familiar with the core members of the Black Knight family. I simply obey Chuobert, who holds my heart in his grip. This time Chuobert came to Iron Hoof Island, bringing 5 mixed bloods, and I am one of them. If you kill Chuobert and take his heart, you can command the 5 of us mixed bloods. After hearing many secrets, List's face remained expressionless as he asked indifferently, if Chuobert is a completion-level Sky Knight, why do you think I can kill him? You must know, I have only just been promoted to a common Sky Knight. That was the truth. Although he had become a Dragon Knight and his chi was gradually changing into Dragon Chi, it still belonged to the category of common advanced fire attribute chi, not to the level of completion. The proper ranks of a Sky Knight should be just common and elite, like the Earth Knights, but an additional category of Sword Saint level was created due to the significant disparity. The title of Sword Saint, christened by the sword, felt more like an honorary distinction. Without completion, an advanced chi is considered a common level Sky Knight. Once advanced chi reaches completion, it signifies a completion level Sky Knight. There isn't a separate advanced chi classification for Sword Saint level. Sword Saint is a title earned through power, a transitional phase between common and completion. So with his advanced chi not at completion, List naturally could claim he was a common Sky Knight. Elizabeth licked her lips. Whether intentionally or not, she always managed to incorporate a hint of seduction. If I had not experienced it firsthand, I would not believe that Viscount's prowess could be so formidable. But in the hands of Viscount, I couldn't even cast blood magic. I could feel the chi in your body terrifyingly subdues blood magic. Her blood-red eyes were incredibly bright. I once fought with a Sword Saint, and granted I could not beat him, but he couldn't catch me either. Not even Chuobert could easily grasp me. But Viscount, you captured me effortlessly. Your strength is far greater than what I heard. I'm willing to take a bet. Speaking of which, she then showed a trembling expression. The Black Knight family is terrifying. I was once just an ordinary magic apprentice, and it was Chuobert who discovered my blood was suitable for blood magic, forcibly turning me into a vampire. I hate vampires, I hate the Black Knight family, and even more so, I hate Chuobert. Her expression was vivid as if she bore deep-seated fear and hatred. However, List was certain that Elizabeth was indeed acting. Her expressions were slightly overdone. Therefore, her words could only be listened to for the moment and not taken seriously. Nevertheless, defeating Chuobert Black Knight was probably a necessary mission. After all, he had already captured Elizabeth, and the smoke mission was still incomplete, meaning that bats in the Dark Night were not just Elizabeth, but also included Chuobert and 4 other mixed bloods. According to the information provided by Elizabeth, Chuobert's strength was probably equivalent to a completion-level Sky Knight, which was nothing in list size. Even if including the other 4 mixed bloods, as well as Elizabeth himself, he wouldn't have any trouble dealing with them. Only, vampires are, after all, elusive. Elizabeth might just be bait sent by the enemy to lure List into a trap. He was not yet an invincible Dragon Knight, at most a half-step Dragon Knight, whose dragon was not only unmounted but also not mature. Even his strength was not as good as the Marquis of Bull initially. He still needed to be careful and cautious. Elizabeth, how can I trust you? Viscount, what do I need to do for you to trust me? I'm even willing to agree to do anything for you. Try to act less in front of me. You may not believe me, but I often instruct the theater troupe's actors on how to perform in my territory. Chuobert can control you with your heart, and since I can't do that, how can I trust that you aren't deceiving me? Or that you won't turn against me when the time comes to kill Chuobert? Elizabeth's eyes lit up. Has Viscount already decided to kill Chuobert? List smiled faintly, as if discussing a trivial matter. If you can convince me, I don't mind killing a few bats. Taking a deep breath, her full chest expanded even further. Elizabeth extended her right hand, and with a slight swipe of her fingernail across the wrist of her left hand, a cut immediately appeared. Blood began to ooze out. Of course, she was not committing suicide, rather, she was extracting her own blood through blood magic, pulling out a fist-sized lump of sticky, glowing blood. Her already pale complexion became even paler, almost to the point where the blue veins beneath her skin were visible. She held out this lump of blood to List. Viscount, this is the blood I have infused with blood magic over the years. Although leaving it won't kill me, I will lose almost all my magic and the potential to advance to a purer blood. I hope this can make you trust me. In the vision of the Eye of Magic, this lump of blood was wrapped in a rich red magic power, while the magic radiance on Elizabeth herself was dim, nearly extinguished. After hesitating for a few seconds, he reached out and took the lump of blood. Squinting his eyes, he said, "Tell me, where is Chuobert? How do I find him? What are his weaknesses? I believe you must have a plan." Chapter 597 How a Vampire Dresses. Chuobert is very cautious, he never casually reveals his whereabouts, but tonight, my task is to extract your blood. As long as I contact him, he will definitely appear. Aside from fearing the light, pure blood vampires have almost no other weaknesses. His bat form is a high-order state, unlike me, where only one bat is the real body, every single one of his bats is his real body. If you, Viscount, cannot eliminate these bats swiftly, he will be able to escape. However, I am indeed prepared. If I kill him and absorb his heart and blood, I can ascend to being a pure blood. This is a bloodlight web, a piece of magic equipment woven for me by a grand magician. It can trap a bat in its form. As long as Viscount's hands are fast enough, Chuobert will definitely not be able to escape, Elizabeth said. She fumbled at the front of her leather coat for a moment, then pulled out a folded red fine net and handed it to List. Speaking of hand speed, List's was certainly not slow, but he was curious. You keep things hidden on you? Why can't I tell? Elizabeth slowly caressed the front of her chest and smiled lightly. Please, Viscount, do not doubt my generosity. The corners of his mouth twitched, and List ignored the vampire woman's flirtation. When you turn into a bat, where do your clothes and these things go? The strength of blood magic is such that it can use blood magic power to transform specially made items, although only a small number of items can be accommodated. This bloodlight web took me a long time to forge with blood magic before it became a personal item that I carry with me, she explained. Interesting. What other items do you have? I'm just a mixed blood vampire, I don't have that many personal items. I only have one bloodlight web, secretly forged to deal with other vampires, and the blood extractor needle was given to me for use by Chuobert, Elizabeth said with a plaintive tone. List did not press further and simply said, if that's the case, you go out first. I will change my clothes and then join you in killing Chuobert. The sooner we go, the sooner we return. I also need to take a bath after, feeling uncomfortable all over. He ushered Elizabeth out the door. Firstly, he did indeed need to change clothes, and secondly, he wanted to see if she would attempt to flee. Trust was out of the question. Until it was certain that blood could constrain her, what was really at play was a test of acting skills. Elizabeth turned into a bat, hanging outside the door. The Eye of Magic could see her dim magic radiance, and Elizabeth did not flee until List had changed into his mithril armor. He looked at the thick blood on the table and, struck by an idea, quietly stored it within the gemstone space. The gemstone space cannot contain living things, as it would extinguish the soul, but it poses no problem in preserving physical matter. This ball of blood clearly had no soul, so there should be no issue with storing it. As for what to do if there was a problem, he hadn't thought that through, it was just a spontaneous idea. But the result was good. Elizabeth had no issues. When she saw him come out, she let out a light shriek to indicate it was time for List to depart with her. List did not react but instead had a retainer knight bring him paper and pen to quickly write a letter. "Hand this to Captain Marcus, have him deliver it to my father." After sending off the retainer knight and fetching the landwalker bird Loki, he signaled to Elizabeth that they could depart. Elizabeth paused, confused about List's letter writing, but did not question it and instead flew into the night on flapping wings. List mounted Loki and followed the bat into the twilight. After flying for about half an hour, the bat landed. Transforming back into the female vampire, she took a breath, without a blood imbued with blood magic. "My magic power is nearly depleted. I hope that you, Viscount, can protect me during the battle to come." "No problem," he replied. "By the way, was that letter for your father, the Sea Wave Sword Saint?" List looked at Elizabeth and calmly said, "Just tell my father that if I get ambushed and if I'm not back by the second half of the night, he should immediately inform the First Prince about the vampires lurking on Ironhoof Island. I believe the First Prince will have a keen interest in your kind." Elizabeth opened her mouth to speak and sighed, "Viscount, you really are cautious. Behind you are dragon knights linked to dragon-slaying incidents. One can never be too careful." "Alright, enough talk, hurry up and lure out Juobert. I need to kill him and then go take a bath." This was another forest. The moon hung high in the sky, its hazy moonlight making the woods seem sinister, with shadows merging into the darkness and the rustling of the leaves in the wind adding an extra layer of terror. List, hidden to the side, had the eye of magic constantly active, keenly observing his surroundings. He did not trust Elizabeth. After she chose the rendezvous point, he forcibly changed it to another forest. Since the meeting was to be held in secrecy anyway, he had to choose a location where an ambush would be impossible so he could rest at ease. At that moment, Elizabeth cast some unknown blood magic. Then she just stood there, quietly waiting. 20 minutes later, List saw a streak of red light appear on the horizon, and as it became clearer, he realized it was a string of blood-red bats. The bats quickly flew in front of Elizabeth, circled around, and then merged into a tall man wearing a cloak with a black front and red lining. "Mary, you called me in such a hurry, is the mission accomplished?" The male vampire, clearly Juobert the Black Knight, spoke with a very hoarse voice. "I'm sorry, Lord Juobert, the mission failed, and I was severely injured by List. I barely managed to escape," replied Elizabeth weakly. This was the routine they had agreed upon, to use the failure of the mission to create surprise and shift Juobert's attention, giving List an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. However, at this moment, List did not emerge, because he heard Juobert address Elizabeth as Mary, unsure whether Elizabeth or Mary was her real name. It seemed that this female vampire had been deceiving him all along, or perhaps Mary was the Bloody Mary mentioned as a reward in the smoke mission. The next instant, Juobert had already slapped Elizabeth across the face, sending her sprawling to the ground. "Useless thing, you can't even handle such a trivial matter." "Ah!" Elizabeth screamed. This was clearly a signal to List to take action, and while he hesitated for a moment, he ultimately decided to kill Juobert first. It didn't matter what conspiracies or tricks there were, in the face of his own unfathomable strength as a half-step dragon knight, they were nothing but laughable jokes. No one knew how strong he really was. Any plot against him would be designed for the ordinary List, not Dragon Knight List. Boom! Bursting forth from the bushes, List rushed toward Juobert. His sky-cleaving greatsword, laden with an abundance of dragon chi, executed the scorching sun sting. The dragon chi transformed into flames, piercing through the unsuspecting Juobert in an instant. Under the close-range assault of a dragon knight, even the fast reflexes of a vampire were slow. "Ah!" The scream shattered the night's stillness. Chapter 598 Ah! The sky-cleaving greatsword pierced into the heart, and Juobert let out a sharp, agonizing scream. His body exploded instantly, and though many blood-colored lights were burned by the flames created from his dragon chi, preventing him from transforming into a bat, many still turned into bats and flew away in all directions. However, in the next instant, List already had the bloodlight web out. He cast it over his head. It almost captured all the bats in one sweep. When the blood-red web touched the bats, it sizzled, scorching them while they shrieked and thrashed about, desperately trying to escape but failing, only to be left burning in the lingering flames. The duration of the dragon chi was becoming increasingly longer. "Viscount, 3 bats have escaped." Elizabeth cried out from the ground, pointing and shouting loudly in 3 directions. List had already noticed without her reminders. He stood still, and at some point, the swift shadow bow had found its way into his hands. 3 arrows were swiftly knocked and shot out. They circled in a triangular formation, flashed by, and struck one of the bats, causing a tremendous explosion. The bat was obliterated into nothingness. He turned and shot out 3 more arrows, causing another bat to burst. The last bat had already flown far away, but List quickly shot 3 arrows, then rapidly drew 3 more arrows and continued to shoot. The second set of arrows quickly caught up with the first under the guidance of Chi and collided with each other, tracing a peculiar arc and instantly catching up to the bat. Boom! The arrows hit and exploded, sending a firework slowly drifting down from the sky. Multi-arrow, the ultimate mystery technique, multiple phantom arrow, a fail-proof skill. Less than 5 seconds had passed since Elizabeth had called out the warning. Watching the 3 fleeing bats being successively shot down, the female vampire swallowed hard, shaken, and at the same time, immensely relieved she had made the right choice. The young Sky Knight before her was no ordinary Sky Knight, his strength was unbelievable. With such power, at such a young age, if he were in the Eagle Kingdom, he would definitely qualify to be selected by the royal family as a candidate for Dragon Knight, and eventually, like Prince Alonso Zenkali, become a serving Dragon Knight. The royal family didn't always produce offspring with natural talent. To demonstrate their combat capabilities, the kingdom's dragons needed Dragon Knights. Thus, being a candidate for Dragon Knight became a contest for the talented. Whoever emerged victorious among the candidates would become a true Dragon Knight and serve the kingdom. It would be easy to earn military honors and be knighted. In fact, as long as one successfully rode a dragon, they'd be knighted as an earl. With sufficient military achievements, one would quickly be promoted to marquis, and with continual accumulation of combat achievements, it would be easy to eventually become a duke. Although one would retire due to age and the dragon would be taken back by the kingdom, and the title of duke would be revoked, the descendants could inherit the title of marquis, continuing the lineage unbroken. The duke's title was reserved for the sovereign, and the regulations of the kingdoms didn't allow for it to be conferred lightly. Only those dragon knights who raised their own dragons could create a grand duchy with the title of Grand Duke. If the descendants fell into decline for a long time, they might be reduced to a mere duchy, or even demoted to ordinary nobility. The idea of becoming a dragon knight echoed in Elizabeth's mind. She even suddenly felt a tinge of pity for List, pity that List didn't live in the Eagle Kingdom or the Steel Ridge Kingdom. His astonishing talent was destined to be unconnected with the Dragon Knights. Of course, List wasn't aware of Elizabeth pitying him for not having a chance to ride dragons. After he had shot down the 3 fleeing bats, he had painstakingly squeezed and burst each bat captured by the bloodlight web. Ultimately, these bats reverted back to their original form, the blood-red magic power coalesced, and Chuobert Black Knight, a pure blood vampire, emerged, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Chuobert was immobilized, his bones seemed to have been crushed to dust, or perhaps it was the suppressive effect of the dragon chi that caused a problem with his physical restoration, leaving him limp like a pile of mud. Muffled, indecipherable sounds came from the throat, yet not a complete sentence or even a full word could be uttered. The gaze was also somewhat scattered, unable to focus. What's wrong with him? List turned his head and asked Elizabeth, who was still in a daze. I've hardly made a move, why does he look like he's about to die? Elizabeth came to her senses and stammered, maybe Viscount, you struck too hard. Looking at his condition, it's very likely that the blood magic, bat incarnation was forcibly broken, causing a backlash of magic power, unable to maintain the normal functioning of his body. A vampire's body can switch freely between bat and human form, relying on blood magic, bat incarnation. If the spell is forcibly broken, it can easily cause a backlash, though unless it's an attack powerful enough to kill in one blow, even killing many bats won't break the blood magic. Chuobert just needed to escape as an incarnated bat, and he could revert to his human form while only losing a bit of blood magic power. Those crushed incarnated bats would revert back to blood magic power and return to his body through some unknown means. List guessed it was an application of the magic web. The transmission of magic power regardless of distance. Anyway, Chuobert had fallen, and it seemed he wouldn't live much longer. Elizabeth approached excitedly, with a not-so-obvious slap mark on her face, her eyes unable to suppress the longing as she stared at Chuobert. My lord, extract it before his heart stops beating, and the blood magic power can be collected without losses. And his personal belongings, there's a blood casket inside, containing my heart. However, she was still rational enough to know to ask for List's permission. Please allow me to retrieve it for my lord. List nodded, signaling Elizabeth to proceed. Next, Elizabeth crouched down, cast a spell with both hands, and a cluster of blood-red light emerged, enveloping Chuobert, who was not yet dead. The blood magic power made contact, causing Chuobert's blood to flow backward surprisingly quickly back into his body, gradually converging toward the heart. Chuobert, like a stuck tape, repeated a syllable that he tried to emit. Amid his stuck syllables, Elizabeth violently tore open his chest with her hand, reached in, and brutally extracted a heart no longer beating, glowing red. This heart wasn't like flesh and blood, it was as crystalline as blood jade, semi-translucent, with veins clearly visible, slowly bleeding out. As soon as this heart of blood jade was extracted, Chuobert's unfocused eyes suddenly flashed, and his mud-like body muscles twitched, slowly lifting an arm as if trying to stop Elizabeth from taking his heart. But this was merely a fleeting revival. It had barely lifted halfway when the muscles relaxed, the arm fell down instantly, and he was dead for good. Immediately after the heart was extracted, Elizabeth's actions didn't slow down for a moment. While the corpse was still warm, and blood magic power lingered in Chuobert's body, she continued using blood magic. From the pocket inside Chuobert's coat, she miraculously produced several personal items. Finally, she slowly pulled out a long, box-shaped object. She opened the box eagerly, and instantly, blood-red light flickered. 5 hearts like blood jade were arranged inside the box. Just as she was about to reach in for her own heart, a slight cough sounded from behind. Elizabeth froze in place, turned her head, and with a sheepish smile said, "My lord, this is my heart." Lys nodded. "I know, hand it over." Chapter 599 The Vampire Who Doesn't Drink Blood. The heart of a vampire probably resembles the life box of a lich, except that a lich's life box seems to be just a coordinate pointing to the real world, while the heart of a vampire is the core of life itself. Within a long box, Lys stored away 5 hearts, including that of Chuobert. He would not trust vampires. However, he tossed the clump of blood back to Elizabeth. "Chuobert is dead, unexpectedly. I originally planned to ask him some questions. Now that the pure blood is dead, how do I contact the other 4 mixed blood vampires? As long as you squeeze the heart, they will sense it and came to see you. Having the heart, we all become your vampire servants." Elizabeth quickly changed her attitude, showing full gentleness and obedience, after Lys took possession of the hearts. It was clear to her that Lys had become her master. "Bring all of Chuobert's personal belongings, and let's go back, otherwise my father will probably go find the first prince for a chat," Lys whistled, summoning the landwalker bird Loki. Elizabeth had already integrated the blood into her body and smiled coquettishly. "My body is still quite weak, sir. Do you mind if I ride your mount?" "I'll just say it, Elizabeth, your tricks are useless on me, understand? There are many noble ladies in the Grand Duchy who wish to share the night with me, but few have caught my eye. So, being a tame vampire servant is the most sensible choice." After speaking, Lys climbed onto the bird and headed straight to the port of Ironhoof City. Elizabeth stamped her foot on the spot, feeling frustrated and annoyed, but she was helpless. She could only transform into a bat and chase after the departing landwalker bird. Upon returning to the sunset, Lys first went to the tulip to see the Earl. "Is the matter resolved?" "It was much easier than I thought. It was just a bat that can't stand the light. Pity I acted too forcefully, directly slapping Chuobert Black Knight to death. He also had 5 mixed blood subordinates, who now basically belong to my vampire servants. Maybe I can get some secrets out of them." Lys simplified the course of events. The arrival of the vampires was not an isolated incident, it had already implicated the internal stability of the Grand Duchy. "Never would have thought that vampires really exist and are hiding right among us," the Earl pondered for a moment, then said, "Let's act like this never happened. You need to keep those 5 vampires under control, don't expose them rashly. And let's not worry about the Grand Duke's affairs." "I understand. By the way, why didn't you bring Elizabeth over? I want to see what a vampire looks like, especially one that can turn into a bat." Li William was also curious. "After we set sail, I will bring her to you so you can see. A vampire turning into a bat is indeed quite magical." After not chatting for very long, and taking the Earl's advice to downplay the matter, he went straight back to the sunset. Elizabeth Black Knight was in his room, playing with the personal items seized from Chuobert. There were 5 items in total. A dagger shimmering with silver light. Elizabeth was familiar with it. "Sir, this dagger is called Silver Oath, one of the magic equipment inherited by the Black Knight family. It enhances the power of blood magic and is the top equipment for a vampire's nighttime assassination. A set of clothing, including a cape with black surface and red lining, and a tuxedo similar to the one Flaccabaye wore. This suit was similar to Elizabeth's tied leather top and pants, simply a piece of standard magic equipment that could transform, offering only a slight defensive property. An item that looked like a book. Elizabeth equally knew of it. This book is called Reincarnation Ritual. It has but one purpose. Activated by blood magic power, it can boil a person's blood and gradually transform it into the cold blood of a vampire. It is part of a set with the blood extractor needle you seized. I was transformed from magician to vampire using this reincarnation ritual." She caressed the cover, lost in a brief reverie. Then she snapped back to reality and took up the 4th item. "I have not seen this mirror before, but I feel it must be a protective item, probably able to resist sunlight and the light system magic that restrains blood magic." At last, she picked up the 5th item. This item was a red mask. "I often use this mask, it's called the blood mask. Every time I briefly take back my heart and start training under Chuobert's supervision, I wear it. It can calm the heated components in vampire blood and keep the blood cool at all times. Vampire blood is cold. Daylight or light system magic makes it warm and boil, thereby consuming and disrupting blood magic power, significantly reducing their strength. After knowing the functions of each item, Liz took them away one by one from in front of Elizabeth, completely ignoring her resentful gaze. I heard Chuobert call you Mary, is that your original name? After I became a vampire, Chuobert gave me the name Elizabeth Black Knight. It's been 20 years. Mary Truth was my name when I was a magician, and later, it became a code name for me within the Black Knight family. Bloody Mary. Liz narrowed his eyes. The smoke mission just happened to float in front of his eyes. Mission completed. Reward, Bloody Mary, Elizabeth Black Knight. Before List could contemplate the dominance of the alias Bloody Mary, Elizabeth quickly said, we mixed blood vampires like me all have a code name. Purebloods don't like to call us by our names. Oh, I forgot to mention, the other 4 vampires brought by Chuobert are called Crimson Peggy, Blood Hamil, Night Demon Wimbledon, and One-Eyed Yuso. They all sounded quite domineering. Among them, One-Eyed Yuso made List's brow raise. His coachman's name was One-Eyed Barton. Because of this digression, the smoke had already dissipated, and List hadn't had the chance to see the new mission content. But he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he asked, do vampires live by drinking blood? Sir, vampires do not drink blood. Purebloods like to call themselves Blood Clan. Authors of night novels always portray us as blood-sucking monsters. In fact, we are just magicians who study blood magic, only our bodies underwent some unusual changes. So you also eat food? Of course, we eat, sir. Whatever common people eat, we eat the same. Since Chuobert had died and his heart was in the hands of List, Elizabeth answered his inquiries extensively and exhaustively, displaying the behavior of a loyal subordinate. List gradually understood more about these vampire casters who were neither human nor ghost. Aside from having a more secretive heritage, preferring to stay hidden by day and come out by night, transforming into bats to cause mischief, and having an unsavory reputation, they didn't have too many unique characteristics. They were scattered across the continent but were quite rare in numbers. One reason was that their birth rate was very low, and it was exceedingly difficult for the original purebloods to procreate. The second reason was that transforming mixed bloods consumed a vast amount of resources, and those with poor talent had no chance to be promoted to external mixed bloods. A vampire family with 50 members was considered a large family. As they talked, they came to the cause of the current incident. Bloody Mary explained, originally, Chuobert did not plan to transform you, sir. Even the Black Knight family would be unwilling to waste resources to transform mixed bloods. Later, when he found out that you, sir, were the youngest Sky Knight of the Sapphire, Chuobert changed his mind and wanted to transform you. List showed no particular reaction. However, he understood in his heart that this must have been the backlash from the power of destiny due to the failure of the previous mission, drawing Chuobert's malice toward him. But this malice seemed more like a boon, bestowing upon him 5 vampire servants. Chapter 600 Memories of a Terrifying Posture Magicians, Druids, Vampires, Wizards. List had already encountered 4 kinds of special casters. In the leftover notes from Curtis Truth, there was an illustration of the Eye of Truth, in which the 3 corners of the triangle represented matter, magic power, and spirit, each one listing out the relevant caster professions. In the material branch, there were alchemists, vampires, and necromancers. In the magic power branch, there were magicians and druids. In the spiritual branch, there were wizards, sorcerers, prophets, succubi, and shamans, among which ancient wizards mostly transformed themselves into liches, which is to say, Curtis Truth and Andy Sapphire of the Marquis of Bull, belonged to the category of wizards. It was unknown if these casters really existed. But at least it could be inferred that they more or less had existed on this continent. The Duchy of Sapphire was located in a remote area and its history only spanned just over 150 years, so it was relatively clean. Those special casters, even if they existed, were probably scattered across the various nations of the continent. This black cloak with a red interior from Chuobert, take it as a reward for pledging allegiance to me, you wear it. I'll have Thomas arrange a cabin for you on the ship, where you'll live from now on, focused solely on serving as my vampire servant. Perform well and I will consider whether to return your heart to you, he said. After chatting for a while and being unable to extract more information from Elizabeth, List began arranging her new identity. You are no longer a vampire from the Black Knight family, so don't use the name Elizabeth Black Knight any longer, revert to your original name Mary. Bloody Mary, that sounds pretty good. Bloody Mary unwillingly, and in a fawning manner, said, my lord, how about you give me Chuobert's heart to absorb? Once I ascend to a pure blood vampire, I can serve you better. When you have made enough contributions, everything is negotiable. Without contributions, don't mention anything, List calmly stated. A fact, according to my past standard, you dared to harbor ill intent towards me, I would never have left you alive. Now I don't kill you, you should be grateful. That was a bluff. Back when Paris had also infiltrated the castle, intending to harm him, he did not kill Paris, or to put it another way, his thoughts were actually deeply influenced by the smoke mission. The power of destiny represented by the smoke, and his own spiritual power, might have already merged. Indistinguishable from each other. Paris and Bloody Mary were both rewards from the smoke mission. Naturally he was reluctant to kill them casually. Paris had her sister to restrain her, now Bloody Mary was also restrained by her heart. With a means of control, it was naturally best to maximize benefits and reap more advantages. When Paris came to Fresh Flower Town, List was still weak, chiefly playing the emotional card. Bloody Mary had already missed the opportunity. By the time she arrived, List had already become a half-step dragon knight, no longer needing to exhaust himself playing the emotional card. Holding her heart, no matter how much Bloody Mary struggled, she couldn't escape his palm. Placing the heart into the gemstone space, it couldn't even be stolen. I'm going to take a bath now, those 4 vampires might soon arrive, you'll entertain them and make them understand their current situation. Understood, my lord, Bloody Mary solemnly replied. She finally realized that this young Sky Knight was not a naive youth who could be confused by beauty. Moreover, she wasn't much to look at, not young, nearing 40 years old, she was transformed into a vampire at the age of 17, and had since spent 20 years. Although because of blood magic, she didn't show signs of aging, and her body remained tender. But she was no longer young. And she clearly felt that, when she revealed her age, List's enthusiasm quickly dropped by a third. Hey, men. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking pulled Bloody Mary back to reality, and she responded in clumsy serpent script, please enter. The door was pushed open, and a maid who already knew about the existence of Bloody Mary brought in a glass of juice and set it on the table. Lady, please enjoy the juice. Thank you. Bloody Mary was very friendly toward the servants of List. She was a clever woman and knew that her looks would not help her anymore. She needed to use her real skills to win List's appreciation and rewards in order to regain her heart and freedom. And possibly obtain Chuobert's heart to advance to a pure-blood vampire. So she could not afford to offend the servants around List carelessly. A casual word from a servant might ruin her image in List's eyes. The maid responded with a smile, but when she saw Bloody Mary's red eyes and pale complexion, she couldn't help but open her mouth in surprise. Immediately realizing her reaction, she said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's alright, I am not one of the sapphire people, my eyes are a little different from yours. Ah, yes, my lady, but your eyes are very beautiful. Thank you. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave now. You may go. As soon as the maid left the room, Bloody Mary suddenly called out to the window, Peggy, come in now. Flap, flap. A bat fluttered its wings and flew in. As the bat landed, it quickly transformed into a tall woman with golden hair, having the same pale complexion and blood-red eyes. Mary, Lord Chuobert summoned me here, what's the matter? The ore here is not friendly to us. There is no longer any Lord Chuobert. Now, your master is Viscount Black Horse Island, Lord List Tulip. Crimson Peggy, who had an ordinary appearance and a shrill voice, exclaimed, what kind of joke is this? I am not joking. Chuobert was killed by Lord List with a single sword strike, and even his bat forms were crushed one by one. He could not be deader. Now, our hearts are in Lord List's hands, and he has summoned you here, apparently, to incorporate you into his service. Crimson Peggy still did not believe it. Bloody Mary picked up a cloak from the table. See for yourself, Chuobert's clothes, which have been awarded to me by Lord List. So, Crimson Peggy, accept your new identity and serve Lord List well. As long as you perform excellently, freedom is not out of reach. Crimson Peggy's eyes flickered. Then, this Lord List. The Lord has matters to attend to and will return later. I am waiting here for you, as well as Hamel, Wimbledon, and Yuso who are on their way, to make you understand the facts. Chuobert's demise is no joke. Mary, tell me about Lord List. It seems I have heard this name before, isn't he the youngest Sky Knight of Sapphire? You heard correctly, but I need to clarify one thing. Lord List's strength is terrifying to the extent that he could kill Chuobert in an instant. As for how terrifying exactly, only those who have personally witnessed him kill Chuobert in an instant can truly understand that indomitable and violent nature. Bloody Mary spoke slowly, her mind racing back to that previous battle. She was still shaken to the core. List's transformation into flames and his stance while firing arrows, scenes she would never forget for the rest of her life. Chapter 601 The Grand Magician's Baptism. Bloody Mary was singing List's terrifying praises to Crimson Peggy, while List watched the smoke mission in the bathhouse. Bathing only took 5 minutes. He was mostly thinking. Thinking about the vampire incident, thinking about the Pioneer Mandate War. Also thinking about the new mission. Not only bats emerge in the dark night, but also a considerable number of rats. They mingle within the departing Night Order, and perhaps the battle intentions at Roaring River mouth will soon be revealed by them. Please crush the Grand Magician's port baptism. Reward, a hand-drawn ruins map. This was the content of the new mission. He set aside the reward of the hand-drawn ruins map for now and considered the information revealed by the mission content. Rats? So, does this mean that the Duchy of Sapphire's plan to attack Roaring River mouth will be uncovered? He frowned. The plan was just confirmed in the daytime meeting. Even if the rats knew the direction of the attack, it would be difficult to deliver the information in time. Unless they took a fast-sailing ship that could arrive at Roaring River mouth one day ahead of the regular fleet. The Duchy of Sapphire would not reveal the direction of the attack in advance for each Pioneer Mandate war. Rather, the Grand Duke himself would issue the order on the eve of the attack. This was a good way to avoid the Eagle Kingdom's rats and the possibility of obtaining the battle intentions. After all, sea invasions differ from land attacks. Rats can run fast but still need ships. And naturally, the court fleet of the Grand Duke is the fastest, capable of launching an attack before the rats spill the secrets. By the time the attack starts, it's too late for the rats to pass on the information. So, espionage and the like hardly have any advantage. Even if there are rats with flying mounts, they cannot fly continuously over the sea without stopping to dock. Unless the rats took a ship first, and then released homing pigeons or something while on board. No, that can't be right. Pigeons have fixed flying ranges. How can the rats ensure that the pigeon's destination is the direction of the fleet's attack? Setting sail from port of Bullhoof City on Ironhoof Island. It's a 6 to 7 day voyage to the coast of the Eagle Kingdom, spanning over 1,000 kilometers. This distance ensures the suddenness of the fleet's attack cannot be anticipated. Unless a dragon knight flew tirelessly on a dragon, perhaps they could traverse the sea without stopping. Other flying magical beasts simply cannot go 1,000 kilometers without resting. There's another possibility, to take a ship first, enter the range of a flying magical beast, and then fly to deliver the message. This way, the information may indeed arrive 1 or 2 days in advance. However, even if the information is sent 3 days ahead, what kind of defense can be organized? Every year at a fixed time, the Duchy of Sapphire launches an attack. It's a tradition. Yet the Eagle Kingdom can never block it. Without the king's coordination and command, the landlords from various territories cannot unite to organize a defensive system. Mixed with various interest entanglements, the Pioneer Mandate is like a gluttonous feast between enemies and allies happening in the hinterlands along the coast. The key point is, there are several coastal cities at Roaring River mouth, all of which are possible locations to launch an attack. The Bullhoof City meeting only determined the general direction of the attack, without a specific target. The detailed attack plan would be discussed again during the voyage. Therefore, the possibility of the Duchy of Sapphire being ambushed is very small. If my guess is not wrong, this mission is more likely to be the ill fate of a mission failure, leading to an accident where the rats accidentally deliver the message to the port city I'm about to attack, and then face the port baptism by the Grand Magician. Undoubtedly, powerful magic awaits. He stood up and wiped the water off himself. Tomorrow morning, I'll communicate with the Earl, and then send out a vampire squad to scout the port cities before the attack. I believe this mission won't be hard. When he walked out of the bathhouse, he already had a complete plan in mind. Even if a Grand Magician did cast spells, with his dragon chi, crushing the Grand Magician's magic was effortless. Back in his territory, he had once shattered X's release of the exceptionally strong water magic, Whirlpool Convergence with a single sword strike, and that was on the high seas. After all, a half-step dragon knight. It was nearly dawn at this time. The noisy port was very quiet. By the time List returned to his room, there were already 5 vampires sitting there. Seeing him arrive, Bloody Mary was the first to stand up, and the other 4 vampires were not slow to react, following her lead and standing up, their gazes all converging at the doorway. Standing at 1 meter and 89 centimeters, List wore a well-tailored, appropriate lounging attire, though slightly different from the usual noble attire. But it undoubtedly highlighted his tall and slender figure, exuding an imposing nobility. "You've all already come?" He walked to the table and sat down directly, not inviting the 5 vampires to sit. His gaze slowly surveyed the new vampires. "Bloody Mary, introduce these 4 vampires to me." Bloody Mary quickly said, "My lord, this is One-Eyed Yuso." There wasn't much to introduce. They were all mixed blood vampires, roughly the same strength as Bloody Mary, Grand Magician level at night, falling to Magician level during the day. They had the ability to transform into bats, making them suitable for the role of scout, but their assassin abilities were not outstanding. Unless someone was acting drunk like List. Otherwise, even a Sky Knight asleep would maintain some alertness, advanced chi would run slowly and naturally, any disturbance capable of waking them. Should the vampire assassination fail, they might even be counter-killed. After all, they were only casters, transforming into a bat was suitable for escaping, but the sweeping moves of a knight's attacks were still very dangerous. Close-quarter combat between a caster and a knight was simply foolish. The 5 vampires, 3 males and 2 females. After the introductions, it was the turn of the 4 new vampires to report their own situations, especially the results of their search for the Goat Assembly's Grand Magician on Ironhoof Island. Their intelligence was much the same as Bloody Mary's, with none of them able to find those Grand Magicians. Also being mixed blood, they had no contact with the core of the Black Knight family. The information they could reveal was limited. "Very well, I've now met all of you, and you should also recognize me," List said without any superfluous words. "Your hearts are in my hands. From now on, follow my orders and serve me. I do not care about your loyalty, as long as you show your value. Even if you want your hearts back, it's not a problem." The 5 vampires' eyes swiveled rapidly. List smiled faintly. "Your hearts have been placed by me in a very secret location. You may try to steal them from me, but let me remind you, you only have one chance, because failure will result in being erased by me. Also, I must point out that I like to dream of killing people while I sleep. Don't say I haven't warned you." Having said that, he shook the bell on the table. Servant Thomas pushed the door open and entered. "My lord. Arrange rooms for these 5 magicians, they are my new followers." "Yes, my lord," Thomas elegantly gestured with his hand. "Magicians, please follow me." As they were about to leave the room, List added, "Thomas, remember to prepare a few robes for the magicians, ones with large hoods." The large hooded robes could very well conceal the pale complexion and blood-red eyes of the vampires. Chapter 602 The Earl wants to come mooch the AC. The vampires' task had came to an end. As the sky began to lighten, a fleet of ships anchored at port of Bullhoof City left one after another, and sunset followed the Tulip fleet, leaving the port. They sailed towards the Azure Sea. The vampires on board Sunset had a new mission. This was the first task that List had assigned to them: compile the blood magic you are familiar with into a book, detailing the casting methods of each spell, as well as comprehensive information on reincarnation rituals and other full-spectrum knowledge. Include also the member composition of the Black Knight family, and what you know about other vampire families. A few vampires were somewhat taken aback. They did not understand the purpose of this mission. Only Bloody Mary, thinking herself clever, asked with shining eyes, "Do you wish to establish a new vampire family, my lord?" List nodded noncommittally. Blood magic was very eerie. The blood of vampires was cold, and during the day they needed to hide in dark places to keep their body temperature cool. Cold-blooded often implies treachery and betrayal. Whether this is true or not, the impression that Bloody Mary and these vampires gave him was just that. Therefore, he did not actually wish to establish any new vampire families. However, using the guise of forming a new family did not stop him from motivating the 5 vampires to work. His true intention was to compile blood magic into a tome of magic books. To hand it over to Ak, Chris, and others for research, to glean meaningful insights from it, and to lay the foundation for their pursuit of becoming archmages. Chris's talents might not be sufficient, but Ak was extremely likely to ascend to the rank of archmage. In the days that followed, the 5 vampires hid in the cabin's bottom, toiling over the book that List had named The Nature and Development of Blood Magic. By the time they were about to reach Roaring River mouth, the new battle plans had been distributed to all the follower lords of the Sapphire Duke. Li William quickly gathered his followers to meet on the Tulip, then assigned the tasks of the Coral Island Knights. "We will cooperate with the First Prince and focus our attack on the coastal areas around Roaring River mouth. Among all the coastal cities, I have chosen Icepear City. It is the territory of a Viscount, and to my knowledge, this Viscount was only assigned Icepear City in the past 2 years. His castle is Snowpear Castle, and he himself is known as the Clearwater Sword Saint," he said. Known as the Clearwater Sword Saint, he naturally was a Sky Knight of the Sword Saint level, probably a water attribute Sword Saint. A Sword Saint who is only a Viscount? Jonas Shattered Stone asked curiously. Perhaps he offended the nobles and was demoted to Viscount. Quite possible. List was not curious about this. As a Dragon Knight himself, he was still only a Viscount. So he directly said, even if the opponent is a Sword Saint, a Viscount's castle won't hold against the dismantling prowess of the Blizzard Beast. Let's capture Icepear City first as a statement. Li William understood List's strength and therefore easily concurred. Taking on a Sword Saint at the beginning of the battle couldn't be better. The meeting ended promptly. Upon returning to Sunset, List gathered the 5 vampires who were earnestly writing, set aside the task of writing for now, as it's a long-term project and not urgent. We are now not far from the coastline, and I need you to infiltrate Ice Pear City, gather information, especially regarding magicians. Ice Pear City? The domain of Clearwater's Sword Saint Yevich Waterflower? Night Demon Wimbledon couldn't help blurting out, "You know of this person?" "Yes, my lord, I have heard of the Clearwater's Sword Saint. He was once a candidate for Dragon Knight of the Eagle Kingdom, but as he grew older, he indulged too much and squandered his talents. Moreover, he had character issues, having followed 3 marquises in succession, all ending in disputes. That's how he ended up in Roar City, following Marquis Nuta de Maria Uwastone and received his title as Viscount. The Eagle Kingdom had many marquises. It's possible that many nobles of Eagle Kingdom didn't even know the exact number of marquises. Just the Roaring River mouth area alone encompassed the territories of 5 marquises, including Marquis Nuta as one of them. His territory, named Impact River Plain, extended from the mouth of the Roaring River all the way up to the tributary 3 Dragon River, with Roar City as the central city. The name of Roaring River mouth came from the Roaring River, a river much greater than Earth's Yangtze, Nile, and Amazon rivers. The downstream Impact Plain was also immensely vast, and Ice Pear City was one of the mid-sized cities on the Impact Plain. Night Demon Wimbledon continued, "The Clearwater's Sword Saint is very powerful, having been a potential Dragon Knight candidate. It's unlikely we can infiltrate his presence undetected. We don't need to confront him directly, just find out if there is any grand magician within the city." "Yes, my lord." The vampires left the sunset at dusk and flew toward Ice Pear City. List stood at the bow of the ship, not resting. They were now only about 10 kilometers away from land, ready to land and engage in battle at any moment. It was August 1st, and the weather at night was still somewhat muggy. Suddenly, a figure dashed across the sky, engulfed in the mighty water at Tribute Chi. It was none other than the Sea Wave Sword Saint Li William. List turned around and greeted, "Father, what brings you here?" Li William gestured for the servants and others on the ship to leave, leaving only the 2 of them at the bow. "Have the vampires been dispatched?" "Yes." "List, what are you worried about?" "According to past practices, we should directly attack. It's just a small city. What about the Clearwater's Sword Saint is worth our caution." "Father, what's wrong with being cautious?" "The other party was a potential Dragon Knight in the past." "A potential Dragon Knight?" "I've asked the vampires." Clearwater's Sword Saint Yevich Waterflower had strong talent in his youth and was one of the candidates for the Dragon Knights. However, as he grew older, his talent was squandered, his character was poor, and he only managed to scrape together a Viscount title in his middle years. It seems that despite his plight, his strength is still formidable. "We should indeed proceed with caution," Li William nodded and then with a hint of emotion said, "The first prince should have already conquered several other small cities and begun to rest on land. Life aboard the ship, even after decades, is still uncomfortable. We just have to wait one more night." Li William boarded the ship with no intention to leave soon, but turned to look at the small tower castle at the stern. "Your ship is very peculiar, is that where you reside?" "Yes. You are a noble who enjoys comfort. Let me visit your room." Upon entering the small tower castle, Li William, who was prepared, was still stunned by the room's conditions. A full set of thorn furniture, exquisite glassware, curtains woven from green silk, carpets laid with magical beast fur. And most crucially, the master bedroom was cool. It was only August, and the climate was still hot. Yet, List's dwelling was pleasantly cool, without a hint of heat. "What is this? A magic array?" Li William stood in the room, feeling the temperature cool to the point of being slightly cold, and asked in surprise. "A piece of magic equipment." List smiled awkwardly, like someone caught sneaking a chicken leg. "In the seas of my territory, there is a production of golden-lipped clams that produce golden pearls, which can be fashioned into magic equipment for controlling temperature. I call it the temperature-calming pearl. The output is very low right now, I've only brought one with me." "How's the production of the golden pearls?" "List, I need it." Li William exerted a father's authority. "Of course, I won't take your things for free, sell them to me at market price. There's no need to spend money. I had planned to give out 2 temperature-calming pearls as birthday gifts to you and grandmother." "You are thoughtful, but are there only 2? I would hope to use temperature-calming pearls in my bedroom, study, dining room, and ideally the living room." The Earl's appetite was indeed large. List flat out interrupted, "I'm sorry, father, but the golden pearls are scarce, and even my Thorn Castle cannot meet the supply. However, I will prioritize selling any new golden pearls to Tool Up Castle. The golden pearls would definitely be for sale in the future, but he first had to ensure his own enjoyment." The Earl could not push further, and seeing that List had no intention of giving him the temperature-calming pearl on the ship as a gift, he said. "In that case, I'll squeeze in with you on the sunset. You don't mind, do you?" "Mind?" But it wouldn't be polite to say so, and he could only reply, "Of course not. I will have the servants arrange a room for you, and I'll place the temperature-calming pearl between the two rooms." Chapter 603. The Sword Saint is not an opponent for even a single arrow. List did not have to wait long. 5 vampires had already flown back from Ice Pear City, bringing with them the results of their investigation. Bloody Mary, who faintly took the lead among the vampire servants, reported, "My lord, Earl, we did not dare approach the Clearwater Sword Saint, but we unexpectedly discovered him in the castle sitting room, where he was receiving 3 individuals dressed like magicians. Judging by the Clearwater Sword Saint's demeanor, they seemed to be equals." Equals? List's eyebrows rose. If these magicians were equals to a Sword Saint, it was very likely they were Grand Magicians. "Is there any other information?" "From what we have gathered, what's interesting is that the Clearwater Sword Saint did not know about your plan to launch an attack earlier, thus the defense at Snowpear Castle was quite lax." Before Bloody Mary could finish, Peggy suddenly cut in front of her. However, along the way, a shifty-looking person entered the sitting room and said something to the Clearwater Sword Saint. He then quickly commanded the castle into a state of alert, and many supplies from Ice Pear City were moved into Snowpear Castle. List understood. "It seems a rat has divulged our plans. Snowpear Castle is already prepared." Li William furrowed his brows. "With 3 Grand Magicians and the Clearwater Sword Saint on guard, List, what do you make of this battle?" A faint smile. List said calmly, "Father, there is nothing to be surprised about. We will assemble and besiege them at dawn. Snowpear Castle may have a Sword Saint and 3 Grand Magicians, but with Father and I working together, plus the Blizzard Beast Squad, they are no match for us." Seizing the opportunity, Bloody Mary said, "My lord, do not forget your vampire servants. By dawn, we should still be able to display the capabilities of a Grand Magician. Although blood magic does not contain any powerful area of effect spells, killing 1 or 2 Grand Magicians for you should not be difficult." She had confidence in List's strength, so she always expressed her loyalty. The other 4 vampires were somewhat reluctant, but under Bloody Mary's pressure, they had no choice but to echo, "The vampire servants are willing to serve the Lord." List gave the 5 vampires a look. "Your willingness shows that you have accepted your situation, which is good. However, I do not want you to reveal yourselves. You can follow the night order, watch this battle, consider it as rearguard." Before he finished speaking, he thought of something else. "Additionally, the name Vampire Servants does not sound pleasant. From now on, you will be called Blood Servants." The 5 vampires looked at each other. What was the essential difference between Vampire Servants and Blood Servants? They could not follow List's train of thought. The dawn was silent. The Tulip fleet swiftly landed. The knights got equipped and mounted their steeds, assembling in formation near the shore. Riding atop the landwalker bird Loki, List followed along with the night order, charging towards Snowpear Castle. There was no attempt to hide their tracks. They charged directly towards Snowpear Castle without any subterfuge. List no longer deigned to use strategies. He was like a max-level account leading a low-level one, to whom the boss that seemed formidable to the low-level account was no different from a minor mob to him. The low-level needs to figure out positioning and kiting and so on. For a max-level account fighting a boss, it's just a matter of straightforward attacks. The patrolling knights of Snowpear Castle quickly noticed the dust-kicking night order and fled back to the castle like the wind to report to the Clearwater Sword Saint. Therefore, when the night order approached Snowpear Castle, they were met by a figure in silver armor standing on the castle's top balcony. It was unmistakably Clearwater Sword Saint Yevich, Shuishin, the former candidate for Dragon Knight. As he watched the Coral Island Knights charge without stopping, a cold light shone in his eyes, truly an unpleasant experience. Less than 2 years of peace in Ice Pear City and here come the flies from the Duchy of Sapphire fighting over food. However, you've picked the wrong opponent this time. Let me, Yevich, show you what agony means. He stamped his foot. A voice immediately arose from below the balcony. "Viscount Yevich, rest assured, we are ready to join forces and unleash magic. If the Sapphire Knight Order dares to charge and lay siege, we guarantee to leave them trembling amidst the fireworks of magic. However, after 1 round of magic, the residual magic power on the battlefield will be disrupted, and henceforth, it will be up to Viscount Yevich to handle things." The display of magicians on the battlefield. Equivalent to a one-time magic scroll, it would extinguish after a single volley. Such was the knight's order's joined G, that the interference with the surrounding magic power was too intense, effectively countering magicians who need to sense and draw upon free-floating magic power to cast their spells. In this continent dominated by knights, the decline of casters was no accident. Yevich knew this. But he also believed that the Coral City Knights of the Duchy of Sapphire were unaware that 3 Grand Magicians had arrived at Snowpear Castle. As long as they launched an attack, a volley of magic from the Grand Magicians would be decisive. However, he soon discovered that the Coral Island Knights had stopped at the outskirts of the castle, with a leader in silver armor and a red cloak, mounted on a large long-legged bird, holding a cylindrical object up to his eye. After a brief pause, the leading knight lowered the cylinder, and the Knight's Order charged once again towards Snowpear Castle. A cloud of dust rose into the sky, and just as the charge was within the range of magic, Yevich stomped his foot. Without needing his prompt, the three Grand Magicians hiding below the balcony raised their hands, beginning to gather magic power. A prepared baptism of magic was about to brew and unleash. A mocking smile played on Yevich's lips. The water attribute chi churned within him, roaring and surging, waiting for the moment to strike. Inside the castle, the knights also gripped their weapons, ready to beat the drowning dog. Opposite them, List was in charge of commanding the entire battle for the Coral City Knights. His eye of magic never ceased, and through the telescope, he had already pinpointed the position of the three Grand Magicians and the show-off Clearwater's Sword Saint. Under his command, the Knight's Order began their charge. Meanwhile, he kept a close watch on the Grand Magicians' movements. When he saw them raise their hands to gather magic, List suddenly grabbed the swift shadow bow and aimed at the window, releasing 3 arrows. Arrows imbued with dragon chi. They whistled through the air. Seeing this, Yevich reacted hastily, charging toward the 3 arrows. He could no longer afford to be surprised at how List had discovered the Grand Magicians inside the castle and had accurately shot arrows aimed at killing the spellcasting Grand Magicians. Boom. Water attribute chi collided with fire attribute chi. The 3 arrows exploded violently, and the dragon chi released in a flash turned into 3 balls of flame that shattered Yevich's water attribute chi and struck him, sending him screaming through the air to crash against the castle's wall. A triumphant smile was on List's face, proud within. So much for a sword saint, not even able to block his casual arrow. He put away the swift shadow bow and took out a whistle. Phew. The shrill whistle reached the ears of the charging knights. The next moment, the knights, who were charging ferociously, collectively wheeled their mounts, moving to either side in an orderly fashion at a speed even greater than their charge. It was as if Snowpear Castle was a rock in the water that split the knightly torrent apart. Only the split was a bit too far off. Just then, the 3 Grand Magicians had already unleashed a mighty spell in the path of the charging knights. But to the Grand Magician's horror, the charging Knight's Order had unexpectedly veered off to escape midway, meaning their predicted error had caused the long-brewing collective spell to be a complete misfire. What was worse, the Clearwater's Sword Saint had just been launched away with an arrow, hanging on the castle wall. And the knight on the giant bird, he lifted his bow and arrow again, aiming at their window. Chapter 604 Effortlessly pacifying Snowpear Castle. Boom. Thunder roared and lightning streaked across the sky, accompanied by howling winds and flying rocks. It was the combined magic released by 3 Grand Magicians, which could be considered a group spell. In an instant, the open ground in front of the castle descended into an apocalyptic scene. What a pity. Such formidable magic could only ravage the ground at will. The intended targets, the Coral City Knights, had already run out of the magic's range, hiding in the distance. Pointing and marveling at the unmatched power of the magic, they commented. What a beautiful sight. If time could stand still, I'd really like to preserve this scene as a fond memory. Magicians are still very powerful. Thank goodness Lord List was prepared, otherwise we'd be the ones taking a bath. No matter how powerful, it's useless if it doesn't hit the target. In the logistical team of the retainer knights at the rear of the Knight Order, 5 vampires watched the magical cataclysm from afar without surprise. In the cover of night, they had the caliber of a Grand Magician. What truly astonished them was the image of List shooting the Clearwater's Sword Saint with a single arrow previously. No matter how much Bloody Mary had hyped up the terror of List, or his instant killing of the pure-blood vampire Chuobert Black Knight. These vampires, more in fear of having their hearts crushed by List, were not convinced of his strength and even harbored thoughts of assassinating him stealthily in the dark night. However, at that moment, many thoughts grumbled in an instant. One-eyed Yuso murmured to himself, that was a sword saint, a former candidate for Dragon Knight, how could he not block a single arrow? Just how powerful is this lord? Could it be true that Mary said he killed Chuobert in an instant? How is that possible? He's only 18 years old and has just been promoted to a completion-level Sky Knight. The Night Demon Wimbledon was completely confused. Has Yevich's strength declined? It must be that Yevich's strength has declined. Yes, definitely Yevich's strength has declined. But even if his strength has declined, he is still a Sky Knight. Why couldn't he even block 1 arrow? Crimson Peggy and Blood Hamel were too shocked to speak. Only Bloody Mary giggled. Peggy, Hamel, Wimbledon, Yuso, I didn't lie to you, did I? The Lord's strength is indeed unfathomable. Soon after, she licked her alluring red lips enticingly. Compared to Chuobert's perverted pure-blood nature, A lord like this is worth following. I, Bloody Mary, must build a vampire clan for the lord, to be his eyes and ears in the dark of night. How ancient vampires survived is no longer known. In the current world ruled by knights, vampire clans exist as dependents of the nobles, self-proclaimed as vampire servants. As vampires, allegiance to the strong has become instinct. Behind list. The Earl was also riding a horse, detached from the Knight Order, ready to face a sword challenge at any moment. He looked at the tall figure of his second son, once again having his views dramatically challenged. He was already defenseless during practical combat exercises. Now, it seems List's strength had surged once again, reaching a level where even a sword saint could not withstand a single arrow. If even a sword saint could not withstand one arrow, how many could a completion-level Sky Knight withstand? If similarly, the completion-level Sky Knights could not withstand one, what level of existence does that make List now? A tumultuous speculation surged in his heart, with countless thoughts tumbling in his mind. But in the end, all the thoughts were compressed into a sigh, burying all speculations deep in his heart. No matter the future, the present is what mattered most. Earning military merits to advance in noble rank and expanding the Tulip family was his life's ambition. List, who was already in fifth, was destined to part ways with the Tulip family. As for how to develop, the Earl felt there was no need for his own intervention. Disaster may lurk within fortune and fortune within disaster. Who can clear say what the future holds? It was just a few breaths of absent-mindedness. The apocalyptic magic had slowly faded away, and List's second volley of arrows, transformed into 3 streams of flame, assailed the castle's windows. However, the magicians who had been hiding in the rooms had hurriedly scurried deeper into the castle, not daring to show themselves and cast spells again. Boom! The arrows burst upon hitting the window, blasting a large gap open. The Clearwater Sword Saint, who had been hanging on the wall, took advantage of the Grand Magician's spellcasting interval to rush into the castle and hid inside, not daring to show himself. Huff! The whistle sounded, signaling the charge. The Coral City Knights regrouped and launched a real charge at Snowpear Castle, with countless divine archers surrounding the castle and shooting arrows madly. The continuous chi tore through the air around the castle, creating an anti-magic space. The castle could only respond with a few sporadic arrows. Dowson, it's your turn to shine. With List's call, the long-awaited blizzard beasts finally made their grand entrance. 9 huge black dogs, escorted by the Knight Order, arrived in front of Snowpear Castle and wildly spewed rock spikes and rock grenades. Each rock, when it slammed into the castle walls, shattered large chunks of stone. The walls crumbled like sand, layer by layer. In no time, one side of the wall collapsed, and the howling knights from Coral Island swarmed toward the breach like a hive of bees. List and William Lee were no exceptions, charging into the breach side by side. The sky-cleaving greatsword in hand. The surging dragon chi enveloped his entire body, cloaked in a flame battlesuit. The knights blocking the breach stood no chance at all. The blade sliced through them as easily as it would cut tofu, and instantly 7 or 8 Earth Knights were cleaved in two. Their bisected bodies lay separated, the visual of their split forms bizarrely satisfying to behold. Earl William Lee would not be content with his son stealing all the limelight. The water attribute chi gushed forth like it cost nothing, his sword sending several knights in his way spinning, instantly twisting their bodies and ruthlessly crushing them with the sheer force of the chi. 2 completion-level Sky Knights led the way. Full of wingsuit, countless elite Earth Knights cleaned up and cleared the way, and the resistance forces of Snowpear Castle collapsed in a single encounter. In such a one-sided slaughter, a knight's eyes bulged, nearly popping out in terror, as he hastily dropped his weapon and knelt to beg for mercy. With one leading the way, the rest of the knights one by one collapsed to their knees, surrendering to be bound and captured by the Coral Island Knights. "Where's Yevich?" List grabbed the armor of a knight and demanded. Enveloped by the dragon chi, the knight felt a tremendous force binding him tightly as though nailed to the ground, unable to move or even breathe. Overwhelmed with fear, he didn't dare to hide anything. He struggled to reply, "My lord." "No, Yevich has gone to the castle's back garden, he may be trying to break out." Letting go of the knight, List dropped a line, "Father, leave this to you, I'm going after Yevich. Don't forget there are 3 Grand Magicians. The Grand Magicians can't escape." Although List didn't know where the Grand Magicians were hiding, the knight's chi had completely suppressed magic within Snowpear Castle, rendering the Grand Magicians ineffective. It was only a matter of time until they were found. Capturing Yevich was now the urgent priority. He had not yet captured a sword saint thus far, and capturing one could at least squeeze out a few little minor elves. Once a Sky Knight was taken captive, ransom wouldn't be solved with just a couple of gold coins. Without trading for elves, there would be no going home. Chapter 605 Catching Demons Underground. Charging headlong, List dashed directly from the breach in the castle, all the way to the back garden of the castle, where he deployed the Eye of Magic but did not find the figure of Yevich Waterflower. However, beneath a patch of grapevines, he saw several servants hiding something. He sharply sensed a problem and rushed over, grabbing a servant to demand, "Where's Yevich?" Without waiting for the servant's response, he had already kicked away the water tank used for storing water, suddenly revealing a square basement hatch. I don't know. Fool. List casually tossed the uncooperative servant towards a stone table to the side. The servant smashed onto it and rolled off to the ground, unable to get up for the moment. Under normal circumstances, he had no desire to kill those outside knights and magicians. War is a game among nobles, and commoners usually constitute part of the wealth. It is morally unacceptable for knights to kill commoners, unless the commoners dare to resist, in which case they must be put to death without question. Even with moral constraints, there are knights who get carried away, slaughtering civilians indiscriminately. There would be no punishments afterward. For example, if List slaughtered all the civilians of Snowpear Castle now, who would speak ill of him? He simply was not a cruel person and had a touch of compassion for the commoners. Whether knights adhere to morals depends on self-discipline and the whole honored discourse favored by knightly glory. Fortunately, List did not need the servant's answer. He directly kicked open the basement hatch and quickly jumped down. It was clear that this basement was a castle's escape route. With Dragon Chi in operation and a crystal lamp in hand, he quickly found the entrance to the passage. With Dragon Chi shielding his body, he had no fear of traps within the passage, as the world had not yet developed the art of traps. Even if there were traps in the escape tunnel, they would be straightforward and simple means of harm. Had there been magic equipment applied to the escape passage, his Eye of Magic would observe and solve it. The passage was somewhat narrow. With the illumination of his crystal lamp, List's vision was unobstructed, so he swiftly charged along the passage. It was twisting and turning, with plenty of standing water, and he could clearly see fresh, still damp footprints. Not just one person's footprints, they are a bit messy. They should be the footprints of Yevich and those three grand magicians. With clarity in his heart, his pursuit quickened even more. Just then, a loud rumble suddenly came from ahead, followed by very faint voices. They seemed to be shouts and curses. He continued to charge forward. Soon, at the end of the passage, he saw three faint figures outlined by magic radiance. They were indeed the three grand magicians who had previously cast the combination magic. Their cursing was also clearly audible, quickly informing List of the reason. Yevich had collapsed the gate at the end of the passage. That is to say, to escape, Yevich had left the three grand magicians behind as bait. Stop the nonsense, Lars. Let's join forces and cast magic to blast the top of the tunnel, creating a way out. Sir Ill, put up the firmstone armor for me. Delac, put up the water waves shield. I'm afraid if the tunnel collapses again, it'll bury me. Don't worry, you won't die. The three grand magicians were trapped in the passage, attempting to save themselves. Unfortunately, before they could cast their magic, List had already caught up along the passage. Gentlemen, why the hurry to leave? Come continue your visit to Snowpear Castle with me. It's you. One arrow sent Yevich's knight flying. They really have caught up already, hey. List's Eye of Magic focused on the three grand magicians as he slowly approached. Since you're already aware of me, let's dispense with formalities. Continue back down the corridor and return to Snowpear Castle where we can have a good talk. The magician on the left, stop secretly gathering magic power. You can't escape my perception. The discovered Grand Magician gave a sheepish smile and dissolved the magic power he had been condensing in his palm. When a magician is approached by a knight, or even more so, a powerful Sky Knight, it's almost as if there's no difference between them and lambs waiting for slaughter. The era of the caster has declined. Apparently during the Moon Empire era, magicians were very powerful, dominating the continent and ruling over everything, but unfortunately now it's the era where knights dominate the continent. Sometimes List doubts those legends, where archmages were said to duel with dragons and, although they couldn't defeat a dragon knight in single combat, were still considered representatives of the peak powers in the world. Why are grand magicians and magicians so weak? Although they can release powerful spells, their true combat ability can't be demonstrated. Especially due to the constraints on casting speed, allowing knights to attack magicians without any scruples. No matter how strong the magic power is, it's useless if it can't hit the knight. Even solid defensive spells like the Water Wave Shield or Firmstone Armor will eventually be hacked apart by knights given enough time. Not to mention when knights form a team, their chi merges to shred any stray magic power, creating an anti-magic zone, effectively nullifying a magician's casting abilities. Watching the three grand magicians dejectedly walk back along the corridor, List couldn't help but be reflective. When I was compiling Dragons Fight in the Wild, I read a lot of magic books and knights novels, all mentioning the glory days of magicians during the Moon Empire. There are even legends that the Moon Empire's magicians built a magic array atop Mount Milajouding that reached the moon. If that era was really as recorded in history, it would have been a truly magnificent and splendid civilization. The magicians who founded the Moon Empire certainly wouldn't have been as weak as today's magicians. So what led to the decline of the magicians' era? What differences exist between the magicians of the Moon Empire era and those of today? What happened after the Moon Empire fell apart that allowed knights to rise? Sadly, history hasn't been recorded. The fragments of oral history have long since strayed from the truth. The mystery remains unsolved. List did not continue to pursue Clearwater's Sword Saint. Since the passage was blocked, there was basically no hope of catching up, which was a pity as the reward for capturing the Sword Saint just flew away. However, having 3 Grand Magicians as prisoners could make up for the loss somewhat, as he believed they would pay a sufficient ransom for their freedom. When he returned to Snowpear Castle, the Earl had already sent people to start cleaning up the castle, which wall had collapsed. Yavich didn't catch up. He escaped through the tunnel, even collapsing the exit behind him, but he left us 3 interesting guests. List pointed at the 3 Grand Magicians clad in magic cloaks. Though they were captured, they still maintained a proud demeanor, calmly awaiting the trial that was to come. List handed over the task of judging to the Earl and prepared to search Snowpear Castle personally, to see if Yavich left anything valuable behind. According to the previously agreed upon method, battle honors to Li William, resources to List. Therefore, all the resources of Snowpear Castle belong to List. Captain Marcus had already sorted through the resources once and immediately came to report when he saw List return. "My lord, the castle's reserves of food and other resources have been inventoried. Aside from what is needed to replenish the night order, the rest is sealed and ready for transport by wagons." "What about the elves?" "We have searched the worm room. There are no elves left. They must have been taken away by Yavich." With Yavich himself gone and the elves taken as well, List felt frustrated. "I really want to chop down all the cordyceps outside the castle. Isn't his guy supposed to be a potential dragon knight? How can he escape so quickly?" Chapter 606 Hand-drawn map. The castle inspection didn't yield any special findings. The assets of Clearwater's Sword Saint Yavich Shuishan were embarrassingly meager, not befitting a sword saint. The supplies in the storeroom of Snowpear Castle were even less than those of Shattered Stone Castle and Bear Castle, which List found quite contemptible. Of course, he wasn't angry enough to actually destroy the elf cordyceps. Knightly wars are part of the noble game, and although there are no explicit rules that war must follow, it is akin to how countries on Earth sign the Geneva Convention to protect civilians and those suffering in war. Under the knightly system, there is also a set of rules pertaining to the knightly spirit and character. The knightly spirit and character are varied in the propaganda of different countries, but overall, they include slogans of loyalty, fearlessness, bravery, honesty, fairness, protection of territories, and pursuit of glory. Some unwritten but firmly established rules include prohibiting the killing of prisoners, the redemption of knights with gold coins, forbidding harm to elves, not slaughtering civilians, treating betrayers with disdain, and ensuring that the lineage of a noble's wife is pure. There was a time when the king of the Steel Ridge Kingdom deployed the army to the court of a certain duke from a grand duchy because he was notorious for killing civilians. Ultimately, the duke was stripped of his title, yet the kingdom didn't abolish the grand duchy. Instead, they supported the duke's brother to inherit the title. Of course, the real reasons for the action might relate more to a conflict between that duke and the kingdom rather than his tendency to kill civilians. But killing civilians provided an excellent excuse to dispatch troops against the duke. List likewise followed these rules. He had no intention of destruction. After all, if elf cordyceps were cut down, it would greatly harm the elves and affect the final yield. Even if transplantation was attempted, it wouldn't work, as the cordyceps would wither over time if elves were away for too long. Although elves could cultivate new cordyceps, they too would suffer greatly and likely die prematurely. The wool has to come from the sheep, and if the Duchy of Sapphire wished to plunder sufficient resources from each pioneer mandate, it couldn't recklessly consume resources like the elves. Otherwise, after several mandates, the coastal hinterlands would probably lack nobles willing to cultivate the land. In fact, as the pioneer mandates continually invaded, many coastal hinterland regions in the Eagle Kingdom that were frequently raided had given rise to nobles who did not engage in production. These nobles supported mercenary corps in secret, involved in serf trading and various smuggling activities, to avoid open moral condemnation. For instance, town civilians are usually spared the ravages of war. Sadly, if the knights don't plunder them, the mercenaries still will. It is easy to imagine, without the protection of Snowpear Castle, Ice Pear City would soon face attacks from mercenary corps. But these were not issues List cared to concern himself with. Standing on the second floor of the castle, he looked at the grapevines in the backyard and still regretted Yavich's escape. It seems many castles have tunnels. I should also construct tunnels in Thorn Castle. Build one leading to the sea. That would not only be convenient for meeting Ek, but also for escaping into the sea if necessary. If he fled into the sea, he had the rainbow whale rose to provide him with the ability to breathe. Even dragon knights would not be able to reach him, except for water dragon knights, as water dragons are elemental dragons, and perhaps their riders could breathe underwater. Amid these reflections, a distorted wisp of smoke once again drifted before his eyes. Task completion reward, a hand-drawn ruins map. With Yavich having fled and 3 grand magicians turned into prisoners, the task's completion was a matter of course. Moreover, List believed that the ruins map was bound to be in the possession of these 3 grand magicians, and he could take it whenever he wished. The Earl would claim the military achievements, and he would take the supplies, so naturally, the ruins map was also his. He turned his attention to his next task. By his count, this was the 126th task. The fleeing Yavich water peanut, reluctant to concede, may be waiting for you in the next city, hoping to plunder the resources of the Impact River Plain. A major battle is impending, please capture or kill Yavich. Reward, 1 Iron Knight. There was nothing particularly out of the ordinary about the task, it was just a typical development of taking advantage of the situation. What surprised him was the reward for the task, an Iron Knight. That means the city Yavich has fled to must be Steel Dyke City, and there are Iron Knights in Steel Dyke City? Steel Ridge City was the next target for the Coral Island Knights. An Iron Knight is a type of knight that cultivates special chi manuscripts to forge various divine weapons. The Crimson Blood Sword, Sky-Cleaving Greatsword, Swift Shadow Bow, these weapons were all forged by Iron Knights, whereas magicians make magic equipment, such as sapphire pendants, amplification bracelets, and calming wind pearls. Iron Knights forge all sorts of gemstone weapons, mithril armor, elf weapons, and dragon bone weapons. The magic equipment made by magicians activates the inherent magic power of the materials through magic arrays, to produce special effects and power. The weapons forged by Iron Knights, on the other hand, integrate materials with the weapons, which after special processing, are suitable for knights to infuse chi into, triggering the resonance of the material's own magic power to bring out great strength. As long as one possesses magic power, they can activate magic equipment, whether it's chi or magic, gemstone weapons, elf weapons, and the like, however, required chi to bring out their power. Cultivating an Iron Knight consumes a tremendous amount of resources. Typically, only great nobles would select talented young knights from their territories to cultivate into Iron Knights, and many Iron Knights are the progeny of these great nobles. The grandson of the Marquis of the Bull was also a young Iron Knight, which led List to surmise his extraordinary talent. I hope this Iron Knight can bring me the methods to train Iron Knights. The Iron Knight himself isn't all that's significant, it's the systematic training methods he possesses that are truly valuable. Back in the castle, the Earl had already finished interrogating the 3 grand magicians. Lars, Truth, Sir Il, Truth, and Dilak, Truth were the names of these 3 grand magicians. Although they were all magicians from the Eagle Kingdom, they came from different regions and had came together at the same stall during a magician's gathering 6 months earlier. A regular magician there had offered a decaying, incomplete ruins map for sale. Lars explained with an expressionless face, it was a map of Moon language. After our assessment, we realized it was a map left by the Moon Empire, leading to a lost civilization. All 3 of us were interested in this map, and none of us wanted to give it up, so we finally decided to study it together. Sir Il added, the map was incomplete, and that magician told us it was excavated from the ruins of an ancient Mage Tower, so we spent all our savings to excavate the Mage Tower ruins. From the Mage Tower ruins, they did not find the missing parts of the incomplete map. However, based on the clues left in the ruins of the Mage Tower, they successfully completed the incomplete map and hand-drew a not-so-accurate map, which pointed to the roaring river mouth. Based on our research, during the era of the Moon Empire, most of the area around the roaring river mouth was actually the sea, and the lost civilization that the map guides to was a strange race living in the sea. The Moon Empire engaged in trade with this peculiar race, and so we came here, hoping to find that race. A race from the sea? List's eyebrows rose slightly, and a flicker of realization shot through his mind. Could it be that they're referring to the sea monster tribe? Chapter 607 Splendid Night Journey. List pressed his thoughts and asked, have you found the lost civilization in the map? Lars, Truth expressed his regret. We can roughly determine that the lost civilization should be somewhere near the roaring river mouth, but it's really difficult to locate it. Dilak, Truth followed with a sigh. The Moon Empire was a great civilization from thousands of years ago, and even it has disappeared. The lost civilization must have been destroyed in the ocean long ago. Over the years, other than Sapphire's people, there hasn't been much activity at sea. The difficulty of finding it in the vast ocean is indeed very great. Without money, progress was hard to come by, so they thought of approaching the coastal nobles for investment into their research and excavation work. Clearwater's sword St. Yavich, Shueishan agreed to fund them. Who would have known that Sapphire would issue a pioneer mandate? If we had known, we wouldn't have rushed over so hastily. But you still came. Yes, our desire for knowledge drove us to come here at an inopportune time, and we received a treatment we shouldn't have, Sir Ill, Truth complained. He harbored a grudge for becoming a prisoner at the feet of his captors. List did not care about the attitudes of the three Grand Magicians. He put away the hand-drawn map of the ruins as well as the map research notes they carried with them. At his leisure, he said, I have taken receipt of the ruins map. Now, let's talk about the ransom for the three of you. We apologize, my lord, but the only possessions we have are the map in your hands. We not only have no spare money but also owe a considerable sum to several magicians. I'm afraid you won't be able to get the ransom you're hoping for from us. We should not have been involved in a night's war. As Charles spoke, the other two Grand Magicians nodded, indicating agreement. Can't afford the ransom. He mused. Normally, as magicians, if you had not taken part in the Night's War, I would not have made things difficult for you. But since you have exercised magic and joined in this war of the Pioneer Mandate, rules are rules, and you can't escape just because you are not knights. But we truly can't pay the ransom. Ransom doesn't only come in the form of gold coins, List said indifferently. From the moment he learned that these three were penniless, he had thought about how to deal with them. There can be other forms, such as knowledge, which in my eyes is wealth. You can exchange your knowledge for freedom. If knowledge is insufficient, working for me is another way to gain freedom. Could you specify what kind of knowledge can buy our freedom? All the knowledge in your heads, such as the development of Eagle Kingdom's magicians, the casting plans you hold, and the magical experiments you research all year round. However, knowledge is not highly valued, so your best choice is to work for me. Does your lordship wish to take us into his patronage? Not patronage, but rather to work for me without compensation. You should be well aware, knights who cannot pay ransom are thrown into mines for mining, or into workshops for menial labor. What I need is for you to manufacture magic equipment, refine magic potions, and teach magic apprentices. Without waiting for the three Grand Magicians to respond, he added, let's put the specific ransom plan aside for now. We'll discuss it in detail after the Pioneer Mandate is over. You will need to spend a few days confined on the ship. Think carefully about what knowledge you can provide. The more knowledge, the shorter your subsequent work years will be. Having said this, List no longer paid attention to the three men and had his subordinate knights take them away. Naturally, the ship was equipped with tools to bind magicians. He wanted these Grand Magicians to cool down a bit, to grind away their arrogance and understand how precious freedom was. After all, in his eyes, magicians were all psychologically unsound perverts who needed effort and time to be reformed. Otherwise, employing them would sooner or later lead to rebellion incidents such as dragon slaying. The matter with the magicians was settled. There were no current plans to explore the ruins map. The Pioneer Mandate was the only task at hand. Father, the knights we dispatched should have already uprooted all the noble castles under the jurisdiction of Icebear City. We will be able to complete the purge by tomorrow. Based on my guess, Yevich has probably fled to Steel Dyke City, and we should strike first, capturing several castles outright before Marquis Nuta can react. He could hardly wait to capture or kill Yevich. However, the Earl hesitated. The Knight Order of Marquis Nuta holds the choke points across the impact plains. If we act too rashly, we may easily become his target. Should we perhaps slow down and let other nobles take the lead as a cover for us? The Coral Island Knights only had a little over 1,000 knights and were finding it difficult to contend with the Marquis's power. Speed is of the essence in warfare. Only by continually plundering can we achieve enough military exploits to gain the upper hand for you, Father. In your promotion to Marquis, List urged expansively, I have blood servants to scout the enemy forces, blizzard beasts to attack and capture strongholds, and my own formidable strength. Who could possibly stop us? Just how powerful have you become? The Earl inquired, seemingly offhand. List pondered before answering, I may still fall short of the Marquis of Bull who went on a rampage back in the day, but the gap is not big anymore. Only the Earl and List were present in the room. After a moment of silence, the Earl once again asked, the Marquis of Bull stole the power of the Sapphire Dragon and transformed into the legendary Lich to gain his formidable strength. So, tell me, son, how have you become so powerful as well? Especially considering that only half a year ago, you were just an Earth Knight. He had not planned to voice this question, but he could not hold it back. The shock of that morning's arrow shooting the Sword Saint into the air still hadn't settled down. Faced with this question, List was momentarily silent. After all, acquiring a fire dragon and becoming a quasi-dragon knight, he should have kept a low profile and worked on his development. That was the proper way. However, thanks to the continuous manipulation of the threads of destiny in his smoke mission, his domain was thriving, his personal cultivation growing stronger each day, and he had acquired various treasures. In particular, rainbow whale rose and sea sprite take allowed him to confidently retreat into the ocean to escape, avoiding desperate crises. This bred a restless presence in his heart, feeling uncomfortable if he didn't show off for a day. He was like a nouveau riche who wanted to flaunt his wealth every day by wearing watches, rings, and thick gold chains everywhere. The ancient overlord Xiang Yu once said, "Riches not returned to one's hometown is like traveling by night in brocade, no one knows of it." This vividly described List's mentality. Dressed in fancy clothes, yet choosing to walk at night, who would notice the elegance of your attire? Of course, List could disguise himself as an average sky knight and methodically tend to his island farm until he was ready to soar into the sky. But that wasn't his style. Everyone's pursuit of life was different, he reveled in the shocked expressions of others. After a long while, just when the Earl thought List was not going to answer, he slowly started speaking, with a hint of a smile. "My strength is far greater than what I have shown, and it is still increasing. Father, I have had my own extraordinary encounters, and I will openly tell you when the time is right. As for now, isn't seizing glory the most important thing?" Chapter 608 Unexpectedly won against two Icepear City was the Viscount's fiefdom, and Snowpear Castle was his fortress. And Steel Dyke City was Earl's domain, with the fortress named Little River Heart Castle. The Earl was called Deborah Ewis Stone, known as the river-cleaving sword saint, who was said to have once sliced through the roaring river with a single sword stroke. He was the nephew of Marquis Nuta de Maria Ewis Stone, but not the landlord of Yevich. The Clearwater Sword Saint was a follower of Marquis Nuta. When the Coral Island Knights arrived at Little River Heart Castle, Earl William Lee immediately felt the difficulty. No wonder it's called Little River Heart Castle, this is clearly a fortress on a river isle. The difficulty of seizing this castle is too high, especially with those 4 large stone bridges traversing the river. It's like being a live target during the night orders charge. There were 4 stone bridges connecting Little River Heart Castle with the river bank, each able to accommodate 4 horses running abreast. List just took one look, and he had a plan in mind, immediately saying, "If we can't seize it, then let's tear down these 4 stone bridges and isolate Little River Heart Castle from the river bank. This should draw out Deborah. If Deborah doesn't come out, then we can move on to attack other fortresses." That's also a solution. Demolishing the bridge, naturally, required the Blizzard Beast squad. "Dowson!" List called out, and Dowson immediately came over with his 8 children to the front of the stone bridge, ready to follow the command. "Aim at the bridge piers, release the rock grenades." Woof! The Blizzard Beast squad, even more disciplined than police dogs, began to release rock grenades one after another, incessantly bombarding the bridge piers. Despite the stone bridge's remarkable sturdiness, it kept shattering under the relentless destruction of the rock grenades, and if this persisted for a moment longer, collapse was inevitable. Mounted on the landwalker bird Loki, List observed Little River Heart Castle in silence. His target was within that fortress. Last night, the blood servant had already come to scout, and although deterred from getting too close by the presence of 2 sword saints, they still spotted Yevich. And just as he was eyeing the fortress, there were people within the castle watching him. Among them was Yevich Waterflower, the Clearwater Sword Saint with a look of hatred, and the younger one was the river-cleaving sword saint, Deborah. "Earl Deborah, this sapphire swordsman, List, is extremely powerful. He nearly brought me down with a sneak arrow shot at the battlements of Snowpear Castle. You should hold firm in Little River Heart Castle and wait for reinforcements from the Great River Heart Fortress, instead of rashly launching an attack." Viscount Yevich. Deborah turned his head and looked at Yevich beside him, a disdainful smile seemingly playing on his lips. "You were just sneak attacked by List with an arrow, are you that scared now?" Yevich's mouth twitched. "I'm telling the truth. You should know that I was once a candidate for the Dragon Knights, so I'm not unclear about the opponent's strength." Deborah snorted softly. "You were a candidate, but you are no longer one now." Yevich clenched his fist, holding back his anger. "Either way, I still suggest that you hold Little River Heart Castle, rather than launch an attack. They're smashing my bridge, and those Earth attribute magical beasts pose too great a threat to the stone bridge. Understand that just these 4 stone bridges cost half as much as the fortress itself." Deborah suddenly drew the sword hanging at his waist, his eyes flashing with a cold light. "Pass my command, the knight order to prepare immediately for a charge with me." "Yes, my lord." A knight standing behind promptly accepted the command and left. Deborah looked at Yevich again. "I may not have been selected as a Dragon Knight candidate, but I have never lost my courage. Yevich, if you don't want to be looked down upon by me, then show your courage and join me in battle side by side. I shall squash all the sapphire flies dead in my territory." With that, he fixed his gaze directly on Yevich. The meaning in his eyes was clear. If Yevich dared to back down, then in such a large territory as Impact River Plain, there might no longer be a place for Yevich. After all, Deborah was the nephew of Marquis de Maria, not like any ordinary follower, at least making Yevich leave wouldn't be difficult. Yevich took a deep breath. Suppressing the fear from the chilling arrow of the day before, he nodded. Since you insist, I shall prove my courage. Good. Moments later, while List was still directing the Blizzard Beast squad to bomb the stone bridge relentlessly, the gates of Little Riverheart Castle had already swung open, as the Night Order charged out in an instant, roaring slogans, emitting chi, raising the Knights' spears high, charging across the four wide, sturdy stone bridges. Dowson, form up and retreat. List made a snap decision, pulling back the Blizzard Beast squad, away from one end of the stone bridge. And behind him, Earl William Lee was already directing the Coral Island Knights, lining up to meet the challenge. Seal off the stone bridges, and don't let them cross. Charge. Charge. The charge of war horses and the tide of armor commenced, heralding the onset of a clash between Night Orders. List patted the neck of his Landwalker bird Loki, which responded with a clack and immediately spread its wings, casting a levitation spell and soaring into the sky. He was searching for the figure of Yevich. As the Night Orders charged, Sky Knights typically flanked the battlefield, so List quickly located Yevich, mounted on a majestic steed. Yevich happened to look up and spot the Landwalker bird ascending, causing his body to tremble as the memory of the terrifying arrow resurfaced in his mind. However, the knight in flashy gold armor by his side, following Yevich's gaze to List, showed no tremors, but rather a fiery stare full of intent, as if silently issuing a challenge. Interesting. List, riding atop Loki, didn't rush. He was calculating the distance, a distance from which both men would be unable to escape back to the castle. He wasn't about to let Yevich get away again. Boom. One end of the stone bridge near the shore. The two Night Orders finally collided, and with the Blizzard Beast squad having retreated, this was a direct confrontation between Night Orders. Layers of chi from both sides intertwined in an instant, Knights' spears piercing through formations, sending dozens of knights flying off their mounts in a flash. But List paid no attention to this battle, with an Earl watching over, the charge was bound to succeed. He was merely silently gauging the distance, and when Yevich and Deborah stepped onto the middle of the stone bridge, already a fair distance from Little Riverheart Castle, his brows suddenly furrowed. High-level fire attribute Dragon Chi surged through his body, and he leaped from Loki's back, diving toward the middle of the stone bridge. There was no fear, nor excessive fervor, just an invincible presence as he drew his sky-cleaving greatsword, performing the fully mastered move, Setting Sun Drop, one of the 5 power-gathering moves from Rising Sun Blaze, all of which he had mastered to the extent they became part of his instinct. Whoosh! Dragon Chi transformed into flames, enveloping his body. A true embodiment of a setting sun plummeting towards the horizon. On the stone bridge, Yevich, who was constantly monitoring List, cried out in alarm as the other leaped down from the bird's back. He is coming, Deborah. He is coming. Daring to fight 2-on-1? Seeking his own death. Deborah unsheathed her knight's longsword in a reflexive motion, her chi erupting as she ascended towards the sky. Though dubbed the river-cleaving sword saint, he was a thunder attribute sword saint, his body crackling with streaks of lightning, fearlessly charging toward the falling fireball that was List. On the other side, Yevich, with trembling palms, clenched his teeth and likewise mustered his water attribute G, soaring into the sky after Deborah, incessantly hypnotizing himself. Perhaps he's only strong in archery. Against 2 Sky Knights like me and Deborah, he can't possibly have the advantage. However, in the next moment, in his field of view, List and Deborah collided. Before he could convince himself of his hypnotism or adjust his mindset, the previously confident Deborah screamed as he was sent flying backward in the air, plummeting to the stone bridge with a velocity thrice the speed of his ascent, creating a thunderous crash and raising a cloud of dust. Seeing this, the slight courage Yevich had mustered retreated like the tide, his eyes widened in shock while he forcibly changed the direction of his chi, abruptly halting his own ascent. He reversed direction, fleeing toward Little Riverheart Castle. But just as he gained some distance, a fierce swooshing noise invaded his ears, followed swiftly by a scorching heat that slammed into his body. Ah! His scream echoed, involuntarily mimicking Deborah's earlier maneuver. He plummeted rapidly, crashing heavily onto the ground. Even with the robust physique of a Sky Knight, such a fall left him feeling as if his internal organs were upended, spewing a mouthful of fresh blood. Enduring the crushing pain as if his bones were shattered, he readied himself to stand and continue running. But a weight suddenly bore down on his back, a foot firmly planted on him, and a cold voice conveyed, "Yevich Water Peanut, do you think you could escape?" Chapter 609 Cloaked Bear Wearer. There's no escape. I knew this would be the outcome. Yevich Water Peanut, pinned to the ground, wailed in self-pity like a woman mourning her fate. With the foresight of a Dragon Knight candidate like me, how could I be wrong? How could I be wrong? Your strength is terrifying indeed. Terrifying indeed. List lifted his foot and turned his head to the other side, where the river-cleaving sword saint, Deborah Ua Stone, had already risen from the ground and was preparing to flee. So-called courage had vanished without a trace after a single encounter, replaced by a mind full of confusion and a desire to flee for life. "Stay here and lie down honestly," List casually instructed Yevich as he stood up, took flight and shot straight toward Deborah, ready to take captive those who offered themselves up. Seeing List approaching, Deborah's scalp exploded, thunder attribute chi erupting gratuitously, turning her speed into a bolt of lightning. Thunder attribute chi enhanced speed, and although List only had fire attribute chi, which has since been upgraded to dragon chi, with a flying speed no slower than his opponents, the gap in their takeoff left him trailing Deborah. However, he was in no panic, promptly switching to the swift shadow bow. The arrow knocked, the bow drawn fully. Releasing his hold, 3 flames tore through the sky, racing straight for Deborah. Naturally, Deborah saw List shooting arrows. At the level of a sky knight, archery was hardly effective in single combat, and a knight who could fly could easily dodge arrows. She was about to scoff at him in her mind for his stupidity when she suddenly remembered what Yevich had once said, that he was nearly killed by one of List's arrows. When she first heard it from Yevich, Deborah completely disbelieved that even a completion-level Sky Knight could kill a sword saint with an arrow. But now, she dared not disbelieve. She twisted her body in a frantic attempt to dodge the trajectory of these 3 fire-like arrows. Her expertise in archery informed her that arrows shot by knights were capable of changing their trajectory, so she dodged as much as possible, estimating the path of the 3 flame arrows to avoid them within a span of dozens of meters. Yet as the 3 arrows collided with each other, they seemed to track her somehow and charge toward her again. Clearly, her speed was not faster than the arrows, and with no way to dodge, Deborah, shocked, mobilized her entire chi to resist the incoming arrow. Just as the arrow touched her chi. Boom! An explosion rang out as the dragon chi clinging to the arrow was detonated without hesitation by List. The blast, hitting Deborah mostly directly, also accelerated the 3 arrowheads, which pierced through her golden armor and into her body with soft thuds. Ah! Deborah screamed as she once again fell from the sky. She couldn't block even one move from List face to face, and at a distance, she couldn't withstand even one of his arrows. The gap between a dragon knight and a sky knight was just that vast. Deborah, who fell to the ground, tried to endure the pain of 3 arrows piercing into her body as she struggled to rise. Then, she was kicked fiercely back to the ground by List, who descended from above, her body once more ravaged, letting out an even more agonizing scream. This scream sent a chill through Yevich, who was debating internally in the distance, freezing him in terror. Just a moment ago, he noticed List chasing after Deborah while he himself was left unbound. It was the perfect opportunity to flee, but before he could resolve his hesitation, Deborah's agonized scream instantly evoked his fear of List. He was once admired by everyone as a Dragon Knight candidate, but the years passed, and his edges had long since worn down. List's aggressive attack evoked the fears he once harbored, fears dominated by those true Dragon Knights. He fell into his fear of the Dragon Knights. It was clear that he had been eliminated from the kingdom's Dragon Knight program as a candidate who was afraid of Dragon Knights. And he never recovered from this setback. Why? I, Yevich, have a justifiable fear of Dragon Knights, so why do I feel such fear towards List? Why does the fear he brings to me feel just like the fear Prince Alex Whitemore Iron of the past brought to me? Looking at List's upright figure, a thought suddenly emerged, one he couldn't suppress no matter how hard he tried. Could it be? He is also a Dragon Knight? No, that's impossible. How could a sapphire fly possibly become a Dragon Knight? Aside from that sapphire dragon which was nearly killed by Prince Alex Whitemore Iron's mount, it's impossible for another dragon to appear in the Duchy of Sapphire. That place is nothing but a desolate island where, each year, the starving sapphire flies must come to the bountiful continent to loot supplies in order to survive. The Duchy of Sapphire has always been viewed by the people of the continental kingdoms as barren, impoverished, barbaric, and uncouth, which is why they rob the continent every year. Moreover, many nobles were aware that the Sapphire family had once sought to establish a kingdom on the continent but were thwarted by the Eagle Kingdom during the Dragon Battle. With the deployment of just one Whitemore Iron Dragon, the Sapphire Dragon was nearly killed, leaving behind the Blue Blood Mountain with its rich sapphire mines before they fled in panic overseas to establish a nation on the barren islands. To this day, Blue Blood Mountain still occasionally yields sapphire mines. Impossible. Yevich shook his head, having convinced himself to believe that List was not a Dragon Knight but had somehow attained power that surpassed that of a Sky Knight. There's a vast gulf between Sky Knights and Dragon Knights, but that doesn't mean there haven't been strong figures bridging that gap. At least Yevich knew of a Marquis, a landlord he had once followed, Marquis Pilaf the Earth Fury of Boulder, who was such a powerful intermediary. With his initial strength just entering the ranks of the Sword Saints, he couldn't even withstand a single punch from his opponent. Moreover, He knew the direct bloodline of the Earth Fury family did not call themselves knights but cloaked bear wearers. He had heard of similar families, such as cloaked wolf wearers and cloaked pig wearers, after Pilaf got drunk, but he didn't know which two families these referred to. Additionally, Yevich had also heard of vampire families. Among those vampires who liked to affiliate with the nobles, the most powerful pure-blood vampires indeed had strength surpassing that of Sky Knights. So young, what is List's identity? What is the nature of the power he has acquired? Not much time was left for him to ponder. After dragging Deborah up, List was already approaching Yevich. Meanwhile, on the other side, with the Earl personally intervening and witnessing the defeat of two of their Sky Knights, the Knights of Little River Heart Castle could no longer hold out and scattered in all directions. Those who couldn't escape knelt on one knee, accepting their fate as prisoners. What should have been a straightforward knight's charge ended in a dramatic fashion. Leading the bound Deborah and Yevich, the Coral Island Knights triumphantly entered Little River Heart Castle. The Earl watched the wide-open gates of the towering Little River Heart Castle, his heart surging with emotion, as if seeing a promising future beckoning, another glorious victory. Even though there's little military merit in conquering a castle, every gemstone collected will earn me a merit. Chapter 610. Refusing to follow. Sitting in the main seat of the council hall of Little River Heart Castle, Li William felt extremely pleased. He had easily gained a castle. His side had suffered only a few dozen knight casualties, yet they had captured 2 Sky Knights and a large number of Earth Knights. Moreover, with the knights previously conscripted at Snowpear Castle, the more they fought, the more knights they seemed to have. Although according to the plan, the supplies were all List's, the military exploits belonged to Li William. At the same time, these surrendered knights were all noble landlords of Coral Island, each one available to be chosen and conscripted, provided that one could afford the knight's upkeep. There was no shortage of captive knights, even elite Earth Knights were captured in large numbers, many unable to pay their ransom, available for the taking. Li William was in high spirits. List was equally elated, having captured 2 Sky Knights in succession, one an Earl and the other a Viscount. Their ransoms were not sums that ordinary wealth could compensate. His face beaming, he asked the Earl, "Father, you have captured a Sky Knight before too, what did it cost him to redeem himself?" This matter was basically known to all the knights of Coral Island, and naturally, List knew as well. Asking this question was merely a way to vent his excitement. Light shone from the Earl's eyes. "In that battle, I received 2 little minor elves as ransom. If 1 Sky Knight is worth 2 little minor elves, then I'll demand the same from Yevich. However, Deborah, being the nephew of Marquis Nuta, who has a very rich territory, should pay a bit more, let's say 4 little minor elves." List instantly decided on the ransom amount. Yevich, a bit poor, pays less, Deborah, a bit richer, pays more, fair and just. And indeed, that was how he conveyed his demands. He first met with Yevich, this former Dragon Knight candidate, who seemed to be quite devastated, staring blankly at the ceiling with listless eyes. "Yevich," List called out across the cage. Yevich turned his head woodenly, and upon seeing List, he jolted slightly, coming somewhat back to his senses. "It's you. You look even younger than before. Let's skip the nonsense, you should know why I'm here. How much ransom do you want for my freedom?" "I don't like to haggle with others, so the standard is the bottom line. I don't accept bargaining," List replied indifferently. 2 little minor elves, no older than 50 years and must be grain or magic potion type, or of equivalent value. Additionally, you'll need to compensate me with a batch of craftsmen. 2 little minor elves? Must be of the grain or magic potion type." Yevich gave a piteous smile. "Viscount List, you're a Viscount too, do you think a Viscount can have so many little minor elves? An ordinary Viscount might only have 1 little minor elf, but you as a Dragon Knight candidate and a Sword Saint, don't tell me you can't bear to part with 2. Keep in mind, your Sword Saint status alone is worth at least 3 little minor elves, but since you are only a Viscount, I've lowered the demand to 2. Haha. Yevich's laugh grew more wretched, his eyes even wanting to tear up. "Once I was a contender for Dragon Knight, but I was born a commoner. All my training expenses came from my landlord's resources. Later, it was the kingdom that provided the resources. I myself didn't have much in the way of resources. Decades have gone by, stuck at the Sword Saint level. What do you think I could have saved up?" List frowned. "You mean to say, you can't produce 2 little minor elves as ransom?" "Indeed, I have 2 little minor elves, but both are Shui Huasheng minor elves. Shui Huasheng is just ordinary water grass, other than serving as livestock feed, there are no additional outputs." Such was the plight of a mighty Sword Saint. It also broadened List's horizons. "Are you joking with me? If you truly think so, I am willing to exchange my freedom with 2 Shui Huasheng little minor elves. As for the craftsmen, you can take any from Ice Pear City. In fact, I probably can't follow Marquis Nuta anymore, My reputation has completely deteriorated. Yevich had served 4 landlords in succession, falling out with the first 3, and now he had been captured while serving the 4th. It was unlikely that any more landlords would be willing to take him in. List felt a toothache coming on. He had hoped that capturing Yevich would result in a huge profit, but it turned out he had caught a pauper instead. 2 little minor elves that could only produce weeds certainly had value but were nowhere near comparable to the grain or magic potion little minor elves. To use these 2 as a ransom, he was far from satisfied, suffering too great a loss. However, apart from that, Yevich really had no other minor elves, a fact that would be easy to verify with a little investigation. After some thought, he inquired, besides the 2 little minor elves, how many elf bugs do you have, and what kind are they? I have 14 elf bugs, one of which can cultivate magic potions, one can cultivate grain. But if I use them as a ransom, I'll be completely devoid of resources. I might as well simply surrender and pledge allegiance to you. As he spoke, Yevich suddenly had a bright idea. Seizing a spark of inspiration, he stared blankly at List outside the cage. Breathing heavily with excitement, he said, Viscount List, no, Lord List, your power is so terrifying it sends shivers down my spine, and I cannot afford my own ransom. Perhaps, I can pledge my loyalty to you. I cannot survive in the Eagle Kingdom, I might as well follow you and join the Sapphire. List was shocked by Yevich's wild idea. He didn't know how to respond. For a sword saint to willingly pledge allegiance because he couldn't pay his ransom was definitely astounding news that would make people's eyes pop. Far too ostentatious. He also didn't trust Yevich's character, so after some thought, he flatly refused. I do not need your allegiance, just pay the ransom. I can't afford the ransom, I wish to follow you, my lord. I can give you a discount, just hand over all your minor elves. Handing over all the minor elves would mean my life's efforts have gone down the drain. Please allow me to follow you, my lord. Yevich knelt down on one knee in the cage, his tone becoming increasingly fervent. He had witnessed List's strength and seen his youth, such a landlord had boundless prospects. His reputation in the Eagle Kingdom was ruined, so he might as well start afresh by pledging himself to List. From the Duchy of Sapphire, he would start over. Managing territory was not his strong suit, but with tasks like the Pioneer Mandate, he was quite fit for the job of robbery. Pay the ransom. I wish to follow you, my lord. The 2 were at a stalemate. List very much reluctant to accept Yevich, a person of low character considered useless, but Yevich had set his mind on List and insisted on following him. After going back and forth several times, List's expression darkened, and through gritted teeth, he said, the 2 little minor elves will serve as the ransom, the elf bugs I do not want, Yevich, this is my bottom line. Yevich also gritted his teeth, my lord, Yevich is willing to offer all his elves, just to be able to follow you. You are the most powerful person I have seen beneath a dragon knight. And so young. Yevich is willing to charge into battle for you and seize glory. Chapter 611 Dragon Tooth Platform. Having followers with powerful strength is indeed gratifying, but List values the character of his followers even more. Yevich, who has repeatedly turned against landlords and now is willing to serve the invaders for a bit of ransom, certainly has a very low character. On Earth, he would be akin to the turncoat Lubu. Of course, Lubu was the unparalleled warrior of his era, while Yevich is not even particularly strong among sword saints, so the difference in strength between them in their respective years is immense. At most, Yevich has only turned against landlords, not committed patricide for glory. It is not uncommon for landlords and followers to fall out due to personal disputes. If it's just about character, accepting his allegiance is not a big deal. Even the most despicable person, once under his command, would have to obediently accept the allocation, or else List's sky-cleaving greatsword would show no mercy. Be it dragon or snake, they must coil within his territory. What he worried about was the resource issue. Once Yevich followed him, he would undoubtedly rely on List for the consumption of magic potions before any fief allocation. Even if all the elves were given to List, that output would not satisfy a sword saint's need for magic potions. As a potential dragon knight who has wasted many years and only reached the level of a sword saint, it seems that he has never truly enjoyed the thrill of consuming potions to the fullest. Although I can already afford the potion consumption for both myself and little fire dragon Leo, supporting another sword saint would stretch my domain's resources thin, which doesn't seem proper. That was one of his concerns. The second reason for concern was being too high profile. Defeating a sword saint with such strength was already conspicuous enough to potentially alert the Sapphire Duke and arouse suspicion. To then take another sword saint as a follower would be like actively reminding him that there must be something fishy going on. However, why do I feel a vague sense of excitement, as if I want to provoke the situation? Could it be because I have previously speculated that the Duke is not a dragon knight but just a dragon domain landlord, and therefore do not take him seriously? He looked at Yevich Water Peanut kneeling before him, but his thoughts drifted far away. The Duke did not participate in this year's Pioneer Mandate. As long as the Dragon Knights of the Eagle Kingdom were restrained by those of the Steel Ridge Kingdom, there was no need for the Sapphire Dragon to appear. As the existence that suppressed the fortunes of their countries, dragons do not easily take the field unless it is a critical moment. Any injury would waste substantial resources. For instance, during the past Dragon Slayer battle, the Sapphire Dragon's blood spilled across the sky, leaving behind Blue Blood Mountain, allowing the Eagle Kingdom to mine sapphire ores for over 100 years. Such losses are unbearable for any country. Last year's Pioneer Mandate saw the Duke's participation probably as a way to show that the Sapphire Dragon was unharmed. Therefore, there was no need for him to participate this year. It was more important to stay within the country and protect the nation. The one who rides on a dragon's back is a Dragon Knight, the one who stands on a dragon's back is a Dragon Domain Landlord. Perhaps the Duke really is just a Dragon Domain Landlord. That's right, I can ask Yevich. He was once a potential Dragon Knight and participated in the Dragon Knight project. He should know the secret of that flat spot on the dragon's back. And so, he began to ask, I have a few doubts that I need you to clarify for me. Please go ahead and ask, my lord. Yevich had already cast himself in the role of a follower. You were once a potential Dragon Knight and became a Sky Knight at the age of 16. During the subsequent period, did you have any contact with a real dragon? I have had contact for a while, or to be more precise, I have interacted with 3 different dragons for a period of time each, the White Maw Iron Dragon, the Brass Dragon, and the Light Green Gemstone Dragon. How many dragons are there within the Eagle Kingdom? The kingdom breeds 9 dragons, and there are 6 identified evil dragons in dangerous lands. The vassal states breed 5 dragons, so in total, there are 20 dragons. How about Dragon Knights? The kingdom has 6 Dragon Knights, and the vassal states have 2. What's the difference between a Dragon Knight and a Dragon Domain Landlord? List gradually moved towards the real question he wanted to ask. The previous questions about the number of dragons and Dragon Knights were just common knowledge. Yevich frowned slightly. I don't know much about the Dragon Domain Landlord, and I only have superficial knowledge about Dragon Knights, so my lord, I can't really say what the differences are. Then, does a Dragon Knight have to make a pact with a dragon? That's not merely a contract, but a fusion, where a Dragon Knight fuses deeply with a dragon, unleashing unimaginable formidable power. How does one fuse? By gaining the recognition of the dragon. Yevich's tone was somewhat muted. Dragons are intelligent and proud creatures, their wisdom undifferentiated from that of an adult. The kingdom expends substantial resources to nurture these dragons, and in return, they contribute minerals and assist in combat. However, only those knights who have been recognized can mount them. Is there a difference between standing on their back and riding on their back? There is. Yevich gave an affirming response. There is a spot on a dragon's back called the Dragon Tooth Platform, which is directly connected to the dragon's teeth. As the soul of the dragon resides within its teeth, when a knight mounts the Dragon Tooth Platform, they can engage in deep communication with the dragon's soul and achieve fusion. Upon hearing such an explanation, List suddenly understood. It was indeed true that the Sapphire Duke had never successfully ridden the dragon. He stood rather than sat on the Dragon Tooth Platform. It could be surmised that the Duke had struck an agreement with the Sapphire Dragon, becoming a Dragon Domain Landlord and likewise harnessing the dragon's power. Nevertheless, it was clear he hadn't earned the dragon's recognition and couldn't fuse. A Dragon Domain Landlord might have an extended lifespan, but his strength certainly paled in comparison to a Dragon Knight's. List grasped this, feeling much lighter in spirit. Given time, surpassing the Sapphire Duke was just a matter of when, not if. When he stood before the Duke as a Dragon Knight, the Sapphire family would probably realize who the true master of the sea was. He took a deep breath, calming his fluctuating emotions, and continued to inquire, do you know how to earn the dragon's recognition and then fuse with it? I apologize, my lord, I am but a sword saint. My modest abilities are insufficient to impress a dragon, let alone earn its recognition. Since then I've neglected my training for a period and have been expelled from the Dragon Knight program, thus forever losing the chance to see any dragons. However, I was once mentored by His Highness Alex Whiteiron, the Dragon Knight. The royal family's Dragon Knight? Yes. The royal family of the Eagle Kingdom had 2 surnames, one being Moonlight Silver, derived from a silver dragon, and the other being White Maw Iron, derived from a White Maw Iron dragon. The Moonlight Silver lineage had traditionally assumed the role of king, though Dragon Knights were seldom born into it anymore. However, the White Maw Iron lineage brought forth a Dragon Knight every other generation. Alex Whiteiron was the Dragon Knight of his generation, holding a princely title parallel in stature to a Grand Duke, nearly 40 years old, and famed far and wide. Even from as far as the Duchy of Sapphire, List had heard of his deeds, as he also held the title of a hero, the Dragon's Lair, for having slain what was said to be an ice dragon turned evil dragon. He squinted his eyes. List suddenly asked, Yavich, compared to Dragon Knight Alex Whiteiron, how do you think my power measures up against his? Well, speak frankly, I wish to gauge the full measure of the gap between myself and a Dragon Knight. My lord, truthfully, I do not know. I've never seen His Highness Alex in true action. And since I cannot withstand even a single strike from you, there's no way for me to compare. However, I find even just breathing difficult in His Highness Alex's presence, an oppressiveness stronger than I've experienced around you. That must be dragon might, right? It should be. List had so far only been training with little fire dragon Leo and hadn't been recognized as a dragon knight, therefore he did not possess dragon might. List had felt the dragon might of real dragon knights or dragon domain landlords in the presence of the Sapphire Duke, and indeed it made breathing difficult. The formless dragon had also exuded dragon might before, creating the suffocating illusion. Even the newly born Leo had a faint presence of dragon might. Although dragon might does not possess a direct offensive power, it can certainly disrupt an opponent's actions. Considering the dragon's synergy, one can imagine just how powerful a dragon knight's combat prowess is. With a soft sigh, List couldn't help expressing his sentiment. It seems the distance between me and the dragon knight is still very great. Yavich immediately perked up. Dragon knights represent the pinnacle of the world's strength. They are rarely seen, and are not easily deployed. But your strength, my lord, comes right after that of dragon knights and is powerful enough to sway the outcome of a battle. I have only felt such strength in the Marquis of Boulder. The Marquis of Boulder? Chapter 612 Berserker. Who is the Marquis of Boulder? He is the second landlord I followed, peel off the Earth Frenzy, from an old Marquis family of the Eagle Kingdom. The offspring of this family call themselves cloaked bear wearers and do not like to charge on horseback, they prefer fighting on foot. Sometimes, their fists are more powerful than guns and swords. Cloaked bear wearers, what kind of profession is that? With the pioneer mandate continually expanding his knowledge, List had already encountered many cultivation systems different from those of knights and magicians. I'm not clear on the specifics, but aside from the cloaked bear wearers, there should also be cloaked wolf wearers and cloaked pig wearers. When I first entered the level of Sword Saint, I challenged the Marquis of Boulder. After he ate a poison mushroom, his momentum skyrocketed in an instant. Just with one punch, he sent me flying. Poison mushroom? A kind of poisonous mushroom that's very common. It's a small, gray, umbrella-shaped mushroom called Dog's Mantle. List was familiar with Dog's Mantle. Even on Coral Island and Black Horse Island, these small toxic mushrooms would grow after rain. Unexpectedly, this kind of poison mushroom could act like a stimulant, causing the cloaked bear wearers to become frenzied and significantly increase their strength. However, the cloaked bear wearers somehow reminded him of the druid bear warriors. In the sun scriptures studied by Yak, there had been detailed explanations stating that warriors among the children of the sun could transform into bears, eagles, leopards, and other creatures for combat, utilizing natural magic and their observations of animals. Perhaps there really was some connection between cloaked bear wearers and druid bear warriors. So, he asked, then, what changes occur in the body of a cloaked bear wearer after consuming Dog's Mantle? It seems their bodies enlarge slightly, their eyes turn somewhat red, and their spirits appear to fall into a state of intense frenzy. Normally, the Marquis of Boulder is cultured and refined, making him seem like a born noble. But once he eats Dog's Mantle, he becomes a berserk. Almost like a humanoid magical beast. Yavich tried his best to recall, but since he had seen the Marquis of Boulder take action only a few times, he didn't have a thorough understanding of the cloaked bear wearer's combat methods. After all, it was the family's secret training inheritance, hard to reveal the intricacies to outsiders. Do cloaked bear wearers have chi manuscripts like knights? I don't know. Do they practice magic? Or chi? It should be chi. Chi, huh? Although Yavich's descriptions were vague, List was gradually forming a preliminary impression of the cloaked bear wearers through his account. They didn't transform into bears, but there were signs of going berserk. They didn't like mounted combat, so they could not be called knights, but rather warriors. The thought of warriors capable of going berserk made List involuntarily think of a fighting profession from Earth's legends, the berserker. Of course. The cloaked bear wearers were only similar to berserkers. In fact, as a different world with language and history distinct from Earth's, this world had no such terms as dragon, elf, magician, or knight. These were labels List translated in his mind according to his personal preferences, comparing them to Earth's legends to aid his own understanding. Just like the term druid, which in serpent script was just a string of squiggly symbols resembling little snakes, devoid of any reference meaning, with neither the semantic evolution of Chinese words nor the root and affix changes of English words, List named it Druid based on his impression. His impression from Earth's legendary stories mentioned druids capable of transforming into bears, eagles, and other animals. Thus, this chain of meaningless symbols was interpreted by him as druids. Liches and vampires, both are interpreted in a similar manner. Take elves, for instance. On Earth, they are supposed to be the high-intelligence race living in forests as described in The Lord of the Rings. However, in Lee C.T.'s understanding of this world, there is no elf race, so based on the literal meaning of elf, it becomes a magical creature endowed with the ability to plant vegetation. Yavich, you have felt the strength of Marquis of Boulder. Compared to me, who is more powerful? I believe you are more powerful, my lord. When I first became a sword saint, Marquis of Boulder sent me flying with a punch, but I did not suffer much harm. Now that I've spent many years as a sword saint, and am much stronger than when I first entered the rank, yet I was severely injured by one of your arrows and defeated by a single sword strike. The defeat was much more swift and decisive. Lee C.T. nodded, not saying a word, yet he understood clearly in his heart. Indeed, being a dragon knight is the most powerful profession. A cloaked bear wearer is at best a stronger inheritance, lacking the strength to compete with a dragon knight. All in all, the Marquis of Boulder represents a new occupational system, the cloaked bear wearer. This indicates that in this world, not only do casters have a variety of professions, but those who cultivate chi aren't limited to knights either. Cloaked bear wearers, cloaked wolf wearers, and cloaked pig wearers could all potentially cultivate to become very powerful systems. There are even more hidden occupational systems on the continent. In the ordinary stages of cultivation, knights do not necessarily have an advantage. After all, a cloaked bear wearer at the completion level could very likely overwhelm a powerful sky knight. But with the almost cheat-like method of dragon riding to gain the dragon's strength, it becomes only logical for knights to rule the world. And with the rise of dragon knights, not only have other chi occupational systems gradually declined, but so have the magicians who were the rulers of the Moon Empire era. The era progresses, civilization advances, and anything that cannot adapt to survival will be eliminated like the ancient casters and warriors. Even those who survive can only tremble and gasp for breath in fear under the domain of the dragon knights. Lee C.T. felt quite fortunate. He too was part of the hierarchy of this year's rulers, not the ruled. He quickly curbed his excitement and pride. The information about the cloaked bear wearers broadened his horizons, but what mattered now was Yavich's ransom. He still did not want to accept Yavich. Yavich, counting Marquis Nuta, you have followed 4 lords. How did you fall out with the first 3? Yavich took a deep breath and sighed. When I was full of pride as a reserve dragon knight, my first lord promised to marry his daughter to me, but after I was quickly eliminated from the dragon knight program, that lord swiftly reneged on his word and married his daughter to the offspring of a noble. In a fit of anger, Yavich refused to follow him. The second lord was Marquis of Boulder, powerful and elegant, but he valued loyalty above all else. Thinking that Yavich wasn't loyal enough, he was very strict with him regarding military achievements and material distribution. Yavich simply handed over his fief and left. The third lord valued Yavich highly, but just when the fief granted to Yavich was not yet fully transferred, a wild little minor elf was discovered on it. The lord forcibly took the little minor elf under contract away. Having grown scared of poverty, Yavich, upon seeing the little minor elf that belonged to him being taken, confronted him directly. After wandering for some time, he followed his current lord, Marquis Nuta. After several deeds of valor, he was entitled to Viscount. The relationship was normal, but after being defeated and captured in battle, even Marquis Nuta's nephew Deborah was implicated. This disgraceful experience was to completely exhaust whatever little fame Yavich had left. That's why he planned to leave the Eagle Kingdom and follow Lee C.T. I do not owe the Eagle Kingdom anything. Apart from Marquis Nuta, I don't feel any debt to the other lords. Now that I am defeated and captured, I am dutiful to Marquis Nuta. At this moment, I choose to follow you, my lord, to lead charges into battle for you, to start anew and begin again. By that account, Yavich's character is at least much better than Lubu's. However, a follower who casually turns against his lords is not something List wants. He simply said, since you cannot pay your own ransom, I will demand it from Marquis Nuta. He is your lord, 2 units of grain and a magic potion type little minor elf, and your freedom will be returned to you immediately. Chapter 613 Bold idea. Of course, given that you've answered my question seriously and provided me with quite a lot of valuable information, I won't be demanding an exorbitant ransom. We can sit down and talk about everything. List was rather satisfied with Yavich's attitude, aside from the information about the Dragon Knights and the Cloaked Bear Wearer. Yavich also detailed the situation of Marquis Nuta, as well as the information about the assaults on the territories around the river's source, which was of great value to List. Therefore, he decided not to be too hard on him, only demanding the release of 2 little minor elves and all the craftsmen. After that, He disregarded Yevich's disappointment. He turned and left the cell, then prepared to go see Deborah Stone. Compared to Yevich, a poor wretch, Deborah was definitely rolling in wealth. The cells where they were being held were separate, to prevent the two from colluding or planning an escape. As he walked, he summoned the smoke mission, task completed, reward Iron Knight Alvin Eagle Sword. Alvin Eagle Sword? This surname is a bit special, actually being named after a sword. And isn't Eagle Sword the name of most standard magic longswords used by the Eagle Kingdom? List was familiar with this, as he had seized plenty of equipment from the Knights of the Eagle Kingdom and gained quite a few Eagle Swords. The Eagle Sword belonged to magic-powered weaponry. Although not exceptionally outstanding in quality, the materials were common and the craftsmanship was excellent, which led to a high rate of proliferation. Many elite Earth Knights liked to wield Eagle Swords. Compared to the standard magic longswords manufactured by the Duchy of Sapphire, Eagle Swords were slightly shorter, but had broader blades that required more strength to wield properly. Of course, there was no fixed standard for the quality of a knight's longsword. The Knight Order of the Duchy of Sapphire adhered to a swift style, rarely engaging in head-on clashes, so their knights' longswords were longer and narrower, suitable for thrusting and quick maneuvers. The Eagle Sword, being weighty and forceful, was more fitting for charges and defending castles. This Iron Knight being named after the Eagle Sword is certainly no ordinary person. Of course, it seems only large families are capable of fostering Iron Knights. He merely pondered for a moment before shifting his attention to the next task. Upon receiving news of the fall of Little Riverheart Castle and the capture of Deborah Stone, Marquis Nuta is furious beyond measure, already leading his elite knights on a 100-mile rush to assist Little Riverheart Castle. This is destined to be a life-and-death trial. Please repel Marquis Nuta's elite knights. Reward, unknown number of little minor elves. An unknown number of little minor elves? List was initially delighted, then frowned. Does this seem to be talking about Deborah Stone's ransom? At first, he thought there might be new little minor elves waiting for him to discover, but upon further thought, the most likely opportunity to gain little minor elves recently was clearly Deborah's ransom. Given the nature of the smoke mission, rewards would never appear out of thin air, they leverage situations and provide guidance. The most appropriate guidance now was undoubtedly Deborah's ransom. Marquis Nuta wouldn't hold back just because the hostage was in List's hands. It was only his nephew, not his son. He would definitely choose to defeat the Coral Island Knights first, before considering the ransom for Deborah. List had already invaded his territory, there was no reason to shrink back. At least, according to the rules of warfare among knights, once a knight is captured, they are out of the war and just wait for the ransom to be paid. If he could defeat the Coral Island Knights, he might not even need to pay a ransom, and if he captured List, then it would be List's turn to worry about how to prepare his own ransom. Marquis Nuta is a seasoned completion-level Sky Knight, and in his youth, he was known as the Surging Wave Sword Saint. His elite knight order is called the Roaring Knights, named after the Roaring River, so they must be very powerful. List pondered intently, realizing that the Coral Island Knights clearly could not contend with the Roaring Knights. They weren't on the same level. The Marquis's direct elite knight order was filled with elite Earth Knights. I plan to command the Blizzard Beast Squad to join the charge. I wonder if they can support the Coral Island Knights in holding their ground against the Roaring Knights. If they cannot, then I must take action myself. Given my strength, I should be able to take on the elite knight order alone with my sword. As a half-step dragon knight, List had the confidence. He didn't immediately go to see Deborah. Instead, he took a moment to reflect alone, drawing upon the information revealed by Yevich and combining it with the arrangement of the smoke mission. A bold idea quickly sprung to mind: Little Riverheart Castle. Great Riverheart Fortress. Roar City, Three Dragon City. Yevich said that Trapped Dragon Mountain harbors a secret iron mine. He suppressed the thought. He summoned Bloody Mary and 5 other vampires. How is the blood magic tome coming along? My lord, we vampires have a greater affinity for violence rather than writing, which is more suited for magicians. It has been many years since we have undertaken such tasks, so it will take some time, they replied. No hurry. I have a new mission for you now. Based on the information I've received, there is a trapped dragon mountain west of Three Dragon City with a secret iron mine within. Investigate Trapped Dragon Mountain for me, locate this secret iron mine, and ascertain the defenses. Yes, my lord. The 5 vampires adapted well to their roles as blood servants, as ever since they had witnessed List's awe-inspiring might, they no longer harbored any malicious intentions. Once the blood servants departed, List hurried to find the Earl to discuss how to resist the attack led by Marquis Nuta and the Roaring Knights and to communicate his bold plan to the Earl. Father, based on my estimation of Marquis Nuta, he has already led the Roaring Knights to confront our Coral Island Knights, List said. I had the same guess. That's why, once the supplies are packed and transported away, we will leave Little River Heart Castle and raid other cities and castles. Hit and run, a cornerstone of pioneer warfare, was something that Li William had mastered through years of battle. Being outnumbered and overpowered meant avoiding head-on confrontations. However, List shook his head and said, I do not wish to leave Little River Heart Castle. We should rely on the fortifications here to take the initiative. Take the initiative? Yes, we have telescopes that can give us an early look at the movements of the Roaring Knights. Why not ambush them with 2 Night Orders attacking from the flanks, with Father leading a charge down the middle and me supporting with the Blizzard Beast squad? When our Night Orders clash, I can step in to suppress them. The Earl hesitated. Your boldness concerns me. We should not engage Marquis Nuta in direct combat. If we acted as we do every year during the Pioneer Mandate, seizing a bit of supplies and then leaving, of course, we wouldn't need to confront Marquis Nuta. However, if we aim to expand our achievements, the quickest way is to plunder mines. He took out a map collected from Little River Heart Castle, pointing at the Roaring River. Meticulously crafting a blueprint for war. The Roaring River is a golden waterway. Its broad expanse allows the Tool-Up fleet to sail from the sea upriver. Once we secure the Roaring River, the entire upper river basin will be open to our expeditions. Moreover, with this golden waterway, we could use Three Dragon City upstream as a springboard to make a significant trade. Chapter 614 Determination and Ambition. The source of the Roaring River was unknown. It likely began in a perilous area thousands of kilometers away. The continent's vastness meant that territories untouched by humans far exceeded their active range. Particularly regions like high mountains and flowing streams, primeval forests, deserts, and large lakes were forbidden zones for human life and the exclusive domains of magical beasts. The Earl followed List's pointing finger. Snowpear Castle was situated at the mouth of the Roaring River, with Little River Heart Castle upstream, and even further upstream was Great River Heart Fortress. However, List's finger moved past Great River Heart Fortress, continuing to extend upstream. It finally settled on a location even further upstream, Three Dragon City. The territory where Three Dragon City is located belongs to an Earl, a follower of Marquis Nuta. Defeating Marquis Nuta and subsequently uprooting Three Dragon City would make the Roaring River an internal waterway for the Tool-Up fleet. This golden waterway is not only capable of swiftly transporting goods but also of rapidly moving the Night Order. Are you planning to use the Roaring River to plunder resources from the surrounding territories? It's not just about resources. List smiled slightly, his finger now pointing further west of Three Dragon City. Father, the name of Three Dragon City originates from a battle from the past. It's said that 2 dragon knights once chased an evil dragon through here, hence the name Three Dragon City. The Earl was silent, listening intently. List recounted the information revealed by Yevich. Three Dragon City is also where the Roaring River meets with its tributary, the Three Dragon River. If you follow the Three Dragon River further upstream, there is a continuous mountain range known as Trap Dragon Mountain. Father, please look here, there's a secret iron mine. An iron mine? Yes, this is the news from Yevich. He once entered Trap Dragon Mountain intending to capture a magical beast for a mount. I've already sent the blood servants to investigate. Once it's confirmed that there really is an iron mine, perhaps we can join forces with my uncle's Night Order. Relying on the Three Dragon River and the Roaring River, we can repeat the glorious deeds of your youth. After speaking, List looked expectantly at the Earl, awaiting his response. The Earl didn't answer immediately. He was lost in the memories of his younger days. When he inherited the title of Viscount from Greg Wafers of Tahiti City, he was bent on revitalizing his family. He wildly plundered resources and sought military achievements every year with the pioneer mandates. One year he even ventured deep into the heartland of Eagle Kingdom and seized an iron mine, making away with no less than 200,000 tons of iron ore. This exploit that shook the Duchy of Sapphire drew out the Dragon Knight of the Eagle Kingdom, who journeyed thousands of miles to intercept the fleet. Because of those 200,000 tons of iron ore, Marquis Merlin noticed Li William and gave his daughter Melissa in marriage to him. The following year, the Grand Duke personally bestowed upon him the title of Coral Islands Count. Nearly 2 decades later and the bold exploits of his youth had not been repeated. Furthermore, he had spent those 20 years stagnating as an earl. Now, still ambitious, he hoped to advance further and become a marquis. The iron mine in Trap Dragon Mountain seemed like a direct path to nobility, making him breathe more rapidly with excitement. Yet after deliberating, he shook his head. List, I understand your youthful vigor and the great ambitions you have for your strength, but it's too dangerous. Father, if we strike swiftly before the Dragon Knights react, the chance for a decisive battle is significant. If we don't seize the iron mine in Trap Dragon Mountain this time, there might not be another opportunity, as the mines yield less and less each year. If you know that I plundered a mine when I was young, then you should also know the consequence was that it drew out a Dragon Knight. The Earl was visibly apprehensive. If it hadn't been for the Steel Ridge Kingdom's Dragon Knight holding them off, I might have been killed by the Dragon Knight at sea. List fell silent for a moment, his eyes still brimming with brilliance. Fortune favors the bold. Dragon Knights, the pinnacle of strength. Dragons were not rare in this world, but relative to the vastness of the land, their distribution was sparse. Many nobles might not see a dragon in their lifetime, to say nothing of the common folk. Including subordinate states and evil dragons, the Eagle Kingdom had a total of 20 dragons, not too many. Only a dragon rider could be conferred the rank of Grand Duke and found a new nation, which would meet its end should the dragon die or depart. Thus, any country, be it a Grand Duchy or a kingdom, would inevitably possess dragons. A kingdom itself comprised many vassal states, and naturally, it wouldn't maintain too few dragons. The Eagle Kingdom raised 9 dragons, but currently, only 6 of them were bonded with humans, meaning there were 6 dragon knights serving the kingdom for life, either born into the royal family or bound by contract. However, compared to the vast expanse of the kingdom, which was almost as large as Asia, the 6 dragon knights simply could not defend such a broad swath of land. It would take 10 days to half a month just for messages to travel from south to north. What's more, the Eagle Kingdom had dragon knights, and so did the Steel Ridge Kingdom. The number of dragon knights in the Steel Ridge Kingdom even exceeded that of the Eagle Kingdom. But each dragon knight was entangled in a vast array of international relations, which made it difficult for them to act rashly, especially in battles to slay dragons between dragon knights. Victory would of course be a good thing, but defeat could lead to a terrible result that might shake the very foundations of a nation. Why royal families entrusted the dragons they raised to outsiders was precisely because they did not have enough dragon knights, which could plunge the nation into great trouble. Just as countries like China, Russia, and America all had nuclear weapons, but none dared to use them carelessly, nor dared to reduce them without consideration, it was a means of deterrence and balance. The Eagle Kingdom, Steel Ridge Kingdom, and even the vassal state of the Duchy of Sapphire all had dragon knights or dragons. However, their mutual wariness, opposition, and entanglements resulted in very few battles to slay dragons among the dragon knights. Dragon knights seldom took part in the wars of ordinary knights. Using a dragon knight against ordinary knights, one could decimate countless knight orders. But just as you could destroy the enemy's knight orders, their dragon knights could do the same to yours. With both sides neither gaining nor losing, it was better to rely on deterrence and only take part in battles when necessary. No matter how ambitious the Earl might be, he was inevitably worn down by the years and had grown to harbor fears. List, however, refused to give up this opportunity. The dragon knights of the Eagle Kingdom are tied up on their borders. If we act swiftly, plunder the iron ore quickly, and retreat down the Three Dragon River and the Roaring River, by the time the message reaches the dragon knights, we will already have withdrawn back to our own country. But what if we can't retreat in time? List. I long for the title of Marquis, but I do not want to attain it at great cost. Your future is bright, the glory of knighthood always favors you, there's no need to be so reckless. Reckless? Extremely reckless. List was well aware that such an action was not just bold, it was more aptly described as reckless and impulsive. He was not usually this type of person. He would prefer to stay in Fresh Flower Town rather than join a war, content to farm in a small place for half his life, and wait until he was fully equipped before chasing his dreams. He had not anticipated that acquiring a dragon early, along with the power of the smoke dragon and the gift from the formless dragon, would rapidly elevate his strength to the point where he was close to standing at the pinnacle of the world. His mindset underwent a profound change, developing a longing for war and a keenness for plunder. He had not changed the world had quietly changed him. Of course, he preferred to call his shift in perspective growth. When he had been but an inconsequential commoner, he naturally preoccupied himself with trivial matters. But now that he had one foot on the summit, gazing out at the boundless expanse of land, how could he bear to continue hunkering down on an island, counting 1 or 2 elf bugs? After a moment of deliberation, List spoke slowly. Father, you are absolutely right. I really don't need to be so reckless, but it's also difficult for me to let go of such a huge temptation. Perhaps we can reach a compromise. The Earl raised an eyebrow. What kind of compromise? If they could safely carry away the iron ore, he too was reluctant to let go of the opportunity. We stick to the plan for a quick battle and a quick resolution, but this time we bring in the Longtaro family and the Golden Wheat Sheaf family, getting them to help us seal off the territories around the Roaring River. After we plunder the iron ore, we'll share some of the spoils with them and bring together the fleets of all 3 families to quickly withdraw and break through to the source of the river. But there is still no guarantee of safety. Once we've taken Trapped Dragon Mountain, Father and I will immediately blend in with the other Knight Orders to lay low. Regardless of whether the fleet withdraws smoothly, we will not be involved in what follows. Additionally, we can inform the Grand Duke ahead of time and have him come to our aid. With the Grand Duke's protection, I believe that even if the Dragon Knights personally arrive, it will make no difference. The Earl's eyes lit up. According to this plan, the glory of their victory would indeed be shared quite broadly, but the risks would be reduced to the minimum, making it worth a try. After locking eyes, father and son each saw unwavering resolve in the other. And ambition. Chapter 615 Ancient Warrior Legacy. After formulating the plan, List could leave the remaining work to the Earl to arrange, and took the opportunity to visit Deborah Uchiha. The river-cleaving sword saint resided in a cell, yet she apparently hadn't suffered any indignities. "You are very strong." Upon seeing List, he spoke calmly with his first sentence. "I couldn't even withstand a casual blow from you. It seems your background is extraordinary. May I know which ancient warrior inheritance you possess?" Ancient warrior inheritance? List had never heard of it, but he cleverly did not show it, merely smiling slightly. "Guess. The bearskin wearer, unlikely, you haven't gone mad. The wolfskin wearer, also unlikely, you aren't bloodthirsty. The pigskin wearer, seems incorrect, you haven't turned into a sphere of flesh. Could you be a gladiator inheritance? Or perhaps the bronze-muscled warrior inheritance, or the shadow incarnation inheritance? The bearskin wearer. The wolfskin wearer. The pigskin wearer. The gladiator. The bronze-muscled warrior. The shadow incarnation." Deborah listed 6 types of ancient warrior inheritances in one breath, impressing List immensely. He did not realize how vast the world was before coming to the mainland. Within the Duchy of Sapphire, he thought there were only magicians and knights, but on the continent, all sorts of strange cultivation systems continuously emerged. "You seem quite knowledgeable about ancient warrior inheritances?" List inquired subtly, as if making idle chat. Deborah harumphed, with an undeniable pride in her tone. "As a member of a nobility that has continued for hundreds of years, the Uchiha family is naturally familiar with ancient warriors and ancient magicians. However, it's quite unexpected to find ancient warrior inheritance in a place like Sapphire, which is a remote overseas territory. But you don't know which ancient warrior inheritance I carry. With so many inheritances lost to the river of time, how could I possibly know them all? However, this is the era of knightly rule. The ancient warrior inheritances will eventually be extinguished, all becoming part of the G-secret techniques that knights can cultivate. Ancient warrior inheritances, ultimately transformed into G-secret techniques?" List cleverly uncovered another important piece of information. It turns out that so-called G-secret techniques actually belong to the ancient warrior inheritances. Could it be that the knightly cultivation system, which gathers the strengths of all trades, assimilates most of the ancient warrior inheritances? It made sense. He had practiced the Eye of Magic and Breath Decay, which were vastly different from the mainstream Chi manuscripts on the market. Not only was the difficulty of cultivation considerably greater, but more importantly, compared to ordinary Chi manuscripts, G-secret techniques tend to favor special effects. To keep probing, List still did not reveal any emotion, and simply remarked, "Who knows what the future holds? Even though Dragon Knights rule the world, how many Dragon Knights are there in the world? Without a dragon to fight alongside, the strongest a knight can ever be is just a completion-level Sky Knight. A few Dragon Knights are enough," Deborah said, looking at List, who was already 34 years old, yet with a naivety more fitting of a 17 or 18-year-old. "I admit that as an ancient warrior inheritance, your strength is remarkable, but this is the end of the road for ancient warrior inheritances, with no further progress possible." He didn't know where his sense of superiority came from. As if feeling sorry for List, he added, "Only a knight can grasp how to wield the power of a dragon, which is why knights rule the world. And it's not just about ancient warriors or ancient magicians, even magicians will eventually be integrated into knightship, becoming part of the Iron Knight Order. It seems you mainlanders know much more. I have never heard so much about ancient warriors and ancient magicians back home. Hey, the Duchy of Sapphire has been established for just over 100 years, isolated on an island, spending each year pillaging like magical beasts. What cultural inheritance could there be? Indeed, living secluded overseas has left me ignorant of many things." List nodded earnestly before adding, "But you are my prisoner now, and since you are both a sword saint and of noble lineage, I've set a high ransom for you. You need to produce 4 magic potions and grain-type little minor elves for your ransom." PFFT. Deborah, who was wallowing in a sense of superiority, almost choked on air. "What? My ransom is 4 little minor elves, and they must be grain and magic potion-type minor elves?" "Yes. Impossible, absolutely impossible." Deborah's face was as dark as still water. "My uncle, Markinuta, will crush you, and then I won't need to pay any ransom at all. I will crush Markinuta, and even take him captive." "Naive. You have seen my strength. Do you think Markinuta could escape my onslaught? Even if he brings along several Sky Knights, I can still crush them all." List's face was haughty, his tone triumphant. "Although I am not a dragon knight, I am invincible below the dragon knights." "Naive, how naive." Deborah laughed in anger. "The Uchiha family is not an ordinary noble house. You may have an ancient warrior heritage, and your family might have a G-secret technique heritage, but the Roaring Knights will show you what an unstoppable force is. Ancient warrior heritage, it can't block a knight's charge. This isn't naivety, it's confidence. As an heir to the ancient warrior tradition, wiping out the Roaring Knights would only be slightly strenuous for me. You're overestimating the ancient warrior inheritance. If it were truly so powerful, it wouldn't be on the brink of decline as it is now. The ancient warrior and ancient magician heritages haven't declined, there are still many legacies in this world. They are merely lingering on their last breaths, very few are actually making a difference." List scoffed. "You're only an earl. You didn't even get selected as an alternate for dragon knights like Yevich, so what do you know about the ancient warrior and ancient magician heritages?" "Haha, a sky knight of commoner origin like Yevich, what would he understand?" Deborah sneered. "As for the cloaked bear wearer, cloaked wolf wearer, cloaked pig wearer, gladiators, bronze-skinned muscle warriors, shadow incarnations, I've had more or less contact with all of them. Although I can't identify your heritage, it's most likely one of these." When leaving the cell, Deborah was still seething with indignation. He hated List's arrogant, ignorant, and self-centered nature. Though he had been defeated by List, he believed it was only because of the ancient warrior heritage. If he could obtain the Dragon Knight inheritance, killing List would be a matter of minutes. In the end, it was just bad luck. The knight's glory didn't shine upon him, and it surely wasn't due to a lack of skill. But he didn't know. After List left the cell, he reflected, Yevich had told me that Deborah was a conceited, shallow fool, and it turns out to be true. With just a little scheming, I obtained a lot of hidden knowledge about the ancient warrior and ancient magician heritages and G-secret techniques. In recent years, nobles have enjoyed hoarding their treasures and do not easily reveal secrets that could empower others. If List had asked directly, Deborah would certainly have kept silent. However, by pretending to be an heir of the ancient warrior heritage and provoking the other a little bit, Deborah revealed a lot of secrets not even known to Yevich. The ancient warrior heritage had not been severed, it had mostly turned into G-secret techniques. As for the ancient magician heritage, it seemed to be integrated with knights, becoming part of the Iron Knights. It seems I need to visit and provoke Deborah a few more times, perhaps he will even reveal his family's G-secret techniques to me. But one thing is certain, Markinuta must possess G-secret techniques. Now, how can I obtain the G-secret techniques of the Uchiha family? He shook his head, not ruminating over it too deeply. Perhaps he would capture Markinuta on the battlefield, and then the G-secret techniques would easily fall into his hands. Thinking about the ancient warriors and ancient magicians' heritages, he was reminded that he hadn't yet received the reward for his last smoke mission, the Iron Knight Alvin Eagle Sword. Chapter 616 Eyes Soul Dragon Slaying Sword. Alvin Eagle Sword didn't need to be found, in fact, he was imprisoned in the dungeons of Little River Heart Castle. My lord, this is the prisoner list of Little River Heart Castle. Alvin Eagle Sword is in this cell, said Marcus, holding the dungeon list and locating the cell that confined Alvin. The dungeon was dark, damp, and smelled foul, where prisoners on straw mats were snoring loudly in their sleep. Marcus couldn't help but rap on the cell door with a stick, bellowing, get up, no more sleep, Alvin Eagle Sword. Why is today's meal so late? Alvin grumbled as he got up and slowly made his way to the cell door. Clad in tattered rags, his hair unkempt, his beard ragged, and heavy metal shackles on his hands and feet, it was obvious that he had been imprisoned in the dungeon for a lengthy period. He looked at Marcus standing at the door, and couldn't help but be taken aback. The one serving food has changed today, and it's now a night. Are you preparing my last meal? Overwhelmed by the stench of the dungeon, List had already backed up to the entrance. Hearing the dialogue inside, he directly said, Marcus, let him out, have someone clean him up, and then bring him to the drawing room to see me. Yes, my lord. About a quarter of an hour later, List, who was sipping tea in the drawing room, saw Alvin Eagle Sword, now bathed, hair cut, shaved, and dressed in new clothes. This was a tall and thin middle-aged man. From his frame, one could tell that before his imprisonment, he must have been a strapping man. But now his cheekbones were prominent, his eye sockets deeply sunken, and his skin on his face and hands pale as if it had never seen the light. Perhaps he had not been abused, but he certainly had never been well fed. So you are Alvin Eagle Sword, an Iron Knight? Said List, looking at the man with interest. Captain Marcus has told you about the current situation, hasn't he? Alvin seemed somewhat unused to the environment, taking a while before responding. You are a sapphire person, you have taken over Little River Heart Castle? Deborah, you a stone, that hypocritical, greedy man, has he been captured by you too? List frowned. Right now I am the one asking questions. You only need to answer mine. I am Iron Knight Alvin Eaglesword. Tell me your background, and why you were imprisoned in Little River Heart Castle. Alvin took a deep breath before responding. My ancestors were once marquises of the kingdom and had forged magic weapons like the Eagle Sword for the kingdom, taking the name Eaglesword as our surname. But now our family has fallen into decay. By my generation, not only have we lost our title, but many of our forging skills are also hard to reproduce. To hone his skills, to revive his ancestors' glory. Alvin had moved between many nobles, using their resources to study weapon forging technology. However, with limited talent and an unwillingness to casually hand over family secrets, the nobles who invested in him considered him a fraud and expelled him from their lands. Afterwards, he wandered to the region around Roaring River. Deborah promised to recommend me to Marquis Nuta, but due to the wrapping of my heirloom crumbling apart revealing its true nature, he became greedy. He snatched away my family heirloom and imprisoned me, demanding that I hand over my family's forging skills. I did not yield, and thus have been living in the dungeon. List wasn't too interested in his story, instead asking eagerly, "What heirloom is this?" Alvin hesitated. List waited patiently. A moment later, Alvin seemingly made up his mind. "Captain Marcus mentioned your incomprehensible strength, overpowering Deborah in one move. That I can see the light of day again is thanks to you. If you help me retrieve my family heirloom, I will follow you and contribute all of the Iron Knight skills of the Eagle Sword family to you. I released you because I need you to follow me, to serve me. But what is this family heirloom of yours?" "It is a greater elf warrior weapon, the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword. Originally forged from dragon bone, refined through generations in my family and finally cast as a greater elf weapon. It has already been presented by Deborah to Marquis Nuta. I do not dare hope to possess it again, I only wish to see it one more time when you retrieve it." Alvin knew the power of a marquis's influence. He could not afford to ask for a higher price, so he was not greedy, only yearning to hold the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword once more in his hands. List was not excited by the greater elf warrior. Even the strongest weapon is only as good as its wielder. For example, even with a common weapon in hand, he was still stronger than a Sky Knight wielding a divine weapon. "Are you sure you know how to forge magic power weapons?" "Indeed, I haven't inherited my family's talent. Ordinary magic power weapons like the Eagle Sword can certainly be forged, but beyond gemstone weapons, I am powerless. However, I possess my family's complete forging techniques, and I'm willing to offer them to you, so you can train more talented Iron Knights. Are you willing to part with them?" Alvin looked down at his now thin and weak body, his tone filled with resentment. "I wasn't willing before, but what have I got left to lose now? All right, I agree to this trade." No matter what, the Marquis Nuta was someone he planned to deal with. Powerful weapons like the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword should not be in the hands of a common marquis. The Sapphire Duke himself owns a greater elf weapon known as the Wailing Cage Sword, the best weapon List knows of. Now, this Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword would be a fitting match for his identity. Alvin Eaglesword himself was only an elite Earth Knight and over half a year in the dungeon had ravaged his body, which would take a long time to recover. Arrangements were made for this Iron Knight. List glanced over the list of other prisoners in the dungeon and ordered their interrogation, one by one, to see if there were any special figures among these captives. The result was disappointing. They were just some knights from the territory who had made mistakes. For these errant knights, List had no intention of releasing them, at all. Having taken Snowpear Castle and Little River Heart Castle, he had enough prisoners to choose from to select 100 elite Earth Knights. Now, he wouldn't even spare thought for common Earth Knights, let alone this bunch of prisoners. The Tulip fleet was making its way up the Roaring River against the current, heading for Little River Heart Castle. The castle's supplies had been packed, ready to be loaded onto ships and transported to the river mouth. Knight allies of the Long Taro family and the Golden Wheat Sheaf family had also received their orders and departed. The Earl had even written letters to List's uncle, Maziro Taro, and Roderick Goldwheat, the Marquis of Golden Island, directing the dispatch of knights and ships to be ready to move out along the Roaring River at a moment's notice. The first hurdle to the success of this plan was the Marquis Nuta's Roaring Knights. Possessing the G secret technique, being a completion-level Sky Knight himself, and having the greater elf weaponized Soul Dragon Slaying Sword, I wonder just how strong Demaria Ua Stone truly is. Standing in front of the window on the 4th floor of the castle, gazing at the undulating crops on the vast land, List was brimming with confidence. "I hope for a good fight, to truly understand how strong I am." He felt that recently he had been very inflated, acting so high profile without regard for consequences, a dangerous behavior. But he couldn't suppress the smugness itching to surface. "I can't control myself." So, he hoped a hearty battle would completely wake him up to reality, adjust the appropriate attitude, and be prepared for the possible suspicions of the Sapphire Duke. Perhaps, I should now fabricate an ancient warrior's legacy to appease the Duke. Should I invent an ancient bronze-muscled hero, a gladiator, or perhaps the cloaked wolf-wearer? As a historical inventor, inventing stories was not a difficult task for Liszt. Chapter 617 Ghost Swordsman, the Cloaked Bear-wearer, Cloaked Wolf-wearer, Cloaked Pig-wearer, Gladiator, Bronze-muscled warrior, Shadow Incarnate. These were the 6 ancient warrior lineages that Liszt knew of. However, he felt that he did not fit any of the above ancient warrior lineages, since he had limited information on them and it was easy to overlook something. Therefore, an original ancient warrior lineage is the best explanation, he thought. After careful consideration, he decided on his new identity: I shall claim the inheritance of the Ghost Swordsman. The Ghost Swordsman represents an ancient cultivation system, one who can see souls. The lineage comes from the salvage of shipwrecks around Black Horse Island. This is the favor of knightly glory. Ghost Swordsman. That was the most suitable guise he could adopt before his identity as a Dragon Knight was established. Whether others believe it or not, I certainly do. It's just a ruse. If the Sapphire Duke doesn't believe it and insists on forcibly investigating my true identity, then I will have no choice but to abandon my territory and flee overseas. Take Ak, take the elves, take Leo, and entrust the entire territory to the Earl. The day he became a Dragon Knight would be the moment the flames of vengeance swallowed the Duchy of Sapphire. I hope that the power of destiny of the Smoke Dragon will always envelop me, manipulating the threads of fate in my favor and ensuring I am always under the shelter of knightly glory. He took his gaze back from the distant fields. Liszt did not wish to conflict with the Sapphire Duke. Giving up the Black Horse Island domain, which he had worked so hard to cultivate, was an incredibly tough choice. The land had inventions like white liquor, glass, tofu, and paper was under research, along with a large number of rubber trees, corn grass, and other crops. Additionally, there was the smoked grass, which could attract the formless dragon to visit again at any time. Whether it was a smoke dragon or a formless dragon, both were sacred dragons, and he could not bear to give up either one. If the Sapphire Duke dared to come and snatch them, then it would all come down to who had stronger tactics and who would become the last one laughing victoriously. Of course, it is still too early to worry about that now. I should rather be concerned about when Marquis Naruto will make his appearance. A day had passed. The exploring knights had not found any trace of the Roaring Knights, and Lee William also frequently soared the skies, observing through telescopes, likewise without any sighting of the Roaring Knights' whereabouts. Nevertheless, the Coral Island Knights were ready and waiting in ambush, hidden in the woods by the banks of Little River Heart Castle. Once the Roaring Knights started their attack on the stone bridge, and clashed with the Coral Island Knights, 2 ambush squads of knights would charge out from both flanks, hitting the Roaring Knights from the sides and disrupting their formation. Of course, against an elite knight order, such a sneak attack could not gain a decisive advantage. Liszt would personally take action, leading the Blizzard Beast squad, to give the Roaring Knights a surprising start to the battle, making them understand the meaning of an overwhelming surprise. In the blink of an eye, another night had passed. When the sunlight illuminated the earth, Lee William, holding a telescope and taking to the skies, finally spotted the Roaring Knights. This elite knight order, renowned for its formidable charges, was racing from the west towards Little River Heart Castle, against the light of the sun, like a black torrent. Dressed in black, with armor and horses, they were faintly visible through the dust they kicked up. Boom! The Earl quickly landed and then shouted, "Enemy attack! Sound the horns! Meet the enemy head-on! Enemy attack! Woo! Prepare to charge!" Little River Heart Castle instantly became restless, with the Coral Island Knights hurriedly readying their gear, lining up in formation awaiting the impending battle. The Black Horse Island Knights, under the leadership of Marcus, also swiftly formed up. With meticulous care, Marcus checked each knight's equipment. When he reached the end of the line, he was surprised to see a youthful face. "Emily, step out." "Yes, Commander." "Check the equipment." Marcus barked coldly. The tender face belonged to Liszt's youngest follower, Emily, who quickly checked her own gear. Her armor was a mithril armor, the one crafted by the grandson of the Marquis of the Bull. The knight's longsword was the Crimson Blood Sword, a gemstone weapon that Liszt had already discarded. Crossbows, knight's spears, horse armor, arrows. Reporting to the commander, "Emily has completed the check, nothing is missing. Fall in." Watching Emily finish her equipment check, Marcus breathed a sigh of relief, keeping his composure. As the smallest Earth Knight, he certainly understood Emily's talent, and Liszt had also entrusted him to take good care of Emily, hoping she wouldn't be killed in one of the charges before she had a chance to grow. War inevitably brings death, and Marcus was powerless to stop the chaos of the Knight Order's charges. He could only watch Emily's preparations as closely as possible. The rest of her fate would have to be entrusted to the glory of the Knights. Within the ranks, Emily held her knight's spear, unflustered. Marcus worried for her, but she herself was not at all concerned. To her, the battlefield was the best place to cultivate, there she only felt excitement, not fear. Since the siege at Snowpear Castle, she had felt her cultivation speed soar. Especially when she personally used her knight's spear to kill an Earth Knight, her blood seemed to boil and her strength surged forward. When she killed another Earth Knight with the Crimson Blood Sword, her power jumped again. She didn't understand why she was cultivating so quickly, but killing made her feel exhilarated to the core, not because she was bloodthirsty. She had no craving for blood, nor did she lose her reason after a kill. In fact, she normally liked to cultivate and wasn't too interested in external affairs. The deep sound of the horn added an atmosphere to the imminent war. Emily's hand, gripping the knight's spear, involuntarily tightened. I can no longer see the imposing figure of the master, I must work harder, constantly growing stronger, to repay the master for his boundless grace towards me. War arrived very swiftly. The Roaring Knights led by the Marquis Nuta didn't pause for a moment, directly charging towards Little Riverheart Castle, seemingly prepared to seize the initiative in an unguarded moment before the Coral Island Knights were ready. However, equipped with telescopes, the Coral Island Knights had already formed ranks and were poised to strike. Riding the Blizzard Beast Dowson, List was surrounded by a squad of elite knight squads, with 8 other Blizzard Beasts following behind him. As the rushing tide of knights drew closer, he remained motionless. Just as the Roaring Knights were about to rush in front of him, the knights defending Little Riverheart Castle began their charge as well. At this moment, List calculated the distance. Suddenly, he gave an order, Blizzard Beast Squad, all units ready, target straight ahead, release rock grenade. Woof! Dowson was the first to open his mouth, releasing the magic rooted in his bloodline. A massive rock took shape in the air and smashed down towards the Roaring Knights, followed by 8 more giant rocks, all targeting the Roaring Knights. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the rock grenades was mighty, even the elite knights who led the charge, releasing their combat skills to counter the rock grenades, were still struck down in large numbers. The shattered stones flew wildly, wreaking havoc on the front ranks of the Roaring Knights. However, being elite troops, they quickly reformed their ranks and continued the assault. At this time, List gave another order, Blizzard Beast Squad, all units ready, target the area ahead, freely release multiple stone spikes. Chapter 618 World-Conquering Hero. The Blizzard Beasts opened their mouths one by one, releasing magic spells. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless rock spikes burst from the ground, the horses that couldn't dodge in time were skewered by the spikes, and even some knights were pierced through by the rock spikes. Other horses crashed directly into the spikes, falling and causing a domino effect as they tripped a swath of others, with screams of agony rising and falling one after another. Merely in the first encounter, the mighty intermediate magical beast Blizzard Beasts had dealt a heavy blow to the Roaring Knights, totally disrupting their formation. After 2 waves of rock spikes, the Coral Island Knights had already charged over. List blew a whistle and, riding Dowson, leaped into the roaring river beneath the stone bridge, followed by the 8 tiny ones. They quickly cleared the path, allowing the Knight Order to charge through. In the blink of an eye, the Coral Island Knights had already plunged into the midst of the disarrayed Roaring Knights, using the favorable conditions created by the Blizzard Beast Squad to slaughter these elite Earth Knights. Countless chi collided and tore through the air, with various colors of combat skills being cast and spears clashing against long swords. Blood and flesh splattered, with the screams of agony drowned out by battle cries. Of course, the screams were mostly from the Roaring Knights, while the battle cries were predominantly from the Coral Island Knights. The advantage gained by the 9 intermediate magical beasts working together was not something that could be erased in a short period of time. Watching his own knights being slaughtered, the Marquis Nuta, who had been following in the charge, was finally unable to bear it. He was riding a huge yellow tiger that was bigger than the Blizzard Beasts. If not obscured by the dust, it would have been extremely conspicuous in the crowd. Suddenly, the tiger's body heavily sank down. Marquis Nuta had already risen into the air. Behind him, 4 Sky Knights shot up. 5 Sky Knights soared through the sky, a formidable force that, once launched an attack on the Knight Order, would undoubtedly be a terrifying sight. Clearly, Marquis Nuta was completely enraged. He didn't plan to play a game of Earth against Earth, Sky against Sky anymore. He aimed to directly crush the Coral Island Knights and retake Little Riverheart Castle. At this moment, List had already returned to the front of Little Riverheart Castle, and the 9 Blizzard Beasts had also swum back and were lying on the ground to rest, recovering their magic power. The Earl glanced at the 5 Sky Knights in the sky, then back at List. List nodded, a smile brimming with battle intent appearing at the corner of his mouth. In a volume only he could hear, he softly said, "It's time for me, the Ghost Swordsman List Tulip, to take the stage." He pulled out his sky-cleaving greatsword, channeling his dragon chi. With a stomp of his feet, 2 deep footprints were left on the turf. He took to the air, heading straight for the 5 Sky Knights. His gaze shifted, finally locking onto the Sky Knight clad in golden armor with the richest chi inside. Without a doubt, this knight who, like Deborah, favored golden armor, was Marquis Nuta. In his youth, he was known as the Surging Wave Sword Saint, a completion-level Sky Knight with the water attribute, the mastermind behind the assault on the river's source, Demaria U.S. Stone. List saw him, and he likewise saw List. Ignoring List's companion Li William, Demaria charged straight at List, filled with soaring battle spirit but without a trace of complacency. He had inquired the fleeing knights from Little River Heart Castle and knew that the day before, with a single sword strike each, List had effortlessly defeated the Sword Saints Yevich and Deborah. Since they could guess that List was of the ancient warrior inheritance, he naturally could as well. Inheritances of ancient warriors had their strengths and weaknesses. The strong among them, like the cloaked bear-wearer Marquis of Boulder, was declared the mightiest beneath the Dragon Knights. As for the weak, they must be similar to knights in training, with both beginners and failures. In his heart, he had already regarded List as a strong one like the Marquis of Boulder, hence he was fully alert. In his hand was a pale blue longsword, as translucent and sparkling as crystal. One could vaguely make out that it was originally a piece of bone, finely carved following its natural shape. There were no gemstones embedded, but the hilt, the guard, and the blade all seemed to be coated in a layer of faint silver sheen. The surging water attribute G covered the longsword as Marquis Nuta flew towards List, about to collide with him. With a fierce swing of his longsword, he released a pale blue light, which instantly transformed into a raging waterfall, engulfing List from above. His nephew, Deborah, possessed the thunder attribute. He himself embodied the water attribute. Boom. The waterfall, a manifestation of advanced water attribute G, swallowed List, who was wielding the sky-cleaving greatsword, as if a giant wave crashed onto a surfer. But as soon as the illusory waterfall engulfed List, it exploded with a loud bang in the next moment, with countless droplets of water vaporizing and spreading into a huge cloud of mist in the air. Immediately after, a flash of red burst forth within the mist. Striking straight at Demaria's chest was List, cloaked in flames, his dragon chi easily shattering the advanced chi. It was not even a contest. Even as his opponent's concentrated water attribute chi was nearly tangible, it still couldn't withstand the dragon chi. Ah! Demaria cried out as he was sent flying backward. His golden armor was sturdy, and the flame-engulfed sky-cleaving greatsword did not cleave through the armor. Such strength is not even enough to test the depth of my power, List said as he followed Demaria's retreating direction and fell, but the shell is quite hard. It must be armor made from mountain copper, possessing unbreakable properties and resistance to magic, not excluding dragon chi. Just this set of armor alone was probably worth a fortune. List looked down on this with disdain. He disliked rich people. But he didn't have more time to ponder, as 5 Sky Knights from the Roaring Night Order followed the Marquis Nuta who had cried out and fallen back, leaving 4 Sky Knights remaining. One was being suppressed by Li William, leaving 3 to rush at List after Marquis Nuta was sent flying, attempting to stop List from continuing his pursuit. Get lost. List's dragon chi burst forth as he swung the sky-cleaving greatsword in a full circle, unleashing the charged move Crimson Dawn Burn in an instant. Flames, like a sky full of burning clouds, swept toward the 3 Sky Knights advancing from different directions. Lightning, wind, ice. The 3 attributes of advanced chi were unleashed, performing powerful combat skills that met with the burning clouds. For a moment, the sky changed color, with thunder and lightning, howling winds, and scatterings of hail as if it were the apocalypse. The Battle of the Sky Knights was capable of changing the weather, triggering intense local convection weather patterns. However, it was only a momentary occurrence, and in the next instant, the burning clouds engulfed all changes in the sky, leaving only flames burning aloft. The lightning ceased, the winds stopped, and the hail melted into vapor, dissipating and vanishing. The 3 Sky Knights were each dealt a heavy blow. Although they were not sent flying by List's move, they were unable to soar in the air and could only accelerate their fall to the ground. Using this collision, List's body rose again, locating the direction of Marquis Nuta and preparing to strike while the iron was hot, aiming to settle the battle with one blow. But the Eye of Magic, constantly running, suddenly detected changes in the Roaring Night Order below. What was once a tumultuous blend of multicolored chi following the Night Order's formation, seemed to be guided by some force. The chi rapidly coalesced and lifted a figure. It was Marquis Nuta Demaria U.S. Stone. He held his sword at an angle toward the ground, his body not leaping but stepping on the solidified mass of Night Order chi, slowly rising in midair. This massive collective chi of the Night Order attracted and merged with his own advanced water attribute chi, rapidly condensing into a colorful auspicious cloud. At this moment, A classic phrase inexplicably surfaced in List's mind. My ideal man is a peerless hero. One day he will appear in a situation where all eyes are on him, cloaked in golden holy armor, riding upon clouds of 7 colors to take me as his bride. Chapter 619. How could this happen, Pa? List, feeling nauseated, shook off the lines that flashed through his mind. He even felt a surge of envy. Rightfully, the scene of standing atop the 7-colored auspicious clouds, donned in golden battle armor, should have been his to create. Yet, it was Markinuta who had coolly pulled it off. An aberration. A monkey dressed in silk. His brows knitted slightly, his form never pausing for a moment. No matter how flashy Demaria Stone's posture was at this moment, to List, it was nothing more than a target for his sword to slash through. Scorching sun sting. Enveloped in flames, he brandished his sky-cleaving greatsword with a mighty swing, his charged attack brutally colliding. Markinuta's eyelids twitched slightly, a cold light bursting forth in his eyes. He raised his ice soul dragon-slaying sword, both hands gripping it to cleave downwards at an angle. In an instant, the Night Order's chi that gathered around him found an outlet for release, bursting forth with the ferocity of a raging tide, making even the earth and sky lose their luster. Boom. This overwhelming mixed chi clashed rapidly with List's dragon chi. The otherwise invincible dragon chi could easily shatter the mixed chi, but the latter seemed endless, one batch collapsing only for another to surge forward, forcefully repelling the dragon chi. Then, like a tidal wave, it struck List, who couldn't stop his motion. Clang. A powerful attack. His mithril armor, as though struck by countless mighty hands, caused List's internal organs to nearly shift out of place. His body could no longer maintain its leaping posture and he started to fall from midair. Below were the roaring knights. How could these elite Earth Knights let such a godsend opportunity slip away? They quickly swapped to bows and arrows, desperately shooting at the falling List. The arrows fell like rain, swiftly enveloping the area where List was plummeting, so numerous they were uncountable. Setting sun drop. List once again emitted dragon chi, a forceful strike sweeping away the arrow rain. He was not like those sky knights he had flung away with a single blow. Although Markinuta's formidable strike caused him to fall, his body was still under his control, and his dragon chi remained abundant. Just as he cleared the arrow rain, a roaring cacophony surged from behind. Markinuta had once again directed the Night Order's chi toward him. Caught in the momentum of the fall, List couldn't even manage to turn and counterattack. He had no choice but to diffuse his body with dragon chi, to withstand this second blow from Markinuta. The mixed chi could still use its mass to overcome and shatter the powerful nature of the dragon chi. Whiz. Suppressing the urge to scream in pain. List, however, could no longer maintain any semblance of grace, crashing to the ground like a cannonball. The moment he hit the ground, only one thought crossed his mind: what kind of attack is this that even my dragon chi can't counter? Is it a special chi secret technique from the Yuhuashi family, or some unique chi cultivation system? Afterward, his body shook, darkness clouded his vision. He had already slammed into the ground, creating a human-shaped shallow pit and kicking up a cloud of dust. A searing pain spread through his organs, and with the opening of his mouth, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. Since his arrival in this world, he had been through 3 major battles and countless battle drills. This was the first time he had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood. His heart was filled with utter shock. He had indeed hoped that Markinuta would be powerful, a whetstone for his own skills. However, he had never imagined that Markinuta would be so formidable. The attack that harnessed the whole Night Order's chi was beyond his wildest imagination. Unprecedented, unheard of. Thump, thump, thump. The ground trembled beneath the pounding steps of charging knights. List didn't dare to lie on the ground and gasped for breath, as a sky knight, once trampled underfoot and ravaged by the Night Order's charge, could easily be crushed to death. Even with the physique of a half-step dragon knight, he couldn't brace his flesh against the terrifying situation of being trampled by countless hooves. Dragon chi burst forth, and his body sprang from the ground like a spring. He didn't fly very high, just narrowly avoiding a few charging elite Earth Knights nearby. Then he turned back with a sword strike. Full sun wheel. Flames blossomed from the sky-cleaving greatsword, sweeping away a few knights who were keen to kick a man when he was down. He then erupted with chi in a frenzy and fled into the distance. For the Markinuta, who wielded the colorful Night Order's chi, was hot on his heels. Having experienced the power of this move before, List no longer dared to confront Markinuta head-on, constantly sprinting around to evade the fierce, torrential, and wild mixed chi attacks. He had never encountered such a perilous situation in his typically smooth-sailing battles. Panic surged within him. But Markinuta, relentless in victory, had no other thoughts than to control the Night Order's chi, doggedly chasing List. With each swing of the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword, he channeled the mixed chi, transforming it into tidal waves to crush List, who was desperately trying to escape. Without a dragon to ride, the half-step dragon knight List found himself in an embarrassing predicament. On the other side, Li William, the Sea Wave Sword Saint who had placed his hope in his son wielding an unknown power, began to realize the situation had changed. He had been pursuing one Sky Knight and alighting in their torment, but as List got turned around and pursued by Markinuta, those 3 Sky Knights he'd sent flying started to turn their spears against him. This meant that he, as a Sword Saint, was now facing 4 Sky Knights, at least 2 of whom were Sword Saints. How did this happen? Gone was his earlier swagger. Li William thought to turn and flee, only to find himself surrounded by the 4 Sky Knights, with no escape. The situation in the sky continued to deteriorate. On the ground, the 2 clashing Knight Orders saw the tide of battle slowly turn. Originally, the Coral Island Knights had been savagely crushing the Roaring Knights. However, as more and more knights from behind the ranks of the Roaring Knights joined the fray, the advantage that the Blizzard Beast Squad had created was gradually being offset by numbers. The Coral Island Knights found themselves in a hard-fought struggle. Emily, holding her 3rd Knight's spear, had her mithril armor stained red, that was the blood of the 2nd Earth Knight she had slain, spattering out. Looking into the distance, she saw her lord, List, whom she loyally followed, being chased relentlessly by Markinuta through heaven and earth. Turning to the other side, she saw List's father getting beaten up in turns by 4 Sky Knights, with defeat just a matter of time. And her fellow knights of Coral Island all around her, their entwined chi was in a state of utter disarray. Emily knew that the scales of this war were gradually tipping in favor of the Roaring Knights. An Earl's Knight Order was no match for a Marquis in quality or quantity, making victory incredibly difficult. Yet, she was not the least bit afraid. For she was fighting for Lord List, willing to battle until the last drop of her blood. Clenching her fist, a surge of war restlessness within her body gave rise to a new strength of chi, which seemed to instantly fill her being. A thought struck her. She understood that she had touched the bottleneck of an Earth Knight and had become an elite Earth Knight. But she had no time to revel in the excitement, as the Knight Order once again crashed into the Roaring Knights. PFF, 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 many knights, both familiar and foreign, fell from their horses, impaled by the Knight's spear. Among them were even some who had taught her in Black Horse Island's night classes. Suddenly, a knight's spear's whooshing sound whizzed past her ear. A knight from the Roaring Knights, clad in black armor and garb, nearly skewered her right through. Chapter 620 Regaining Control. Facing the knight's spear that had nearly claimed her life. There wasn't a flicker in Emily's gaze as she quickly raised her own knight's spear, imbued with thunder attribute chi, and thrust forward just as firmly. In an instant, the 2 horses brushed past each other. Crack! The shaft of the spear broke. Yet, the spearhead had already pierced through the opponent's chest. She had killed another Earth Knight. But it was to no avail. The Knights of Coral Island were steadily diminishing. From over 1,000 knights, several charges had already cost them a third of their numbers. Behind the Roaring Knights, new knights were continuously emerging. These were not elites, mostly ragtag troops, but they provided potent support on the battlefield. In response to the invaders, Markinuta had dispatched nearly all of the available Knight Orders to assault the river source, likely totaling over 3,000. Intent on utterly annihilating the Coral Island Knights here. Emily didn't know what the final outcome would be, nor did she have the mind to ponder these issues. Each enemy knight she killed made her feel feverish all over. Endless strength surged from every limb and bone, urging her to continue the slaughter. Charge! With a fierce shout, she had become the leading knight of a knight squad, the 4th knight's spear in hand, targeting the Black Knight straight ahead, and launched another ferocious charge. The thunder attribute chi spread around her, somehow causing the disintegrating chi around her to reconvene, twist, and interweave. The knights behind her felt as if their own chi were responding to something, receiving a massive boost. Following this surge, the knights roared with frenzy, charge! 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 Run! Run again! List found that he couldn't contend with Markinuta, who controlled the Knight Order's chi, but Markinuta wasn't fast enough to truly chase him down. Realizing this, his mind spun wildly. The impatience and arrogance he had felt before battle had completely shattered, now carefully dealing with each crisis as it came. A glance revealed that although Li William was in grave danger, being a seasoned sword saint and specializing in the enduring, tenacious water attribute chi, he wouldn't be defeated so easily. Damaria's method of harnessing the Knight Order's chi is too strong. If I don't break this technique, we're sure to lose the battle. The only strategy now is to slaughter the Roaring Knights first and cut off Markinuta's source of Knight Ordered chi. Normally, it's best to capture the leader first, but when the leader is too powerful, you must trim the wings instead. Dragon chi whirled madly, barely stretching the distance between them. List quickly switched to the swift shadow bow, and with an elegant turn back to look at the moonshot, 3 arrows in a T formation struck at the roaring knights, those whom Markinuta couldn't protect. Boom. 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 Each exploding arrow created a blast of flames, engulfing several knights clad in black, riding black horses. Cease. For the first time, Markinuta spoke up, his voice thundering across the sky of the Night Order by some method unknown. List's eyes shone brighter upon hearing this. To him, enemy threats usually meant he was doing something right. He darted away to the distance once more, looked back at the moon, and with 3 arrows, decimated a group of knights. After several exchanges, Markinuta got nothing but dust following List. He achieved no other merits. Instead, List grew happier with each shot, gaining insight and coordinating with the Coral Island Knights. He observed the charging momentum of the Coral Island Knights and pinpointed and removed the resistance squads of the Roaring Knights. For a Dragon Knight to deal with a group of Earth Knights was like using an anti-aircraft gun to shoot mosquitoes. It seemed like bullying, yet the effect was significant. Armed with just a bow and a continuous supply of arrows from his gemstone space, he was like a rocket launcher with an infinite rapid-fire cheat, shooting non-stop, blasting without end. Stop. List. You coward. Fight me if you dare. As Markinuta watched List rapidly depleting the elite of the Roaring Knights, his heart bled, and he roared repeatedly. But he couldn't catch up to List, and when he tried to treat the Coral Island Knights the same way, List would cleverly shoot towards the direction he could rescue the Roaring Knights. Killing a group of common Earth Knights or saving his own Roaring Knights elite was a dilemma Markinuta had no choice but to face. He dared not fail to rescue them, for the Roaring Knights were the source of his power. Without the Roaring Knights' concentrated chi, he couldn't stand a chance against List, the inheritor of the ancient warrior legacy. From their first encounter, he knew that this young knight, who aroused such envy, was undoubtedly one of the top combatants among ancient warriors, and he had to exert the true power of a completion-level Sky Knight. Completion-level Sky Knights are the pinnacle of knights beneath Dragon Knights. However, most completion-level Sky Knights without the continuous explorations and inherited legacy of a family struggle to realize their full strength, usually being only slightly stronger than a sword saint. But for a nobles like the Yuhuashi family with hundreds of years of heritage, they naturally have generations of explorations and passed down true combat methods reserved for completion-level Sky Knights, the Chi domain. Completion-level Sky Knights that have mastered the Chi domain are known within the noble circles by another name, Domain Knights. The Chi of the Knights from the Roaring Knights resonated under the influence of a Domain Knight's Chi, creating a massive Chi enhancement that formed the Domain Knight's territory. In this domain, a Domain Knight was nearly invincible, with any enemy struggling under their overwhelming power. This was also the reason Knight families, besides Dragon Knights, were able to steadily erode the legacy of ancient warriors and ancient magicians. Although individual Sky Knights weren't too powerful, with the addition of a domain, they could wield strength to stand against top ancient warriors, coupled with the charge of a Knight Order. In the competition between families, the Knights always emerged victorious in the end. Dragon Knights were just a transient flash in the pan, while Domain Knights were the true foundation of great noble families. Yet, an unforeseen surprise occurred for Markinuta. He didn't know that List wasn't an ancient warrior, instead, he was a quasi-dragon knight who had failed to ride a dragon. Thus, List wasn't crushed, and utilizing his explosive archery skills, he kept destroying the foundation of Markinuta's domain. With each knight slain, the Chi domain weakened. This caused Markinuta to feel anger and panic simultaneously. After being tossed around several times, the domain provided by the Roaring Knights had drastically weakened, severely reducing the power available to him. The tables had turned once again, and the Coral Island Knights began to slaughter the Roaring Knights pinpointed by List. The supporting miscellaneous Knight Orders collapsed one by one under List's archery. As his archery skills displayed their magic, List became more excited. He could clearly feel Markinuta's power waning. Yet, to prevent the enemy from having a chance to turn the tables, he continued with a kite-fighting strategy, constantly weakening the Roaring Knights. He even found time to shoot the 4 Sky Knights, supporting Li William. Soaring into the sky, he scattered arrows. At the edge of List's lips, a handsome curve rose again. The mishap earlier happened, now, everything is back in my control. Chapter 621 A sword that determines the universe. When a third of the Roaring Knights had fallen to List's deadly strikes and were subsequently ambushed by the Coral Island Knights charging from both flanks, List's eye of magic clearly saw the chi of Markinuta's Knight Order become thin and loose, no longer possessing the earlier majesty. At this point, the irate Markinuta had no words to say. List could clearly sense that he might already have the thought of fleeing in mind, only hesitating to abandon his own Knight Order because they were still charging. However, when List once again pulled his bowstring, 3 arrows suddenly struck down a Sky Knight, creating an opportunity for Li William to catch his breath. Markinuta could no longer hold out, and he fully understood that this furious attack had turned into a rout. The Roaring Knights, retreat. With a resentful roar, the Domain Knight clad in golden battle armor personally covered the retreat, attempting to buy time for the Roaring Knight's withdrawal. With a thunderous boom, following Markinuta's order, the Knight Order, already spine-chilled from List's arrows, turned around, no longer daring to charge, instead fleeing frantically back the way they came. The standoff's balance was tipped, the Roaring Knights broke into a rout, and the Coral Island Knights pursued. Unfortunately, the Coral Island Knights, already diminished from charging back and forth, lacked the strength to further capitalize on the victory. They could only watch helplessly as the enemy knights fled into the distance. However, the Knight Order might escape, but Markinuta could not. Having stowed away his swift shadow bow and seeing the Roaring Knights begin to retreat, List wasted no time, gripping his sky-cleaving greatsword and diving towards Markinuta enveloped in high-level fire attribute Dragon Chi. Bathed in a flame-like battle garment, he executed his charged move, Scorching Sun Sting, exclaiming, "Thinking of escaping? Did you ask my permission?" With a momentum like a rainbow stretching across the sky, he struck like a comet hitting Earth. Markinuta did not retreat, still harnessing the thin chi of the Knight Order, issuing the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword, raising a huge wave to violently clash against the fireball that List had become. Crashed boom. Flame and wave consumed and splattered each other, half of the sky was fire, half rain, with the flame entangled with evaporated water vapor and the rain mixed with unquenchable flames. Borrowing each other's forces, the two continuously swung their swords in the sky. The disorderly water attribute Chi and the pure fire attribute Chi initially seemed evenly matched, but as the fire continued to devour the waves, soon Markinuta felt himself surrounded by flames. The Roaring Knights had already retreated to the rear. With the Knight Ordered Chi's distance increasing, his Chi domain unavoidably weakened further, now incapable of resisting the erosion of the Dragon Chi. From overwhelmingly crushing List, to being gradually overpowered by him. After several lapses, his sky-cleaving greatsword, riddled with notches, had already started to split open his golden battle armor. If it weren't for the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword being extremely hardy, always chipping off a bit of the greatsword's blade, List would have already been recklessly hacking away at him. No matter the technique, anything that could cause harm was a brilliant one. Clang. After another clash of the swords, the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword once again chipped off a piece of the sky-cleaving greatsword's blade. Seizing the opportunity, Markinuta shouted, "Inheritor of the ancient warrior of Sapphire, List Tulip. The battle of the Knight Orders has ended, and I must concede that your strength is formidable. Continuing this fight is meaningless, let's stop here, and we can discuss the ransom for Deborah." List offered no reply. Now that he had the upper hand, he had no intention of being distracted by talk and letting Markinuta off the hook. Giving the sky-cleaving greatsword, now nearly destroyed, a glance, he firmed his resolve, suddenly channeling the remaining Dragon Chi in his body into the sword. Gathering all his strength, he swung both hands, drawing a circle overhead to chop downward, aiming to bisect Markinuta with one strike. Seeing this, Markinuta's eyes turned red with anger. "What wrong have I done to you? What grudge do we have?" Cursing inwardly, he had no choice but to hastily raise the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword above his head to block List's desperate and self-destructive fighting style. However, he miscalculated again, for List's move was a feint. The true target was the hilt of the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword. Clang. The sky-cleaving greatsword shattered into two pieces on the spot, ruining it completely, but the exploding Dragon Chi successfully injured Markinuta's hand that was holding the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword, forcing him to drop it. Seemingly realizing he had been tricked, Markinuta, disregarding the injury on his hand, lunged towards the falling Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword. List gasped for air, the last move having drained too much of his Dragon Chi, but he wasn't finished with his plan yet. Gritting his teeth, he once again drew the swift shadow bow, pulled at the string, and loaded an arrow imbued with chi. 3 arrows shot out. Then another 3 arrows followed. The ultimate mystery technique of multi-arrow, the multiple phantom arrow, was executed, attacking the path that Markinuta advanced upon. This archery skill was extremely intricate. Once successfully deployed, it almost never missed. This time was no different. The 6 arrows followed unpredictable trajectories and struck Markinuta fiercely. The golden battle armor was indeed solid. The arrowheads couldn't completely penetrate, but the exploding Dragon Chi blasted Markinuta hundreds of meters away. The very next second, List quickly descended, catching up with the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword in free fall. When he grabbed the hilt, a piercingly cold and icy breath transmitted to him, causing his agitated fire attribute Chi to momentarily stagnate. Could the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword be made from the Nice Dragon's bone? It doesn't seem to match well with my fire attribute Chi. However, the weight and size are quite suitable, especially this asymmetrical design, which aligns perfectly with my aesthetics. He landed, holding the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword. After just a brief examination, he took a liking to the cool design of the sword. Crystal clear, glittering with cold light, and oddly shaped, it was very eye-catching. Such a high-profile weapon naturally matched List's dressing style. He tried infusing it with fire attribute chi. He found that the Greater Elf Warrior Sword's enhancement for fire attribute chi was quite weak, but the speed of chi infusion and the smoothness with which it operated greatly surpassed that of the now destroyed Sky-Cleaving Greatsword. Although it might not be compatible with fire attribute chi, it had no problem replacing the Sky-Cleaving Greatsword. The weapon itself doesn't have an attribute suppression, it's just that materials limit the speed with which different types of chi operate, similar to how different objects have different resistances. As a Greater Elf Warrior Sword made of dragon bone, the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword had a far lower resistance than the Sky-Cleaving Greatsword, even for fire attribute chi. Considering its robust material and the special properties endowed by Greater Elf blood not yet known, the sword quickly became the ideal weapon in List's eyes. He looked up and saw that Markinuta, who had been shot away, did not come rushing back to snatch the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword. The Marquis merely shot List a glance from afar before taking the 4 Sky Knights who had already retreated and flew into the distance. They escorted the remnants of the Roaring Knights away from the Little River Heart Castle battlefield. Apparently, he no longer intended to negotiate the ransom for his nephew Deborah. List stood his ground. He did not pursue Markinuta. Not yet accustomed to the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword and with his dragon chi nearly depleted, even if he caught up, it would be difficult to kill Markinuta. Moreover, killing him would be sensational news. There were many marquises in the Eagle Kingdom, but the shock of such a prominent landlord's death or capture could potentially draw the attention of Dragon Knights. It was best not to attract too much attention before seizing the trapped Dragon Mountain iron mine. Holding the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword, he took hold of a war horse that a knight brought over and began to ride at a careful pace. Let's go back, thoroughly review the gains and losses of this battle, and make preparations for the next step, seizing the trapped Dragon Mountain iron mine. Chapter 622 Ice Seal Domain. The knights who had survived, along with their retainer knights, began to clean up the battlefield, gathering the armor, long zerds, spears, and horses left scattered on the ground, and categorizing the bodies of the fallen. The corpses of enemy knights would be returned to Markinuta. As for their own fallen knights, their bodies would be cremated on the spot, and their ashes were to be taken back. However, most of the wounded on the battlefield were knights. Robust knights were not easily killed, even pierced by a knight's spear. Many had survived. Provided their wounds were not crippling, after a period of rest and healing, they could return to their vigorous selves. These knights could also be exchanged for a large ransom or be conscripted into their own ranks. After the Sapphire Duke allowed the conscription of captive knights, such a fierce battle, if won, no longer entailed great losses. The captives and materials gained were enough to offset the casualties. List carried the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword back to Little River Heart Castle, intending to find Earl William Lee directly to discuss the overwhelming offensive strength of Markinuta. But the Earl had just landed when he was carried back, surrounded by a group of knights. While List was being overpowered by Markinuta, Earl Lee faced 4 Sky Knights alone. If List hadn't adjusted tactics at a critical moment and wielded his dragon chi to support with archery, the Earl might have already gone to visit List's mother, Melissa Taro, to complain about his son causing him trouble. The Earl needed to rest quietly, so List didn't disturb him. Actually, he himself had suffered some internal injuries, the kind caused by being smashed forcibly to the ground from midair by Markinuta, which had displaced his internal organs. Healing them with chi was not a problem. Have the chef prepare the meal, he ordered succinctly, then headed to the bath to wash up and change. Afterwards, in the bedroom, he drank some Banpo cattle milk, ate some Bootbeak giant stork meat, and popped a few magic potions. First, he needed to replenish his dragon chi. Having strength gave him confidence, immune to being unsettled by unforeseen events. Thus, after half an hour in the bath, his body was mostly recovered, his chi halfway restored, feeling the abundant power once again. Especially his high-level fire attribute dragon chi seemed to have improved in this battle. The advanced chi of a Sky Knight is divided into ordinary and completion level stages. Although List's advanced chi was transforming into dragon chi, it had not yet fully matured. This was a new cultivation experience, one that likely only he, uncompleted chi and all, could cultivate alongside a dragon. In the dining room, a delicious spread was already prepared. The chef was someone List had brought from Fresh Flower Town. While not as skilled as Mrs. Abby, this chef was very knowledgeable about cooking. List had just seated himself and tucked a napkin into his collar. Alvin Eagle Sword promptly arrived to pay his respects, already informed that List had seized the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword from Markinuta. "My lord." I know why you're here, List said as he tossed the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword lying beside him to the man. Take a good look at it, and in the meantime, tell me about the properties of this greater elf warrior weapon. Thank you, my lord. Alvin took the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword with trembling hands, panting with excitement. I thought I would never see our family heirloom again. With Marquis Nuta's status and power, he would never return the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword. The Eagle Sword clan has possessed this sword for hundreds of years. List ate his meal while listening to Alvin's explanation. Though Alvin's talents were somewhat wanting and the Eagle Sword clan had long been in decline, the information about the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword had been passed down from generation to generation. At the very beginning of the Eagle Kingdom, they had slain an ice dragon, and a section of a forelimb bone was preserved by the royal family's magicians, which was later awarded to my family. At that time, an ancestor from my family who was an Iron Knight, after much exploration, forged it into a dragon bone weapon. And later, upon obtaining a greater elf whose life was nearing its end, soaked and reforged it with the greater elf's blood, completing the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword as a symbol of our family's legacy. Its basic attribute is to amplify Ice attribute Chi, which can reach an effect 4 times stronger. The more powerful the knight, the more they can bring out its power. At the same time, it can boost water attribute Chi, thunder attribute Chi, and wind attribute Chi between 2 to 3 times, and even fire attribute Chi can be amplified to double effectiveness. It also enhances the solidity of Chi and slows down the dissipation of Chi. But its real power lies in the special ability bestowed by the greater elf's blood. This is a secret that even Marquis Nuta doesn't know. I have always claimed to be ignorant to Deborah, but in truth, I know. List was well aware that elf blood had a special effect on weapons. As the swift shadow bow, a weapon of the little minor elves, had a special effect that increased the speed of arrows, he asked with shining eyes, what is the special ability of the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword? Ice Seal Domain. Ice Seal Domain? What does that mean? Alvin answered, my lord, I watched your battle with Marquis Nuta from within the castle. If my family's inheritance is correct, Marquis Nuta is a powerful domain knight. Domain knight? What does that mean? An ancient warrior's inheritance? Quite the opposite, domain knights have suffered many ancient warrior inheritances. I am merely an elite Earth Knight and not very knowledgeable about Sky Knights. It has been recorded in the knowledge passed down in my family that a Sky Knight at the completion level can resonate with the Knight Order's Chi, thus forming a powerful Chi domain. Tell me more. I heard it from my father in the past, just like a story, not very clear. My father told me that a domain knight's Chi domain is not indestructible, and the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword can seal the Chi domain's resonance, thereby cutting off the domain knight's source of power. This was a new cultivation system. Or rather, it was a missing link between Sky Knights and Dragon Knights. List asked Alvin in detail, but Alvin's knowledge was vague. He only knew that a Sky Knight at the completion level had a Chi domain. As for how to cultivate the Chi domain and such, he knew nothing. Even about how to activate the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword's ability to seal the Chi domain, Alvin did not know. You will have to explore this yourself, my lord. What information I can provide is that the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword seems to be able to transform the nature of the user's Chi. I remember my father saying that if he could use the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword, then just by selling ice, he could make a fortune. Unfortunately, it requires advanced Chi to activate, Alvin said. Having said this, Alvin handed the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword back to List with both hands and knelt on one knee, performing the knight's loyalty ritual. Thank you, my lord, for rescuing me from the cage, and for retrieving our generation's old Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword. Alvin Eagle Sword will follow you loyally, and by the glory of a knight, I swear to charge forward at your command. I accept your loyalty, Alvin Eagle Sword, List said, holding the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword, accepting the loyalty pledge. Chapter 623 Chain Slaying the Dragon. Just as List had finished his meal and counted the spoils of the battlefield, preparing to explore the abilities of the Ice Seal domain of the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword in the afternoon. The blood servant who had been dispatched for several days finally returned. My lord, we have thoroughly investigated the Trap Dragon Mountain iron mine. There indeed lies a vast iron mine, piled with mined iron ore, amounting to over 1,000,000 tons. Guarding the Trap Dragon Mountain iron mine are 2 sword saints and 800 elite knights. Over 1,000,000 tons of iron ore? List's eyes shone brightly. Initially, when the Earl had plundered 200,000 tons of iron ore, he thus accumulated the military merits of an Earl. If 1,000,000 tons of iron ore could be seized this time, wouldn't it be possible to vie for the title of a marquis in one go? After all, 1,000,000 tons of iron ore could probably sustain the needs of the Sapphire for the next decade. He quickly calculated in his mind, seizing 1,000,000 tons of iron ore, plus my ghost swordsman heritage, I believe the Grand Duke, as long as he is not foolish, should grant the Tulip family a reasonable position. I can't guarantee the same treatment as the Marquis of Bull initially received, but it definitely wouldn't be worse than those 6 marquises. With the Marquis of Bull from Ironhoof Island, Andy Sapphire, having defected and been captured, there were 6 marquises left in the Sapphire. 4 feudal marquises, Marquis of Red Crab Island Merlin Taro, Marquis of Deep Throat Island Wallace Pineapple Green, Marquis of Golden Island Roderick Goldwheat, Marquis of Leather Island Ramirez White Glutinous Rice. 2 marquises from the Blue Blood Alliance, Red Maple City Marquis Glendenton Red Maple Leaf, Quicksand City Marquis Nested Ewa. Once a million tons of iron ore are indeed snatched from the Trapdragon Mountain iron mine, even if half of the military merits are distributed to the Golden Wheat Chief and Long Taro family, who are planned to be responsible for the distraction and transportation, Lee William's military merits would still be enormous, certainly occupying one of the 3 marquis titles of Ironhoof Island. If the Earl is conferred as a marquis, the Tulip family will likely take their followers to cultivate Ironhoof Island. As one of the Earl's followers, I must also move there. Fortunately, there will be 3 to 5 years of preparation time before relocation. With such time, I should have succeeded in dragon riding, and it will be time to have a showdown with the Grand Duke. Thoughts flashed by. List didn't delve further but continued to inquire of the vampires about the situation at Trapdragon Mountain. The Trapdragon Mountain iron mine is subordinate to Lock Dragon City, which in turn is part of the domain of the Lotus Hill Count, which means the Trapdragon Mountain iron mine belongs to the private property of the Lotus Hill Count. My lord, you would never guess who the master of the title Lotus Hill Count is. His other title is Summit Marquis. Bloody Mary licked her lips, seemingly in thought. We blood servants didn't expect it either, that the Trapdragon Mountain iron mine would actually be the private property of the Summit Marquis. Summit Marquis? List's gaze sharpened. Mary, I've told you before, not to be coy in front of me. I beg your pardon, my lord. Bloody Mary reined in her expression. The real identity of the Summit Marquis, the Lotus Hill Count, is Prince Alonzo Zine the kingdom's Dragon Knight and the master of the Black Knight family. In fact, we also found a pure blood vampire in the Trapdragon Mountain iron mine. His brow raised. List felt he had quite the fate with Alonzo Zine. The behind-the-scenes instigator of the Marquis of Bull's defection was likely Alonzo Zine. The secret financier of the Goat Assembly was Alonzo Zine, and the master of the vampire Black Knight family was also Alonzo Zine. Now, even an iron mine planned for seizure still belonged to Alonzo Zine. Am I to thoroughly offend a powerful Dragon Knight before I have succeeded in dragon riding, or will I declare my Dragon Knight identity one day, and the most likely to initiate the dragon-slaying war is this Dragon Knight from the Eagle Kingdom? The thought emerged in List's mind, and he couldn't help but ponder deeply. Whether it was several wars or the smoke mission, they all roughly pointed the finger at Alonzo Zine. Perhaps, this man truly was his destined opponent in the future dragon-slaying war. Not every Dragon Knight necessarily faces a dragon-slaying war, but a Dragon Knight who wants to establish a kingdom, carve out his own power, and change the world power structure will certainly provoke the intervention of other Dragon Knights. Maybe one, or maybe several, coming forward to test the waters. If 150 years ago, Andrew Sapphire hadn't survived the dragon-slaying war, the Grand Duchy of Sapphire might never have come into existence. This was a huge wake-up call for List. His gaze rested on the 5 blood servants. List had already immersed himself in his own thoughts. Prince Alonzo Zine is the strongest threat in the dragon-slaying battle, and the tasks I've completed before are more or less related to him. This could be a chain of tasks, preparing me for victory in the dragon-slaying war. He suddenly thought of something, stepped out of his contemplation, and asked aloud, the dragon possessed by Alonzo Zine is a bronze dragon, isn't it? Yes, my lord. List couldn't deny it and fell back into thought. Alonzo's dragon is a bronze dragon, while mine is a fire dragon. The gemstone dragons and metal dragons that are of a productive nature are essentially equivalent to militiamen, while elemental dragons are comparable to regular soldiers. As long as I build up enough strength, Alonzo may not be a match for me. He had his own understanding of strength accumulation. Weakening the opponent's resources is akin to increasing one's own chips. Considering the future dragon-slaying battle, it seems that I absolutely must seize the Trapdragon Mountain iron mine. He was not one to hesitate indecisively. After only a few moments of deliberation, he had already made up his mind. He then suppressed his thoughts and returned to the reports from the blood servants. Did you just say there are vampires stationed at the Trapdragon Mountain iron mine? Yes, my lord. The Trapdragon Mountain iron mine is guarded by the pure blood Famur Black Knight. His strength is on par with that of Chuobert Black Knight, though he is an original pure blood. He also has 3 mixed blood subordinates under his command, Enchantress Phoebe, the Man in Black Vansa, and Fang Seth. Only 3 mixed bloods? Bloody Mary replied, typically, a pure-blood vampire would cultivate 2 or 3 mixed-blood subordinates. Chuobert brought the 5 of us because of a mission, but only I and Hamil are his true subordinates. List couldn't help but mutter, vampires are a problem. At that moment, Bloody Mary suddenly said, my lord, if you plan to attack the Trap Dragon Mountain iron mine, perhaps we blood servants can assist you in eliminating Famur and his 3 subordinates. List lifted his eyelids, looking at Bloody Mary with an expressionless face. Only after seeing Bloody Mary tense and at a loss did he speak in an indifferent tone, as servants, my first requirement of you is not to overstep. Bloody Mary immediately knelt on one knee, I'm sorry, my lord. Mary sincerely apologizes. I should not have taken the initiative without your command. Her expression did not seem to be feigned. Seeing this, List did not pursue the matter further but calmly said, do not let it happen again. Tell me your plan, how you will assist me in eliminating these 4 vampires. We can pretend to be invited by Chuobert, asking Famur to leave Trap Dragon Mountain iron mine and go for a secret meeting in 3 Dragon City. Along the way, my lord, you can strike directly and kill him. Once you find the 3 hearts he carries, those 3 vampires will naturally prostrate themselves at your feet. The plan was simple and brutal. But after a brief consideration, List readily agreed. He always liked this type of straightforward approach. Intricate schemes and plots weren't his forte. He often felt that the more elaborate the plan, the more likely it was to go wrong. Chapter 624 The Earl's Teaching. If the plan is successfully completed, Mary, this heart that belonged to Chuobert will be your reward. As for the rest of you, continue to distinguish yourselves, and perhaps the heart of Famur will belong to one of you. Just wielding a big stick can indeed make the blood servants revere you, but it doesn't necessarily make them give their all. However, with the carrot added, I believe these vampires will exert all their strength for the tasty heart of a pure blood vampire. But by looking at the expressions and eyes of Bloody Mary and the 4 blood servants, one can tell that the tactic has worked. Send away the blood servants. List sat on the mount that originally belonged to Deborah, concentrating as he summoned the smoke mission. As early as when he was bathing, he had already received the task completion prompt, complete the task, reward an unknown number of little minor elves. The ransom issue with Deborah had not yet started negotiations, so the reward for this task was still unclear. But List wasn't in a hurry. He even planned to intentionally delay the ransom exchange, numbing Markinuta to complete the plan of attacking 3 Dragon City and Trap Dragon Mountain, ultimately squeezing out time to transport the iron ore. The quantity of iron ore was immense, and even with a large number of ships called in, it would still be difficult to quickly remove so much iron ore. Shipbuilding technology in this world was not advanced. The Ming Dynasty's Zhenghe's treasure ships could allegedly reach a tonnage of 2,500 tons, even a ship 1/10 the size could carry 250 tons. Alas, here a 2-masted merchant ship's cargo tonnage is usually a little over 100 tons, and 1,000,000 tons of iron ore would require tens of thousands of trips. The Tulip family probably had around 100 merchant ships, the Long Taro family about 700, and the Golden Weed Sheaf family probably had about 1,100, making up a total of around 2,000 ships. However, transporting the iron ore to the mouth of the roaring river, the commander-in-chief of this pioneer mandate, the first prince, will surely organize more fleets to come and assist with the transportation. With over 100 years of experience with pioneer mandates, the Duchy of Sapphire has turned this kind of operation into an instinct. List didn't need to worry about the final transportation, he just needed to secure approximately 10 days' time, ensuring the Trap Dragon Mountain iron mine is emptied before any Dragon Knights could arrive. Then assist the first prince in transporting the iron ore back to the realm, and the military merits of this battle would be completely his. I will delay the news for one more day if possible. With the help of the Long Taro family and the Golden Wheat Sheaf family, block off the banks of the roaring river and sever the connection between Trap Dragon Mountain and Lock Dragon City. Furthermore, dispatch blood servants to assassinate any knights who attempt to carry messages. I believe this could delay things for a while. If the delay is successful, then the Dragon Knights would need time to receive the news and time to travel. By the time they would arrive and return, the Trap Dragon Mountain iron mine would have long been cleared out. He looked at the smoke serpent script that was already appearing before his eyes. Task: as the scale of the war grows larger, and you as a future Dragon Knight have larger combat plans to control, this is a mandatory course for a Dragon Knight. Please comprehensively oversee the operation to plunder the iron ore and capture the Trap Dragon Mountain iron mine. Reward: Advanced Chi Manuscript. The task reward was nothing surprising. With the Rising Sun Blaze secret manual in hand, he does not need to practice anymore. Besides, he also had the Earl's Giant Wave Breaks the Tide and the reward for killing Count Sned, Thousand Thunderstrike Sky Flash. Any more would just be for reserve. What he focused on was the task itself. Even the smoke mission is urging me to plunder the trapped Dragon Mountain iron mine. This battle plan, I absolutely cannot afford to fail. Whether it's the Long Taro family or the Golden Wheat Sheaf family, they must strictly follow my instructions, or else I do not mind revealing a bit of the ghost swordsman's prowess. The battle with Marquinuta made him realize his own strength was not strong enough. If it weren't for his archery prowess, this time he might have faced utter defeat and lost everything. The war made him temper his arrogant attitude. But since he ultimately achieved victory, he still retained a bit of the spirit of adventure in his heart, unwilling to cower and feign incompetence. This is probably the dignity of a dragon knight, not allowing him to continue being low-key. At Little River Heart Castle at night, with the solemn cremation ceremony ending at dusk, the knights found their joyous spirit once again. Drinking heartily, shouting loudly, celebrating the victory of the war. To have defeated the stronger roaring knights with a weaker force, it was naturally a matter to be proud of. Although a large part of the credit belonged to List, they still had made significant contributions, withstanding the charge of the roaring knights and ensuring the battle did not collapse one-sidedly, providing List with the opportunity to turn the tide. To this toast, I wish for Lord List to ride a dragon soon and reach the pinnacle of knighthood. I wish for Lord List to ride a dragon soon. May the Lord ride a dragon soon. The knights were howling, spilling beer everywhere. Riding a dragon was a beautiful wish that was on every knight's lips. They had witnessed with their own eyes how List had turned the tables and killed the powerful Marquinuta. In their hearts, if the Duchy of Sapphire were to have a new dragon, then the next person to ride it would undoubtedly be List. Of course. Deep down, none of them really believed that List would ride a dragon. Dragons were simply too rare, and the difficulty of riding one was just too high. Even many had no clear concept of what a dragon was. Those nobles who had dragons always preferred to keep it a secret, ensuring the nobility and authority of dragons remained unshakable. Or rather, nobles were very cautious about keeping any secret that could potentially shake their status. The cultivation of elves, the training of knights, the training of iron knights, cultural knowledge, all were kept secret. But the most secretive of all were the dragons. At this moment, the very List they were vocally blessing was in his bedroom, chatting with the resting Earl. The battlefield has been cleared up. We have lost a little over 500 men, but have taken more than 800 prisoners. I have replenished the Black Horse Island Knights Order and used the majority of the knights to make up for your losses. Viscount Jonas and Viscount Trek are satisfied with this allotment. You already have the authority that they dare not violate. Of course, they have no objections to your distribution, and I trust your decision. The Earl looked gravely injured, but in fact, most of it was superficial. After some rest, his complexion started to return to normal, and he would be fully healed in a few days. The plan to snatch the trapped Dragon Mountain iron mine is already in preparation, just waiting for the Long Taro family and the Golden Wheat Sheaf family to be ready, and then we shall begin execution. Given that you were able to defeat Marquinuta, the likelihood of success of the plan will greatly increase. I have no objections. The feasibility of the plan is indeed very high, all within my control. However, I need you, Father, to coordinate more with the Long Taro family and the Golden Wheat Sheaf family, to prevent them from holding me back. Don't worry. By the way, Father, have you learned anything from my sword duel with Marquinuta that you could teach me? List was preparing to ask the Earl about being a domain knight. However, the Earl's face fell gloomy. I have nothing to teach you. Your sword duel with Marquinuta is beyond my understanding. Father, you fought in the Pioneer Monday tours for many years. Haven't you ever encountered a domain knight like Marquinuta? The Earl looked lost as he said, Domain knight? A completion-level sky knight, once resonating with a knight order, can condense a chi domain and thereby augment their power. Such completion-level sky knights are known as domain knights. There are quite a few completion-level sky knights in the country, and grandfather is one too. Don't they practice chi domain? Perhaps when Roderick arrives, you can ask him. The Earl leaned against a pillow, staring at the ceiling with a very confused look. I have fought in nearly 20 pioneer mandates, but I always deliberately avoided clashing with the forces of marquises. If it hadn't been for your insistence, I would not have agreed to confront Marquinuta head-on. The implication was clear. Li William always adhered to the strategy of bullying the weak, raiding for resources. Therefore, he may have clashed with completion-level sky knights, but he had never fought against one in a large-scale knight order charge. Hence, he had never witnessed the power of a domain knight, nor did he know that there was something beyond the completion level, the domain knight. He sighed deeply. Suddenly turning his head, he looked at his young but mature second son. When Roderick and Maziro arrive, they will likely ask you why you are so powerful. Maybe you should tell me how the glory of a knight has favored you. List remained silent for a moment. He solemnly spoke. Initially, I didn't plan to say it, but since you asked, I have nothing to hide. I have inherited the ghost swordsman. Chapter 625 Sword Cuts Through the Flesh. Father, do you still remember my flagship, the Sunset? Of course, the temperature-calming pearl in the pavilion's small tower gave me a very good experience. You really know how to enjoy yourself. Hee hee. List chuckled dryly and then spoke seriously. Actually, my ghost swordsman inheritance originally comes from the Sunset, which was an undersea shipwreck, and not one belonging to the magic goat family, but from an ancient and strange civilization called Arid. Arid? Yes, the master of the Sunset was a ghost swordsman mentor named GSD. After the collapse of the Arid civilization, he crossed the sea in search of a new habitat suitable for his people, but encountered a catastrophic tsunami. He only had time to leave behind the ghost swordsman inheritance before sinking into the ocean. So, you acquired this GSD's ghost swordsman inheritance, which is the true reason for your rapid progression and outstanding strength. The Earl seemed to let out a sigh of relief, probably because it was more face-saving to know that his son's excellence had other reasons. Sword cuts through flesh, heart cuts through soul. Listen with your ears, strike with your heart. List stated flatly, uttering two catchy slogans. The ghost swordsman's sword never hesitates, because wisdom is with me. These are the teachings left by mentor GSD, and the spiritual power that the ghost swordsman abide by. It's evident from your battles that the ghost swordsman is indeed a powerful inheritance. Yes. Then, as the inheritor of the ghost swordsman, are you able to teach more people the ghost swordsman inheritance? I'm afraid not for the time being. The most important aspect of the ghost swordsman's inheritance is the transmission of spiritual power. My spiritual power comes from the residue of GSD mentor's spiritual power. Unless I can fully comprehend and penetrate the ghost swordsman inheritance, I am unable to teach others the spiritual power of the ghost swordsman. Of course, a fabricated ghost swordsman inheritance couldn't just be taught to anyone. Seeing that the Earl was about to ask more questions, feeling that the story he had concocted was already thrilling enough, and continuing might be overdoing it, he forcefully changed the subject. Father, the ghost swordsman inheritance is very mysterious and powerful. I hope the family can support me and safeguard its core secrets. When I comprehend the inheritance, it will become the greatest boost for the Tulip family's rise. Hearing that List was willing to share the ghost swordsman inheritance with the family, Li William's breathing quickened. Rest assured, I understand the value of an ancient warrior inheritance. This is your opportunity, even the Grand Duke cannot demand it. Besides, the Sapphire family has the inheritance of the Dragon Knight. They won't come seeking the ancient warrior inheritance from a follower. Nodding, List said no more. His feelings toward the Tulip family were actually quite complicated. On one hand, he had been involved and was an independent entity, with all profits belonging to him. On the other hand, whether it was managing his territory or the future task of dragon riding to found a nation, the Tulip family was an important support. If I weren't a transmigrator, perhaps I wouldn't be so conflicted, always feeling that interests outweigh emotions. Of course, it seems that familial affections among nobles are quite thin, with interests being the component that nobles most value. Shaking his head inwardly, he stood up and left the bedroom. No matter whether his interactions with the Tulip family were mainly based on interests or kinship, at least the two existed simultaneously, and he shouldn't sever this relationship. After resting for 2 days, the Earl's health was mostly restored, and Sir Maziro and Marquis Roderick came to Little River Heart Castle, each leading their family's elite knight order. The lively banquet concluded. All the essential information was made clear, with the Earl even subtly mentioning List's ghost swordsman inheritance. Soon after, a small-scale meeting took place in the study. List naturally took the lead in the meeting. Sir Maziro, Marquis Roderick, what you need to do is lead your knight orders to harass the lands of Marquis Nuta, ensuring he has no time to care about situations outside his domain. Additionally, each of you shall detach an elite knight order under my command, for me to lead the assault on Three Dragon City and Trap Dragon Mountain. I have no objections. The 300 elite knights under my command are yours, List. Maziro agreed readily. Knowing that List had received the ghost swordsman inheritance and had defeated a powerful domain knight, Maziro was quite pleased. List would be a powerful ally for the Longtaro family. Marquis Roderick gave it some thought and then gladly agreed. My main knight order is coordinating with the First Prince's actions, so I can only provide 300 elite knights to assist you in accomplishing the task. That will do, with your 600 elite knights, plus the 200 from the Tulip family. 800 elite knights are more than enough for me to ride across the land. List spoke confidently. Having experienced the fierce battle with Marquis Nuta, he already knew his limits. Recognizing his own strength and not becoming complacent, he instead grew more confident. Without much hesitation, once the knight order was ready, List led the mixed elite knight order, charging westward along the path scouted by the blood servants, bathed in the rising morning sun. Meanwhile, the Red Crab Island Knight Order, Golden Island Knight Order, and Coral Island Knights also began massive mobilizations. Not aiming to kill or plunder, their main goal was to harass and contain, an approach well mastered by the Knights of the Duchy of Sapphire. The entire Impact River plain under Marquinuta's control remained fortified in their castles amidst the harassment by the three Knight Orders, and the knights of the surrounding domains likewise dared not venture out rashly. Many minor noble landlords even began scorched earth practices, preparing to hide in their castles until the end of the Pioneer Mandate. Under these circumstances, in the evening, List led his mixed elite Knight Order to a position not far from the outskirts of Three Dragon City. He cast a covert glance at Egret Castle, which stood on the riverside, built against the mountain. "My lord, Count Egret is hiding in Egret Castle. Ever since you defeated Marquinuta in the Great Battle, Count Egret, as one of the participants, has been terror-stricken by your authority. He not only widened the moat but also fortified the walls of the castle, planning to hold on to Egret Castle at all costs," reported a lieutenant. Egret Castle was the main castle of Three Dragon City. "They won't be able to hold it," List said, seated on the back of the landwalker bird Loki, followed by 9 imposing dogs. "Give the order. Take down Egret Castle before nightfall, making it the bastion for defending Three Dragon City, ensuring the thoroughfare of both Three Dragon River and the Roaring River." No one questioned List's decision. In the era where knights ruled and strength was king, he had shown the prowess of a top warrior. Hence, as his subordinates, it was acceptable to offer suggestions during meetings, but at wartime, they just needed to carry out orders. The leaders of the various Knight Orders dispersed to make preparations. List looked towards the 5 blood servants. "What you need to do is ensure not a single knight escapes. Once Egret Castle is breached, all messages must be contained within the scope of Three Dragon City." "Yes, my lord, please leave it to us." The 5 transformed into bats and disappeared into the twilight, hovering around Egret Castle as both watchers and assassins, silently awaiting the attack. A quarter hour later, the Knight Order was ready. List raised the Iced Soul Dragon slaying sword and gave the command, "Charge." Amid the thunderous sound of galloping hooves, he rode the landwalker bird Loki, personally participating in the siege. Chapter 626 It's Him Enemy Attack. Muffled horn sounds rose from Egret Castle, as all knights busily donned their battle armor and surged onto the ramparts to observe the enemy forces and defend the castle. Count Egret, who had hurriedly changed into his armor, also climbed to the top of the castle walls and gazed at the composite Knight Order rushing towards them in the twilight. Coral Island Elite Knights wore silver helmets and armor, Red Crab Island Elite Knights were in golden helmets and armor, and the Elite Knights from Golden Island sported gray helmets and armor, with the colors of their steeds varying as well. Despite clearly being a mixed Knight Order, Count Egret's body tensed up as he saw the flag that fluttered high in the forefront of the Knight Order, a long banner with a red background, upon which an open black tulip was embroidered. He had a deep memory of this pattern. The defeat of the Roaring Knights 3 days ago had occurred under this very banner. "It's him, it's him, it's him." Count Egret's chest rose and fell with a hint of a tremor as he recalled that epic battle where the Marquinuta, encapsulating the power of an entire Knight Order, had ultimately been overturned and defeated by an excessively young Sapphire Knight. Marquinuta was his landlord, one of the prominent feudal marquises of the Eagle Kingdom. Therefore, he was well aware of Marquinuta's prowess. Since his youth, he had followed Marquinuta, and now in middle age, he had witnessed the magnificence of a domain knight more than once, especially during grand campaigns on the frontiers. Even the renowned cloaked bear-wearer, the Marquis of Boulder, held a position slightly below that of Marquinuta. He had always thought that unless a dragon knight appeared, his lordship was an unbeatable existence. Yet, to his utter disbelief, he had been defeated by a sapphire fly. Because of this, he had spent the 2 days since returning to the castle to recuperate in a daze, unwilling to accept this reality. However, it's him. He has come, he has actually come to Egret Castle. Count Egret forced himself to calm down and then shouted loudly, "Knights of Egret Castle, the enemy from Sapphire is formidable, but if we unite and fight together, no one can break through the impregnable walls of Egret Castle. Defend the castle. Repel the sapphire fly." The knights responded enthusiastically, and their cries helped Count Egret to fully regain his composure. Perhaps in a sword fight, he was no match for the knight named List Tulip. But this was no sword duel, nor a cavalry charge across open ground, it was a defense of the castle. The Sapphire Knight Order was not adept at siege warfare, their actions during Pioneer Mandates akin to locusts, seizing supplies and quickly retreating. They neither besieged nor claimed land. If it weren't for that conceited fool Deborah Ewis Stone, who relied on Marquinuta's favor and acted so arrogantly, refusing to defend the castle and instead charging out, the battle would never have collapsed so utterly. Even List, that inheritor of the ancient warrior, wouldn't have been able to cause much of a stir. Once calm, Count Egret even had the spare time to blame Deborah. He himself was a sword saint, but he looked down on the overrated Deborah, The Clearwater's sword saint with high esteem but low ability. His gaze turned towards the approaching composite Knight Order. Count Tigret gripped his longsword tightly and stopped his idle thoughts. His expression was neither joyous nor sorrowful. Ygritte Castle was situated such that one side backed against a mountain and another was surrounded by water, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. Repelling the enemy's assault would be effortless. But in the next moment, his calm wavered. Before the composite Knight Order, he saw a person riding a colorful large bird. He recognized List, the very one who had defeated Markinuta, and following behind were 9 intermediate magical beast blizzard beasts that had inflicted heavy casualties on the Roaring Knights. At this instant, List had already taken out his swift shadow bow, readying his arrow for the shot. When he first relied on archery to target the Roaring Knights, ultimately reversing the battle and defeating Markinuta, Count Tigret had not forgotten a single detail. A mighty ancient warrior inheritor actually has to join the siege in person. The answer to his question in his heart came in the form of 3 flaming arrows. Boom, 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 the 3 arrows each hit 3 windows, exploding and blasting the wooden window guards to smithereens. It was a greeting, as well as a signal. Next, the mixed Knight Order each took out their bows and arrows, aiming at Ygritte Castle to carry out suppressive shooting. Dowson, already familiar with warfare, took the 8 tiny ones with him, and without needing any extra instructions from List, began to release rock grenades and rock spikes, attacking the walls of Ygritte Castle. The sword slashes the flesh, the heart slashes the soul. List got too immersed in his role and, before actually beginning the attack, muttered a slogan to himself. Then, with a leap, he soared high into the sky, then gathered his energy and plummeted down fiercely. Boom! Amidst the barrage of arrows retaliating from the castle, he used his dragon chi to forcibly open up a clear area and landed on the battlements of Ygritte Castle. Spurt, spurt, spurt. Immediately, countless Earth Knights thrust their spears through from the inner wall, aiming to turn List into a wasp's nest. With a cold gaze, List swung the iced soul dragon slaying sword, conjuring up flames with each motion that instantly cut the knights' spears in 2. The sturdiness and sharpness of dragon bone combined with dragon chi were inexplicably formidable. After cutting through the knights' spears, he swung the ice soul dragon slaying sword again, chopping down a few knights who attempted to retaliate. Without caring whether they were dead or not, List immediately got up and leapt towards another part of the battlements. His goal was clear: to remove all the battlements' retaliatory forces of Ygritte Castle, then let his elite knights scale the castle and swarm to take down this seemingly sturdy fortress. If he were a dragon knight, perhaps a single breath of dragon breath could roast the entire castle, but he had to do the hard work himself. The difference between riding a dragon and not was obvious. If I could produce black gunpowder, the speed of the siege would definitely increase greatly. There's sulfur on Dodo Island, charcoal can be made on the spot, now all that's missing is a saltpeter mine. The formula of 1 part sulfur, 2 parts saltpeter, and 3 parts charcoal, I remember it very clearly. But it's better to wait until I become a dragon knight before inventing such a devastating siege weapon as black gunpowder. As List was clearing out the retaliatory forces of Ygritte Castle, his mind still wandered. He had been paying attention to black gunpowder for a while and had always listed it on his invention to-do list. Unfortunately, when he had saltpeter, there was no sulfur, and after the discovery of Dodo Island and access to sulfur, the saltpeter was used up, hindering his research. This type of gunpowder might not be very useful in battle, as its destructive power could not compare to G and magic. But in present times, when materials resistant to magic were commonly used in castle construction, the physical impact of black gunpowder was definitely a powerful means to dismantle fortresses. In the future, I must seriously look for a saltpeter mine. With his thoughts gathered, he continued to clear the area seriously. As List worked hard and exerted himself, the retaliation from Ygritte Castle completely died down. Count Tigret didn't dare show his face, and neither did the other Earth Knights. The large and sturdy castle was like an unconscious strong man who, no matter how strong, could not escape the indignity of fate. Numerous elite knights from the mixed Knight Order began to climb up the outer walls of the castle. Led by List, they were sent into the castle to engage in street fighting. He too mixed in with the troops, deploying his eye of magic and targeting Earth Knights with concentrated chi. And he quickly pinpointed the location of Count Ygritte, leading the knights on a direct path, pushing towards Count Ygritte. With Count Ygritte taken down, Ygritte Castle could declare its surrender. Chapter 627 Some Advice I Surrender. Just as List had expected, when he stepped past the surrounding knights and stood before Count Ygritte, this Earth attribute sword saint threw away his long sword in a very straightforward manner. A wise man submits to the circumstances. I'm starting to appreciate you. Now, please go to the cell and stay there for a few days. After we both have taken ample time to think things over carefully, we shall discuss the matter of your ransom, List said with gentle elegance. Since the other party did not resist, he naturally maintained his own dignity. And so, as night fell, a battle that was predetermined in its conclusion came to a quiet end, and the castle's dungeons were filled to capacity. Sitting in the main seat of the castle hall, List casually ordered, "Captain Marcus, send someone to inform Sir Maziro to arrange for the Night Order to take over Egret Castle. This castle controls the confluence of the Three Dragon River and the Roaring River. We must treat it with the utmost care to ensure the Golden Waterway remains unobstructed." "Yes, my lord," Marcus responded with excitement. He was fortunate to know List's plans, and so he had been in a state of excitement for several days. The military exploits from capturing the iron mines were bound to benefit a large number of knights, and he was almost certain that he would be promoted to nobility, becoming an honored knight. Moreover, due to the considerable military achievements, it might not take many years for him to ascend smoothly to the rank of baron. List was not a miserly landlord when it came to rewarding his subordinates for their military exploits. He was always generous. Marcus was well aware of this. List, who sat in the main seat, took a sip of tea and then continued, "Gentlemen, although we have taken Egret Castle, and Three Dragon City becomes our resource-gathering field, you must understand that neither the city nor the castle is our ultimate goal. Rest for the night, and tomorrow we continue moving forward." "Yes, my lord." "Now, all of you go and rest. Let's forego the celebration feast tonight. When our real purpose is achieved, we can enjoy banquets every day, and the richness of the military exploits will drive you mad." The inspired leaders of the Night Order respectfully bowed and left. At that moment, a bat flew in from the outside window, quickly transforming into Bloody Mary dressed in leather pants, a leather jacket, and a black cloak. She had already donned Schubert's cloak over herself. The oversized cloak completely hid her voluptuous figure. She had decided to rise through the ranks by ability, not by beauty. Of course, the main reason was that beauty was ineffective. Her personal style also began to turn from seductive to serious. "My lord, Mary reports to you." List was slightly disappointed by the conservative Bloody Mary. Although the female vampire was getting on in years, her figure and skin were well maintained and could be pleasing to the eye. He regretted giving her Schubert's cloak as a reward, ruining a potential spectacle. "We have already locked down Egret Castle, including the tunnels beneath the castle which we have discovered and are guarding. Several knights and rats who tried to send messages outside have been killed. Hamel and the others are still blocking the paths out to ensure no information leaks from Egret Castle." "Very well," List stood up. "Next, hand over the lockdown task to the Night Order on night duty, and let's begin the hunting plan." Bloody Mary unconsciously licked her lips. "As you wish, my lord." The dark night is a vampire's favorite environment. There is no sunlight to burn them, just endless shadows that allow them to move freely in any corner. Three Dragon City is approximately 250 kilometers away from Lock Dragon City, with a large expanse of mountains lying between them. One of these mountain ranges is called Trapped Dragon Mountain. Here lay vast valleys and never-ending excavation of iron mines, the origin of the mines revealed by the mountain's name. Once upon a time, a malleable cast iron dragon or a white moa iron dragon became trapped here and continually infected the mountain range, eventually resulting in an abundance of iron mines. Famur Black Knight was savoring the flavor of virginity within a castle at Trapped Dragon Mountain. His duty was that of a supervisor, overseeing the iron ore mining at Trapped Dragon Mountain. Because his master, Summit Marquis Alonzo Ziancli, had already ridden a bronze dragon to the border battlefield to confront the Dragon Knights of Steel Ridge Kingdom. The Night Order of his family had also gone to the border to participate in the war and could not escort the convoy transporting the iron ore. Thus, the massively mined iron ores were piled up in the valley, waiting for the war to end before being guarded and transported. Even within the territory of Eagle Kingdom, there were still reckless mercenary corps that would attack and plunder the iron mines. Behind these audacious mercenary corps could be other Dragon Knights or aspiring Dragon Knights. Or perhaps some long-standing noble forces, up to and including some royals, vassals, and enemy states providing secret support. The nearly 1,000-year-old Eagle Kingdom was no longer harmonious. Just dealing with the power struggles and conflicts within the kingdom itself consumed vast amounts of energy. Add to this the annual warfare initiated by Steel Ridge Kingdom, never giving Eagle Kingdom a moment's respite. The Sapphire Pirates, though weak, were like bone-clinging maggots, always able to leech blood and flesh. The seemingly powerful kingdom was actually finding it increasingly difficult to maintain its vast territories. But none of this impeded Famur from living a life of debauchery on Trapped Dragon Mountain. As an original pureblood of the Black Knight family, he enjoyed ample family resources and absolute authority. Tasting a few virgins outside was not a problem at all. In fact, he and his original pureblood partner were each playing their own games. Just as he had barely started moving for a few seconds, there was a knock on the door. However, he paid no attention. With his authority here at Trapped Dragon Mountain, Even the two-station Sky Knights held no greater power than him, for he was the eyes of Alonso. So it was. After persisting for a minute, Famura's body trembled and he ceased his movements. At this point, the knocking outside the door resumed, and he lazily called out from the bed, "Come in." The one who entered was one of his followers, a mixed-blood vampire. "My lord, Sir Chuobert has sent Bloody Mary to visit you. She is waiting in the living room." "Chuobert? Didn't that guy go to Sapphire? He completed his task so quickly? Bring Bloody Mary here." Soon Bloody Mary arrived in the bedroom. She showed no curiosity towards the girl lying on the bed, looking directly at Famur, who was half covered with his sleeping gown. "Lord Famur, Sir Chuobert has returned from Ironhoof Island and is currently recuperating in the mountains, not far from here. He suffered some minor injuries on Ironhoof Island. Why didn't he come to Lock Dragon Castle?" "Hee, Lord Famur, you must be joking. This is your territory." Famur was very smug. "Haha, Bloody Mary, you do have a way with words. That fellow Chuobert definitely does not dare to come to my turf, afraid I'd eat his heart. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for me sparing him once 10 years ago, how could he have had the chance to become a pure blood? Indeed, what the Lord says is right. Sir Chuobert hopes you will meet with him on the opposite mountain. He has some clues about the investigation on Ironhoof Island and hopes to discuss with you first before deciding on how to report to Prince Alonso. This is his token." Bloody Mary handed over the token of Chuobert that she had prepared in advance. "Humphrey, at least he knows his manners." Glancing at the token and then tossing it back to Bloody Mary, Famur proudly raised his head, a pale face wearing a smug smile. "Let's go. Speaking of which, he's something like my brother-in-law. It's a good time to give him some advice." Chapter 628 Infinite Vitality. Vampires who move through the dark night, especially the powerful purebloods, seldom encounter situations where they are ambushed and killed because they rely on the escapability of blood magic, bat incarnation. Therefore, Famur Black Knight had no defense against the message from Bloody Mary and turned directly into a bat, following behind Bloody Mary and flying over to the mountains opposite Trap Dragon Mountain. Moments after they reached a dense forest, just as he was about to land and revert to human form, a large net was suddenly thrown over him. Famur's reaction speed was not much slower than Chuobert's before him. He immediately exploded into countless spats and scattered in all directions. However, an ambush with the element of surprise still managed to ensnare most of his incarnations, and they emitted the sound of burning and deep frying. Only 4 bat incarnations managed to escape. At that moment, List, who had cast the net, turned into flames and directly snuffed out one bat incarnation before swiftly charging at the second one. Simultaneously, Crimson Peggy and Blood Hamel fiercely pounced on the third bat, while Night Demon Wimbledon and One-Eyed Yuso fiercely attacked the fourth one. Bloody Mary struggled to control the bloodlight web, preventing this group of bat incarnations from breaking through the magic equipment. Pop. Having crushed the second incarnation bat, List turned around to crush the third and fourth ones that were held back, returning to the location of the bloodlight web. With dragon chi erupting, he ground the group of incarnated bats to pieces amid their screams. The blood magic power from all the bat incarnations flowed out, coalescing into Famur's body. He was more decisive than Chuobert, dead through and through. A quasi-dragon knight ambushing a vampire was akin to a strong man bullying an infant. List took the handkerchief passed by Crimson Peggy and wiped the blood off his hands, signaling for Bloody Mary to take action. While the corpse's blood magic power had not yet dissipated, it was crucial to quickly extract the heart and retrieve the equipment. The harvest was substantial. A pure blood vampire's original heart, filled with surging blood magic power, had several blood servants staring fixedly with gleaming eyes. 3 mixed blood vampire hearts, placed in a box. A set of formal attire, unique to vampires. A short sword resembling a military dagger with wind language silver oath carved on it. It shared the same name as Chuobert's dagger, a hereditary magic equipment from the Black Knight family, but with a different design and virtually identical functions. A blood mask, a book on reincarnation ritual, and a blood extractor needle. A wild beast's tooth the length of a finger, which was also some type of magic equipment, emanating a strong scent of blood magic power, a spiked whip, and a purple sapphire ring. List squeezed the heart. Famur's 3 followers, Enchantress Phoebe, the dark-robed Vansa, and Fang Seth, quickly rushed over and declared their allegiance to the ranks of the blood servants after Bloody Mary's threats and narration. Among them, Enchantress Phoebe was Famur's confidant and was very knowledgeable about his equipment. This tooth is the fang of the super magical beast, Bloodthirsty Bat, a hereditary magic equipment passed down through generations of the Black Knight family. Not only does it greatly amplify the training and spellcasting for vampires, but blood exchange rituals can also be performed through the Bloodthirsty Bat fang to increase the purity of the pure blood's blood lineage, said Phoebe. List raised an eyebrow. Super magical beast? What does a bloodthirsty bat look like? I haven't seen one, sir. The Black Knight family's heritage is ancient, and whether this bloodthirsty batfang truly belongs to a super magical beast is unclear, replied Enchantress Phoebe, who was average-looking except for her grand, soaring chest. This whip is called the Whip of Whales, primarily used for stimulation. Skip that, tell me about this purple sapphire ring. I am not sure of the name of this ring, sir. Its effect is to fill one with vitality, greatly increasing the rate of magic power recovery, she explained. That is a very good piece of equipment. List was quite satisfied with the purple sapphire ring and without hesitation, slipped it onto his left index finger. In the Duchy of Sapphire, or what one may call the customs of Steel Ridge Kingdom, there are only two conventional ways of wearing rings. Worn on the left middle finger by gentlemen and on the right middle finger by ladies implies engagement. Worn on the left ring finger by gentlemen and on the right ring finger by ladies signifies marriage. Wearing rings on any other finger is merely a matter of adornment or equipment. Wealthy knights and magicians donning gemstone rings on every finger are not an uncommon sight. G activated the purple sapphire ring. He suddenly felt a mysterious force being conducted from the gemstone into his body, invigorating him with a vitality indescribable by words, as if the cells of his body were boiling with activity every moment. Each gemstone was filled with astonishing power. Only then did he turn to Bloody Mary. The hunt this time went very smoothly. Mary, you have contributed to my success, and naturally, I won't shortchange you. This heart of Chuobert now belongs to you. However, I am currently too busy to oversee your cultivation and transformation, so after we take Dragon Mountain, you can properly absorb this heart. Suppressing her excitement and desire, Bloody Mary replied, all is as you arrange, my lord. Everything Mary has was bestowed by you. List was pleased with her attitude. He looked at the other 7 blood servants. The heart of Famur is in my hands and it holds no use for me. As long as you serve me loyally and achieve enough merits, it could be yours. There is a mission at hand. For now, start monitoring every exit of Dragon Mountain, not allowing a single messenger to escape. He paused. List casually tossed Famur's heart in the air. As long as the task is completed, not just this heart, but also this great pile of equipment will be all yours, including the newly joined blood servants, the Enchantress Phoebe, the man in black Vansa, and Fang Seth. Yes, my lord, we will do our utmost to complete the task. Bloody Mary led the others in kneeling on one knee. The remaining blood servants followed suit, kneeling down one after another. In this pitch-black forest, it appeared very airy. The mid-August weather remained sweltering. Carrying a temperature-calming pearl with him, List enjoyed air-conditioned comfort wherever he went, much to the envy of Earl William Lee. The night order from Maziro arrived swiftly taking over Egret Castle. Meanwhile, List led the now fully replenished mixed elite force of 800 knights on a mountainous journey. With blood servants scouting ahead, their progress was fairly smooth. By nightfall, they were lying in wait not far from Dragon Mountain. After resting for the night, they would launch their attack. The departure of Famur hadn't caused any commotion. The Enchantress Phoebe, the man in black Vansa, and Fang Seth managed to maintain the supervision of the overseers. Not only that, but at the suggestion of Bloody Mary, they diverted many knights from their surveillance posts, and on the eve of List's planned charge, they assassinated many of the sentries on the watchtowers. Now, Dragon Mountain's iron mine lay stark and unprotected under the spearheads of the mixed knight order. Charge! At dawn, with List's fierce cry, the battle officially began. Yet his gaze passed over the stationed knights of Dragon Mountain to find 2 sky knights hastily readying themselves for combat. In his eyes, they were not enemies. They were glittering gold coins, elves, food, serfs, resources for dragon riding. Chapter 629 Jack the Ripper. The battle was unremarkable. It was simply List going bang bang bang, slash slash slash, and shoot shoot shoot. The 2 sky knights stationed at Dragon Mountain lay on the ground, severely injured, and their knight order began to collapse. With List continuously picking off the fleeing knights and vampires constantly attacking. In the end, both knight orders stationed at Dragon Mountain were completely annihilated. Some died in battle, most surrendered, and only a few scattered in all directions. My lord, I am very sorry, some knights fled through the back roads. We didn't dare to pursue them since the sun outside is getting stronger, and under its scorching light, our combat power has completely wilted, Bloody Mary reported after returning. List frowned. But he didn't complain. I understand. You may go undressed. After Bloody Mary retreated, he gazed at the piles of iron ore in the valley of Dragon Mountain, suppressing the surging excitement in his heart and pondered, Dragon Mountain is not like Egret Castle, which is resolute in defense. It will be incredibly difficult to completely block the news. Surely, the escaping knights will spread the word, and it won't be long before Alonso looks for an opportunity to withdraw from the front line. For now, the only option was to rush the transportation of the iron ore. They would take as much as they could, and should the Dragon Knights return, they would immediately abandon the transport and flee for their lives. Of course, List was only planning to stay at the trapped Dragon Mountain iron mine for 5 days to prevent it from being retaken by the surrounding Marquis forces. 5 days was a safe margin. After 5 days, he couldn't guarantee that Alonso wouldn't come ahead of time. Without being able to ride a dragon, when facing a real Dragon Knight, List knew when to cower. He absolutely must not play tough. After clearing the battlefield at trapped Dragon Mountain, the transportation work began rapidly, with the leaders of Knight Orders like Marcus repeatedly shouting to gather the captive knights. These knights were stripped of their equipment and driven to help transport the iron ore. The elite Knight Order was always monitoring their work. The miners who had been in the mines were also driven up to join the transport workers. Cart after cart of ore was transported to the bank of Three Dragons River nearby, awaiting the arrival of the fleet for loading. The only ones treated well were the 2 Sky Knights who could be exchanged for elves and the 6 mine masters. Mine masters were akin to architects, extremely skilled in drilling and mining, and were considered highly talented individuals. At Novelban List always favored talents, so these 6 mine masters were spared from menial tasks, but they had to pack their belongings and follow the fleet away to his territory. Although his territory had no minerals to mine, hoarding such specialized talents would undoubtedly be beneficial. As for the families of the mine masters, they all resided in Lock Dragon City, and it wouldn't take long to bring them back using blood servants. Taking these mine masters along with their families was also one of List's humane actions. My lord, we have already sent knights to Egret Castle to deliver the message. I believe that Lord Mazero will soon call upon the serfs from Three Dragon City to come and transport the iron ore, someone reported. Captain Marcus, take care of things in trapped Dragon Mountain for me and report to me immediately if there is any situation. Yes, my lord. After Marcus left, he called for Bloody Mary again. The battle is over. Now, here is a heart for you. And here's your heart back. Absorb this heart right in front of me and practice. Show me how blood magic is cultivated, List said indifferently, tossing the 2 hearts over. Vampires must replace their hearts back to cultivate. To prevent subordinates from fleeing, Pura Bloods would personally oversee the mixed bloods cultivation. List retained this method. He also did not trust these vampires. Clutching the hearts, Bloody Mary was overwhelmed with emotion and knelt on the ground, kissing the tip of List's shoe. Bloody Mary will forever be loyal to you, my lord. After that, she began her training in front of List. First, she removed her upper garment, displaying herself boldly before List, a sight that was extremely seductive. However, before List could take a good look, Bloody Mary sliced her own chest open with her own hands, then stuffed her heart back into the bloody cavity. The sight made List's scalp tingle. In an instant, all erotic thoughts shattered completely. Yet he still forced himself to suppress the discomfort, using the eye of magic to observe how Bloody Mary absorbed the heart. It seemed to be some kind of mysterious blood magic, which converted the heart from a state of magic power into individual magic runes, the inverse form of a magic array. Since the blood servants had not completed the related books on blood magic, List's understanding of it was limited. He lost interest after watching for a while. The entire absorption process was quite tedious. Bloody Mary simply sat still, constantly casting spells to absorb those magic runes into her body. By the time Bloody Mary finished absorbing the heart, a whole day and night had passed. She had not become a pure blood vampire yet, as it still required some time for digestion and absorption. After the absorption was complete, she conscientiously dug out her heart again and handed it over to List. Compared to her previous heart, the current one was much more translucent and rich with blood magic power. Taking the still beating heart, List couldn't help asking, I'm curious, when you slice open your own chest like that, don't you feel any pain? My lord, pain is a part of blood magic. Often, it's through pain that we can better feel alive, rather than just a talking corpse. Do you ever regret becoming a vampire? I have no regrets. I was forcibly transformed into a vampire by Chuobert. It wasn't a choice I could make. But it feels quite nice. At least after becoming a vampire, I can preserve my youthful face, and the feeling of flying freely is also beautiful. List could not relate to her feelings. He could already fly, whether by himself or on a bird. Plus, his face had always been tender and handsome. By the time he became the Dragon Domain landlord, he would probably look young for a few hundred more years, but he was not particularly fixated on eternal life. A few hundred years would probably be enough. Living too long had no appeal to him. After signaling to Bloody Mary that she could leave, he stayed alone in the study of Nameless Castle, flipping through the advanced Chi manual Meteor Fall Shockwave that he had confiscated the day before yesterday. It was found in the bedroom of a Sky Knight stationed here, with signs of daily wear. And this advanced Chi manual was the reward for the smoke mission. Complete the mission, reward, Advanced Chi Manual Meteor Fall Shockwave. The mission was completed when the Night Order surrendered, and a new mission followed. Mission: this pioneer mandate has already achieved glorious results. The war spoils from the iron ore will continue to pour into the bag, and next, it's time to carefully consider the ransom for the captive knights, as well as the future trade of serfs. Please patiently wait for the war to end. Reward: unknown reward. It's indeed time to consider how to wrap things up, List said as he tossed Meteor Fall Shockwave directly into the gemstone space, with 5 Sky Knights captured, 2 ordinary and 3 Sword Saints, one of whom shamelessly insisted on following me. The spoils from this pioneer mandate will keep me well fed for years. At that moment, the study door was knocked, and the Earl's voice came from outside. List, I've arranged with your Uncle Mizero to go hunting in the nearby woods. Would you like to join us? My knights have discovered the trail of a powerful magical beast, perhaps we can capture it. Chapter 630 Watch and learn well. A trace of a powerful magical beast. In fact, ever since Li William had rushed to Trap Dragon Mountain to guard the iron mines, he had been sending out knights every day to search the surrounding mountains, nominally for signs of enemy knights, but in reality, he was more eager to find intermediate and advanced magical beasts. He had longed for a magical beast mount for many years. In the Duchy of Sapphire, magical beasts were rare, and few knights rode magical beasts. Instead, for the charge on the battlefield, they all uniformly rode horses. Only Sky Knights would ride various magical beasts into battle. The huge tiger that Marquis Nuta rode before was a wind attribute intermediate magical beast, the Colossal Claw Tiger. However, intermediate and advanced magical beasts usually inhabit deep in the primeval forest, and it was already quite difficult for Knight Orders or Mercenary Corps to team up and kill them, let alone capture them alive. Even if captured, they were difficult to tame. The low-level magical beast, the fierce earth dog Tuppo that List had brought back, was continuously subdued by Dowson using his body, but it still took a tremendous amount of time to erase its wild nature. Although Tuppo no longer harmed people now, it was still very difficult for it to accept List's commands. A low-level magical beast was already so difficult to tame, let alone those intermediate and advanced magical beasts. List was able to have the Blizzard Beast Squad partly because Dowson was originally an unopened-eyed newborn of a low-level magical beast, and partly because it evolved after eating the bloodline fruit. If Dowson had been an adult, it would have been difficult to completely tame him. As for Landwalker Bird Loki and Rainbow Whale Rose, it was probably the dragon bloodline that endowed them with easy-to-ride characteristics. Dragons, such noble creatures, could be ridden by people. It was evident that dragon-related creatures would inherit this trait. Magical beasts that were not related to dragons were entirely different. When Marquis Nuta attacked Little River Heart Castle, he rode the intermediate magical beast Colossal Claw Tiger but did not fight alongside it, implying that he had tamed an adult Colossal Claw Tiger. It could be ridden, but it could not be commanded like an extension of one's limbs in battle. And capturing just one Colossal Claw Tiger was already difficult, let alone breeding offspring from it. Magical beasts with strong bloodlines inherently had difficulty reproducing. If magical beasts were so easy to capture and tame, I'm afraid the noble landlords of the Eagle Kingdom would have established a magical beast knight order long ago. And the magical beasts around Trap Dragon Mountain would have been roasted and eaten by those 2 Sky Knights already, List thought during the Earl's invitation to capture a magical beast. He considered many pieces of information in an instant. Of course, he did not openly say this, only criticized in his mind that the Earl's idea was a bit naive. It was not as simple as finding a powerful magical beast and being able to tame it into a mount. At the very least, one had to be favored by the glory of knighthood to obtain excellent magical beast mounts like Dowson, Loki, and Roz. He left the study. He still accepted the hunting invitation. If possible, he would capture a magical beast for the Earl, saving him from the daily nagging about mounts, and eyeing his own mounts Dowson, Loki, and Roz inappropriately. Father, we are leaving Trap Dragon Mountain. Will the defenses here be alright? Don't worry, the First Prince has already sent the Hemp Eagle Knights to send messages. He is dispatching an elite knight order here for support, while also organizing a fleet from various landlords to transport the iron ore. There's no need for us to be tense anymore. We should appropriately distribute the profits to others. I understand this principle, but the importance of the iron mines goes without saying. If the nearby landlords take risks for the iron mines, wouldn't that severely diminish our military achievements? Not being coveted is because of being favored by glory, and even if snatched away, it's not a bad result. In the past few days, we have already transported more than 300,000 tons of iron ore, and these military achievements are enough for me to accumulate to the rank of Marquis within 2 or 3 years, and you also get the resources for development. Being overly powerful is not necessarily a good thing. At Novelban the Earl had his own reasoning. He only knew that List was an inheritor of the ancient warrior, a ghost swordsman from Erid, While he certainly could help the family rise, they still had to rely on the breath of Dragon Knights to survive. Thus, being appropriately low-key and developing steadily is a good thing. List could not deny this, as he actually wouldn't mind pushing Li William to the position of Marquis in one step, while he himself would be promoted to Earl along the way, continuing to follow Li William. He wanted to avoid being so outstanding that the Sapphire Duke might forcibly recruit him as a follower, which would be quite awkward. After all, regardless of strength, he was at least a Dragon Knight of equal status. However, since the Earl wanted to stabilize things, List did not strongly oppose, and the two of them left the nameless castle together to meet up with Maziro at the Night Order's camp. List, are you ready? Let's go capture a big one. Maziro approached, slapping List on the shoulder. There was always an unreal feeling. The once timid and unwelcome nephew at Tulip Castle had actually grown into a top-tier powerhouse, reaching a height that even he, as the heir to the Marquisate, had to look up to. The gap in noble titles didn't give him any advantage, for List's future was destined to become a Marquis. A powerful ancient warrior inheritor, the position of Marquis was the highest treatment the Duchy of Sapphire could offer. Fortunately, Maziro could still talk to List as an elder, and he had to maintain the relationship through family ties. Marquis Merlin was on his deathbed, and in the period when Mi'abao had not yet grown up, the Long Taro family's rule over Red Crab Island urgently required List's support. Otherwise, given the little princess's strong background, Red Crab Island might change from Long Taro to Sapphire in a few years. Especially since thus far, there hasn't been any sign of the little princess being with child. Divorce is clearly impossible, for who would dare to abandon the Grand Duke's daughter? The most likely outcome is that the family bloodline would be replaced, and by then, the only one who could uphold justice for the Long Taro family would be List. Maziro had considered this problem more than once. While his expression became briefly absent, List had already declared himself ready. He was unaware of his uncle's inner thoughts, but knew that his uncle's attitude was very warm, certainly intending to win him over. Actually, it felt quite nice. Looking at the retainer knights accompanying him, he said to Xavier, "Go find Emily and tell her to follow me for a hunt in the forest." "Yes, my lord." Moments later, Emily rode up on a horse, the 12 or 13-year-old girl in the midst of growing, nearly shooting up in height every day, currently almost reaching 1.70 meters. Her talent had once again astounded List, touching the bottleneck of chi after just a few battles and killings. Becoming an elite Earth Knight. If it weren't for knowing that all her training resources were provided by him, List really would have doubted whether it was Emily who had inherited the legacy of the ancient warrior. "My lord." Emily greeted him respectfully. List nodded indifferently, feeling more and more the pleasure of nurturing, though his expression remained placid. "Emily, follow me on the hunt, and remember, watch carefully and learn well." Emily responded excitedly, "As you wish, my lord." She knew that List was preparing to teach her personally. This was definitely an opportunity all knights dreamed of, the incredibly powerful knight teaching lessons himself. Chapter 631 Return fully loaded. Li William and Maziro relentlessly trailed the magical beast's tracks, while List lazily followed behind, instructing Emily on how to cultivate and fight. Even though he was currently just an ordinary Sky Knight aside from his Dragon Knight status, he had fought a considerable number of opponents. Especially with the powerful force of the Dragon Chi, he could calmly observe how other Sky Knights fought. By using a scientific approach to summarize his experiences, he had not only written the Earth Chronicle of List, he was now pondering the Sky Chronicle of List. In the realm of knight training, he believed his ideas were far more advanced than the ideas of his time. Emily was an excellent student, intelligent, resilient, and not given to complaints or idle talk. She always maintained a humble and respectful attitude towards him. Attitude is particularly important. List did not like those who are arrogant due to their talents, nor did he like those who considered themselves geniuses. The reason he was not fond of Lidon was related to Lidon's often displayed attitude that he was a genius, an attitude incompatible with List's presence, in which no one could claim to be a genius. Elite Earth Knights mainly rely on consuming magic potions. Once the Pioneer Mandate is over and we return to our territory, I will provide you with enough magic potions. Furthermore, you should diligently study the Earth Chronicle of List, which will guide you on how to take potions effectively and break through the constraints of your cells. Yes, my lord. In addition, you must also learn archery. It's a standard skill for knights. However, my multi-arrow is not suitable for you. I will choose an archery instructor from among the elite Earth Knights to teach you other types of archery, List said. His multi-arrow relies on the infinite bullets cheat provided by the gemstone space. That's why it can inflict such powerful damage, with each casual shot releasing 3 arrows. A regular knight wouldn't have enough arrows in a quiver to execute it many times. He believed that the creator of the secret manual for multi-arrow must have had access to a space gem, Otherwise, they wouldn't invent such a narrow consuming archery skill. If one is only satisfied with the realm of double arrow, then multi-arrow is a fine choice, but his expectations for Emily went beyond just being an elite Earth Knight. Emily didn't ask why. Yes, my lord. Further, if you're not good at arithmetic, I can help you measure your body's tolerance and adaptability to magic potions. It's only through scientific consumption that one can minimize expenditure and maximize benefits to break free from the shackles of the earth as soon as possible. Yes, my lord. Emily no longer just thanked Liszt with words for his nurturing grace. She had already resolved in her heart that everything about her belonged to Liszt. Simple words of thanks were meaningless. Dedicating herself entirely to Lord Landlord was now her sole focus in life. To the Earl's regret, the hunting party ultimately lost track of the powerful magical beast, and by nightfall, they had not rediscovered any useful clues. After a whole day's journey, aside from hunting a number of low-level magical beasts, they captured only one intermediate magical beast, a spiked porcupine. This spiked porcupine, with its thunder attribute, had formidable offensive power. Liszt forcefully breached its lightning coat with dragon chi and then knocked it out alive. He inquired if the Earl wished to use the spiked porcupine as a mount. Looking at the long, sharp spikes on the back of the spiked porcupine, which resembled a knight's spear, the Earl fell into a profound silence. After returning to Trapped Dragon Mountain, the evening feast saw dish after dish of delicious spiked porcupine roast served. The Earl picked up a pork rib and crunched it up, bones and all. What a pity. Liszt said, eating a leg of spiked porcupine meat, expressing regret. In fact, if you remove the spikes on the back of the spiked porcupine, it can still be tamed as a mount for riding. Of course, it's pointless to talk about that now. He had to focus on filling his stomach. Thus, a day passed. In the blink of an eye, Liszt had been stationed at Trapped Dragon Mountain for 5 days, and it was time to depart. The Sunset, tasked with transportation, had already sailed up the roaring river against the current, and Captain Marcus had the Black Horse Island Knights order tirelessly moving the mass of goods collected to the Sunset. The elite knights sent by the first prince had already taken over the defense of Trapped Dragon Mountain. The commander was a sword saint, strong enough to uphold the mountain's defenses in the coming times. Viscount Garcia, Viscount Fox, once the knights withdraw from Trapped Dragon Mountain, your letters will be sent out at the same time. Once your families or landlords send someone with your ransom to Ironhoof Island, you will gain your freedom. As for now, you need to pay a visit to Coral Island. Understood. The 2 Sky Knights responded listlessly. They were followers of Alonzo Zyankli. They didn't come from major families but from the orphanage of the Zyankli family and hadn't been Sky Knights for long. Therefore, apart from 1 or 2 little minor elves, they had nothing else. Liszt had them write letters, primarily to Alonzo, asking him to pay the ransom with 2 ordinary little minor elves per person, or 1 grain-related or magic potion-related little minor elf. Seizing his iron mines, enlisting his knights, and now demanding a ransom, Liszt would not be lenient with his potential rival in the upcoming dragon-slaying battle. The Sunset set sail. The 8 blood servants also departed, having transported away 500,000 tons of iron ore from Trapped Dragon Mountain, now completely handed over to the knights under the control of the first prince. The Earl didn't follow the Sunset but boarded a court-fast sailing ship provided by Maziro. At Novelban the 2 stood at the prow of the ship, gazing at distant Trapped Dragon Mountain, sharing their sentiments. Maziro said, leaving now, most of the remaining military exploits will be consumed by the many noble landlords, which is quite a pity indeed. Li William smiled, the military exploits that are mine cannot be taken away by anyone. Indeed, with Liszt's formidable power as a ghost swordsman inheritor, he is more than capable of safeguarding the share of military exploits belonging to Coral Island. However, at such a young age, Liszt has helped you achieve such splendid results. After returning to our country, I fear a whole host of nobles will be driven mad with envy. Only those who are superior to others invite envy. My second son, Liszt, is destined to become the cornerstone of Sapphire. They envy him now, but in a few more years, they will change their mindset because Liszt will make them understand that envy cannot destroy a genius. That's true. Maziro, resting his hands on the railing, said, if Liszt were still weak, obtaining the ghost swordsman inheritance would not be a good thing. But he has grown strong enough to protect himself. Even a Grand Duke must pay him the utmost attention. Perhaps in a few years, he will join you and me in ascending to the rank of Marquis. The Earl, with hands clasped behind his back, spoke in a nonchalant tone, let's see how he develops. Chapter 632 Overnight wealth. The ape-like prize on either shore persist, yet my light boat has already passed through a myriad of mountain ranges. Though the speed of the sunset on the sea wasn't fast, it far surpassed the sea's pace when flowing downstream on the Three Dragon River and the Roaring River, even when the cabin was filled with mountainous stacks of supplies. It soon arrived at Little River Heart Castle. Imprisoned at Little River Heart Castle were 3 sword saints, one of whom was W.S. Stone, another was Count Egret, and the last was Yevich Water Peanut. Marquis Nuta sent people to participate in the ransom discussion for the 3 followers. The final agreement was that Count Egret would pay for 2 grain-producing, magic potion-related minor elves and 1 common minor elf. Deborah would pay for 2 grain-producing, magic potion-related minor elves and 2 common minor elves. The minor elves' lifespans could not exceed 50 years. As for Yevich, Marquis Nuta had given up and did not intend to pay any ransom for him. This is really awkward, isn't it? Yevich can't even fetch a price. Levi's felt quite gloomy about Marquis Nuta's decision. To abandon a sword saint follower as if discarding him like cabbage, as a marquis, you have no sense of public duty. Trash shouldn't just be thrown anywhere. Yevich felt similarly embarrassed, of course knowing that Marquis Nuta wouldn't pay much for him. However, to not even name a price was a great insult to his dignity. He made up his mind resolutely. My lord, Yevich wishes to follow you, to start anew, forsaking any titles from the Eagle Kingdom. By now, he had become an inextricably attached burden. List pondered for a long while and at last came up with a decision. You've decided to start over and I, being as merciful as I am, can't deny you an opportunity. Here's what we'll do. I don't want your minor elves, but they must be planted on my land, with elves in my custody. And you? Yevich had 2 rather useless water peanut minor elves and 14 sprite bugs. The contract count for sprite bugs was too low, and switching contracts was too much trouble. Moreover, only 1 erect centipede elf bug was capable of planting the magic potion erect centipede, and 1 sweet potato sprite bug could cultivate the grain sweet potato. Both had slight value. Contracting them wasn't worth it. They were better used as a means to keep the other party in check. Please give your orders, my lord. Yevich has no objections. I plan for you to venture out to sea and to find new habitable islands outside the Duchy of Sapphire. Each island found would be equivalent to you establishing a feat in battle. If you can find a large island like Ironhoof Island, making you an earl wouldn't be a problem at all. You do believe I have the power to make you an earl, don't you? Yevich agreed readily. I believe completely in your lordship. Then, you agree to set sail in search of islands? Yes, my lord. Swear your oath of allegiance. The loyalty ceremony was carried out, and Yevich officially became one of List's freeman followers, having cast aside the noble titles granted by the former Eagle Kingdom. Once the oath was done, his identity naturally changed, with no possibility of returning to the past. Public allegiance, under the watchful eyes of many, held clear legal effect. Having regained his freedom, Yevich could not decide whether to feel happy or sorrowful. A man, a sword saint, reduced to such a state was sincerely devoid of anything that could offer self-comfort. Moreover, he was also mentally weary of war. After a lifetime of struggle, things had only gotten worse, and it seemed better to explore the solitary seas. No need to face the manipulative schemes and one-upmanship among the nobles. Observing the somewhat dejected Yevich, List wasn't concerned. He didn't want Yevich involved in any nightly wars, as the fellow's character was unreliable. If he changed loyalties again, it would be a losing deal. Better to dispatch him to search for new islands. This way, without List's support, Yevich wouldn't stand a chance in the vast ocean, and there was no need to worry about him attempting to defect. And List did need a powerful knight to lead the fleet on his behalf, to scout for him and find suitable maritime territories to establish a state. Toppling the Sapphire family was only a contingency plan. It would be activated only if the Grand Duke were confirmed to turn hostile. He disliked the life of constant fighting and preferred to establish a nation on an island, living a tranquil life separated from the world, turning to the continent for sustenance, much like the Sapphire's pioneer mandate, whenever impoverished or starved. Especially once the new sailing technology was developed, he planned to sail around the continent, seizing all islands and establishing his influence. To rear the continent as his private garden was a tempting thought, yet the difficulty of making it a reality was enormous. At Novelban resolved the following issue with Yevich's followers. Little River Heart Castle also welcomed the team delivering the ransom for Marquis Nuta. The Sword Saints could raise their own ransom, but it was up to Marquis Nuta to cover the cost for the numerous captured members of the Roaring Knights. The ransom, after much back and forth during this period, was essentially settled. Now it was just a matter of completing the exchange. For Count Egret's part, his family delivered 3 minor elves, a wheat minor elf and a sword minor elf related to grain, along with an ordinary ornamental plant snapdragon minor elf. The sword, being a type of grain, was very valuable, not only for making ropes but also as fodder for livestock and poultry. Deborah herself personally handed over 4 minor elves, a coptus minor elf related to magic potions, a millet minor elf related to grain, as well as a common apple minor elf and a flipped white grass sprite. The apple minor elf could also be used to grow apples, and the flipped white grass sprite could probably only grow wild grass. Markinuta, moreover, brought not only a large amount of gold coins and seeds but also owed 2 minor elves, a tobacco minor elf, equivalent to grain since it could be used to make cigarettes, and a pine elf bug, a commonly used timber, also equivalent to grain. All the minor elves were contracted to List. One could easily imagine his excitement as he watched the 9 minor elves that now surrounded him. War indeed was the best way to wealth. After more than 2 years of farming on the island, he had gained only 1 greater elf and 6 minor elves. But with this pioneer mandate of less than a month, he had harvested 9 minor elves, and if you added Yevich's 2 water peanut minor elves, that was 11 in total. The most crucial part was, most of them were grain and magic potion related minor elves, which were more valuable. If Alonzo weren't likely to return at any moment, I would really like to stay here, continue to capture Sky Knights and earn ransom. After a year or so, I might be able to fill an entire room with minor elves, thought List, watching the procession handing over the ransom and continuously carting away the supplies, feeling delighted. An earl typically had but 1 greater elf and 12 minor elves. Yet he now possessed 1 greater elf and 15 minor elves, not even counting the 2 water peanut minor elves, a veritable overnight fortune. Late August. List, replete with his harvest, bade farewell to Liam before setting sail on the sunset. Father, I leave the matters here to you. I will be waiting on Coral Island for your return. Go, the war may not be over, but your pioneer mandate is. After you return, focus on cultivating on Black Horse Island without minding other affairs, and strive to penetrate the spiritual power of the ghost swordsman soon. I understand. Let Enchantress Phoebe, Night Demon Wimbledon, and One-Eyed Yuso be at your command. Although their combat strength is quite average, they are the most suitable as eyes, he assured. The Earl glanced at the 3 vampires wrapped in black cloaks. And so, the sunset weighed anchor. With paddles stirring and sails rising, the ship faced the undulating sea waves and sailed into the deep blue sea. Moments later, it disappeared over the horizon. Chapter 636 The Scholar out at sea. The strong wind whipped up waves, but the sunset remained steady. List sat at the bow, enjoying the breeze, with 9 blizzard beasts either sitting or lying down, occupying the entire front of the ship. Loki was a bit more spirited, occasionally flying up into the sky for a loop before landing back on the bow, taking a batch of wheat kernels scented with a secret recipe from List's hand, savoring them one by one. Not far away on the deck, Alvin Eaglesword was studying the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword. As a family heirloom of a greater elf warrior, he mastered the usage methods more swiftly than List. The Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword had 2 properties. One was to transform the nature of chi, turning the user's chi into ice attribute chi. List referred to this as ice rotation, and he was close to figuring it out. Just one final step, along with prolonged integration and practice, would enable the effortless use of the ice rotation skill. The second was the ice-sealed chi domain, sealing the domain knight's resonance within the chi domain. List called this ice seal, and at present, there was no clue. It was unlikely that even Markinuta could have figured it out after half a year of trying. Alvin wouldn't be able to master it right off the bat. Fortunately, there was Alvin Eaglesword, an Iron Knight. Though his talent was mediocre, the techniques of the family's Iron Knight, combined with unlocking the special abilities of the heirloom Greater Elf Warrior, should not be too difficult. Once Alvin cracks the Ice Seal skill of the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword, Domain Knights will be no different from ordinary knights in my presence. List thought to himself as he drank the still warm Banpo cow milk. Besides, Alvin has already decided to offer his family's Iron Knight techniques to me. It's time to start an Iron Knight course at the Knight Academy. Since the future was destined for nation building, then all kinds of talents had to be nurtured in advance, lest when the time comes, the nation would be desolate, scarcely populated. After finishing the Banpo cow milk in the cup, List took out a piece of roasted magical beast meat from the gemstone space and began to eat. Although he was reluctant to expose the space gem, he was no longer overly cautious. Even if the space gem was revealed, who would dare to snatch it? Even if the Grand Duke took action, he wouldn't be afraid. At worst, he would just turn against them. Of course, most of those around him were his followers and servants. As long as he avoided strangers, no matter how he exposed the gemstone space, news would not leak easily. Very few people knew of the miraculous gemstone called Space Gem, and most people didn't even know or believe in the existence of the sacred dragon. Explore stories on my virtual library empire on the deck in the middle of the ship. Emily was practicing archery under Viscount Garcia's guidance, studying the secret home-guided arrow. As an advanced prisoner, he could move freely within the designated areas of the sunset. Since he was skilled in archery, he took the initiative to teach Emily. List treated him with good wine and meat, so it was only natural for him to reciprocate. On the other side, Viscount Fox, another prisoner, was also instructing a few young knights. After several consecutive battles, the original 60-plus members of the Black Horse Island Knights Order had suffered a third of casualties, falling in battle, a fate inevitable for knights. However, not only did the size of the Knight Order not diminish, it expanded to over 120, with all the additions being elite Earth Knights. So many Earth Knights were definitely beyond List's means to support, and he was not willing to do so. But the ransom from this wave of prisoner exchanges brought him 9 little minor elves, including a Coptus minor elf that produced magic potions, as well as 2 minor elves of wheat and corn that produced grains. The output of magic potions and grains basically sustained the expansion of his territory. Once the iron ore transport was completed, List was also planning to ask the Earl to purchase 30,000 serfs for him. Black Horse Island was developing industry instead of merely agriculture, hence it could absorb a large number of serfs. As long as food was sufficient, it could support up to 100,000 serfs. Elite Earth Knights must be constantly trained to form an exclusive elite knight order of my own, and before I ride dragons, I can contemplate how to cultivate the Chi domain. Although I'm a dragon knight, there's no guarantee that my descendants will inherit the talent. If they can't ride dragons, then they must master the Chi domain, said List. He didn't even have a wife yet, but he was already worried about his future children. Clip-clop, clip-clop. The sound of high heels tapping against the ground. It was Bloody Mary, shrouded in a long robe, walking towards him. Her pale face concealed in her hood was tinged with an unnaturally red flush. "My lord," she greeted. The eye of magic was deployed. With one glance, List could see that the blood magic power surging within Bloody Mary had reached another level. "Have you successfully evolved into a pure blood vampire?" "At Novelban, yes, thanks to your lordship's cultivation, Mary has finally become a pure blood vampire," she confirmed. "Good. By evolving into a pure blood vampire on your own, you must have gained a new understanding of the blood magic system, which can provide more research material," List noted. "I am already preparing to add this material to the nature and development of blood magic," said Bloody Mary as she presented her heart, cradled in both hands, to List. "My lord, my cultivation has came to a pause, please continue to safeguard it for Mary." Taking the heart. List found himself increasingly satisfied with her attitude and nodded. "I've seen your loyalty. Now, I entrust you with this reincarnation ritual, this blood extractor needle, and this blood mask. In addition, the hearts of the mixed bloods are yours too, their cultivation will be under your supervision from now on." He had no desire to waste time overseeing the training of a few mixed bloods. "Thank you for your trust, my lord. Mary will surely manage the blood servants well and be your eyes in the darkness of night." Bloody Mary accepted the items and bowed deeply, kissing the tip of List's shoe once more. "My lord, may I transform new vampires?" "If you wish to transform others, you may. But it must be on a voluntary basis, forcing no one to become a vampire," he instructed. Bloody Mary replied respectfully, "Your lordship's kindness is the happiness of your subjects. Had I encountered you first, perhaps my life would have been different. Perhaps you would have become a grand magician," suggested List with a slight smile. "You should know, though I am a knight, I have also conducted extensive research on magic theory. I have published 3 books on the subject, and in my domain, there's a magician who was promoted to Grand Magician after studying my work." He was referring to Chris Truth. Indeed, his magic books had profoundly inspired Chris's advancement. Bloody Mary expressed her astonishment fittingly. "Ah, Lord, you study magic as well? Your writings helped a magician advance to Grand Magician? You truly are a scholar. If you had not chosen to cultivate Chi but instead pursued magic, you would certainly have become a great archmage." List gave a faint smile. He seemed to be indifferent to the praise, quickly changing the subject. "Not only must you manage the blood servants, but don't forget to supervise Lars, Sir Il, and Drac, these 3 grand magicians. If they can't pay the ransom for their freedom, then they must work for me honestly." "As you wish, my lord." Chapter 637 I love the ocean. Speaking of the 3 penniless grand magicians, List suddenly remembered the hand-drawn map, pointing towards the lost civilization ruins of an unknown race. The map pointed to the seas near the coast by Roaring River mouth. When the 3 grand magicians found Yevich, since he was also penniless, they coaxed him into believing that this civilization's ruins might contain a vast amount of ancient treasure. Yevich took it for truth and prepared to finance their excavation of the ruins. Whether there is treasure, we don't know, but as an unknown marine civilization, we believe there must be extremely valuable knowledge left behind. This was the evasive answer Lars, Truth gave to List when he inquired, as he also wanted to coax List into searching for the treasure. But actually, without his cajolery, List would still excavate the ruins of the lost civilization of the unknown race. Taking out the handmade map and looking at its 3 sections, he couldn't help but want to quickly return to his Black Horse Island. A successful location of the ruins with this map would definitely rely on the assistance of Sea Sprite Ache and Rainbow Whale Rose, or else diving would be a major problem. Could the unknown race actually be a race of sea sprites? No answer. He put away the hand-drawn map of the ruins, no longer thinking about it. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the sea, where clear waters soared St. Jevich. Waterflower was trying hard to learn to swim. Being a landlubber, though he had water attribute chi, he wasn't very good at swimming. Set to take the position of captain of the adventure fleet, he went to the sea every day to struggle in acclimation to nautical life. At first, he had to be fished out of the water by sailors several times. Now he could swim back to the ship himself and was gradually overcoming his fear of the deep sea. I've grown to love the sea, its endless azure hues give me great enjoyment of its depth and vastness. Although I arrived almost 30 years late, at this moment I've found true love. Yavich, fresh from swimming, made a passionate declaration of love for the sea. However, by the afternoon, this declaration fell apart in haste, leaving only Yavich's hoarse roar, "My lord, let me back into the cabin, I don't want to stay on deck." The weather was clear in the morning, but by the afternoon it turned into a violent storm. The huge waves slapped against the sea's surface, making the sunset resemble a frail leaf, helpless against the force. The sunset was equipped with a water-calming pearl and a calming wind pearl, but List didn't allow the captain to activate them because he wanted to scare Yavich, to see if he had truly fallen in love with the sea. A moment later, the water-calming pearl and the calming wind pearl were activated at the same time, and the sunset returned to calm. 100 meters out at sea, tumultuous waves were still raging, but as they entered the influence area of the calming wind pearl and the water-calming pearl, they gradually slowed down and settled. However, there were still some waves rocking the ship. Many people who had never been on a ship before, like Halvan Eagle Sword and the 3 Grand Magicians, were vomiting profusely. Yavich, originally with the robust physique of a Sky Knight, was not prone to vomiting. But after being locked out on the deck rolling about, he could no longer hold back, heaving over the side of the ship with whoa, vomiting out everything he had eaten at noon, his face turning pale. Once he was cleaned up by several retainer knights and changed into clean clothes, List received him in the small tower building. "Yavich, the sea is so fickle, gentle one moment and cruel the next. Do you still feel that you've fallen in love with the sea, and want to live upon it?" Yavich took a deep breath. His answer was still firm, "Yes, my lord. My swimming is poor, and I was seasick just now. The sea indeed has such a terrifying aspect, but I still wish to ride the waves. I once missed the opportunity to conquer dragons, and now I don't want to miss the opportunity to conquer the sea. Dragons and the sea. What's there to compare?" List didn't understand Yavich's line of thinking, but since the man wasn't scared witless and was still full of fighting spirit, it showed the adventure fleet could be entrusted to him. The Sunset docked at the port of Bullhoof City on Iron Hoof Island on August 23rd. The port was bustling, with ships carrying iron ore coming and going one after another. Stationed at Bullhoof City was the Marquis of Quicksand City, Nesta Big Flower Hydrangea, the Grand Duke's big brother-in-law. Upon receiving news of List's return, Nesta personally went to the port to receive him. "Marquis Nesta, thank you for coming to meet me, I am truly honored." List performed noble etiquette with great grace. Of course. There was not the kind of devout ceremony that a minor noble would exhibit upon meeting a great noble, but rather a more battlefield-oriented knightly etiquette, which skillfully circumvented the status gap brought about by their respective ranks. Otherwise, a viscount like List meeting a marquis would have necessitated a level of ceremony that would have made him uncomfortable. Nesta didn't mind this point. Arrogance is a fault exclusive to the young. He enthusiastically clapped List on the shoulder. "So young and promising, young and promising. I've heard about you back in the country and I was itching to personally head to the Impact River Plain to witness your great battle with Marquis Nuta. The Sapphires have not seen such an excellent youth like you for a very long time." List gave a restrained smile, choosing not to respond. Nesta immediately took him by the arm and headed towards the nearby castle. "I've written to the Grand Duke about your affairs and he has praised you highly in his reply. It's a pity that his 2 daughters are already married, otherwise he would definitely have wanted them to marry you. But don't worry, my eldest granddaughter has just come of age, and you two could get to know each other." By rights, Nesta's granddaughter was 1 generation younger than the little princess and so also 1 generation younger than List. However, status is not a major concern here. Marriages are primarily considered based on whether the parties are well matched and whether the union benefits both families. As for female nobles, List never held any expectations unless it was a cultivated relationship, otherwise, he would not easily accept. One must admit that the customs were too liberal. He had his subordinates arrange for the Sunset's resupply. List only brought a few retainers, as well as Yavich and Emily, to the castle to attend Marquis Nesta's banquet. There were quite a few nobles attending the banquet, most of whom were from the Blue Blood Alliance nobility stationed on Ironhoof Island, which for the moment was firmly in the grip of the Sapphire family. At the banquet, Marquis Nesta didn't shy away from beating around the bush to inquire about List's identity, quickly coaxing a lot of information from the not-so-shrewd List, including details about the sunken ship, GSD instructor, spiritual power, the ghost swordsman, and the like. He realized that List, basked in the glory of knighthood, had actually obtained a legacy of arid civilization. Whether or not they believed it, at least the atmosphere at the banquet was pleasant. Experience more content on my virtual library empire at Novelban. They flattered each other. So much so that one could grow calluses from hearing it all. No young noble lacking foresight came to challenge List. After all, since List became the youngest Sky Knight in the country, he had not encountered a single impudent young noble who dared to provoke him. Being an earl's son himself and just barely making it into the ranks of the great nobility, plus his lack of enthusiasm for socializing, meant he met few young nobles. Most of the young nobles who did make the rounds were heirs of great families, trained in the art of hypocritical social tactics, and furthermore, most were only at the Earth Knight level. How could they dare to challenge a Sky Knight, and the country's youngest at that? And so, the banquet ended amidst a joyful atmosphere. Nesta still didn't let List leave, but continued to chat idly with him, probing for more information about him while also subtly promoting his granddaughter. List was not interested in these topics. Instead, he asked, Marquis Nesta, do you know about domain knights? Marquis Nuta is one, and he almost killed me. If his chi domain hadn't been unstable, I'm afraid I would have had a hard time making it back alive. A domain knight, you say? Nesta murmured, organizing his thoughts. Chapter 638 Scared. There are quite a few completion-level Sky Knights in the country, and basically, as long as a member of the Marquis family isn't too stupid or worthless, they can accumulate a completion-level Sky Knight with the help of magic potions. However, a domain knight has never been born. This is no longer something that resources can accumulate. Nesta Big Flower Hydrangea shared many valuable pieces of information, probably because List had reached a certain height, which made him feel it was worth giving a favor by telling him. The past generations of Grand Dukes have all attempted to trade for the Chi domain cultivation inheritance from the Steel Ridge Kingdom, but without exception, they failed. Is it because the price offered was not high enough, or is it the technology blockade of the Steel Ridge Kingdom? You see the problem very clearly. Indeed, it's not that the Grand Dukes were unwilling to pay a huge price, but the Steel Ridge Kingdom does not want to see the Duchy of Sapphire becoming too powerful. When the first Grand Duke failed in the dragon-slaying battle, no one would have thought that one day the Duchy of Sapphire could dominate the seas, even posing a threat to the Steel Ridge Kingdom. The Sapphire fleet, coming and going like the wind, easily attacking the Continental Kingdom's hinterland, grabbing as they pleased, certainly posed a threat. Then hasn't the Grand Duke tried to snatch the Chi domain inheritance from the hands of those landlords who have it? The Grand Duke cannot act rashly, and without taking action himself. With our strength, it's very difficult to deal with a domain knight. Perhaps after you grow stronger, you can suppress a domain knight and find an opportunity to snatch the Chi domain inheritance. Nesta stared at List with burning, spirited eyes. Anyone with clear eyes could see the value of the ghost swordsman inheritance. Although the general trend of the era is for knights to overpower everything, and all inheritances of ancient magicians and ancient warriors are gradually fading away and being swallowed by the knights, the ghost swordsman is also a declining inheritance of a fallen civilization, destined to eventually disappear into the river of history. But, under the current circumstances, the ancient warrior inheritance is still a very important force in combat. My strength mostly comes from the spiritual power left by GSD Mentor, not the results of my own cultivation. I'm afraid it will take me a few more years to grasp the real cultivation system of the ghost swordsman. When that time comes, if I have the opportunity, I will take action myself to snatch the Chi domain inheritance. List gave a simple, evasive reply. Half an hour later, after mutually flattering and pandering to each other, the conversation ended. List declined Marquis Nesta's invitation to dinner and left the castle to return to Sunset. Without spending the night in Bullhoof City, Sunset set sail for the sea directly. 4 days later, Sunset arrived at Black Horse Port Harbor, setting off on July 20th and returning on August 27th. This period of over a month could be described with the saying, one should view those who have undergone changes with a fresh eye. Bull City, returning to his territory, was warmly welcomed by territory officers and civilians alike. Consultant Galtai piled on relentless flattery as if it cost nothing at all. The glory of the night shines upon you, my lord. Enough. Don't speak of hollow formalities. I am going to be very busy upon my return. So, Consultant Galtai, coordinate with the territory officers and give me a detailed report on the territory's development tomorrow. For now, I have many little minor elves that need to be quickly settled with cordyceps. 9 little minor elves were currently being held in jade boxes by retainer knights, following behind list. Wheat, sword grass, broadbin green, sorghum, cactus, apple, turn white grass, pine, tobacco. Any of the 9 minor elves were waking up from their slumber. At Novelban at flying out of the boxes, they circled around list, either curiously or boredly, cautiously or boldly looking at the new environment. They varied in shape and personality, their calls high and low, but all were so beautiful and exquisite, a delight to the eyes, instantly endearing. Seeing so many little minor elves, the eyes of Galtai and the others were practically popping out. My lord. I captured a few Sky Knights, and this is the ransom they paid. Now let me tell you their species. You must quickly plan out their cordyceps settling points on Black Horse Island. Also, this is Yevich Water Peanut, known as the Clearwater Sword Saint. He is my follower. Immediately, Yevich stepped forward, bowing slightly, and greeted in not very fluent serpent script. Yevich greets everyone. Ah, a Sword Saint. A Sword Saint powerhouse. My lord's follower is actually a Sword Saint powerhouse. My heavens. The territory officials were all shocked, for even an average Sky Knight was an unattainable existence to them, let alone a Sky Knight of the Sword Saint level. However, List was not pleased with their reactions. Exclaiming in surprise at the sight of a Sword Saint, what if they saw how he had crushed the domain knights in his glorious days? Wouldn't they have been scared to death? Of course, List did not blame them, nor did he flaunt himself. There was no need for him to boast, as the knights who had followed him into battle and returned would naturally spread his great achievements far and wide, ensuring that all the residents of his territory knew just how powerful their lord was. Having a Sword Saint as a follower was just basic practice for him. He glared at the flustered Galtai. Yevich also has 2 little minor elves, as well as 14 elf bugs, which will be planted on Black Horse Island. You need to coordinate the arrangements. Captain Marcus, take Yevich to get familiar with Black Horse Island. Yes, my lord. Galtai hurriedly responded. Yes, my lord. Marcus replied in kind. List continued his introductions. This is Alvin Eagle Sword, a Steel Ridge Knight, and my follower. He will be teaching the Steel Ridge Knight courses at the Knight Academy. Consultant Galtai, make sure to arrange this properly. Enjoy exclusive content from my virtual library Empire. Ah, yes, my lord. These 2 are Viscount Garcia and Viscount Fox, 2 Sky Knights. They are foreign guests. Arrange accommodations for them in the port town. Without List having to clarify their status, it was evident from their expressions that they were captives. Galtai was taken aback for a moment, not immediately catching on. It wasn't until Marcus approached him and quietly explained the situation that Galtai finally realized what was happening and stammered, "Why yes, my lord, please rest assured, IW will make the necessary arrangements." After speaking, he laboriously swallowed, as today's events proved to be a massive shock to him. He would need to find a small tavern later and sit for a moment to drink some fresh flower brew to calm his nerves. Yet his alarm was not over. Down from the sunset came 7 or 8 magicians donned in magic cloaks, one of them a pale-faced female magician who curiously surveyed Black Horse Port and asked softly, "My lord, is this your territory, Black Horse Island?" The residents here have happy smiles on their faces. The equally shocked Blair had a sudden flash of insight at that moment and quickly responded, "Esteemed magician, the happiness you see in the lives of the residents of Black Horse Island is all thanks to our Lord Landlord's benevolence." While this flattery was blunt, it was more pleasurable to the ear than the flattery Galtai offered upon first meeting. List smiled and said to Bloody Mary, "I hope you will enjoy life here, Mary. Take the 3 Grand Magicians with you and follow me to the Magic Academy in the Mage Tower. You'll be residing in the Mage Tower from now on. We obey your arrangements, my lord." Chapter 639 Dawnbreak Mage Tower. In the Magic Academy, Chris Truth was instructing Rose and Lucy. The twin girls were magic talents suggested by the Smoke Mission, and List had specially arranged for them to study at the Magic Academy. They also indeed did not disappoint List's expectations, having completed their affinity with magic power in a short period, standing out from their peers. Having caught Chris's attention, they were taken as official magic apprentices. Chris had more than once declared, "Once they grow up, they will become my successors, continuing my steps in exploring more truths." At that moment, a magic apprentice hurried over. "Dean, Lord Landlord has returned and has come to the Magic Academy, please go there." "Lord Landlord has returned already?" Chris was somewhat surprised, as normally the Pioneer Mandate wouldn't have started at this time of the year, yet this year it had already ended and he had returned. However, she did not hesitate, signaling the twins to try out the fireball technique by themselves. She then hurried to the first floor of the Mage Tower's Magic Academy, and upon descending the stairs, she saw a group of people inspecting the condition of the academy. Leading the group, the handsome and tall young man enveloped by the crowd was none other than that comforting, warm-hearted, and stirring List Tulip, the Viscount of Black Horse Island. Although she had sworn her life to the pursuit of truth, ordinary human emotions still controlled her, and she couldn't help but be captivated by List. Viscount. Dean Chris. At Novel Bennett, a simple greeting, no need for excess words. List went straight to the point. My pioneer mandate has ended, and I've captured 3 Grand Magicians. They don't have the money for ransom, so they've volunteered to serve me. I plan to have them stationed at the Mage Tower, to carry out work under your command. The 3 Grand Magicians each shrank back into their hoods. Being captured was always a bit embarrassing, not to mention that they would now have to obey a somewhat younger female Grand Magician. Not that they discriminated against women, but age was the issue. Each of the 3 Grand Magicians was over 40, while Chris was only in the prime of her 20s. Chris looked at the 3 Grand Magicians and nodded. I will arrange their work. List turned to the 3 men and warned, your freedom will definitely be limited. You need to submit an application to leave the Mage Tower. You're prohibited from researching anything beyond the topics that Chris has assigned, although you may submit proposals for your own research projects. You will also bear some teaching responsibilities. List was always wary of magicians, hence his preparation of a compulsory system to manage the magicians' research direction, pushing them to transition into scholars and researchers. This was actually more in line with the temperament of a magician. Those willing to dedicate themselves to truth already bore the aspects of a scientist. By providing them with comfortable personal services, he believed these magicians would eventually adapt to the future he had arranged for them. The Mage Tower had designated servants for these tasks. Soon, arrangements were made for the living quarters of the 3 Grand Magicians. On the other side, List was still introducing to Chris, these 5 are my blood servants. You might have heard of the legendary occupation of vampires. They are vampires. Mary can assist you in managing the Mage Tower. Although they have been transformed into vampires for years, their magic knowledge shouldn't be completely gone. Lady Chris, it's a pleasure to meet you. We should have a good talk when you have the time. Bloody Mary took the initiative to extend a friendly hand. Chris nodded her head, her attitude not very enthusiastic. As for these suddenly appearing magicians and vampires, she needed time to accept their presence. She used to be the only Grand Magician of the Mage Tower, relied upon by everyone, and could do as she pleased. Now, not only were there 3 more Grand Magicians but also many more vampires. Especially that leading vampire, who always made her feel an immense threat, nominally there to assist with managing the Mage Tower, but who knew she wasn't there to seize power. Actually, List had indeed considered letting Bloody Mary take over part of the Mage Tower's authority. It was not because he held her heart in his hand, ensuring her inability to betray him and thus gaining more trust, but because he thought Chris was more suited to being a scholar than a manager, as she lacked the cunning and intrigue of the vampires. However, he did not understand Chris. After a moment of bewilderment, Chris quickly started her own politic maneuvering. In front of List, she said, Viscount, I think names like Bloody Mary and Crimson Peggy are really unsuitable for the harmonious atmosphere of the Mage Tower. It's improper to address them as such in front of young apprentices. Bloody Mary and the others narrowed their eyes at once. Proposing a name change to their face was undoubtedly a power move. List could not help but hold Chris in higher regard. He had held high positions for a long time and had some insights into politics, naturally understanding that Chris wanted to establish authority through changing names. Find your next read on my virtual library empire. He was pleased to see this scenario. A combative Chris could better balance the power structure of the Mage Tower. You make a good point. Terms like bloody, blood, and fangs are indeed inappropriate. So, Mary, what do you think about changing your name? Bloody Mary said with a smile, it is entirely up to you, my lord. Then let's change the names. Magicians take truth as their surname, while vampires see the family as a collective. You are bats that walk in the darkness in the Black Knight family. With me, you shall see the light. Let Dawnbreak be your surname, he proposed. Thank you, my lord, for granting us a new surname. From now on, I shall be Mary Dawnbreak, expressed Bloody Mary with pleasure. She did not necessarily truly like the surname Dawnbreak. But since it was a gift from Lord Landlord, it certainly held a different significance. Although Chris had established authority by changing names, she also used this opportunity to gain new trust. Bestowing a surname was an act of closeness, representing trust. As she spoke, she turned and smiled at Chris. Mary Dawnbreak once again greets Lady Chris Truth. Chris showed no particular emotion. Hello, Mary Dawnbreak. The vampires went to arrange their accommodations. List and Chris walked into her workshop alone, where a large number of finished magic potions were piled up, all the fruits of Chris's labor over the past month. List, who hadn't had a magic potion in a long time, urgently needed these potions to nourish his cells, which were close to drying out. You have worked hard, Chris. It's my duty to do so. After thinking for a moment, List gently added, the Mage Tower is named after you, Mary, and the others are just staying temporarily. Their roles are more suited to scouting on the battlefield. You don't need to have other ideas, these magician positions need you to manage them properly for me. Viscount, I can understand your arrangement and am willing to help you manage the Mage Tower wholeheartedly. That's good. Chapter 640 Elves Quarrel. Since neither the Sea Serpent nor the Rainbow Whale Rose were at Black Horse Island, List couldn't quickly rush to Fresh Flower Town, nor could he immediately head to Dodo Island to see little fire dragon Leo. So he spent his afternoon inspecting his own Thorn Castle. After more than a month of construction, the peripheral buildings and facilities of Thorn Castle were essentially completed, and the main foundation of the Thorn Castle was under construction. In front of the castle was a 900-plus meter long tongue-high canal. On both banks of the canal, they had just settled one of Yevich's elf bugs, the wolf-tail grass elf bug. Wolf-tail grass doesn't have many uses. It can be used as feed for animals like cows, sheep, rabbits, geese, and fish, and its mature stems can be woven into various grass products. Additionally, it helps stabilize the banks of the canal. This section of the canal near the castle was to house List's newly acquired apple miner elf. It was there to create a larger apple paradise within Thorn Castle. That way the apple garden of Fresh Flower Town Castle wouldn't need to be transplanted anymore. Under the cordyceps tree of the apple paradise, a round apple table would still be built, with a few chairs placed around it, which would be where List and his knights would hold meetings in the future. His elite knight order had been decided to be named the Apple Table Knights. Perhaps not the most overbearing name, but meaningful nevertheless. To the left of the apple paradise, a shell corridor had been built from various shells produced in the territory, serving purely as a decorative structure. On the right was Fish Spring, and built above it, the Fish Spring corridor, mainly for future outdoor barbecue parties. Additionally, in the middle of the apple paradise there was a well, and a bird's nest. The bird's nest was the dwelling place for landwalker bird Loki, List's main mount before dragon riding. To the right of the castle was a newly constructed large ice cellar. Initially, a flower bed was planned around the ice cellar, but now List had directly converted the flower bed into a daisy garden. Yevich had a daisy spirit worm, which was perfect for cultivating the daisy garden. Daisies were ornamental flowers in this world, but List felt they had value for making tea. Without chrysanthemum available, chrysanthemum tea for removing heat and toxins could only be substituted with daisies. To the left of the castle was also a well, and an in-construction Venus flytrap garden for housing the Venus flytrap worm he had purchased from Viscount Jonas. Behind the castle was the horse ranch. To the right of the ranch were stables and a well, for raising the horses of the castle and for noble guests to store their mounts. In the middle of the ranch was a training ground used solely for List's personal cultivation. To the left were several dog kennels, mainly for the blizzard beasts to live in. These were essentially the main auxiliary buildings of the castle. At Novelban by the end of this year, I should be able to move into this castle, right? List asked the architect Jamaya Bangtu, who accompanied him to inspect the construction site. Jamaya replied, Lord Landlord, if all goes well, we'll definitely be able to finish the construction before the snow falls. We do, however, need the cooperation of your Blizzard Beast squad to provide stone materials and columns for the construction team. That won't be a problem. After all, Dalson and the 8 tiny ones would randomly cast magic, creating a lot of rock spikes. With this group of intermediate magical beasts producing rocks every day, the territory would never lack stone materials. Sometimes, seeing the piles of rock growing larger, List even planned to reclaim land from the sea. He mainly wanted to reclaim land around Black Horse Port and turn it into a large sheltered harbor. Black Horse Island was his independent fief. And it was where his career had started. One day he might leave the Sapphire Founding Nation, he might leave Black Horse Island, but the construction on the island would not be in vain. Firstly, all infrastructure could be sold at a discount to the new landlord, if not he had the right to destroy it. Secondly, the talent cultivated during early construction was the foundation for the future. Just like this Thorn Castle, its construction would train a group of outstanding construction workers, laying the groundwork for more future buildings. And if one day the castle had to be sold, if the new landlord couldn't afford the sky-high price in dragon coins, List would rather tear it down himself. The banquet was held in the port town, where officials from the small town, newly arrived knights, and mages were all invited to attend. They commemorated the knights who had bravely sacrificed themselves and drank gloriously in honor. The flowing delicacies and the continuous laughter created a banquet filled with the joyous smiles of victors. This time, the pioneer mandate has reaped huge benefits, and the brave warriors who accompanied me on this campaign, your contributions are being tallied. Gold coin, titles, fiefs, as long as you've achieved battle merit, They are yours. List, holding a wine cup, spoke seriously. The families of our fallen comrades will also receive the rewards and compensation they deserve. I guarantee it in my name. Praise the Lord. Stay updated with my virtual library empire. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. The tidal wave of praise was unending. List looked at the excited faces around him and the corners of his mouth lifted into an arc, and he took a long time to compose himself. What was the desperate participation in the Pioneer Mandate for? It was for the very scene he was witnessing now. The increasingly fragrant and refreshing fresh flower brew lingered on his lips and teeth, and List quickly became drunk. Without using his dragon chi to recover, he went to sleep with the attendants caring for him. However, even so, the next morning, List woke up early, feeling not a trace of a hangover. No matter how drunk he got, his powerful dragon chi would still spontaneously and swiftly restore his body to optimal condition. After washing up, having enjoyed a sumptuous dinner and replenished the living supplies in his gemstone space, he took his little minor elves, including Yevich's elf, and boarded the Fresh Flower vessel. They rapidly made their way to Fresh Flower Town, arriving in the afternoon to find the small town as bustling as ever. Administrative Officer Isaiah welcomed him at the port, and even Butler Carter turned up to wait. "Lord, welcome home. Mr. Carter, good afternoon." After dismissing the officials to continue their work, List, accompanied by Carter, returned to the castle, which looked no different than when he had departed for war. From a distance, a psychic connection made him look up, only to see Thorn minor elf Jayla, crying woo-wah, woo-wah. She flew over. She landed right on List's head in an instant. Woo-wah. She was expressing her longing. List took her in his hand and stroked the little leaf on her head, feeling missive. "Little guy, have you been mischievous while I was gone?" Woo-wah. Jayla quickly denied. But seeing the helpless look in Butler Carter's eyes, List understood that Jayla had caused quite some trouble during his absence. He didn't press the matter, instead signaling Jayla to meet the new companions. The 9 little minor elves he called forth with his mind quickly stared at each other, wide-eyed. Chirp. Grumble. Eula. Cack. The various calls overlapped, and the atmosphere as the minor elves met was clearly not friendly. Jayla, accustomed to being bossy, became even angrier, hands on hips, and scolded the other little elves. Woo-wah. 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 The minor elves retorted right back. Instantly, chaos ensued. Until List glared at them. "All of you, behave." Only then did they reluctantly close their mouths, as the power of the contract was undeniable. Carter wiped sweat from his brow in secret. "Lord, one Jayla is enough to almost overturn the castle, and now, with such rich glory you've won, you have so many little minor elves. I fear the worm room in the castle won't be able to hold them all. Turn the other vacant rooms into worm rooms. The well-behaved little minor elves can stay together, the mischievous ones should be isolated. Anyway, make do for a while. When Thorn Castle is finished, there will be brand new worm rooms for each little minor elf to move into their own space. For now, everyone would have to squeeze in together, increase their education, and strictly forbid fighting." Chapter 641 Dazzling Noble Wow. Confined to the box, Jayla let out a reluctant protest but ultimately couldn't resist List's discipline and obediently settled down for a deep sleep. Only then did List find time to mount the landwalker bird Loki and head towards the seaside castle. Ak wasn't in the castle, and neither was the rainbow whale Rose. Only the giant algae greater elf Pike, along with 3 giant algae minor elves and 8 giant algae elf bugs, were freely swimming in the pool. Upon seeing List arrive, Pike opened his sharp-toothed mouth wide and laughed heartily. "Whoa, List, you're back. Ak said you were at war. Did you win? Pike has never lost a battle in the sea. Do you want me to teach you?" "Thanks, Pike." List reached out and shook hands with Pike, "but I fight on land, and so far, I haven't lost there either." "Haha, just like Pike, handsome List is an expert in battle. We're both masters of war." "Indeed." Read exclusive content at my virtual library empire. List humored the irreverent Pike with a few random responses before asking, "Where's Ak?" "She went out with that stupid, ugly big rainbow fish to look for bugs." "What a letdown. What's so great about those little bugs?" "Pike hates them the most. If any dare to come to Pike's territory, Pike will tear them in two." "Don't say that, Pike, you evolved from an elf bug yourself." "Haha, but I have evolved successfully and have risen above low-level tastes. They are still little bugs, foolish and ugly." Making a good point, List found himself at a loss for words for the moment. He couldn't quite figure out how this giant algae greater elf had grown to have such a sharp, conceited, and narcissistic personality. He felt he should interact less with Pike in the future, lest Pike influence his own character. The magical bond was quite mysterious and was a two-way contract. It seemed to rely on mental strength to determine who was the dominant party. When the elf was weak, the human was the dominant party in the contract. For example, elf bugs couldn't refuse their master's orders, and little minor elves also had difficulty going against commands. As the elf grew stronger, the dominant party in the contract also changed. List found it hard to directly order the greater elf pike around. If it was a dragon elf stronger than the greater elf, the magical bond would probably be a completely equal contract. List even speculated that if there were an elf king, the elf king might use the magical bond to take the dominant party's place and become the master of humans. Of course, having never seen a dragon elf, he had no way to confirm the situation with the elf king. Choosing not to engage in idle chatter with Pike any further, he directly asked, "Pike, do you know when Ak will be back?" Handsome Pike does not know. "Alright, you keep playing. I'm leaving. Don't go, let's chat some more." At night, Fresh Flower Town Nameless Castle was the scene of another grand banquet, celebrating List's triumphant return. Phrases like "the glory of knighthood shines upon us" could be heard every so often. At the same time, at Coral Island, in Tulip Castle, one of Lee William's retainer knights was reporting to Levi's, with Lady Marie, Loria, and Lidum listening on the side. The campaign for the Pioneer Mandate unfolded like this: Lord List stationed at Trapped Dragon Mountain Iron Mine for 5 days and then, to avoid retaliatory strikes from Dragon Knights, returned by boat. He arrived back at Fresh Flower Town this afternoon. Having listened to all the details of the Pioneer Mandate, Lady Marie couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Ah!" The retainer knight was not a good storyteller. The thrilling images of war were described in a dry manner, but the excitement was still palpable, making everyone in the room feel as if they were there. Levi's shook his head in disbelief. A domain knight? A domain knight even more powerful than a completion-level sky knight? List actually defeated a domain knight all by himself and even seized a mine with 1,000,000 tons of iron ore? As he spoke, he seemed to think of something, his excitement mounting. "A mine with 1,000,000 tons? Had you already transported half of it when you returned?" "Yes, Sir Levi's." Lynn screamed from beside him. The Marquis Nuta, wielding the chi of the entire Knight Order, was actually unable to defeat Brother List. And he even captured several Sky Knights, one of whom, a sword saint, became his follower. Indeed. A moment of silence followed, accompanied by sounds of shocked gasps. Lady Marie recovered from her astonishment and, clutching her palms together, asked, "So in this session of the Pioneer Mandate, has the Tulip family accrued great military achievements?" "I followed the Lord and overheard Lord Maziro confirming in a conversation with Lord List that the military achievements have reached the standard required for promotion to Marquis. If the subsequent 500,000 tons of iron ore can also be successfully transported back, the promotion of Lord to Marquis could be greatly advanced, possibly occurring as soon as the conclusion of the Pioneer Mandate." "Praise List, praise Father Lord." Loria clasped her hands devoutly at her chest. "May the glory of knighthood always favor the Tulip family." Subsequently, Loria asked, "Father Lord who remains in the Eagle Kingdom, did he mention when he would return? Also, has my father mentioned when he would come back?" When the transportation of the iron ore finishes, the Pioneer Mandate will basically come to an end. The Lord, Marquis Roderick, and Lord Maziro should all return together. Levi's, unable to contain his excitement, paced back and forth in the living room, incessantly inquiring about battlefield details, and sent someone to inform Lady Penelope and Levira. When the old lady and Levira arrived at Tulip Castle, there was another round of astonishment and praise. Lady Penelope stated on the spot, "Tomorrow, let us go to Fresh Flower Town together. Our Tulip family's most outstanding bloodline has returned from the battlefield, and we shall rightly celebrate his bountiful joy." After more than an hour of commotion, Tulip Castle finally returned to tranquility. After completing their evening ablutions, Levi's and Loria went back to their room and straight to the cradle cared for by the servants, looking at their sleeping infant with the tender expressions of parents. Levi's reached out and touched the baby's soft cheeks, saying, "We'll go to Fresh Flower Town tomorrow and take Richard along, to let List see his nephew. He is now a top-ranking powerhouse, second only to the Dragon Knights, and this Pioneer Mandate with all its resources belongs to him. His harvest will surely be substantial." Just half a month ago, a full-term pregnant Loria gave birth to a healthy baby boy, who became the Tulip family's fourth-generation legitimate eldest son. Named Richard Tulip, as per the name chosen by the Earl before he left. Loria expressed her concern, "Isn't Richard too young? The journey might be too bumpy." "Don't worry, just ask the servants to be extra careful, and place more quilts inside the carriage. List is his close uncle, we cannot neglect such a powerful figure. The Tulip family's rise to Marquis on Iron Hoof Island will still depend on List's support to secure a foothold." Perhaps it was the direct experience of strength that changed his perception, or becoming a parent had altered his view, but Levi's had fully realized List's might. Loria agreed, "You're right, List is a strong backup for our family, We need to maintain a close relationship with him." As she spoke, she bowed her head. Looking at Richard with maternal affection, "My son, you are indeed a fortunate little fellow. Your maternal grandfather is the Marquis of Golden Island, your grandfather will be the Marquis of Ironhoof Island, your uncle has limitless prospects, and you are destined to become the most dazzling noble of Sapphire." Chapter 642 Grow Up Quickly. Lys didn't know that he already had a nephew. He was aware of Loria Goldwheatier's due date, but didn't notice that it had come and gone. At Novel Bennett after the banquet had ended, he once again headed to the seaside villa, finally meeting with Ek. Brother. Ek, having already learnt of Lys's return from Pike, wasn't surprised but was very happy. However, she wasn't the type to act coy and girlish, so her smile was very reserved. Since immersing herself in the world of magic and truth, she had become much quieter. The vast knowledge as boundless as the ocean always made her linger and forget to return. Perhaps the hustle and bustle of the world seemed lively and extraordinary to ordinary people, but in her eyes, it was just superficial frivolity. Except for Lys. She would often picture Lys's smiling face in her mind. Brother's smile is really nice. At that moment, Lys just so happened to open his arms, and Ek threw herself into his embrace, immediately smelling the strong scent of alcohol, but there was also a familiar, calming scent. "Ek, how have you been this past month?" "Everything is quite good. It's just that the magic plants grow so slowly, druid magic can't make them grow quickly, and I've made no progress with transformation magic. Leo has also become more temperamental, he doesn't like the fish I catch for him, he wants to eat beef, but I can't get any beef for him." "It's okay, leave Leo to me to handle." Lys curled a strand of Ak's azure blue hair and took a sniff at the tip of his nose, noting a faint fragrance. "I heard from Pike that you and Roz have been looking for elf bugs recently." "Yes, Ak has made some new discoveries in her magic research and wants to thoroughly understand the birth of elves, but I've searched many seas and haven't found any elf bugs in gestation." "Oh, right, brother, I found a new elf bug on my way to Dodo Island a week ago." "Is that so? Did you make a contract with it?" "No, I was waiting for brother to make the contract. It just so happens that I am going to Dodo Island tomorrow, so I'll contract this elf bug then." After chatting with Ak for a while, Lys took out 2 magic books and handed them over. "This The Nature and Development of Blood Magic records the research of my new vampire follower, and this The Grand Magician's Theoretical Summary is a collaborative work by 3 Grand Magicians, you can refer to them." "Ah, vampires? You'll understand after you read this book." Lys didn't elaborate, as everything was in this blood magic tome, and he took out a beautiful piece of amber. "Aren't you researching the birth of elves? Take this elf bug amber, and you can study it at your leisure." The elf bug amber had been dug out from the rocky beach of Freshflower Town, and apart from providing some inspiration for Chris Tooth's ascension to Grand Magician, it hadn't revealed many other uses. So, it was given to Ak for her research, to see if she could find any new discoveries. Once Ak accepted the elf bug amber, Lys handed her a hand-drawn map of ruins. This map was drawn by 3 Grand Magicians based on fragments of an old map, and it seems to point to an unknown race living in the sea, a civilization that has declined, leaving only some ruins. "A race in the sea? I suspect it might be the Nixie race. But Ak is also a Nixie." "Ah, but Ak is a sea elf, born in a shell from the start, living alone in the sea. Though I've sensed the presence of other Nixies a few times, Ak doesn't really want to interact with them. Nixies shouldn't have a civilization, right?" "You make sense, but I can't think of any other intelligent sea-dwelling race." Lys shook his head. As mentioned in the knight's novels and magic books he had read, continue your adventure with my virtual library empire. The intelligent beings that exist in the sea, aside from Nixies, are mermaids. Sometimes he wonders if Nixies and mermaids are actually the same creature, just mistaken for 2 different ones. After all, humans seeing Nixies or mermaids from atop the ocean would likely not be able to discern the details. But these speculations aren't important. Lys smiled. "The 3 Grand Magicians have already determined the basic area of the ruins. When we find time to explore together, we'll know what this unknown race is and what treasures they've left behind." "Then you should rest early. Is brother going back now?" "Yes, I'm going back." Lys stood up, looked at the petite Ak once more, and couldn't help but sigh. "I really wish you could grow up faster, Ak." A glint of a blush seemed to pass across Ak's face, fleeting as she also murmured wistfully, "Ak also hopes to grow up soon." The next morning, Lys took Ak directly to Dodo Island. On the way, they found an elf bug, a familiar one, the laver elf bug. Ak had formed a contract with a laver elf bug before. However, due to a shortage of manpower in the territory, just tending and harvesting the giant algae took up a large portion of the fishermen. Not even kelp was being cultivated, let alone laver. It had to be set aside for the time being. When the new batch of serfs arrived, a large number of fishermen would be trained to engage in cultivation work along the coastline. Coastline cultivation and shallow water fishing were projects vigorously developed by the territory, which would eventually transition to nearshore aquaculture and deep-sea fishing industries, fully exploiting the value of the sea. However, why do I feel so little excitement about forming contracts with elf bugs now? Riding the rainbow whale rose through the depths of the sea, List noticed the calmness of his emotions. From hearing about elf bugs to contracting them, his emotions had never risen with excitement, as if since seizing 9 little minor elves from the pioneer mandate, the discovery of wild elf bugs was no longer a significant event. Waves of war plunder could yield profits equivalent to the territory's several years of farming, and indeed it would have a significant impact. Every year, the pioneer mandate from the Duchy of Sapphire can attract a large number of knights to participate. There sure is reason behind it. Even he, blessed with the power of destiny, always stumbling upon elf bugs, had a great longing to engage in the plunder of war. Not to mention the knights from infertile lands, the plunder of one battle could feed them for years. Why wouldn't they plunder? Perhaps by a stroke of a knight's fortune, while plundering they might even become nobles. Plainly put, I've grown accustomed to feasting on sumptuous dishes and have lost interest in modest greens. By the time they reached Dodo Island, it was already afternoon. Ak usually fed every 5 days, and during those fixed times, Leo would wait on the shore. Now was not the feeding time. Yet List didn't care. He climbed straight to the volcano crater and bellowed several times towards the sulfur-rich volcano. Leo, it's time for beef. After a few calls, the rolling lava within the volcano suddenly burst open, and a stream of flame shot into midair, condensing into a fire dragon with red and black scales. It was the little fire dragon Leo. Oh ho! Leo circled in the sky before swooping down, landing in front of List. It was noticeably larger than before, and as it landed, it immediately squinted and regarded List, shooting hot flames from its nostrils. His expression and demeanor gave List the feeling it was looking down on him. With a darkened expression, List responded in a calm voice, "What's wrong, Leo? Don't recognize me anymore? Or, do you no longer wish to eat beef?" At the mention of beef, Leo briefly froze. Then, reluctantly, it lowered its head and let out a pleasing cry, "Oh ho!" Chapter 643 The Evil of the Evil Dragon. There was beef. Although Leo was reluctant, he still cooperated with List for an invigorating training session. After over a month of going out on campaign and consuming only some potions, his strength had increased at a very slow pace. Not to say that it was slow, for compared to other Sky Knights, his training speed still seemed incredibly fast. But compared to the substantive strength growth that could be felt when training with a dragon, the strength gained from training alone was too little. Still, it feels more exhilarating to undergo Dragon Knight training, he mused. However, he also had certain worries, mainly that Leo's emotional bond seemed to have hit a plateau, with even some backsliding. As a quasi-dragon knight who had yet to successfully ride a dragon, he didn't have the time to soak with Leo every day, using brainwashing to erode Leo's aloofness. This resulted in a profound rift between man and dragon. Watching Leo's drained appearance, he took out a pile of magic potions and handed them to it, while taking the opportunity to thoroughly pat it down. Leo did not resist his touch, but it seemed not to enjoy it either. Find more to read at my virtual library Empire. The good feelings accumulated previously had fallen back to square one. Quite a difficult dragon to please. No wonder most elemental dragons are evil dragons. This kind of temperament is indeed annoying. List played with one of Leo's scales. Its scales varied in size, with the ones on its neck, head, forelimbs, and wings being fine and dense, while the ones on its back were coarse and large, the biggest being as big as a wash basin. The scale had a warm touch. Between the gaps, leaking magic power could be seen, faintly transforming and forming tiny red sparks. The magic sparks were not hot to touch. They were between magic and matter, not real sparks. Sometimes he really wanted to tear off a scale and take it back for detailed study, but he had not put this idea into action. Feeling the magic power attached to the scale and the abundant dragon's intent inside, List frowned and pondered, how exactly did other dragon knights manage to succeed in dragon riding? Could it be that the temperament of elemental dragons is so poor that they cannot be ridden at all? Most of the dragons in the various kingdoms are elemental dragons and metal dragons, and it seems that only 1 or 2 are elemental dragons, none of them being fire dragons. He paused. Then he thought, or is it that my strength is not enough? Perhaps only when I attain completion level of advanced chi will Leo accept me, mount it, and form a bond. I should write a letter to Marquis Merlin and ask him what the state of complete advanced chi is like, whether it's similar to the intermediate chi of an elite Earth Knight. The primary chi of an apprentice knight is very simple, just the extraction of a special kind of magic power from the body, referred to as chi. When chi sublimates to possess its own attribute, it advances to intermediate chi, making one an Earth Knight. When intermediate chi becomes saturated in the body, one becomes an elite Earth Knight. At this point, to continue training, one must rely on the shock of magic potions to break the shackles of their own cells, thus accommodating more intermediate G. A quantitative change induces a qualitative change, ultimately transitioning to advanced G. The advanced G of a Sky Knight is a special form of G that's more particular than intermediate G, with the most significant change being its lightness, making levitation and flying effortless. And when advanced G reaches saturation, one becomes a completion-level Sky Knight. What the state of G is at this time, list was not very clear. According to common records, completion-level Sky Knights can begin to seek dragons to ride. Perhaps the complete advanced G at this stage aids in dragon riding. Or perhaps complete advanced G can only continue to be cultivated with the aid of a dragon. He speculated it was the latter, that one must rely on a dragon to break through the shackles of complete advanced G. Oh ho! After gobbling up its medicine, Leo let out an increasingly majestic roar. It glanced at List, without lingering too long, and leapt directly into the air to fly towards the volcano crater, like a meteor descending into the magma. The magma churned and returned to normal, leaving only the steaming vapor and the scent of sulfur. At Novelban at the sun was setting in the west. List stood quietly at the volcano crater, lost in his thoughts for a long while before he slowly began to descend the mountain. Ak was by the seaside helping Rainbow Whale Rose scrub off dead skin. Seeing List return, Ak immediately put down the brush, greeted List with a serene smile, and Rose let out a cheerful jizz sound. The sense of loss experienced on Little Fire Dragon Leo was quickly dispersed by this swarm scene. Compared to Little Fire Dragon Leo, Ak was much more considerate. Evil dragons will be evil dragons. It seems I have to employ some tougher measures, or Leo will hardly submit. But how should I be tough? It seems with my current strength, I may not necessarily be able to defeat it. Even a young dragon possesses formidable power. Merely transforming into a magic form is not enough to truly hurt it. Moreover, with the environment of the volcano crater, Leo is nearly invincible here. Unless I create a weapon out of volcanic glass, would I be able to attack Leo's magic form? Actually, it shouldn't be called a magic form but rather a dragon's intent form. Dragon's intent is the dragon's magic power with extreme properties, a name List coined inspired by sword intent. There's no use in overthinking. He joined in smilingly to help with scrubbing Rose's dead skin. After spending a night in a log cabin on Dodo Island, List got up early to pick a batch of hemp rope vine seeds and human skull fruit. Then he left and headed back to Fresh Flower Town. Upon his arrival at the seaside villa, he saw retainer knights pacing in the distance. Seeing List, one quickly ran over. "My lord, you've finally come back. Lady Penelope and Lady Marie, as well as Sir Levi's and his spouse, and Baroness Levira, are all waiting for you in the castle. Why have my grandmother and the others come? They are here to celebrate your victory, sir. Sir Levi's and his spouse also bring your nephew." "My nephew?" List finally reacted. "Loria has given birth to a boy? What's his name?" "A boy, named Richard." "Richard, huh?" List placed the laver bugs into the worm room's pool, mounted the landwalker bird, and hurried back to the castle. As he arrived, everyone, including Lady Penelope, came out to greet him, as enthusiastic as they ever were during his previous homecomings. The atmosphere, while simple, was fervent like never before. Every homecoming saw an exponential surge in enthusiasm. This was the opportunism every noble learned since birth, but List didn't bother to reproach this behavior. Preferring wealth to poverty was human nature. The strong were worshipped, the weak looked down upon. Even he himself preferred to look twice at pretty girls, rather than gaze upon an ordinary woman. "Grandmother, why have you come to Fresh Flower Town in person? How could I, an old woman living off the family, not come forth to welcome my genius grandson, the Tulip family's genius, on his triumph?" said Lady Penelope straightforwardly. List supported her arm. "I was held up here by some matters. I was planning to deal with the issues and, after that, travel to Tulip Castle personally to present the good news to you. Your sentiment is what counts." At that moment, Loria, holding a baby swathed in a blanket, stood at the entrance of the castle. Levi's was waving vigorously. "List, you're an uncle now. Come and see your nephew, the fourth generation's new member of our family." Chapter 644 Bewildering Dragon's Mind. The baby looked quite adorable. Of course, List knew that as an uncle, it was necessary to give a meeting gift, but he had not prepared anything. Although he had risen prominently over the years, his family wealth was not abundant. Giving an elf as a gift was even more inappropriate, as nobles did not have the custom of gifting elves to each other. Perhaps I should give him a few books, my own published works? This thought had just emerged when he dismissed it, for while it would be acceptable to palm off an adult with books, giving books to a baby would seem somewhat perfunctory. After a brief contemplation, he took out a sapphire and placed it in the sleeping Richard's hand. Looking at Richard, Actually speaking to the Levi's couple, he said, "This sapphire was embedded in my sky-cleaving great sword. During the grand battle with Markinuta, the great sword was severely damaged and is no longer usable, but this sapphire remains intact. Richard, I am giving it to you, hoping that you too can become a strong knight like me." This was a wonderful wish, the significance of the gemstone profound. Nowadays, List is considered the standard for knights, a fitting life goal for Richard, not a boast but simply a fact. The Levi's couple were obviously very pleased with List's gift. "List, we thank you for your blessings for Richard, and we too hope that one day, he can become a strong knight like you. If it were an ordinary person's blessing, they should wish for Richard to one day ride dragons, but that would be more of a polite gesture. The goal of dragon riding is far too incredible. Becoming a top warrior like List should be the lifelong pursuit of all knights." Of course. The Levi's couple did not yet know that List was actually the ghost swordsman. The news of the ancient warrior heritage was only circulated among a select few nobles. Such information was not necessarily meant to be shared with everyone. In the age where knights ruled the world, the ancient warriors were destined to decline. Even if the heritage could be passed on, the families that mastered it would keep the secrets to themselves. After delivering the meeting gift, List also received a gift, unsurprisingly, a potted plant brought by Lady Penelope. Using the eye of magic to observe, this potted plant showed not the slightest trace of magic power, which both relieved him and caused a hint of disappointment. His appetite had long been spoiled by the elf bugs bred by the potted plants. Basically, the entire afternoon was spent with List telling stories. Conquering the Snow Pear Castle guarded by grand magicians, swiftly seizing Little River Heart Castle protected by 4 bridge arches, standing firm against Markinuta, who possessed the Chi domain, attacking Egret Castle with lightning speed, opening up the Roaring River and the Three Dragons River Golden Waterway, and finally forcefully taking over the trapped Dragon Mountain iron mine. Countless ships sailed against the current and with it, carrying away those heavy iron ores on board. Compared to the stumbling narrative of messenger knights, having the story's hero, List himself, recount these tales was intoxicating in a completely different way. Especially the battle with Markinuta, which could be considered a once-in-a-lifetime grand battle second only to slaying dragons. For the Duchy of Sapphire, such events might not occur even once in decades. In fact, it had never happened before. Without the ancient warrior heritage or the Chi domain manual, they could only scramble for materials haphazardly. Before the banquet, List took the family to see his elves again. Now, he had one greater elf, a giant algae greater elf. 14 minor elves, thorn, corngrass, 3 giant algae, wheat, agave, broadband green, sorghum, cactus, apple, flipping grass, pine, and tobacco minor elf. X minor elf, the mangrove minor elf. And Yevich's minor elves, 2 Shui Huasheng minor elves. 43 elf bugs, peanut, alfalfa, 2 thorns, 2 tulips, corn, 2 wheats, tomato, coconut, 2 dragon hollyhocks, corngrass, 3 rubbers, 4 serpent blood fruits, apple, barley, fig, blackberry, pea, smoked grass, green tea tree, Venus flytrap, autumn eggplant, horned melon, green yuan bough, human skull, lithops, 8 giant algae, and laver elf bug. X elf bugs, kelp, laver, mangrove, horsetail, and inkcap elf bug. And Yevich's elf bugs, erect centipeda, sweet potato, celery, needlegrass, ryegrass, daisy, foxtail, wolf's tail grass, loose strife, forsythia, 2 broom seedlings, rock lotus, and potos elf bug. Totaling at Novelban at 1 greater elf, 17 little minor elves, 62 elf bugs. Such numbers have already surpassed the Tulip family in the aspect of little minor elves, equaled with greater elves, but still only half in terms of elf bugs. I can hardly believe it, you now already have richer assets than an ordinary earl's family. Although the family has more elf bugs, you have more little minor elves? Levi's exclaimed, the Tulip family's elves were all contracted to him, but what the elders gave and what one earns themselves are 2 different kinds of achievements. He. List modestly said, after all, I am the son of glory, the elves favor me more, and with a few more pioneer mandates, I'm afraid the castle's wormroom won't even be able to fit these beautiful elves. Levi's really wanted to retort, elves aren't that easy to come by. But as the words reached his mouth, he swallowed them back down. For others, elves are indeed rare, but it seems to be the opposite for List. Just from Lady Penelope's potted plants alone, one could tell. He and Livera often brought back potted plants, yet not a single one had ever nurtured an elf bug. So all he could do was force a smile in agreement. I believe that day will come. Explore more adventures at my virtual library empire. The feast was lively and festive. They enjoyed themselves until midnight before dispersing, and after arranging accommodations for his grandmother and others, List, having bathed, lay back in his own bed, The excitement from being praised still not completely settled. He reflected on the past 2.5 years since his crossing into this world. Although he had not created any earth-shattering changes, he had not remained obscure either. At least within the Duchy of Sapphire, this corner of the continent, he had repeatedly become the center of attention, becoming a household name. Once the battle over the iron mine was over, his name was destined to sweep through the various islands of the country, discussed by nobles and commoners alike. All the young knights would, no doubt, set him as their target, whether out of jealousy or admiration. I really want to succeed in dragon riding quickly. My coolness won't allow me to stay low-key any longer, he thought somewhat absent-mindedly. In this world, without becoming a dragon knight, one was ultimately an ant. Only by becoming a dragon knight would he have the freedom to do as he wished. Gradually, a wisp of illusory smoke rose in front of him. Every time he was lost in thought or focused, the smoke mission would naturally appear. Huh? His attention quickly returned, focusing on the change in the smoke mission. Complete the mission, reward 3 bewildering dragon mind fruits. The mission is already completed, indicating that the Duchy of Sapphire's pioneer mandate has officially ended. Either Dragon Knight Alonzo Zyankli has hurried back, or the iron ore has been depleted. But what is this reward? 3 unheard of bewildering dragon mind fruits, could it be? A bold idea quickly surfaced in his mind. Could it be similar to bloodline fruit, but of a bewitching type? Bewildering dragon mind. Is this a magical fruit for beguiling dragons? Chapter 645 Withered Trees Bear Fruitless was not a person with long-term plans, always acting on his whims. However, his dedication to dragon riding could not be denied. He meticulously recorded any information related to dragons and listed it in his yet-to-be-published Lists Dragon Taming Manual. Furthermore, when he gave magic books to Chris and Egg to read, he also insisted that they note down anything related to dragons and hand it over to him for compilation into the manual. He often organized literate servants to read through Knight's novels, searching for information related to dragons, training, geography, magical beasts, elves, and more, then detail those findings in written records. Just the books for recording information were enough to fill an entire bookshelf. Naturally, because they were on thick paper, there wasn't actually much substantive content. The White Paper Workshop had been researching and developing white paper, and although they had produced some, the quality was worse than that of the paper used for funerary rites in the countryside, let alone suitable for smooth writing. The research and improvement of white paper still had a long way to go, so for the time being, thick paper remained the mainstay. According to his survey of all the Knight's novels and magic books available for purchase, none mentioned anything about the bewildering dragon mind fruit. Which meant the fruit was either monopolized by dragon-rearing families or so rare that it was unknown to the world. So, where should I look for these 3 bewildering dragon mind fruits? Apart from launching a survey of the territory's farmlands, it seems I have few other methods to search. Perhaps I actually don't need to do anything, and the 3 bewildering dragon mind fruits will just come to me? Regardless, he was now very excited. Thrilled by the bold idea that sprang to mind upon hearing about the bewildering dragon mind fruit, all exhaustion vanished, replaced by the boiling of his blood. Indeed, as long as my mental interference is strong enough, I could guide a smoke mission, or rather, stir the threads of fate. As I think daily of how to ride dragons, the smoke mission automatically alters my destiny, guiding me to this magical fruit that could possibly bewitch dragons. After a moment of excitement, he forcefully suppressed his thoughts. He must consider that the bewildering dragon mind fruit might not have the conjectured effects, so it would be better to wait until the fruit was in hand before getting excited. At this moment, he called up the smoke mission again. Mission: the hand-drawn ruins map is inaccurate. You need to search carefully to find the lost unknown civilization. Perhaps lurking in a corner of these waters, a singing voice will guide you forward. Please search for the sea chant. Reward: an aged sea serpent. An aged sea serpent? Another surprise. The sea serpent, a fantastical creature, was known to list as something beautiful ever since his infatuation with Ek. It was just a pity that this one was aged. Discover stories with my virtual library empire. The term aged always evoked images of white hair, wrinkled faces, and hunched backs, clashing with the pure, beautiful, and innocent perception list had of sea serpents from Ek's influence. However, birth, aging, sickness, and death were the natural course of life, and he was not so distressed by it. Encountering a sea serpent while searching for an unknown race suggests that this unknown race might indeed have been left by sea serpents. He suppressed his previous excitement and seriously considered the new mission. An aged sea serpent should be over 400 years old. Its life must be full of vicissitudes and wisdom. At that thought, his eyes lit up. This aged sea serpent is practically a living oceanic manual given to me by the smoke mission. As the saying goes, having an elder at home is like possessing a treasure. Wisdom is often the accumulation of experience. With over 400 years of life, The places this sea serpent had visited, the ships it had encountered, the stories it had witnessed. It was clear that it was a thick book of knowledge in and of itself. The following day, after bidding Lady Penelope and the others farewell, he began to plan his search for the remains of a civilization. Ak's help would be needed for this. Ak, can you sense the existence of sea serpents within a certain range? Yes, brother, although Ak have never seen other sea serpents, Ak have sensed the presence of sea serpents a few times, knowing they are not far away. How far can you sense? Not very clear, but it should be within a range of tens of kilometers. Ak, you get yourself ready carefully. I'm about to explore the ruins map, and we might encounter other sea serpents. That will require you to confirm their presence and make contact with them. At Novelban at under List's urging, Ak didn't prepare too much, quickly packed her personal items, and instructed Nami to take good care of the little ducks on Mangrove Island. List also took the time to write a letter, entrusting Butler Carter to keep it. If List had not returned after the Earl and the others, the letter was to be handed to the Earl. The content of the letter was not much, mainly entrusting the Earl to purchase serfs and food with the resources obtained in exchange for iron ore. If the Grand Duke sends someone to inquire whether he is willing to follow directly, please have the Earl definitely refuse, as he had not considered following the Grand Duke directly yet. At the same time, List instructed the territory officers to conduct an agricultural survey, to ensure that if any new varieties of fruit were found, they were to be well preserved and strictly prohibited from arbitrary destruction. Everything else would wait until his return to be arranged. And so it was. In the morning, after exchanging resources in the gemstone space, List, together with Ak, set off to sea riding the Rainbow Whale Rose. Ak understood sailing charts, so she could freely navigate the seas. Traveling from Coral Island to the Roaring River estuary waters by boat would take about 10 days, but for riding a rainbow whale that could travel at 80 kilometers per hour, including rest, it would only take 2.5 days to complete the journey. By day, they would travel, and at night, they would take out the sampan, using the temperature-calming pearl, calming water, and calming wind to rest peacefully. In the blink of an eye, they had entered the depths of the vast sea. Occasionally, while Rose rested, List would stand on her back, leap up, soar into the sky, and then pull out a telescope for observation. About 900 kilometers from the shore of the Roaring River mouth, he spotted a small island emerging from the sea, immediately guiding Ak and Rose towards the isle. Being soaked in the sea was not comfortable, and he longed to feel the solid ground beneath his feet again on the small island. The island was very small, even smaller than the subsidiary islands of Black Horse Island like Mangrove Island, Rocky Island, Sandy Beach Island, and Seagull Island, being just a tiny island of less than 100 acres. It was one of those lonely reef islands, surrounded by rock cliffs on all sides, with only a small patch of forest on top. Upon approaching, List leapt directly, landing in the small forest atop the island. Looking around, he saw the same type of trees throughout. These trees were fairly low, and their leaves were quite interesting, resembling fern plants, like those giant trees from the era of dinosaurs on Earth, where most ferns have shrunk into small plants, with only a few trees like Alsophylla spinulosa remaining tall. Could there be elves nurtured here? Every time he came to a green environment, he habitually used the Eye of Magic to search for elves. It was merely supposed to be a routine sweep. But fiercely, 3 dazzling points of magic feedback appeared in his vision. His heart stirred, he ran straight towards the direction of the 3 feedback points, and in less than a minute, he arrived in front of them. A circle of clearing appeared among the fern trees. In the center of the clearing, there was a withered small bush with no leaves left, and on the remaining branches hung 3 fruits shimmering with rainbow light. Bewildering Dragon Mind Fruit. List instantly realized that this was the Bewildering Dragon Mind Fruit rewarded by the Smoke Mission. Chapter 646 Song Under the Moonlight. Based on his inherent impressions, List had always thought that the 3 Bewildering Dragon Mind Fruits would be discovered within his territory, or at least, appear in his vicinity. Unexpectedly, they were found on a solitary island in the vast sea. The withered tree was less than a meter tall, and on its dead branches hung 3 fist-sized fruits with a rainbow luster, resembling apples but rounder. There was not a trace of scent emitted, nor the slightest loss of magic power. If he closed his eyes, no matter how List tried to sense the magic power floating in the air around him, he could not detect the existence of these 3 Bewildering Dragon Mind Fruits. Only when he used the Eye of Magic could he feel the astonishing magic power beneath the rainbow luster. The light reflected by the magic power showed a rich hue of chaos. A hue of chaos is akin to a gray, foggy haze, but even more peculiar. Upon closer inspection, it seemed gray, but when studied more carefully, it appeared almost transparent and illusory, yet from another angle, it could become substantial smoke. Neither black nor white, seeming illusionary yet real, like fog and haze. The concentration of magic power almost reaches saturation, It far exceeds any other fruit with magic power, including the bloodline fruit. Such powerful magic power indeed has the potential to bewilder a dragon. List did not hurry to pick the fruits. Instead, he observed the fruits and the withered tree over and over again. He confirmed that the withered tree was indeed dead, with no signs of revival. Yet, he couldn't bear to leave it behind, so he directly took out a bone spade from the gemstone space and began to carefully dig around the roots of the withered tree, planning to place the 3 bewildering dragon mind fruits into his gemstone space along with the tree. Such precious items must be treated with care. After more than an hour of digging, he finally lifted the entire clump of soil without damaging the roots of the tree and then wrapped it with chi and stuffed it into the gemstone space, which he had cleared out in advance. Inside the space, the 3 bewildering dragon mind fruits still shone brightly. List let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, that's settled. Next time I go to Dodo Island for training, I'll feed one to little fire dragon Leo and see the effects. If Leo is bewitched, I'll ride straight to Dragon Tooth Platform, violently court before signing a contract, and settle the rest later. Your next chapter awaits on my virtual library empire. Having spent so much effort to revive Leo and taken care of it for so long, he found it a volcano to train in and transported food for it. He tended to it like a parent, yet it wouldn't even let him ride. Facing such an evil dragon, List was filled with resentment, so employing such a dishonorable forceful method, he felt no guilt. It's not like I killed it, would a ride kill it? He looked at the large hole he left behind. List dusted off his hands and surveyed the fern forest at the top of the solitary island once more, scanning back and forth with the eye of magic and found no plants with magic power. He also didn't see plants similar in height and shape to the withered tree with the naked eye, confirming that there was nothing more of value here. But I can't say it's without value. Who knows, another seedling bearing the bewildering dragon mind fruits might grow here. I'll name this island Mind Island. Not only is it a landing spot on the sea, but it could also potentially nurture new bewildering dragon mind fruits. I must keep a close eye on this island in the future. The solitary island was named Mind Island and the withered tree was named the Mind Fruit Tree. Afterward, List dove into the sea and left Mind Island, continuing his voyage towards the waters near Roaring River mouth. The weather in September gradually turned cool. In the blink of an eye, List, Ak, and Roz had been roaming this sea area for 2 days without finding the ruins indicated on the ruins map. They didn't sense the presence of any old sea serpents either. They hadn't even discovered a single deserted island. However, they encountered several sea monsters, all of which Ak easily hunted and then left for List to barbecue at sea. In the gemstone space, there were charcoal, hot pots, and other cooking equipment for them to enjoy barbecue freely on the sea. Barbecuing was not only List's favorite, but Roz also loved it very much, so he didn't feel any rush as the days went by like this. Especially after a fulfilling meal, listening to Ak's melodious and sweet singing was absolutely a top-notch pleasure. It's a pity there's no piano in the scene. List felt regretful once more, as occasionally playing the piano could cultivate one's sentiments and smooth out restless emotions. But just as he was lost in his thoughts, Ak's singing suddenly stopped, and she exclaimed with surprise, "Ah, brother, Ak senses the presence of our kin, there's a sea serpent nearby." List instantly rolled out of the sampan's cabin. "Really, can you pinpoint the sea serpent's location?" "It's a bit difficult, the feeling is not very clear, it's elusive." Ak frowned, trying her best to sense her fellow sea creature. "Remember this spot, now let's swim towards the north and see if the feeling becomes clearer." A moment later, Ak, who had stopped swimming, shook her head. "Brother, the feeling is gone. It seems the sea serpent isn't to the north, let's head back." After returning, the sensation appeared again. This time List directed them to head south, but once they reached the south, the feeling broke off again. They returned to their starting point and set out westward, swimming a full 10 kilometers. This time, the sensation not only persisted but also became clearer. "This is the right direction, let's keep moving." While swimming, List would occasionally leap up and scan the surroundings with a telescope. After such a long search, it was almost certain that the sea serpent hadn't moved, and its stillness likely meant it was hidden among some coral reefs. Discovering suspicious islands or coral reefs could very well be where the sea serpent was hiding. In this way, they continued to explore. Depending on the telepathic connection between Ak and the sea serpent, they finally found a coral reef that had emerged due to the low tide before dark. It was an underwater reef that hadn't surfaced, but one could see the white outline of the reef's circular island, lurking just 1 or 2 meters below the water. Similar to the coral reef in Freshflower Town, this coral island was also circular, with a shallow lake in the center of the coral ring, completely surrounded by the taller corals. Around this large coral reef, there were several smaller ones, also submerged. At high tide, they were almost invisible, only their outlines faintly discernible at low tide. "We've arrived, Ak, let's look around," List said without hesitation, using his eye of magic to survey back and forth among the coral reefs. After searching for a long time, even as the moon rose, they still hadn't found the sea serpent's hiding place. Out of options, he had to try calling out the sea serpent with her singing. Ak's ethereal, pure, and melodious voice echoed among the coral reefs. At Novel Bennett a moment later. Suddenly, a distant, small coral island emitted a misty, sorrowful, and delicate song in response to Ak's. This voice was equally beautiful, but compared to the innocence and naivety in Ak's voice, it was more mature and luscious, hinting at many underlying stories. List was not in the mood for listening to singing. He directly locked onto the position of the elderly sea serpent and called Ak to rush to its location immediately. Chapter 647 Fish Ugly Temple Among the Reefs. A huge conch shell shimmered with magic radiance, and a female figure with light green sashes that seemed transparent but were not, covering the important parts of her body, was seated upon it. Her body, too, radiated with a strong magic aura. The radiance of water attribute magic. "Were you looking for us?" Upon seeing List and Ak, the woman asked indifferently. She spoke the wind language. She didn't seem old, appearing instead like a woman in her 30s, with long emerald hair cascading down her back. Her ears, forehead, shoulders, elbows, hips, and calves all had transparent fin-like structures, similar to Ak but with far more fins than her. The most striking feature was the butterfly-shaped, gigantic fin wings on her back, gently flapping and creating circles of water currents. Overall, she was more enchanting than Ak, but less anthropomorphic. The abundance of transparent fin-like structures detracted from her beauty, and patches of her skin somewhat resembled fish scales. Her colors leaned mainly toward green. Ak had deep blue hair and blue pupils. By comparison, Ak had only a few transparent fins, and her skin was snow-white, delicate, glossy, and even finer than a human baby's. Ak's higher degree of anthropomorphism made her conform more to human aesthetics, far surpassing the elderly Nixie before them. Nevertheless, the Nixie had a complete pair of legs, delicate and dainty. One could imagine how delightful the scene would be if Ak also grew a pair of legs. "Hello, I am a human knight. May I ask if you are a sea serpent?" List, riding on Roz's back, greeted with an elegant smile. "The young lady with me, she is also a Nixie." Ak wasn't very enthusiastic toward the Nixie before her, offering only a simple greeting, "Hello." The elderly Nixie glanced at Ak, then turned to List. "Young human knight, I am indeed a Nixie. Are you here for a reason? It has been many years since I've last seen a human. I haven't even paid attention to the passing ships of Sapphire." "Sapphire?" List's eyes lit up. "You know of the Duchy of Sapphire?" "When I used to swim freely in these seas, Sapphire hadn't yet been established. Back then, apart from ancient sunken ships, there was not a single vessel at sea. It was Sapphire that brought a great number of ships, and since then these waters became busy." The elderly Nixie recounted stories that sounded centuries old, yet she looked ageless. At Novel Bennett upon hearing this, List's tone shifted slightly. "May I presume to ask, how many years have you lived?" "Over 400 summers and winters, I can't remember exactly." "Over 400 years old. Truly a living fossil." Based on Ak's adult age, Nixies seem to have a lifespan of about 400 years as well. List realized that the Nixie before him was the one they sought for the smoke mission, and his enthusiasm grew. "It is an honor to meet such a venerable Nixie elder here. My name is List Tulip, a Viscount from the Duchy of Sapphire. May I have the privilege of knowing your name?" "My name?" The aged Nixie raised her head, looking at the bright moon reflected on the water's surface, her mind wandering momentarily. "Aphrodite Hector Synathia Thesis Nemotimus Parsiphone. Sade Iropras." List's mouth twitched, wondering why every Nixie had to have a name longer than 200 characters. "Your name is very long, just like my sister's. Who is named?" He turned his head towards Ak, seemingly unable to recall Ak's full name. Ak was quick to understand and promptly stated her own name. "My name is Danaxisti Alapapni Sileino Liacataforca Sponises. Cassandra Acryloides. But I have changed it to Acryloides Truth, and you can call me Ak." "Truth. You're a Nixie magician?" The aged Nixie was surprised for a moment, but after her gaze briefly drifted over List and Ak, she appeared to understand. "I, too, once learned magic, but unfortunately, I only mastered a few simple spells." With a common interest found, the conversation became less awkward. List smiled and said, "Ak is a grand magician." "A grand magician? Such a young Nixie grand magician is indeed rare." The aged Nixie nodded lightly. "You may call me Iris. Elder Iris. Nixies are born and raised by the sea. We don't have complicated worldly relationships like humans. You may simply call me by my name." List, amenable as ever, replied, "All right, Iris." Thus, the initial pleasantries had been dealt with, And the conversation gradually turned into List asking questions and Iris answering them with her 400+ years of life experience. Although she remained somewhat aloof throughout, Iris did not show any annoyance at List's questions. Ak quietly listened on the side. Iris, I'm very curious about Nixies, especially since my sister Ak is also one, but she is still very young and has much to learn. I hope you can help teach her, List said, taking advantage of Iris's cooperative attitude to make his request. What he really wanted was to lure this Nixie to live within his own territory. However, Iris responded, Nixies need no guidance. Each Nixie has their own growth trajectory, experiencing all joys and sorrows the ocean has to offer, which is the essence of being a Nixie. Ak also said, brother, Ak wants to grow up on her own. Your next read is at my virtual library Empire. List was truly puzzled by the cold response between the two Nixies. Logically, given that Ak was very kind and naive, and Iris's demeanor also quite calm, one would expect a warmer interaction between members of the same species, even if not that emotional. Seeing a fellow countryman brings tears to the eyes. Yet from the start of their search for Nixies, Ak had shown no enthusiasm for the unknown Nixies. Perhaps there is some quality about Nixies which makes them naturally repel each other. He planned to inquire further with Ak once they were alone since it wasn't appropriate to bring up directly. So, he changed the subject and asked, Iris, we came to this sea to explore an ancient ruin. Could you possibly guide us to the direction of the ancient ruins? Ancient ruins, you mean the Fish Ugly Temple ruins? Fish Ugly Temple? List heard a new term. Fish Ugly in Wind language refers to a creature that looks like a fish but is very ugly. Iris stretched out her slender arm, delicate as a green onion, and pointed to the southeast. Swim about 50 kilometers straight from here, and you'll find a square coral reef. From Coral Island, swim 30 kilometers directly south, and you will find a sea pit 100 meters deep. The buried Fish Ugly Temple ruins lie within that silt. After explaining, she added, there is a powerful necrofish ugly guarding the Fish Ugly Temple. I advise you not to venture there lightly. Chapter 648 Fated but not destined necrofish ugly. List heard a new term again. Iris, could you tell me what exactly this necrofish ugly is? Do you know about specters? I know about specters and liches. He had met two liches, Curtis Truth and the Marquis of Bull. As for specters, Virginia Truth had been staying in the soul storage vessel in his gemstone space, only occasionally letting her out for a chat. I've heard of liches, which is an evil transformation that stimulates soul power. Necrofish has similarities to liches, however, instead of stirring up soul power, it uses the remnants of a soul to control the body's material force from its previous life. I suspect that necrofish ugly, in its lifetime, had the level of an archmage. Archmage? List's eyes widened. Archmages were beings capable of fighting dragons alone, and for a necrofish ugly to have the level of an archmage seemed far too exaggerated. It's just my suspicion. And it's about the strength of the necrofish ugly in its previous life. It might only possess the strength of a grand magician now, but its body is very strong. I found the Fish Ugly Temple when I was younger and have always wanted to enter, but it has always blocked the entrance, and time has not weakened it. Knowing it only had the strength of a grand magician, List was relieved. Archmages haven't appeared before the public eye for many years. He definitely wouldn't believe if someone suddenly told him that there was an archmage in ancient ruins thousands of years old. Time decays everything, even dragons, the top representatives of power, die, let alone other organisms. Afterward, List continued to inquire about the specific details of the necrofish ugly. According to Iris, the necrofish ugly was a strong member of the Fish Ugly race, imprisoned in the Fish Ugly Temple to serve as a guardian. It was 10 meters tall, like a standing giant frog, but with a fish-like head and upper body. It wielded a strange trident and could release powerful water magic. One of the spells, which Iris referred to as water flow shackles, an advanced magic, could control the water to bind the opponent's body and then tear it apart from the outside. Iris herself had once been bound by it when she was younger and almost dismembered. After hearing her explanation, Liz turned and asked, Ak, do you think you can defeat this necrofish ugly underwater? At a depth of 100 meters, his combat strength would be significantly reduced. It wouldn't be easy to overpower an opponent with obvious home field advantage, especially one with the strength of a grand magician. Ak nodded seriously. Don't worry, brother, the necrofish ugly that Iris speaks of doesn't seem very strong. Ak has mastered many kinds of advanced magic, and whirlpool convergence will definitely be able to blast the necrofish ugly away. Still, be cautious. Liz touched Ak's hair. Ak in battle was not to be underestimated. Her fighting method was still quite fierce, especially original magic like whirlpool convergence, which had immense power. After discussing the necrofish ugly, the night had grown deep. He planned to rest at the coral reef for the night and search for the Fish Ugly Temple the next day. He also intended to use the nighttime to chat with Iris as much as possible, to learn about her rich life experiences over more than 400 years. It would be best to forge a connection and bring Iris to Black Horse Island to serve as his personal advisor. For now, the focus was on conversation. Iris, why are you, like Ak, both sea serpents, yet Ak was nurtured in a shell while you were nurtured inside a sea snail? He pointed at the giant sea snail Iris was sitting on, which had a white base with brown patterns and appeared larger than Ak's shell, with many spikes on it. A sea snail is also a kind of shell. Every sea serpent is born within a shell, there's no particular reason. It's just that the shells are incredibly varied, and so our nurseries are too. Just as humans vary in height and weight, sea serpents differ in their shells and appearances. When did you grow your legs? I reached adulthood at 55, completely leaving the growth fluid of the sea snail shell and acquiring independent legs. She swung her fair legs, showing off her particularly beautiful toes. List wasn't a foot fetishist, yet he almost got lost in the moment. Still, with his extensive experience, he showed no reaction on the surface, his gaze still bright and clear. 55, so that means Ak is 42 this year and still has 13 years to reach adulthood? 13 years was even later than what List had estimated, which was seriously frustrating. Ak, listening to the conversation, couldn't help but feel a bit of disappointment. Though every woman naturally pursues youth, it's also natural for the underage to want to grow up quickly. But Iris just smiled. Who knows about the future? When I had no legs, I longed for them, and yet, once I grew a pair, I couldn't help but miss the times when I was without. Your words are always very philosophical. Perhaps it's because I've seen so much. You must have come into contact with many humans in your life, List asked. There was a momentary unfocused look in Iris's eyes. Then, shaking her head, she said, I once stepped onto land, and I sought love, but in the end, the sea suited me better. However, I still recommend that young humans and young little sea monsters seek love. Only by loving can one know the depth of affection, and only by being hurt can one appreciate the value of innocence. In an instant, List felt a literary youth's aura surrounding Iris. Perhaps she was not just a singer of the great sea but should also be a minstrel upon it. Then, can you tell me the story of your life on land? Although I am a knight, I am also a historian, compiling a monumental chronicle on the history of the continent's transformations, titled Dragon's Fight in the Wild. I hope to gather some forgotten history from you. To add credibility, he took out the beginning chapters of Dragon's Fight in the Wild from the gemstone space. The book, which had been long abandoned, was handed to Iris for her perusal. Taking the thick leather-bound book, Iris briefly flipped through a couple of pages and then handed it back. I don't recognize serpent script. All my interactions with humans occurred in the Eagle Kingdom. It was just as well she didn't look further. Beyond those beginning chapters, the rest was blank. List put away the leather-bound book and said, then tell me your story. Like most naive and daydreaming young girls. After Iris grew her legs, she inevitably became keenly interested in humans, sneaking up to the coast at night to eavesdrop on their lives. Eventually, during one eavesdropping session, she was discovered by a villager. The villager was surprisingly shrewd, not exposing her on the spot or chasing her away, but instead, lured her to stay at his home and then informed his landlord. He was a handsome young noble who fell instantly in love with Iris's stunning beauty. Iris too quickly indulged in the young noble's sweet nothings, experiencing a blissful mermaid romance. But in the end, the noble abandoned her to marry a noble girl. Your next read awaits at my virtual library empire. After crying, she returned to the sea. Decades later, when she heard of the noble's death, she quietly returned to the land to attend his funeral in secret. The scenes at the funeral allowed her to let go of the hurts from the past, and she started to learn human magic, attempting to travel across the continent to experience more of its customs and people. But that only lasted half a year. The inland environment was too harsh, and my skin became drier day by day. So I gave up traveling and returned to live in the sea, Iris said with a sigh. After that, I would occasionally live in other sea areas, but with frequent stops, I still stay in the waters that gave birth to me. That was Iris's life. There were no rugged hardships or life and death separations. Even her sole heartache was just being abandoned by a noble. The noble knight actually still loved her, but his noble status compelled him to marry a human wife and sire heirs to continue the family line. Thus, he abandoned the sea monster. The sea monster's distinctive appearance and the inability to give birth. It was fated that mermaids could have kismet without destiny. At Novelban at chapter 649 Medusa. The tale of the sea monster Yisi isn't earth-shattering, and her experiences across the continent aren't particularly remarkable, at least not enough to be included in Dragon's Fight in the Wild. Most crucially, she had never set foot in the noble circles of the Eagle Kingdom, so what she knew was quite limited. However, her experiences weren't completely without value. For instance, she had once studied piano with the master pianist Cherney Windmill, Cherney was a renowned piano master from the Steel Ridge Kingdom, who had traveled through the Eagle Kingdom and met Yusi, telling her how he created his famous piece Uri by the river. It was an autumn twilight when Cherney, globe-trotting to find inspiration, arrived at the border of the Steel Ridge Kingdom and the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom, stopping at a remote town's countryside. He unloaded his piano from the carriage, intending to tune it and practice a piece. Suddenly, an elk burst out of the woods, heading straight for him, but since this was by the river, the elk found itself cornered, about to leap into the water and swim across. A steel fork then flew from afar, swiftly smashing the elk's head and killing it. Afterward, Cherney saw a nymph with pale green hair dancing like snakes emerge from the forest. Droopy eyelids, a slender figure, pale skin, and vivid red lips. She swiftly made Cherney fall in love. However, as the nymph dragged away the dead elk, she just lifted her eyelids to glance at him, and at that moment, he became as stiff as stone, unable to move, not even his eyeballs. He could only watch the nymph disappear into the woods, oblivious to how much time had passed. When he awoke, he had been rescued by servants and locals, lying in a bed. Only after hearing from the locals did he learn that this nymph was named Uri, and was said to be a snake-haired nymph living in the forest with her two sisters. The eldest sister was named Sano, with dark green hair, having the strength to kill a mighty magical beast with one punch. Uri was the second, with pale green hair, able to leap as though flying like a sky knight. The youngest was Mojisa, with bright red hair, and she could command snakes. The eyes of the three sisters possessed potent power, turning anyone who looked into them to stone. If the stone were shattered, the person would die. If not, after a few days, they could revert to flesh and blood. Read new adventures at my virtual library empire. Normally the snake-haired nymph sisters would not trouble the local residents. Nobles had attempted to enter that vast wilderness of a forest to capture the three stunning snake-haired nymphs, but they either disappeared within the forest or returned empty-handed, without ever catching sight of the sisters. Cherney, too, coveted the beauty of Uri and settled down in this place. He longed to see Uri again, but despite waiting many days, she did not appear, so he transformed his yearning into notes, composing the renowned piece by the water. Do snake-haired nymphs really exist? Liszt was skeptical. Indeed, vampires and liches existed, but snake-haired nymphs that could petrify with a glance seemed somewhat unreal, their powers too formidable. And since they were so beautiful, even with somewhat eerie hair, he believed many curious knights would still eagerly seek them out. Yusi shook her head and said, I've also asked Master Cherney, and he told me that the world is far more vast than what we see, and no one can freely take everything as they wish. So, no one has seen the snake-haired nymph sisters since then? I don't know, I haven't paid attention to them. Perhaps, like sea serpents, after experiencing the complexities of human life, they returned to the home that nurtured them and led simple lives. In any case, Yusi has many other stories like that of the snake-haired nymph sisters. Such as the minotaurs in the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom and the Rocky Plains, bellowing angrily with bull-like horns atop their heads, driving away invaders. In the primeval forests to the west of the Rose Duchy, there lived huge ogres wielding clubs, leading violent and bloody lives. Some have seen harpies with eagle wings flying like eagles in the mountains of the Eagle Kingdom, and a duke's daughter of a certain duchy, having encountered a unicorn in the forest, fled her wedding with the unicorn's assistance, vanishing without a trace. During full moon nights at a certain nameless castle, wolf howls are often heard, and it's said that the lord of the castle is a werewolf, capable of transforming into a silver wolf. At Novelban at Hyrus had also seen a knight who appeared to be riding in midair, with nothing underneath his bottom. It was only after inquiring that she learned the knight was mounted on a night chi, which could only be seen by those who had died once. Elderly people always enjoy telling stories. The aged sea monster Yusi was no exception. Initially, it had been Liszt who asked her questions, but by the latter half of the night, it was mostly her incessantly telling stories. Some of the stories were interesting, others were boring, but Hack listened attentively. Liszt, however, had begun to lose focus. Smoke slowly materialized in front of his eyes. Complete the mission, reward sea monster Yusi. The smoke then transformed, forming new serpent script, mission. The sea monster can guide you in the direction to proceed, but she no longer has the energy to roam the seas extensively. The dangers hidden in the sea require you to overcome them yourself. Please defeat the remaining necrofish ugly, uncover the fish ugly temple. Reward, mysterious jewel. A reward of mysterious gemstones? Liszt thought to himself, could it be pearls from some kind of oyster again? In this world, gemstone, crystal, and jade are proper nouns, referring to three types of special stones. Gemstones and crystals are derived from dragons, whereas jade is formed by the earth condensing magic power. Jewelry, however, specifically refers to ornaments. Gemstones and crystals can be made into ornaments, intact jade can be turned into ornaments, and pearl, coral, amber, and the like can also be used to make ornaments. Gold, silver, mithril, and mountain copper can also be grafted into jewelry, and only these are called jewels. He had already obtained the high check that produced black pearls, the fenhilwo that produced pink pearls, and the golden-lipped clam that produced golden pearls. He wondered what kind of shell and pearls he would receive this time. I hope it's not the pearl oyster that produces white pearls. The Grand Duke's Blue Dragon Lake farms many pearl oysters, and they're not very valuable. With such thoughts, he soon fell asleep on the sampan amidst Yisi's endless narrations. When he woke up, it was already dawn the next day. He rubbed his eyes. He saw Yisi in the distance by the rocks, feeding fruit to Rainbow Whale Rose, a whale that was friendly to everyone. Sometimes, List worried if someone might entice it away. On another side of the rocks, Ak was sitting on a shell, flipping through a book. Noticing List awake, Ak immediately swam over. "Brother, you're awake. Didn't you sleep?" He vaguely remembered falling asleep while Yisi was still telling stories and Ak listening intently, only to wake up and find both sea monsters as lively as ever. "Ak did sleep, brother. Sea monsters sleep for a very short time," she replied. List, of course, knew this. He was just a bit muddled from just waking up. Soon thereafter, he washed up by the rocks and had a hearty meal. Then he went to say farewell to Yisi. "Yisi, your stories were fascinating. I hope after Ak and I explore the Fish Ugly Temple, we could have another delightful chat." Falling asleep while chatting hardly counts as a delightful conversation. Haha. List waved his hand awkwardly, realizing Yisi hadn't rejected the idea. Then he set off with Ak in the direction she had indicated to explore the Fish Ugly Temple, planning to complete the mission first and talk about the rewards later. Chapter 650 Gigantic statue of 50 kilometers to find a small island, 40 kilometers to find a 100-meter deep pit on the seabed. It did not take much time for List to locate the Fish Ugly Temple. This was an ancient ruin overgrown with seaweed and largely covered in silt. The site was vast, with hundreds of stone pillars supporting the palace's domed ceiling, sealing off the interior. No fish or shrimp swam around the palace, only seaweeds and corals swaying with the currents. "Brother, leave dealing with the necrofish ugly to Ak." Ak stood on a seashell in front of List, asking to fight. She had a natural ability to control water, and now that she was proficient in water magic, her combat power underwater far exceeded List's, mainly because once List activated his chi, it would break through the magic of the Rainbow Whale Rose's rainbow-breathing membrane. If the rainbow-breathing membrane was broken, he'd have to hold his breath and stop breathing, which would make it very difficult to circulate chi. At Novelban. Moreover, his chi was of the fire attribute, which had its power almost entirely diminished underwater, barely able to be released externally, at most clinging to the long sword for direct strikes against the opponent's body. "Be careful, I'll provide support for you," List said gravely, holding the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword in his hand. He had yet to master the ice rotation technique of the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword, and the Ice Seal technique was not activated, which did not add much combat power underwater. His primary role was to provide moral support to Ak as she hunted the necrofish ugly. According to Iris's hints, as soon as one set foot within the boundary of the Fish Ugly Temple, the necrofish ugly would burst out from inside the temple to drive away and hunt down the intruders. So when Ak stepped into the range of a corner of the temple, she suddenly stirred up a powerful current. Then, like a puff of smoke, a specter-like creature spewed out from within the currents, just as Iris described. This creature, standing 10 meters tall, resembled a large upright frog with the head and body of a fish for its upper half and fin-like legs arranged in a webbed manner. Squawk squaw. As soon as the necrofish ugly made its entrance, it emitted a sharp, strange cry, then raised a steel fork in its hand high with a ring of magic radiance waving across the fork. Without any extra effort, it directly threw the magic attack. However, Ak was no stranger to hunting sea monsters in the deep sea. She readily raised a water wave shield and instantly cast powerful magic like whirlpool convergence, tossing it recklessly at the necrofish ugly like the spells cost her nothing. Her combat style leaned towards brute force output, probably influenced by List. List would always share his combat experiences. "Don't waste words, strike first, if you can use a powerful spell. Don't just stick to basic attacks, if you can overpower your enemy in one flow, don't hold back." I took these experiences to heart. So, she began with various advanced magics. After all, the necrofish ugly wouldn't chase out of the Fish Ugly Temple by far, and if she were to be drained of magic power, she'd simply run without a hint of hesitation. However, contrary to expectations, as Ak unleashed a barrage of advanced magic, the seawater instantly turned murky with the seabed silt churning, as if a black tornado rose above the temple. The necrofish ugly's defensive magic was completely extinguished under Ak's onslaught of magic. It couldn't even counterattack. 10 minutes later, Ak was panting heavily, her magic power running out. She followed List's instructions and began to swim away from the Fish Ugly temple, wary of the Necrofish Ugly's possible counterattack. However, after she retreated, the Necrofish Ugly did not pursue, and as the magic release ended and the murky water cleared with the currents, the sea returned to its clarity. List and Ak exchanged glances, finding it unbelievable. The Necrofish Ugly had vanished, and a corner of the Fish Ugly temple crumbled, revealing a deep cavern. What was more surprising was that a steel fork was found diagonally stuck in the battlefield, half buried in the mud. Brother, this is the Necrofish Ugly's steel fork. I know. List looked at the silently collapsed corner of the Fish Ugly temple and took a long while to react. Ak, could it be that you annihilated the Necrofish Ugly with a burst of magic? Logically speaking, even if it had retreated back into the temple, it would have taken its weapon back, instead of leaving it outside. Ah, did I kill it? Go and take a look. As the two approached the vicinity of the Fish Ugly temple, there was no movement. Picking up the steel fork dropped by the Necrofish Ugly, there was still no movement. Touching the collapsed gap, there was still no movement, and even as they entered the interior of the temple through the collapsed entrance, there was still no movement. Clearly, the Necrofish Ugly had indeed perished in the midst of Ak's seamless magic. The so-called Grand Magician level of Iris now seemed like a joke. It was probably because Iris herself lacked combat ability, which led her to overestimate the strength of the Necrofish Ugly. After entering the Fish Ugly temple and ensuring there was no danger, List then began to inspect the interior of the temple, which was simple yet majestic and revealed luxury amidst its rusticity. Although half of it was covered by silt, one could still feel the vastness of the interior. Thick stone columns supported the simple dome, and guarding both sides of the walkway were enormous statues. Illuminated by crystal lamps, the details of the statues were vividly revealed. Brother, what kind of monster are these statues? I don't know, but I guess they might be from a sea race stronger than the Fish Ugly. Ak, look. The first four statues closest to the entrance are clearly of the same race as the Necrofish Ugly. The statues further inside seem to be different from the Fish Ugly, resembling a more humanoid monster. The humanoid monsters numbered 4, all depicted with 2 arms. Further inside were another 4 humanoid monsters, but with 4 arms. Next were another 4 humanoid monsters, each with 6 arms. In appearance, these 12 humanoid monsters, except for the number of arms and the robustness of their bodies, were all very similar. They had fish scales and fins, and 3 thick fingers clutching different weapons. Their heads, resembling both a snake's and a fish's, bore a striking resemblance to that of the Fish Ugly. Further in, different statues appeared, still 4 in number, but now of strong female figures. However, these women had some similarities to the sirens but were more rugged-looking and had patches of fish scales and fins. Interestingly, 4 more statues followed, this time of 4 armed female figures, and then 4 6-armed female figures. Since half of the temple was buried in silt, only the upper bodies of these statues were visible. Riding on the back of Rainbow Whale Rose, List felt each statue was immense, and they all seemed to be one-to-one replicas. The 4 Fish Ugly statues at the entrance were the same size as the Necrofish Ugly, and all the subsequent statues were even larger. As he was examining these statues, trying to deduce some information, Ak suddenly tugged on his sleeve and whispered, "Brother, quick, look at the main seat of the temple. Is that a mermaid? Such a huge mermaid?" Only then did List notice that at the end of the palace, in a dim area, there was a huge stone throne, which was not covered by silt due to the high steps. Above the throne, there was a lifelike statue. The figure carved possessed a human upper body and a gigantic fish tail, perfectly fitting the classic mermaid image recorded in Knight's novels, folktales, and magic books. Her fish tail curled upon the throne, her belly button downward densely covered with fish scales, while above the belly button, she was as clean as a human. Or rather, the greatest difference was that the mermaid statue was at least 20 meters long, truly gigantic. However, at that moment, List's eye of magic fell on the colossal chest of the mermaid statue, where there was a teardrop-shaped jewel flashing with azure brilliance, shining radiantly. Inside it seemed to flow magic power of the water attribute, more potent than any magic power he had seen. With a flash of inspiration, he knew the answer: mysterious jewel. Chapter 651. List signaled the Rainbow Whale Rose to swim in front of the mermaid statue's chest, where he focused on a teardrop-shaped jewel roughly the size of a fist. For him, this jewel was not small. On the contrary, a fist-sized jewel was definitely considered gigantic. However, in relation to the mermaid statue, it was like a diamond chip worn on the chest, somewhat disproportionate to the statue's scale. List didn't reach out to directly remove the jewel, which hung like a pendant on the statue's chest, but instead solemnly summoned a smoke mission. Complete the mission, reward with mermaid's tear. Then came the new mission. Mission: the Fish Ugly Temple's mermaid statue, sculpted by an unknown artist, has been submerged in the river of history. It's more important to seize the present. Perhaps giving this mermaid's tear to the sea sprite Ache will have an unexpected effect on her. Reward: Necrofish Fish Ugly Guard. Mermaid's tear, huh? List dispersed the smoke mission and then gently removed the pendant. The cord threading through the mermaid's tear quickly decayed, leaving only the fist-sized, teardrop-shaped jewel. Now it indeed looked like a tear. He had originally planned to keep it for himself to study slowly, as it was a relic left by an ancient race and might possess powerful effects. But since the smoke mission provided a hint, it was clear that the mermaid's tear would be more suitable for Ache to use. After briefly examining it, he handed the jewel to Ache. Ache, I feel this jewel is rich with water attribute magic power. Given its shape, why not call it the mermaid's tear? Here, it's for you. Maybe you can study it, he suggested. For me? Ache was a bit surprised, then smiled happily. Thank you, brother. Ache will take good care of it. Not just to safeguard, but to use and study. It's filled with water attribute magic power, he corrected. All right, she acknowledged. You study it first. I'm going to dig out the lower half of these statues to see what kind of creatures they represent, List said without further ado, taking out his bone spade and beginning to dig through the silt covering the fish ugly temple. While List was busy excavating the mud, Ache was already holding the mermaid's tear, sitting on a shell and studying it. She was in high spirits, not only because the mermaid's tear was beautiful and its azure color suited her temperament but because it was a gift from List. She was always happy with anything given by him. Brother has a way with names, mermaid's tear. Yeah, it does sound nice. It hung on the mermaid statue's chest and with such a design, it really resembles a mermaid's tear, she mused. Channel magic. Activate the mermaid's tear and prepare to experience the jewel's magic structure in order to learn how to use it. With magic within and serving as a pendant, the mermaid's tear must be a piece of magic equipment. Its placement on the statue, with a special temple built for it, clearly indicates it's not ordinary magic equipment. Although Ache didn't have the eye of magic, she could feel the mermaid's tear brimming with flowing magic power, resonating harmoniously with her. She closed her eyes, letting her senses guide the magic, roaming through the magic runes composed of magic power. Soon, she perceived that the magic composition of the mermaid's tear was very regular, which revealed a profound and deep aura, especially since the magic runes seemed not to be artificially inscribed but naturally formed. No trace of man-made carving. Strange. Could the mermaid's tear be a naturally formed piece of magic equipment? Or, could it really be a mermaid's tear? Ache suddenly wondered. It seemed unlikely, yet not impossible, given the mermaid statue's prominence. With the Uchiha of a grand magician level merely at the end of the temple's statues, followed by 6 armed monsters and 6 armed women, each looking nobler and stronger than the last. From this, it could be deduced that the mermaid possessed tremendous strength. The bodily metabolic products of a powerful creature naturally carried various incredible powers, like a dragon, whose every excretion was a precious treasure. Suddenly, she keenly perceived that the magic runes inside the mermaid's tear were converging in a strange pattern, and there was a noticeable node among them. The term node was proposed by List to represent the convergence point of magic power. Initially, it served to explain the concept of the magic web. Later, Ache thought that nodes could be integrated into the design of magic arrays. A magic array is composed of many magic runes that form nodes, leading to a complete magic array. By identifying the accurate node, one could easily tear through the magic array. It was also possible to reassemble a magic array by continuously adjusting nodes. Her ability to create many original spells was due to the application of the node concept. So, what is this node for? Thinking this, she had already used her magic power to activate the node. The next moment, the mermaid's tear erupted in dazzling light, within which twisted strands like a spider's web condensed and spread outward, passing through statues, through the rainbow whale rose, through List who was digging through the mud, and through the fish ugly temple, even reaching beyond the vast sea. Finally, it dissipated into the distant, unseen seawater. At Novel Banat as she held the mermaid's tear, Ache's eyelids trembled, and in less than half a breath's time, she fainted on a seashell. As she fainted, the light of the mermaid's tear instantly extinguished, falling from her hand onto the seashell, and soon after, cracks appeared on the droplet-shaped surface. On the other side, List, who was digging in the mud, was startled by the sudden blue twisted strands that passed through his body. He thought someone was attacking him. He quickly turned and dodged, just in time to see Ache faint, and the light of the mermaid's tear go out. Crack! In the blink of an eye, the mermaid's tear shattered, and then it became a pile of powder, drifting away with the current, vanishing from sight. He could no longer care about how the mermaid's tear disappeared. He swiftly rushed over, picked up the unconscious Ache, and called out loudly, "Ache, Ache." Ache's importance far surpassed any other. Ache did not respond, but her chest was still rising and falling. List restrained himself to calm down and quickly used the eye of magic to see that the magic power inside Ache was extremely unstable, in a boiling state. Moreover, some magic power suddenly disappeared while some appeared out of nowhere as if it were continuously exchanging with the free-floating magic power in the environment. However, the free magic power in the environment could not possibly be so abundant as to maintain non-stop exchange. What on earth is going on? Why did Ake faint out of nowhere? No, it's the mermaid's tear. The mermaid's tear stimulated and caused Ake to faint. The anomaly just now was caused by the mermaid's tear. The smoke mission hinted that I should give the mermaid's tear to Ake. His face darkened as he felt some guilt, realizing he should have eliminated any risk before handing it over to Ake. I hope this hasn't truly harmed Ake. If it weren't for his long-term use of the smoke mission, gradually realizing that it was more of a projection of his own will, he would have suspected that the hidden mastermind behind the smoke mission was preparing to target him, first by eliminating his important assistant Ake, then dealing with him. It was like raising goo, where once the goo insects matured, they could be harvested. I hope nothing happens to Ake, otherwise. He didn't finish his sentence because he really didn't know how he could threaten the mastermind behind the smoke mission. But he didn't have to think about how to deal with any possible mastermind behind the smoke mission. Ake slowly awoke, her eyes still confused, but she spoke. Brother, Ake has touched the magic web. After that, she fainted again. Chapter 652 Touching the Magic Web. Clutching Ake, List's eyes lit up, his prior worries instantly dissipated, leaving only surprise. Touching the magic web, has Ake reached the magic web under the stimulation of the mermaid's tear? Previously, Jonas Glocks mentioned that for a grand magician to advance to an archmage, one must touch the magic web. It turned out that there was no hidden hand behind the smoke mission, just his own will projection. Perhaps it was his subconscious hope that Ake could advance to an archmage that led to the task of the ruins map and then obtaining the mermaid's tear. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but reflect with emotion. I never expected Ake to advance to an archmage before I succeeded in dragon riding. Strictly speaking, she is just an underage girl. It must be said, Ake's talent is truly powerful. Iris is a sea serpent who has also learned magic, but she only knows a few common spells. Brushing the scattered azure blue hair from Ake's face behind her ear, List continued to deploy the Eye of Magic to observe the magic power within Ake's body. The phenomenon of exchanging magic power invisibly seemed as if a cloud had been lifted to reveal clarity, not exchanging with free-floating magic power, but connecting with that unknown magic web, continuously engaging in the exchange of magic power within it. Looking at it this way, the source of an archmage's magic power is no longer derived from absorbing free-floating magic in the environment, but directly from the magic web. Does this mean that even on the battlefield, an archmage can still rely on the magic web's power to unleash powerful spells? If this is truly the case, the status of magicians would instantly elevate to a terrifying extent. And it is very likely true, as archmages are reputed to be strong enough to duel dragons, a strength only second to that of dragon knights. Any warrior profession without a dragon would probably be no match for an archmage. According to the cultivation system currently seen in the world by List, knights have dominated everything, with the legacy of ancient warriors and ancient magicians in decline. Only magicians, though slightly weakened, have not declined too much and still form a mainstream cultivation system that is indispensable. Knights have dragon knights, magicians have archmages, both are peak professions that suppress the era. Ake is already stepping toward archmage, touching the magic web just once almost means she has connected with it, and I am also about to succeed in dragon riding. I hope the bewildering dragon mind fruit will be effective, and manage to bewilder little fire dragon Leo in one go. Chirp. The rainbow whale Rose was swimming around, providing List with a spell, the rainbow breathing membrane. Ake did not need this magical aid, even unconscious, she could naturally breathe underwater, a kind of instinct. Seeing that she had not awakened for a long time, List first placed her in a shell. While waiting for her to wake up, he proceeded to continue the work he had not finished before. The bone spade easily dug through the soil. The mermaid statue nearest to the main seat, the six-armed woman statue, finally revealed its lower body within List's view, not a human body, but a large, twisted form, somewhat similar to the mermaid's tail and yet also reminiscent of a giant serpent's body. He continued to excavate the next statue, that of a four-armed woman, and after uncovering its lower body, it was a similar combination of serpent and fishtail. The statues of two armed women were the same. Next, he moved on to a six-armed monster statue, whose lower body was also the same but featured fierce fish fins. There was no need to dig out the remaining statues, they all shared the same form. He went straight to excavate a statue of Uchiha, whose lower body resembled a frog's upright posture. At Novelbanat looking over these statues, List contemplated for a moment. Muttering to himself, these statues somewhat resemble the Naga from games. Might as well call them Naga. Female upper body Nagas will be called upper Naga, including two-armed, four-armed, six-armed ranks, Monster upper body Nagas will be called lower Naga, also classified as 2-armed, 4-armed, 6-armed ranks. Thus, the race represented behind this fish ugly temple became clear. The rulers were mermaids, the middle power consisted of the upper Naga and the lower Naga, and the lowest power was that of the fish ugly. It's just unclear whether mermaids, Naga, and fish ugly should be considered the same species. Judging from their biological forms, they should have reproductive isolation. Perhaps this is a multiracial mixed ocean civilization. The mermaid race are the rulers, the upper Naga race are the nobles, the lower Naga race are the civilians, and the fish ugly race are slaves? Unfortunately, besides these statues and that shattered mermaid's tear, there was nothing else in this fish ugly temple, making it impossible to restore its history and the era in which it was built. This civilization will still have to rely on me to complete its entry in Dragon's Fight in the Wild. List shook his head. The list of works he planned to write was already too long. Dragon's Fight in the Wild had been put on hold indefinitely. Perhaps when he became the Dragon Domain landlord one day and his lifespan substantially increased, he might finish this historical epic in his boredom. Time flowed by, second by second. List ate some dry food underwater. When it had become dark outside the fish ugly temple, indicating the arrival of night, he was about to lose his patience. He was ready to take Ak and the shell with him and leave the place. It was at this moment that Ak, who had been sound asleep, suddenly had her magic power calm down, and she herself slowly woke up. "Brother. You're awake. How do you feel? Is there anywhere that's uncomfortable?" Ak's bleary expression quickly returned to normal, her blue eyes becoming even brighter and clearer. "Ak feels very good, brother. I couldn't feel better right now. Was I asleep all this while? It felt like I had a very long dream, where my thoughts became a beam of light, frolicking in the sea of magic power." List asked anxiously, "Was that when you touched the magic web?" Ak reflected carefully and nodded firmly. Yes, it was the sensation of touching the magic web. Brother, Ak now understands why the magicians of the Moon Empire era declined. With the help of the magic array from the mermaid's tear, Ak briefly touched the magic web and felt its vastness, but it's contracting, and only archmages can reach it. Tell me more about it. Ak began to describe earnestly her experience with the magic web. According to her feelings, the magic web was not just a net, indeed it was somewhat like the field List had described before, but it still possessed some of the properties of a net. This net or field enshrouded the whole world, at least the parts that Ak could sense. It covered every aspect and corner of the world. If the magic web hadn't contracted, then every magician would be a node, able to cast magic freely with the help of the magic web. But because of the contraction, ordinary magicians have lost the ability of the nodes and can only draw on stray magic power, whereas archmages can still cast magic with the help of the magic web. No wonder. List realized. A magician aided by the magic web obviously wouldn't fear a knight's charge, but with the magic web contracting, ordinary magicians immediately became useless, and a knight's charge would create what is called a magic-free zone. Ak continued, in Ak's feelings just now, brother, you were like a mini magic web, possessing your own field and net, which is why knights' cultivation and combat are not bound by the magic web. On the contrary, when a large number of knights gather, their own magic webs resonate with each other, thereby expanding the influence of the magic web. So, is the magic web still contracting? Yes. Does that mean that archmages will eventually lose the assistance of the magic web? Ak doesn't know, but given the current rate of contraction of the magic web, it will probably abandon the archmages after several thousand or tens of thousands of years. As Ak kept explaining, List gradually developed an intuitive understanding. Perhaps the contraction of the magic web was like the arrival of an era of declining magic. Chapter 653. You choose protection. Regarding the information about the magic web, List needed to digest it thoroughly, hoping to draw some parallels for his own night cultivation. After all, Ak had said that in his sensing, he was like an independent small magic web, which probably had some noteworthy differences and similarities with the true magic web. Read latest chapters at my virtual library Empire. However, what he was most concerned about at the moment was Ak. Ak, can you still reach the magic web? The reason Ak was able to touch the magic web just now was with the help of the magic array activated by the mermaid's tear. I can't enter the magic web at the moment. But Ak has remembered the entrance information for the magic web. With some preparation, I should be able to reach the magic web freely quite soon. So, you're going to advance to Archmage soon? Yes. Ak couldn't hold back his smile and laughed softly. Brother is a dragon knight, and Ak is an archmage too. List, full of vigor, took Ak's hand. Haha, that's right. A dragon knight paired with an archmage, such a swollen strength had nothing to fear, whether it was the Sapphire Duke trying to snatch his ghost swordsman inheritance or the dragon-slaying battle that Alonzo Xiancli might initiate, none of it was a big deal to him anymore. Perhaps Leo was too young, and he was only a newly born dragon knight, unable to guarantee that his combat power would be able to resist experienced Dragon Knights. With Ak's assistance, under the magic baptism, Dragon Knights would have to carefully weigh whether they would be blasted away. Dragon Chi indeed could destroy magic, but the caliber of magic web spellcasting would be different. Ak, you need to continue to work hard, advance to Archmage as soon as possible, and I also need to strive to gain Leo's approval as quickly as possible, to become a true Dragon Knight. Yes. We'll rest above the Fish Ugly Temple tonight and see if we can take Hyla to settle in Black Horse Island tomorrow. Right, Ak, I feel that although you and Iris are both sea serpents, there's no sense of kinship when you meet your own kind. Why is that? List voiced his puzzlement. Ak is not sure either. Although she is a sea serpent, Ak doesn't feel she is of the same kind. Ak thought carefully, perhaps it's like elves, who also don't feel each other as their own kind. Sea serpents are the elves of the sea, perhaps they have the same cognitive thinking. With this explanation, List expressed his understanding. Ak was conceived in a scallop shell, while Iris was from a conch shell. They truly were not of the same kind. The two quickly left the Fish Ugly Temple, and at that moment, List saw the trident planted at the entrance of the temple, and it suddenly occurred to him that the reward for the smoke mission was the Necrofish Ugly Guard. Could it be this trident? He gestured for Ak to wait, then pulled out the very large trident, which was as big as a pillar, with 5 prongs at the front. It was about 5 meters in length. It wasn't made of metal, but was crafted from some kind of special bones, ground and pieced together. Under the observation of the Eye of Magic, there was a faint magic radiance glow inside it, a pale blue, which should be the aura of water attribute magic power. Within that pale blue glow, there was also a light, green radiance, somewhat resembling the magical radiance of liches like Curtis Truth. The Necrofish Ugly wouldn't be hiding inside this trident, would it? He wasn't in a hurry to study it. He first dragged the trident to the surface of the water, released the sampan, and then he could slowly examine the trident and the Necrofish Ugly later. He also called up the smoke mission. Sure enough, it was completed. Complete the mission. Reward, Necrofish Ugly Guard. A new mission was quickly issued, and it invigorated him. Mission: now that Ak has the ability to advance to Archmage, you, as a half-step Dragon Knight, must also work hard. Little Fire Dragon Leo is the first dragon you own, no matter what means. First conquer it before discussing other things. Reward: perfection of Chi. To conquer Leo, it seems the bewildering dragon mind fruit is to be used as a mesmerizing drug. List suppressed the excitement in his heart, not letting himself get carried away any further. Everything else would wait until after conquering Leo. At that time, he would not only be a Dragon Knight, but also a completion-level Sky Knight. Ak sat in the shell, lost in thought. Touching the magic web had brought her a huge shock, and she needed time to digest the experience and rediscover the way to touch the magic web again, so that she could truly advance to Archmage. List indulged in a sumptuous meal and began to study the harpoon. This harpoon was definitely a weapon similar to magic equipment, and the Necrofish Ugly named Guardian seemed to be controllable. Usually, he would delegate such research tasks to Ak or Chris. However, since Ak was deep in thought, List didn't disturb her and decided to investigate it himself. He moved a bit further away so as not to disturb Ak. He then infused the weapon with Chi, attempting to activate the harpoon. Unfortunately, the fire attribute Chi he possessed was clearly repelling the harpoon's attributes. The infusion not only failed to activate the harpoon but also caused a tumult of magic power within it, almost leading to a conflict that could have destroyed the weapon. Forget it, I'll study it slowly later. He carefully shifted things around in his gemstone space and finally cleared out a 5-meter-long space, then wrapped the harpoon with Chi and stored it in the gemstone space. At Novelban at the night passed just like that. The next morning, the two of them continued on their way, returning to the place where they encountered Iris. Unfortunately, Iris was no longer there, and I couldn't sense Iris's location anymore. Brother, Iris has already left this reef. Is that so? List felt it was a pity. Although Iris was old, she should have no problem living another few decades and could still be valuable. However, since Iris had already left, it meant that she had no intention of interacting with human life again. So List didn't insist. Since she doesn't want to come back with us, let's go then. We don't need to worry about her. 2 evenings later, List and Ak returned to Freshflower Town. However, to their surprise, the Earl had not yet come back. Calculating the time, his trip to excavate the Fish Ugly Temple had taken roughly a week. Considering the voyage from Roaring River mouth to Coral Island required 10 days, if the Earl and his party had not set out ahead of time, of course, they wouldn't have been able to return so quickly. Nothing significant had happened in the territory, with 2 main points of interest. Firstly, Marcus had organized the records of the Knights' achievements from their involvement with the Pioneer Mandate, and once the Grand Duke had settled the achievements for the iron ore, the achievements could be distributed according to the proportion agreed upon. Secondly, after a territory-wide crop inspection, two unusual plants were found. One was an extremely vigorous and large peanut sprout located in the peanut plantation that had been developed in Black Horse Island, Newport Town. The other was a noticeably taller and thicker sprout of oats, belonging to the few remaining oat fields in Freshflower Town. Since the territory had no oat bugs, and with the presence of the wheat sprite and two little wheat bugs, the territory officers had already decided not to plant oats anymore. This was the last batch. To their surprise, this very batch had given birth to an oat bug. List personally visited to inspect and confirm the existence of the oat bug. He instructed the administrative officer of Freshflower Town, Isaiah, to protect the cordyceps well. The next day he did not go to Black Horse Island to check whether a peanut bug had been born. Instead, he and Ek set off directly for Dodo Island. Right now, nothing was more important than dragon riding. Chapter 654 Cutting Off Evil Thoughts on Dodo Island. The fruit of the human skull tree was abundant on the branches, unpicked by anyone. Few birds came to peck at them, and many human skull fruits simply rotted on the tree. Whenever List visited, he would harvest some to take back, mainly to extract the seeds for planting in the human skull tree plantation. However, he couldn't be bothered to spend too much time picking human skull fruits. His time was precious, and it wasn't necessary to toil for a few seeds. Ak, wait here for me, I'm going to feed little fire dragon Leo. Ak nodded simply, seeming somewhat preoccupied, still immersed in the extraordinary experience of touching the magic web. List went straight to the volcano crater. After a shout, the starving Leo instantly rushed out. List and Ek had gone to excavate ruins some time ago, so Leo had to go hungry on the island. Now, having turned into flesh and blood, Leo landed in front of List and conveyed his discontent with a loud roar, "Oh hoo!" His eyes were also fiercely aggressive. As if List was nothing more than his poop scooper. Seeing this, List just smiled, not bothering to squabble with him further. It was nothing more than an ungrateful wolf. Want some beef? Leo urged. Oh hoo. List slowly pulled out the well-roasted steaks and handed them to Leo to gobble up. When Leo was halfway through, he started to offer steaks laced with bewildering dragon mind fruit, bringing them to Leo's mouth. Knowing dragons were highly intelligent, List was afraid it would become suspicious of the mind fruit, so he disguised it. The excited Leo was utterly unaware of the sinister intentions of the human in front of him, roughly chewing the steak a couple of times before swallowing it down his throat. After eating his fill, it was time for Leo to reciprocate and aid List with his training. Just as Leo was about to stand up and spout dragon breath, his head suddenly felt heavy, and he staggered, almost falling over. Seeing this, List's eyes lit up, but he made no move, instead continuing to observe. Leo's staggering was just the beginning. Soon, he stabilized his body, but his eyelids grew heavier with each moment. As if he were falling asleep. At this point, List finally started to act. He quietly reached Leo's back. Leo had no reaction, not even lifting his eyelids. As he gradually climbed towards the position of the dragon tooth platform, Leo seemed to sense something, his body weakly struggling. But the struggle was too slight, he couldn't even turn his head around. He could only let List help him to the dragon tooth platform, guiding him by his scales. This was between the shoulder blades and the front limbs, the intersection of the neck and the torso. There was a basin-sized flat area, with a protruding bone in front, and vortices on both sides of the bone. Such a structure allowed one to ride comfortably. Looking at the dragon tooth platform before him, List tried to contain his excitement, stepping on the vortices with his feet, and then sitting down on the dragon tooth platform with his pounding heart. The next second, he felt invigorated, and the chi inside him irresistibly connected with the magic power underneath him from Leo. Boom. Experience tales at my virtual library empire in an instant. The world changed, becoming still as if only he and the dragon existed. This feeling was so strange and indescribable. Then he felt himself floating. More accurately, his soul was floating, as if undergoing an out-of-body experience. Without any sense of anxiety, only curiosity about the wondrous sensation. As he flew, the scenery before him suddenly changed into another sight, a doomsday scene of a volcanic eruption. There he stood on a cliff over the volcano crater, opposite to a giant fire dragon bound by rainbow chains, its body flickering with flames, staring at him ferociously. Leo? List was puzzled. The form resembled little fire dragon Leo, but it was more than 10 times larger in size, with a dreadfulness surpassing the graceful power of a dragon. The fire dragon gave no response, instead gazing fixedly at List, puffing flames from its nostrils. It wanted to move, but was pulled back by the rainbow chains, rendering it immobile. Taking advantage of this interlude, List looked down at himself, dressed in the leather armor he had worn today, without weapons or any other equipment, including the gemstone space on his chest. Am I in a soul state? He looked at the fire dragon chained in front of him and then at the wisps of smoke swirling around his own body. It seemed he understood the situation. Me? Leo? Is this an illusion that happened after mounting the Dragon Tooth platform, or a spiritual connection? Looking again at the colorful chains on the dragon and the smoky wisps on his own body resembling a smoke mission, it should not be an illusion but some kind of psychic communication. After a pause, he raised his head, without fear responding to the menacing gaze of the fire dragon. This should be the initial contract contest of the Dragon Tooth platform. The power of the bewildering dragon mind fruit should turn into rainbow chains that bind Leo's mind, that is, the evil fire dragon in front of me. And he himself was similarly a projection of the soul. Only the smoke entwined around him seemed to be from another smoke dragon of the Holy Dragon Order. He waved his hand and naturally drew a wisp of smoke into his palm. Is this what they call the power of destiny, that today I'll be able to ride a dragon by crushing Leo's spirit? Whoosh! As if responding to List's thoughts. Before him, the Leo bound with rainbow chains let out a deep roar. List smiled lightly. The power of the bewildering dragon mind fruit is truly formidable. If it were a normal battle of spirits, I'm afraid I wouldn't be a match for the evil dragon. But now, it appears that crushing Leo's spirit is as easy as pie. Why not use this chance to test the power of destiny? His fingers trembled slightly. The smoke wrapped around his body instantly gathered into his palm and, after a series of changes, solidified into a deep blue sword, his trusty Iced Soul Dragon slaying sword. Not right, I need a fire attribute sword. At Novel Bennett his mind shifted at will. The Iced Soul Dragon slaying sword instantly transformed into the fiery red of flame, with strands of fire attribute mana dissipating and circulating outward. Holding the hilt with satisfaction, List stepped toward the restrained evil fire dragon. Leo, I know you're Leo, an elemental dragon with evil thoughts in your heart. That's not good, not at all. I am a knight filled with righteousness. As my mount, you must also uphold justice. Today, I shall cut away the evil thoughts from your heart. Having said this, clang. The red-iced soul dragon slaying sword swung, and a powerful burst of flame chi erupted in an instant, striking the head of the evil fire dragon. Roar. The fire dragon screamed in pain, its head now split with a flaming wound. It opened its huge maw to unleash dragon breath, but the glowing rainbow chains suppressed the breath before it could form. Meanwhile, List had launched a vicious attack, with strands of flame chi relentlessly striking the head and body of the evil fire dragon. Wounds split open, sending sparks flying everywhere and falling into the bottomless abyss of the volcano crater. Both List and the evil fire dragon were standing on a cliff-like platform. One sword strike. Another. And another. The body of the evil fire dragon gradually fell apart, yet List did not let up the frenzied assault. Not until the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword, formed by the power of destiny, shattered and returned to the ethereal smoke wrapping around List's body. Only then did the evil fire dragon completely collapse. Boom. The volcano crater shook as if it would erupt at any moment. The cliff disintegrated, flames shooting in all directions. After an indeterminate amount of time, on the brink of eruption, from the crumbling platform and the ruins of the evil fire dragon's body, a newborn little fire dragon slowly congealed. Upon seeing List, the little fire dragon excitedly pounced towards him, landing at his feet and letting out joyous cries, "Oh hoo, oh hoo, oh hoo," and nudged its head against List, signaling him to mount it. List obligingly mounted the little fire dragon, which spread its wings and soared out of the volcano crater. At the same time, the crater collapsed completely, followed by an enormous column of magma bursting forth, accompanied by billowing black smoke shooting up into the sky. "Oh hoo!" the little fire dragon cried out loudly. List turned his head to look at the apocalyptic scene behind him and couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha. In the next moment, the view before him twisted like water, and he suddenly realized he had returned from the ephemeral world of the spirit to the real world. He was still astride Leo on the Dragon Tooth platform, and Leo was, unexpectedly, lying on the ground sound asleep. Sitting on Leo's body, List felt a sense of destiny melding together, as if the Leo before him shared the same blood as him, resonating with the same frequency of thoughts. Is this what it means to be a Dragon Knight? Chapter 655 Dragon Knight Leo lay on the ground, fast asleep. List couldn't bring himself to move his buttocks away from the Dragon Tooth platform. With the connection from the platform, the sense of destiny fusion, blood flowing, and thought synchronization was just too amazing. This was what it meant to be a Dragon Knight. It wasn't just a person riding a dragon, but a person and a dragon sharing the same breath and destiny. It was as if he had opened his entire heart to Leo, and Leo had entrusted everything to him without reservations or suspicions, only the harmonious unity of spirits. They were said to be one man and one dragon, but in truth, they were merged into one entity, with dragon chi as the cement and their souls as the steel reinforcement. A bridge flying across from south to north, what was once an impassable gulf now became a thoroughfare. The great divide between man and dragon completely dissipated in the state of dragon riding. Dragon Knight. My life's greatest goal, finally achieved today. Suddenly, he remembered all men are brothers he had once read, and a verse Lucian recited at the moment of his enlightenment came to him, and he couldn't help but chant, all my life I did not pile up good deeds, only delighting in killing and arson. Suddenly the golden ropes are untied, here the jade locks are snapped. Ah! The tide signal comes from the Kyantang River, only today do I realize that I am truly myself. At Novelbanat of course. He hadn't come to an instant enlightenment and returned to the pure land like Lucian. It was just a spontaneous exclamation, for only today, riding the dragon, did he realize the sheer exhilaration of dragon riding. It was just too bad that Leo, because of the effects of the bewildering dragon mind fruit, had fainted, and he couldn't immediately take him to soar through the skies. He could only savor the thrill of dragon riding on his own. However, just at this moment, the chi in his body suddenly surged. His mind stirred. He quickly left Leo's dragon tooth platform, flipping off it. Immediately, a sense of emptiness swept over his entire body. The feeling of spiritual harmony when man and dragon were united faded away in an instant, but he could still feel Leo, a connection of heart and soul that couldn't be severed. Having ridden a dragon once, having connected once, nothing could ever be the same again. Just like a phone connecting to Wi-Fi and remembering the password, unless the password is changed, it would reconnect whenever near. Unless List brutally mistreated Leo, the dragon wouldn't change the password, and he certainly wouldn't casually discard Leo, a fire dragon with boundless potential. Once a dragon rider, always a dragon rider. He shook his head. Suppressing the urge to ride again, List then checked the sudden surge of chi in his body. It seems that due to the earlier mind battle, my chi has reacted. Is this likely the complete advanced level chi rewarded from the smoke mission? He focused his mind and called out, and the smoke mission promptly manifested. Mission complete, reward complete advanced level chi. Indeed, it had been completed, the reward almost received at the same time as the dragon riding, or one could say that complete advanced level chi was a prerequisite for dragon riding. Under the influence of the smoke mission, with the aid of the bewildering dragon mind fruit, he managed to rid little fire dragon Leo of evil thoughts and successfully ride the dragon while his chi reached completion. Just as he was about to look at the new mission, his body's chi surged once more, shifting his attention, and the smoke quickly dissipated. He had no choice but to concentrate fully on the changes in his body. The chi continued to surge, stimulating and enhancing his body's strength, soon making him feel hungry and exhausted. Fortunately, on his return this time, List had prepared plenty of magic potions. He grabbed a handful and started crunching them down immediately. Enjoy new adventures from my virtual library empire. Once the magic potion was consumed, it quickly transformed into surging magic power, replenishing his dried up cells and then refined into chi to continue improving his body. After that, he began to devour the meat of the magical beast in large gulps, adding nutrients to his body. So it was. Having consumed a total of 50 magic potions and, in combination, 5 Dragon Ku auxiliary medicines, as well as the equivalent in volume to an entire cow's worth of magical beast meat, his body finally met its nutritional demands. His chi completely returned to a state of calm, but the explosive power hidden within his body seemed as if all his pathways had been thoroughly opened up. With the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword drawn, he proceeded to practice the moves from Rising Sun Blaze, alternating between basic and charge techniques to feel the current state of his body. When he channeled his chi and executed his combat skills, no longer was there the slightest hint of stagnation. Every detail of his body was under his complete control. Sheathing his sword, he stood and gazed at his slender fingers, a fusion of beauty and power, and couldn't help but feel triumphant. Is this what it truly means to be a completion-level Sky Knight? Perhaps in terms of overall chi volume and explosive strength, a completion-level Sky Knight isn't much stronger than a Sky Knight of the Sword Saint level. But the control over bodily detail far surpasses the Sword Saint. One might say that if a Sword Saint can utilize 80% of their body's strength, a completion level could exert 120%. Next, I must find a way to obtain the Chi Domain Manual to fully complete the Knight's cultivation system. After all, the conditions for dragon riding as a dragon knight are exceedingly strict. I was able to forcefully succeed in dragon riding with the help of the bewildering dragon mind fruit, but my descendants might not be so lucky. The Duchy of Sapphire didn't have the Chi Domain Manual. He would have to seize it from one of the continental kingdoms, and List particularly had his eye on Marquis Nuta. He had barely managed to rout him in their last encounter without managing to capture him. The next time a pioneer mandate was issued, it would be the perfect occasion to capture Marquis Nuta in one fell swoop and then force him to hand over the Chi Domain Manual. Leo was still in a deep slumber. List sat cross-legged beside him, once again concentrating to summon the smoke mission. Mission: clearly you have successfully ridden a dragon and become a true dragon knight, and the vast world is yours to roam. However, it can't be denied that Leo is still young and the next steps in your training remain unclear. Please curb your flaunting demeanor and humbly seek out the next method of cultivation. Reward, an Archmage. He was doubly surprised. He hadn't expected that right after he became a Dragon Knight, Ak would also be on the verge of becoming an Archmage. He had thought that Ak would need at least a year or a half to muster the attempt to advance to the Archmage level, especially since his previous touch with the magic web was assisted by the power of a mermaid's tear. However, after reading the mission details again, he tempered his excitement. What does it mean to humbly seek out the next method of cultivation? Does the mission consider itself completed only after I find it? If I can't find the next method of cultivation in a year or a half, wouldn't Ak be unable to advance to Archmage for a long time? Regardless, he would wait for Leo to wake up and then try to seek out the method of cultivation. With the dragon already ridden, he felt no fear that he wouldn't be able to find a cultivation method. He rose to his feet, walked down the mountain, and made his way to the seashore. He discovered that no matter the distance between them, there was a powerful connection between his heart and Leo's. Although it wasn't as intense as the unity of mind and dragon while riding, it was still much stronger than the bond he had with an elf. With just a thought, he could feel the beautiful dreams Leo had even while deep in slumber. In its dreams, the little fire dragon envisioned itself as a mighty fire dragon, seizing riches of a city and bringing them back to its lair at the volcano's crater, still harboring evil thoughts. It seems I need to frequently cut at its heart to prevent bad thoughts from taking root. After all, I am a knight filled with a sense of justice, and my mount cannot be an evil dragon. Filled with love and peace, protecting justice and fairness, that is the true virtue of a knight. Feeling euphoric, the scenery at dusk was extraordinarily beautiful. His steps were light and airy as though he didn't even need to expel chi to float up into the sky. Chapter 656 The Fruit's Owner Brother, have you and Leo finished your training so soon? Ak, deep in thought, noticed List had returned earlier than expected and asked curiously. List replied with a restrained smile, I didn't train, but I have successfully ridden a dragon and become a true Dragon Knight. He had planned to express his excitement with loud laughter, but he held it back and shared the news with an air of nonchalance. Ah! Ak exclaimed with surprise all over his face, brother has succeeded in dragon riding, that's wonderful, brother is a true Dragon Knight, at the top of the world. Keep it down, keep it down. Leo is still young, and the training of a Dragon Knight requires exploration. We must continue to keep a low profile for now, List gestured with his hands. Then he asked earnestly, Ak, now that I have succeeded in riding a dragon and become a true Dragon Knight, it is time to separate from the Tulip family. What do you think would be the best surname to take? Most Dragon Knight families take dragons as their surname, like the Sapphire Duke who uses Sapphire as his surname. Ak tilted his head, pondering for a while. How about calling it Flame? Flame is too vulgar and does not match the dignity of a Dragon Knight. What about Blazing Flame? Still doesn't feel prestigious enough. How about Flame Burning Sky? What do you think, Ak? List suggested his idea, but quickly dismissed it. Although Flame Burning Sky is sufficiently prestigious, it doesn't quite fit the image as it's a verb. In this world, the rule for naming surnames primarily involves nouns. Sapphire, Tulip, Golden Wheat Sheath, Immortal Arrival, Eagle Sword, Black Knight, and so on, are all nouns used as surnames or represent certain gemstones, plants, and objects. Considering List had already given his blood servant the surname Dawnbreak, it wouldn't be strange to come up with Flame Burning Sky. However, he decided to stick to traditional rules and choose a noun for his surname, which would be passed down in the Dragon Knight family. Magma? Volcano? Burning? Scorching? He tossed and turned over different options but failed to come up with something better, ultimately revisiting Ak's earlier suggestion of Blazing Flame. Let's tentatively settle on Blazing Flame for now. The news of the Dragon Knight must be kept under wraps anyway. We can decide on the official surname when we formally separate from the family. List Blazing Flame thus made the decision. Afterward, he took out 2 servings of juice from the gemstone space, handed one to Ak, and sipped the other himself. Ak, join me in a little celebration. Cheers, to my success in dragon riding, and to Ak's advance to Archmage. After drinking the juice and briefly discussing his experience with dragon riding, he asked Ak to point out any oversights. It was pretty much certain that the Dragon Knight's dragon contract required a mind battle. Only by achieving harmony and unity in the mind battle, could the knight share breath and fate with the dragon. The condition to trigger the mind battle with the dragon, apart from climbing onto the Dragon Tooth platform, probably required complete advanced leveled chi. The rest of the details needed to be savored slowly. So, putting aside their glasses, Ak continued to ponder the magic web, while List sat on the rocks reflecting on the dragon riding venture. Without the bewildering dragon mind fruit, I don't know how long it will take to resolve Leo's hostility, gain its recognition, mount the Dragon Tooth platform, and engage in the mind battle. The outcome of the mind battle was also an uncertainty. The difficulty of the mind battle is too high. I have 2 bewildering dragon mind fruits left, which means I have 2 more opportunities to ride dragons. Should I keep one for the formless dragon and one for the smoke dragon? List thought for a while. The formless dragon, although an acquired taste, held tremendous strategic value. The value of the space gem far exceeded that of any other gemstone. It could be seen as both the sacred dragon and a gemstone dragon. And with his good relationship with List, it could be considered as good as in his pocket. As for the smoke dragon, whether it exists or not, I'm still not sure. Did it infect me with the power of destiny, or did its power cling to me after death in hopes of reviving through me? If it's the former, am I something like a dragon wraith similar to Paris? Not quite. White dragon wraiths are in a state of specter, transforming only after the person's death, while black dragon child are constantly infected by dragon magic power, their bodies at risk of being eroded at any time. Though he possessed the power of destiny, he showed no sign of being eroded. He could still practice Chi, he could still smoothly ride dragons. Perhaps the smoke dragon wants to use my power to revive. Once it revives, having spent so much time together, I should be able to manage without the aid of bewildering dragon mind fruit. Besides, the bewildering dragon mind fruit is drawn by the power of destiny. It wouldn't make sense for the smoke dragon to sabotage itself. Let's put aside the smoke dragon for now. Whether or not it's trying to revive is still uncertain. So, which dragon should receive this 3rd bewildering dragon mind fruit? Right, I need to contract a dragon to obtain the identity of Dragon Domain Landlord. It should be a young dragon. If I could find the life representing immortal dragon and directly contract it, wouldn't I have hope for eternal life? The immortal dragon certainly exists. If the formless dragon and the smoke dragon exist, it's impossible that it does not. However, finding it would likely be extremely difficult. With the aid of the power of destiny, there might be a chance to locate it. Therefore, I will allocate this 3rd bewildering dragon mind fruit to the immortal dragon. If I encounter other dragons along the way, I will attempt to ride them using my own strength. It can't be that all dragons require the bewildering dragon mind fruit to be ridden, otherwise every kingdom would mass cultivate mind fruit trees and allow their offspring to ride dragons at will. He thought of the fire dragon with its evil dragon attribute, proud, brutal, and wicked, which is why the mind battle required one to overcome the evil dragon. Stay tuned with my virtual library empire. If it were a gemstone dragon, a metal dragon, the nature of the mind battle would probably be quite different. Perhaps it would be merely an assessment and adjustment of each other's temperaments. The dragons would likely need to select their most suitable knights through the mind battle. Phew. Having allocated the use of the bewildering dragon mind fruit, List let out a long breath and dived into the sea for a refreshing swim, washing away the stench of sweat. His body had gone through an intensification during the recent completion of advanced leveled Chi, expelling a lot of waste. It left his body smelling foul, which was quite uncomfortable for his slight obsession with cleanliness. Chirpy. Rainbow Whale Rose swam over, ready to be ridden by List. But List patted its back, indicating it should go play. He planned to dive underwater himself to see just how strong his body had become. Complete Chi, successful dragon riding. Although his strength had made a leap, his physique clearly couldn't match that of a dragon's. Perhaps one day he could switch between his flesh and dragon's intent just as dragons do. Only then would he be able to completely disregard physical strength and roam without constraints. Practicing swordsmanship in water, quite a struggle. At Novelban he succeeded in testing the strength of his physique. The enhancement was over double. An ordinary Sky Knight's ultimate move would probably only inflict mild damage, and not affect internal organs. Nonetheless, an attack from a sword saint would still deal a severe injury. His physique was about equivalent to ordinary steel, and a casual punch without using Chi should be able to kill a low-level magical beast. Rose, take me diving. Let's see how deep I can go now. Chirpy. Chapter 657. Going for a drive. Rose could dive to a depth of 1,500 meters. List had previously tested his own diving limit to be 400 meters, any deeper was beyond his reach. He still remembered the whales on Earth. Orcas had a diving limit of 260 meters, blue whales of 500 meters, sperm whales had a record of 2,035 meters, and the champion record was held by Cuvier's beaked whale at 2,992 meters. It had nothing to do with strength but was a matter of body structure. After all, the ocean's overlord, the orca, was limited to only 260 meters. Similarly, Ak was an elf of the sea. She had no problem diving into the deep seawater of 1,500 meters, and so could Roz. However, an ordinary great whale might dive 2,000 or 3,000 meters deep but might not necessarily defeat Roz, who after all was a low-level gemstone dragon sea monster. Discover hidden tales at my virtual library empire. At this moment, Roz was taking List deeper and deeper. A bundle of rope used to determine water depth was continuously released, with its top floating on the surface. Keeping it vertical was how they measured their depth. As the diving depth increased, so did the pressure his body felt. The depth of 400 meters was comfortably reached. He patted Roz's dorsal fin. "We can still go further, Roz. Keep going down." Roz obediently followed the command and continued to dive deeper. The depth increased bit by bit, and just as they were about to reach 550 meters, he finally couldn't hold his breath any longer and signaled to Roz to quickly stop. He needed to familiarize his body with this depth to determine his diving limit. 550 meters, this is my new diving limit. After diving, taking a bath, and having dinner, List returned to the volcano crater, continuing to wait for the awakening of little fire dragon Leo. Leo, in his sleep, was still having delightful dreams, which seemed rather monotonous. It was about robbing, and then transporting the wealth to its volcano crater lair. Shiny gemstones and gold coins were its favorites. Night fell, and the moonlight was clear. List leaned against Leo's thigh, and during a moment of boredom, it suddenly occurred to him that if he could experience Leo's delightful dreams, then Leo, if willing, should also be able to experience his dreams. In fact, if Leo wanted, it could even sense whatever List was up to at night. No, absolutely not. Everyone needs privacy. List valued personal privacy, especially at night. "I must block this open heart-to-heart connection at such times. Just like how I usually block the emotions shared amongst the elves." He had several dozen elves, and if each one of them opened up their perception, he would be overwhelmed by these emotions. So, without much need for training, after some exploration, he could automatically block emotional connections. Now, he was exploring how to block Leo's heart-to-heart connection. It must not affect their dragon riding endeavors while ensuring his own privacy remained separate. The task was difficult, but not impossible to achieve. It just needed time. He spent the first half of the night figuring out how to block the connection, and the latter half, he slept soundly. The next morning, List woke up routinely before the sun even rose, and upon waking up, he immediately noticed that little fire dragon Leo was twisting its head, looking at him. Sometime, Leo had already awoken. Upon seeing List wake up, it immediately let out a cheerful cry, "Oh ho!" The heart-to-heart connection flooded List's mind with its emotions too, pure joy. Leo, after getting rid of its malicious thoughts, no longer resisted List at all. "Just a moment, Leo. Let me brush my teeth and wash my face first. Oh ho!" After List quickly freshened up, he immediately mounted the already waiting Leo, sitting his backside on the dragon tooth platform, instantly feeling as if man and dragon merged into one again. Their magic power connected and circulated through their bodies, their spirits synced at a harmonious frequency, sharing breath and fate. He took a deep breath, waved his hand, and said aloud, "Let's go." Oh! With a powerful kick against the cliff, Leo's body instantly leaped into the air, and his wing-like flaps steadied his flight into the sky. United in spirit, moving with intention without a need for verbal communication, Leo understood what List wanted, and List understood Leo's thoughts. They were one. The higher they flew, the higher they soared, surpassing the 100 meters where sky knights could reach. Looking down, they could see Ak, deep in thought by the seaside, shrinking to a mere speck. A thought flashed through the mind, "Let's go down and say hello to Ak." Leo was already coordinating a descent towards the base of the mountain, his flight speed incredibly fast, yet the warmth radiating from him bore no hint of scalding heat. Even the dragon tooth platform beneath List's seat, which sparkled with sparks like the scales on other parts of the dragon, caused no harm to List. The fire dragon had absolute control over its fire attribute magic power. Unless it chose to, it would never let the magic inadvertently materialize into real flames. Whoosh! Their wings brushed past the forest of human skull fruits, and the man-dragon duo blinked into presence by the seaside. They landed next to the rock where Ak was sitting, and this impressive entrance sparkled admiration, surprise, and excitement in the little sea monster's beautiful eyes. "Brother. Leo." "Oh." The little fire dragon greeted with a disdainful grunt. Toward anyone other than List, it still harbored a prideful and contemptuous attitude, for at its core it was nothing more than an evil dragon. If not for List's spiritual guidance, it wouldn't have bothered to glance at Ak at all. It was at the pinnacle of power, not to be concerned with just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. List patted Leo's head, coaxing him to lie down. Then he flipped off his back, saying to Ak, "Come on, I'll take you for a ride." Ak paused, but Ak can't leave her shell. "Then we'll take the shell with us." With that, List picked up Ak's nearly 3-meter-wide giant shell with ease. His current strength was immense, and with the dragon chi activated, carrying 1,000 catty weight was nothing to him. Oh! Leo opposed having the seashell placed on his back. But objections were futile, so he could only turn his head skyward, looking resigned. List used ropes to secure the seashell onto the scales on Leo's back, whose length had grown to over 20 meters, making his back wide enough not only for seating people but also for transporting goods. The sapphire dragon had previously served as a mode of transportation. After securing the shell, List quickly took his place on the dragon tooth platform and gestured for Ak to sit in his embrace. Ak's face flushed with a hint of shyness, but she happily settled into List's arms. This intimate gesture had become familiar to her, even though she had learned much and became shy after reading various books. She continued to grow and was no longer the naive little sea monster who knew nothing before, yet she still couldn't resist List's affectionate actions. A beautiful girl in his arms. The touch took one's breath away. List forcibly suppressed his racing heart and urged the slightly annoyed Leo to take off quickly towards the blue sky and white clouds. "Leo, ascend, I want to know how high you can fly." The wings flapped. Answering him was Leo's majestic roar. "Oh!" Chapter 658. Come home with me. The wind was howling, and the clouds were rolling as Leo pushed himself with all his might, soaring straight up to several thousand meters in the sky, reaching the clouds that were usually in sight but out of reach. Feeling the strange sensation of clouds brushing against his face, List was extremely excited, and Ak in his arms trembled with excitement, and perhaps a little bit of fright. As a sprite of the sea, she had never been so high in the sky before. "Oh! Oh!" Leo let out a roar. He conveyed his thoughts to List. He had climbed to the limit of his current flying capability. As powerful as he was still just a young dragon and hadn't the ability to roam the 10,000-meter high skies like adult dragons. The rarity of dragons was also largely related to their ability to soar to great heights. Above the high altitude were clouds, which made it easy to conceal one's figure. "Since we've reached the limit, let's go back down." List was merely taking dragon riding for a breeze. It was very cold in high altitude, and although he and Ak had strong physiques and greater resistance to heat and cold, there was no need to suffer like that. Besides, the surroundings were all mist and they couldn't see the scenery clearly. It would be more suitable to fly around Dodo Island and enjoy the beautiful view. Immediately, Leo folded his wings and began to fall, plummeting like an object in free fall. Compared to the time it took for flying, free fall was obviously faster. Within a few breaths, they could already see the human skull trees on Dodo Island. Just before crashing to the ground, Leo unfolded his wings alarmingly, halting the plunging momentum of his massive body instantly. Barely bending a few human skull trees, he then flapped his wings and pulled up his tens of tons of weight, starting to fly smoothly around Dodo Island. After 2 circles, they landed by the seaside. List set Ak down. The little sea monster was so excited that her face was flushed red. She was probably the first sea serpent to fly thousands of meters high in the sky. "How was it? Thrilling?" List asked. Take a good rest to calm down. I'll go ahead with Leo to complete this training." He had only been dragon riding and had yet to do dragon breath tempering and dragon magic refining chi. Moreover, he still had to explore the next training method in order to complete the smoke mission without delaying Ak's advancement to Archmage. Compared to the previous training sessions where Leo was reluctant, this time he was very cooperative. And because of their spiritual bond, the rider and dragon were of one mind, allowing them to adjust the details of training at any moment, thus maximizing the efficiency of training as much as possible. It took half a day to complete the 2 types of training. The following afternoon, List spent trying out new training methods. However, deep into the night, he still hadn't figured out any new leads. Seeing that the moon was about to set in the west, List stroked Leo's big head. "I'm going back tomorrow. You continue to stay at the volcano crater and train well." "Oh. Oh. You're saying you want to come back with me?" "Oh. Oh." Through Leo's mental communication, List discovered, to his surprise, that Leo didn't need to stay in the volcanic magma every day. Essentially, it was enough for him to absorb the extreme nature magical power condensed in the volcanic magma once a month to form his dragon's intent. The rest of the time was just to sleep in the magma. Clearly, the former Leo had been deceiving List, or rather, he didn't like staying with List and other humans. The now united in spirit Leo had begun to be fond of List. This was a good thing. List agreed quickly. "You can come back with me, but most of the time you need to stay in the form of dragon's intent and not easily reveal your corporeal form in front of people." "Oh. Oh." Leo nodded in agreement. "So go and absorb the dragon's intent condensed by the volcano, and we'll set off together tomorrow morning." "Oh ho." List suddenly stretched out his large tongue and licked List's face, leaving no saliva or, as one might say, dragon drool, only the warm fire attribute mana. Then, taking a sudden step back, he plunged down the cliff of the volcano crater, flapping his wings as he landed and diving headfirst into the churning magma. At Novelban at the night passed. Early the next morning, with hemp rope vine seeds and a batch of human skull fruits in tow, List called out for Leo. Leo directly transformed into the form of dragon's intent and crashed into List's body, solidifying at his chest into the shape of a flame-patterned fire dragon. They descended the mountain. He called over the rainbow whale Rose, who was playing by the sea, and greeted Ek before heading back directly. 10 hours later, in the afternoon, they arrived at Black Horse Port. List sent Ek ahead with the previously contracted laver bugs to the seaside villa in Freshflower Town. List himself prepared to inspect his domain. There was a peanut seedling that might be nurturing an elf bug that he had yet to check. "My lord, you have finally returned." Galtai came forward to greet him. "Has anything happened to the estate?" "The Earl has returned to Tulip Castle. Yesterday afternoon, he sent a messenger knight to invite you to Tulip Castle to join the family banquet," Galtai said. "Is that so? Did the messenger knight say anything about the follow-up to the Pioneer Mandate?" "He briefly mentioned that the iron ore from Trap Dragon Mountain iron mine had been completely transported away, a total of 1.12 million tons. No Dragon Knights rushed back to vie for the iron mine. However, the first prince still declared the Pioneer Mandate officially concluded after all the iron ore had left the Eagle Kingdom's coastline. Everything returned smoothly?" List asked, astonished. The raid this time involved a staggering 1.12 million tons of iron ore, and yet no Dragon Knights had mobilized. Years ago, when the Earl had raided just 200,000 tons of iron ore, Dragon Knights had pursued him. The contrast was simply incredible. The messenger knight reported that all the knights of the Sapphire Order returned safely, and the Coral Island Knights not only suffered no casualties but actually returned with 800 more Earth Knights than when they set out. It is confirmed that the Earl's advancement to Marquis is a done deal, as the Grand Duke himself announced it in Bullhoof City on Ironhoof Island, Galtai continued. "The Grand Duke went to Bullhoof City? Continue reading stories on my virtual library Empire." "Yes, the Grand Duke personally presided over Bullhoof City and summoned a merit meeting, pretty much confirming the Earl's battle achievements as sufficient for the promotion to Marquis. The Earl has even discussed with him which part of Ironhoof Island he would choose as his fief." "Which part did my father choose?" The messenger knight doesn't know, as the Earl seems not to have disclosed his choice publicly. That was essentially all the messenger knight had reported. The specifics would have to await List's personal visit to Tulip Castle. Eager to learn the details, List did not linger in the port town and immediately rode the Rainbow Whale Rose in haste to New Harbor Town. Upon inspecting the peanut plantation, sure enough, the peanut seedling was nurturing an elf bug. After instructing the bug guard team to carefully watch over the cordyceps, he continued without rest back to Freshflower Town, took a quick bath at the castle, changed his clothes, and rapidly rode the landwalker bird Loki to Tulip Castle. He arrived just as darkness fell. His arrival quickly stirred Tulip Castle, with the Earl personally leading family members and numerous servants to welcome him at the entrance to Tulip Castle. List, the son of glory of the Tulip family, welcome home. Chapter 659 Bulltail and Ironhoof. The Tulip family's son of glory was once just a polite exaggeration, but now it has become an indisputable fact. If even List could not be called the son of glory, then probably the Duchy of Sapphire has no such son. The youngest Sky Knight, inheritor of the Ghost Swordsman. Vanquishing domain knights, capturing a sword saint. Seizing iron mines, reaping the largest harvest of iron ore since the issuing of the Pioneer Mandate, spanning a century. Such dazzling exploits, akin to a trail of sparks followed by lightning, were extremely difficult to go unnoticed. Now that the Pioneer Mandate had ended, and the tales of war had essentially spread throughout the nation, every noble and commoner on any island likely began discussing List. Even in the Eagle Kingdom, List's name probably gained some renown. At least around the roaring river mouth, surely no noble was unaware of him. At Novelban, at having such a mighty figure for a son, Earl William Lee had no choice but to personally greet him at the door, as a gesture of respect and importance towards List. And those relatives and servants who relied on the strength of the family, naturally had to show their respect as well. Gone were the days when that insignificant child of the family, the timid second son sent away to the remote Freshflower Town, was forgotten. Now, List shone brightly in everyone's eyes, an unrivaled genius and hero. He was the Tulip family's most distinguished scion, without any dispute. "Father, you honor me with your personal reception. This is the treatment you deserve. I'm proud of you, my son." Earl William Lee reached out and patted the shoulder of List, who now stood a head taller than him. It always felt like all the glory of knighthood favored List alone, the strength to overpower the elite, the handsome looks that bewitched myriad young women, and the luck to stumble upon an elf. Each aspect was enough to drive people to envy, let alone all three combined. He turned and said to Lady Marie, "Give the order to the kitchens. We're preparing a feast tonight worthy of a celebration feast. All right, you father and son have a good talk. I'll go and personally oversee the kitchen's preparations," Lady Marie said with a smile as she left. The Earl then spoke to Lydon, "Inform grandmother and your sister that they are to join us for the banquet this evening." Afterwards, He said to Loria, "Prepare a pot of tea and bring it to the study later, we'll have a chat there first." "Yes, father," Loria said, also leaving with a smile. Only Earl William Lee, Levi's, and List, the father and sons, remained, making their way straight into the study. Concerning the major affairs of the Tulip family, these three men needed to make decisions. For accuracy's sake, Earl William Lee and List needed to consult with each other to settle matters properly, with Levi's merely involved peripherally. Find exclusive stories on my virtual library Empire. Father, did the transport of the iron ore go smoothly? So smoothly it was a bit surprising. Alonzo Clyde didn't show up at all, but we didn't dare to linger around a roaring river mouth. The transport of the iron ore had just been completed when the first prince announced the end of the pioneer mandate. We protected the spoils of iron ore, and at the same time, we tried to gather information about Alonzo's movements from the Steel Ridge Kingdom. The Trap Dragon Mountain iron mine belonged to the Bronze Dragon Knight, Alonzo Clyde. After receiving the message of the knights fleeing the mine, it was impossible for him to remain indifferent. Even if he couldn't come himself, he should have sent someone to contend for the mine. To make his presence felt, Levi's hurriedly interjected, "Father and I have discussed it. We think it's possible that border conflicts detained Alonzo, and since none of the domain knights beneath the Dragon Knight could beat you, he strategically gave up the Trap Dragon Mountain iron mine." List nodded, "That's a possibility." At the moment, this seemed the most logical. Hence, he didn't contemplate it further. Having succeeded in dragon riding, he could calmly face any threat. He was more concerned about the tallying of war merits. Then, how will the Grand Duke define our war merits? How many tons of iron ore will be allocated to us? Where has he promised to grant you the Marchioness fief? And what are his thoughts concerning me and the Grand Duke? We made the main war merits in seizing the iron mines, but a significant share of the merits for transporting the iron ore was distributed to others. I estimate the Grand Duke will allocate us 100,000 tons of iron ore, the Earl said somewhat reluctantly. Naturally, this portion of the iron ore will be your war spoils. List smiled and said nothing. The military exploits belonged to the Earl, and the spoils to him. It had been agreed upon long ago. The Earl continued, "The Grand Duke stationed himself directly on Iron Hoof Island. Although everyone was squabbling at the War Merit Conference, the Grand Duke made it clear to me after the meeting that I could choose one of 4 titles: Marquis of Bullhorn, Marquis of Bulltail, Marquis of Bullhoof, and Marquis of Ironhoof City." "How come there's an additional Marquis of Ironhoof City?" "Father, what is your choice?" "Ironhoof City is the second largest city after the Quartz Blue Dragon City. Inserting a Marquis from the Blue Blood Alliance is just right for overseeing Ironhoof Island. I chose the Marquis of Bulltail. The Marquis of Bullhoof needs to face the mainland directly, and the Marquis of Bullhorn has a complex mix of powers. The Marquis of Bulltail is relatively calm in comparison." Earl William Lee's thoughts leaned towards moderation. Bullhoof City is the starting point of Sapphire's attacks on the mainland and naturally has to bear the responsibility of suppressing the sea. Bullhorn City was once a bustling city not inferior to Ironhoof City, with various underground forces from Sapphire jumbled together in Bullhorn City. Only Bulltail City is less conspicuous, suitable for low-profile development. The Tulip family is just an Earl's family, with far less heritage than the Longtaro family, and needs time to develop. Choosing the Marquis of Bulltail, to govern the large city of Bulltail City, as well as 2 other large cities Bullrump City and Bullrib City, and the surrounding vast land, is enough for the family's development needs. "That's a decent choice indeed," List nodded in understanding. With a complex look in his eyes, the Earl glanced at List and said, "There's another reason I chose the Marquis of Bulltail. The Grand Duke hopes I'd choose the Marquis of Bulltail." "Oh?" "Because the Grand Duke told me, among the 3 Marquis titles of Ironhoof Island, the Marquis of Bulltail has the weakest development potential in his territory, but he hopes to leave the position of Marquis of Ironhoof City for you. That way, with the combined forces of our father and son, we would surpass both the Marquis of Bullhoof and the Marquis of Bullhorn." List was noncommittal. A balance of power, huh? "But I would rather stay on Black Horse Island and in Fresh Flower Town, where I have been working hard to develop my base, and I don't want to follow the Grand Duke and become a Marquis in the Blue Blood Alliance." Nobles of the Blue Blood Alliance, aside from seizing power, depended on living at the whims of the Grand Duke. List was unwilling to be even a noble landlord who followed the Grand Duke, let alone a hunting dog in the hands of the Grand Duke, even less impressed by the title of Marquis. After all, he was a dragon knight aiming to establish his own kingdom. "You still have plenty of time to think about it. All your military exploits this time were passed to me, but they are too substantial. I believe as long as you choose to follow the Grand Duke, I could still partition some of the military exploits to meet the requirements for you to advance to a feudal earl. If you join the Blue Blood Alliance, you might even directly become the Marquis of Ironhoof City." Deep down, The Earl actually hoped that List would choose the title of Marquis of Ironhoof City, the largest city on Ironhoof Island, with an attached territory not much smaller than the average Earl's domain. With List's strength, it was unlikely he would be used by the Grand Duke like other nobles of the Blue Blood Alliance. Essentially equal to half a feudal lord, half a member of the Blue Blood nobility, joining hands with him, the soon-to-be Marquis of Bulltail, they could leap to become the largest power on Ironhoof Island. At that time, the Tulip family would become the truly great nobles second only to the Sapphire family. However, to his disappointment, List shook his head decisively. It's impossible for me to directly follow the Grand Duke. Brother, please go out for a while, check if there are any people moving around, and send them further away. Huh? Levi's was stunned for a moment, then stood up. Oh, all right. Chapter 660 The Earl is baffled. Levi's walked out of the study, closing the door firmly behind him. He was no fool, and it was clear that List wanted to send him away, although reluctant. At this stage, he truly did not possess the capacity to partake in the family's top-secret affairs. Your journey continues with my virtual library empire inside the study. The Earl and List were each seated in spacious chairs. Loria had just paid a visit, bringing several cups of freshly brewed tea. The Earl tasted his tea, waiting for what List was about to say. He was indeed a bit curious, as his son seemed consistently reluctant to follow the Grand Duke. Normally, becoming a follower of an even more prominent noble was certainly a cause for excitement. To become a direct follower of the Grand Duke, one would definitely obtain more opportunities and benefits than becoming a follower of an earl or a marquis. Other nobles would fight tooth and nail for such fortune, yet when it came to his own son, he flatly refused. It was utterly incomprehensible. The last time, it was tolerable given List was only a viscount, and following the Grand Duke wouldn't have brought him significant importance, not as much as following the Earl and helping the family strive for glory. This time, a marquisate was within reach. With such high status and glory, refusal was inconceivable. He did not understand. Yet, List was well aware of what he was doing. He had clear reasons for not wishing to follow the Grand Duke. As a noble dragon knight, the Grand Duke might just be a dragon domain landlord, and the Sapphire Dragon seemed to be in a crippled state. How could a dragon knight pledge loyalty to a disabled dragon domain landlord? If Leo discovered that he would have to submit to an injured gemstone dragon, he would probably fly into a rage on the spot. Father, you must be wondering why I am unwilling to follow the Grand Duke and also unwilling to split from the family. List spoke calmly. My reason for not wanting to split from the family is simple. I dislike the giant algae surname. It doesn't sound prestigious, and besides, I have a more noble surname to choose from. Disliking the giant algae surname? What an absurd reason. The Earl found he was increasingly unable to understand his son. What nobler surname can you choose? I haven't decided on that surname yet. The Earl was taken aback. What? List spoke deliberately. Based on my deduction, the Grand Duke hasn't actually succeeded in dragon riding. He is only a dragon domain landlord. Furthermore, the Sapphire Dragon has been severely injured and is not only unhealed but also likely to have its lifespan shortened. Such a landlord is not one I should be following. He held a certain disdain for the Sapphire Duke. The Grand Duke who made his debut riding a dragon was truly formidable, with a noble stance that made one believe he was a true dragon knight, yet he was merely a dragon domain landlord. At this moment, List was organizing his thoughts, weighing the pros and cons, considering how to reveal his identity to the Earl. He no longer needed to be overly cautious. It was time to clear the air with the Earl, letting him weigh the future actions of the Tulip family. Once a kingdom was formed, the Tulip family would inevitably have to follow him. How the Tulip family should then develop within the Duchy of Sapphire was a matter of another plan and strategy. The Earl was unaware of this. Hearing List's argument, he frowned and spoke in a stern tone. List, I know you are powerful, and as an inheritor of the Ghost Swordsman, you are capable of defeating domain knights. But do not underestimate the Grand Duke's strength. Even if he is not a dragon knight but merely a dragon domain landlord, he can still easily defeat any inheritor of the ancient warrior. In fact, he can't kill me. Even in an honorable battle, the Grand Duke might no longer be able to best me. You are too young and arrogant. Is it defeating a domain knight that has made you so blindly confident, or does the Ghost Swordsman inheritance make you feel comparably strong as a dragon? Father, no one knows the power of a dragon better than I do. Then you should further recognize your current status, that you still need to respect the Grand Duke to continue developing within the Duchy of Sapphire. Please take a sip of your tea and let me organize my words. List extended his hand, signaling the Earl to remain calm, his expression serene and in control. He was a dragon knight, and Ak was an archmage. Although they had not yet reached their peak, their combined strength was absolutely capable of contending with the Sapphire Duke. Sooner or later, his identity had to be revealed. It couldn't be kept secret for a lifetime, nor did he wish to stay low and miserable without joy. The Earl was so far the most suitable person to be informed first. With the protection offered by the Earl, the secrecy of his Dragon Knight status could still be maintained. This also spared him the trouble of having to follow the Grand Duke. Having been given the option to follow the Grand Duke twice, it would be hard to keep refusing without a good explanation. Although he didn't want to bow to the Dragon Domain landlord, if it was beneficial to his development, he could bear the humiliation and endure the burden for the time being. What he worried about more was that the Grand Duke, having spent decades with dragons and now having become the Dragon Domain landlord, might detect his Dragon Knight identity during the Oath of Fealty. At that point, it would likely not just be a matter of swearing allegiance but could involve a battle to slay dragons. One must not harbor ill intentions but should never be without caution. Who knew whether the Sapphire Duke, upon discovering a Dragon Knight whose strength had yet to rise, would choose to nurture and provide an environment for growth, or resort to thunderous means to snatch the young dragon? Most likely, there was a 99% chance of the latter, securing longevity for his own family. Regardless of whether List defeated the Grand Duke or the Grand Duke crushed List, it would cause a huge stir. If foreign Dragon Knights took advantage of the void, the situation could become unmanageable by then. Therefore, the Earl's protection was crucial, his father preventing his son from swearing allegiance to others, to earn more military exploits for himself, might look greedy to outsiders, but truly it was an unarguable excuse. A moment later, having thought through the details, he candidly confessed his identity. I have to be honest with you about one thing, there is no ghost swordsman inheritance, that's just a ruse to mislead others. I have always been of the orthodox knight cultivation system, merely a sky knight. No ghost swordsman inheritance? The Earl's face changed, then he stared at List. But your strength is greater than that of a domain knight. Don't tell me this is just your natural talent? At Novelban, at half of it is indeed my extraordinary talent, the other half is simple. I am a Dragon Knight, he said calmly, revealing his identity. What? The Earl doubted he had heard correctly. List seriously repeated himself. I am already a Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight? The Earl extended his hand, not knowing what he was gesturing, his expression turning quite stiff. You mean a Dragon Knight, one who rides a dragon? It's a fire dragon. A fire dragon? An evil dragon? Rest assured, I will keep it from doing evil. The Earl nodded faintly upon hearing this, seemingly coming to terms with the fact. He leaned back in his chair and casually picked up his tea, which he had already drunk halfway. However, List still noticed that inside the transparent glass cup, the tea leaves were slightly trembling. Wanting to bring the cup to his lips, but the trembling grew worse, until his whole arm was shaking, and the tea was nearly spilling out, somehow unable to reach his mouth. Finally, the tea from the cup spilled, creating a large stain on his chest, yet he seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed on the void in front of him. A Dragon Knight, it is? Yes. Chapter 661. Hey, the study was quiet, the weather in September not as hot as in August, all windows had already been replaced with glass, making the room particularly bright. The Earl seemed to hear List talking about something, but his mind was no longer on that channel. Many fragments of time emerged in his mind. There were memories of his youth, when he first saw the Sapphire Dragon with his father's guidance, and of the shock that came with it. There were also moments of joy when Melissa gave birth to their second son, strengthening the line of the family he had been working all his life to glorify, to see the tulip blossom on Sapphire. Indeed, thanks to his efforts, the tulip family's reputation gradually spread over Sapphire, and nobles great and small came to know of such a family, of such a sea-wave sword saint. However, he didn't know since when. Perhaps it started when List came of age and decided to branch off. The accomplishments he had been so proud of seemed to become more and more laughable. He became a Sky Knight at 23, and as the offspring of a minor noble, he was already considered a genius. However, his younger son, whom he had abandoned and never sponsored with any resources, became a Sky Knight at 18. He continued his family's legacy, raising one greater tulip elf and 12 little minor elves. Yet List casually found a greater elf and a bunch of minor elves while swimming, and the number of elves produced by his modest estate almost matched the harvest Coral Island could achieve in 10 years. He had longed for an intermediate magical beast as his mount since his youth but never succeeded in acquiring one. List, on the other hand, raised a bunch of intermediate magical beast blizzard beasts, found a group of extraordinarily bred black blood treasured horses, and then there were the flying landwalker bird Loki and the diving rainbow whale Rose. Most importantly, he was now 46, and List was only 18. In a live combat drill at the beginning of the year, he, a powerful sword saint, was pressed and beaten by List, barely able to fight back. He convinced himself to accept this, to accept the reality that his son was stronger than himself. He also convinced himself to accept that his son was the son of glory, naturally blessed by the honor of knighthood. As a result, suddenly, List became the inheritor of the Ghost Swordsman inheritance, with the power to directly defeat a formidable domain knight. Regardless, the Earl believed and tried hard to convince himself to be proud of his son, proud that his son could achieve such immense honors in battle, especially when the Grand Duke personally promised to let him pick from the 3 seats of feudal Marquis of Ironhoof Island. He truly felt the exceptionalness of the son he had brought into the world. The achievements that the Tulip family would need generations to accomplish were so easily realized. At Novelban at this was already the perfect ending. He would rise to become the Marquis of Bulltail, List would rise to become the Marquis of Ironhoof Island, and the Tulip family would branch out, continuing as 2 separate Marquis families. But, now he heard something else. Dragon Knight? The Earl felt as if the foundation he had painstakingly convinced himself of, that shaped his worldview, outlook on life, and values, crashed down with a thunderous collapse. All that was left was confusion. He was confused that everything he had struggled for in life, in the face of the news that List had become a Dragon Knight, had become laughable material. What did all those struggles, that persistence, that resilience add up to in front of a Dragon Knight? Tea from his cup spilled onto his clothes. He seemed not to notice, like an old man, lost in the memories of his life experiences, the joys and sorrows, the partings and reunions. It was as if only by hiding in these memories could he live like a real sword saint, strong and admired by countless others, bearing the fate of revitalizing his family. He didn't have to face the reality of this overwhelming, suffocating shock. Until a voice like a clap of thunder rang out by his ear, "Father." He suddenly snapped out of his reverie, and with a jolt, spilled the rest of the tea. Watching List, who was waving his hand in front of him, his thoughts had not yet fully cleared. "What? Your tea has spilled." "Oh, it's fine, go on." He put the teacup on the table, looked down at the water stains on his chest, took a deep breath, and his brain struggled to return to normal. Where were we? "Ah yes, you said you are a Dragon Knight, right?" "I had already explained once, Father, you must have been distracted," List said with a hint of helplessness. Who could have known that just the news of a Dragon Knight would startle the renowned Seawave Sword Saint like this? The Earl, pushing aside his muddled thoughts, said, "Then let's hear it again. I have gained the recognition of a fire dragon and have become a true Dragon Knight. My strength has become so formidable because I have been training with the fire dragon, and my chi has evolved into dragon chi. Now my power is increasing at an incredible rate, and were I to face the Marquis Newt again, I'm afraid I could resolve him with a single move." "How would you compare to the Marquis of Bull?" "Easily crushed. The Grand Duke almost pulverized the Marquis of Bull in a single encounter." "Do you think your strength is comparable to the Grand Duke's?" After a few deep breaths, the Earl's thinking had returned to normal, the bewildered look gone from his face. Picking up the fatherly authority once again. Only, the water stain on his chest was quite noticeable. List nodded. When the Grand Duke crushed the Marquis of Bull, the Marquis of Bull had already been attacked by 100 Sky Knights and was at the end of his rope. "I dare not say I can absolutely defeat the Grand Duke, but to fight him to a draw should not be too big of a problem." The Earl didn't respond immediately. Instead, he started idly tapping on the table with his hand, lost in thought. After a moment, he looked at List seriously and said, "Then, since you are already a Dragon Knight, where is your fire dragon?" "I have hidden it away, but I can let you, Father, feel the might of my Dragon Knight's dragon might." List smiled, mentally connecting with Leo, and instantaneously drew upon Leo's strength, unleashing waves of dragon might throughout his body, not exercising his full power, just within the confines of the study. But it was just this simple release of dragon might. The Earl suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body, as if his chest had been hit hard, air trapped in his stomach as if he might suffocate at any moment. Yes. This is the feeling, dragon might. As intense as the dragon might of the Grand Duke and the Sapphire Dragon. Experience tales with my virtual library empire. When the dragon might dissipated, the Earl swallowed, feeling bitter yet excited, forcibly suppressing the fluctuations in his emotions, and asked in a hoarse voice, "List, when can I see your fire dragon?" "Anytime you are free." "Huh? There's no need to communicate in advance?" "Father." List spoke calmly, "I am a Dragon Knight. The fire dragon is my battle companion, with mutual recognition. When I call it, it will appear. I do not need to negotiate for its cooperation like the Grand Duke used to do with the Sapphire Dragon." The Earl suddenly banged on the table. "I understand now. However, I need some time to cool down and organize my thoughts. Let's talk in detail after dinner. I'll go have a chat with my brother." "Take your time to think, Father," List said as he stood up and left the study, leaving the Earl to his silence. The door closed. The Earl's gaze remained on the door, but a sly smile suddenly formed on his lips. "Hey, a Dragon Knight." Chapter 662. The Bull's Promise. The banquet atmosphere was harmonious. Lady Penelope was particularly lively. Although the old lady's body was no longer as robust, her spirits remained high. Although she didn't yet know that List was a dragon knight, her son had already been confirmed as the Marquis of Bulltail, and her grandson was also very likely to become the Marquis of Ironhoof Island, which made her mood all the better. Perhaps in the Duchy of Sapphire, there was no woman of greater honor at this time apart from the Duchess and the two princesses. Even the princesses were not as honored as this elderly lady. Of course, while the Grand Duke was in power, the status of a princess was revered. At Novelban, but once the first prince ascended to the throne, the princesses were nothing but two sisters who had married off early, and as soon as the first prince had his own offspring, the current status of the princesses would be even lower. Generation after generation, they would either become part of the land-holding nobility or merge into the blue-blooded nobles, no longer able to rely on the Sapphire family. She ate the fluffy steamed eggs, jesting, "We need to be careful in the future. Many nobles will probably bring their daughters and visit Coral Island." "Indeed, we must be meticulous, as it is List's life event," Lady Marie chimed in. Loria also smiled in agreement. Lineage, appearance, and character must all be carefully investigated. The most important thing is List's own choice. List was simply enjoying his dinner, not responding to the three ladies' concerns about his marital affairs. He had no desire for noble maidens, for with his current status, he needed not rely on marriage alliances to strengthen his position. The Earl knew of List's identity as a dragon knight. Therefore, regarding the choice of List's marital partner, he had a clear idea in his mind and said directly, "You needn't worry about this matter. Let List make his own decision about whatever noble maiden comes to visit, understand?" In his view, List, who had a dragon, would best fit a marriage with a princess, befitting his status. Dragon knights, with the supreme combat power atop the world, have always been the preferred choice for princesses of various countries. "You are now the Marquis of Bulltail, and you're in charge of the Tulip family," Lady Penelope said dryly. "It's always been you making decisions on your own, and I haven't seen you make any good choices either." Having said that, she cast a slight glance at Lady Marie, the insinuation clear without being spoken aloud. Lady Marie continued to smile as before, as if she hadn't understood the hidden meaning in Lady Penelope's words. Just like that. After the banquet, the Earl spoke with List again in the study. "Now that you've become a dragon knight and have had the dragon for quite some time, when did it all start?" "Leo was discovered by me on Black Horse Island. He is a growing juvenile dragon, but as an elemental dragon, his strength is very formidable. Basically, my strength surged as soon as I advanced to be a Sky Knight, because I have been training with Leo since then," List replied. "So Leo is the fire dragon?" "Yes. No wonder I was defeated so miserably by you in that live practice drill back then." It seemed that because he had been defeated by a dragon knight, the Earl quickly got over his past defeat and was now able to talk openly about the loss. "I wouldn't have thought that the Tulip family would have a dragon knight." List smiled. "The glory of the knight favors me." The Earl paused for a moment, then smiled as well. "The glory of the knight favors me." He then turned serious and asked, "Leo is still a young dragon. What plans do you have?" "The growth cycle of a dragon is measured in centuries. I am exploring the cultivation methods of a dragon knight. Actually, the best way would be to get the Dragon Knight Chi secret manual from the Grand Duke, so I could reference the first Grand Duke's cultivation methods to quickly enhance my power. Now I can only independently explore, which is slower. The Grand Duke will definitely not give away the Dragon Knight Chi secret manual easily. I don't count on the Grand Duke. As long as he can tolerate me developing my strength peacefully, I will leave the Duchy of Sapphire and seek to establish my own nation on another overseas island." "You want to establish a nation overseas?" "I can't possibly overthrow the Sapphire family and seize the Duchy of Sapphire to establish a nation. The Grand Duke hasn't mistreated the Tulip family. I don't wish to commit such a betrayal against my landlord," List said. Although the excessive profits from war had once driven him to charge into battle, the basic rules still had to be followed. Since the Sapphire family didn't target the Tulip family, the Grand Duke would always be the Earl's landlord, and as a follower, betraying one's landlord was a despised and immoral act. To commit regicide on top of that would utterly ruin one's reputation. Even if people feared the power of the dragon-rearing family in the future and dared not speak openly, they would still curse the family as regicides behind their backs. Starting a nation from scratch is not easy. You need the support of a kingdom at the very least. I thought you would choose to establish a nation on the continent. I prefer to develop on an island. Many find islands desolate, but for me, developing an island is not difficult. Developing a nation is no simple task. You must realize that, especially since the fire dragon is an elemental dragon and does not greatly aid in resource production. Resources would not be an issue as long as List could secure the formless dragon as well. Even with Leo as his only dragon, it did not mean he couldn't develop productive forces. "Father, I believe elemental dragons also have great potential for production. I have already begun to explore the uses of the fire dragon. On Black Horse Island, glass making, charcoal burning, and brick and pottery production all utilize the power of the fire dragon. With further exploration, the power of the fire dragon could be the driving force for the transition from agriculture to industry. After all, it is equivalent to an unlimited source of energy. If they could develop steam engines or internal combustion engines, an industrial revolution might be sparked at any moment. However, the energy needed to spark an industrial revolution is immense. Now that List, as a Dragon Knight, enjoyed the tremendous power that came with it, he didn't have much motivation to propel an industrial revolution. He was keener on riding his dragon to explore this wondrous world and uncover all its mysteries. Father and son outlined the future nation that would belong to List in this way, word by word. But no matter how beautiful the blueprint, it needed to be built step by step. For now, the most important thing was to ensure that List could develop peacefully until the day he could establish his nation. Father, it is not convenient for me to meet the Grand Duke. I hope you can maneuver with the Grand Duke, dispelling his notion of courting me as a follower. Otherwise, even if the Grand Duke doesn't personally try to seize Leo, other kingdoms' Dragon Knights might wage a dragon-slaying war against me, just as it was fraught with difficulties when the first Grand Duke established our nation. Don't worry, it's just some greedy slander. I will tell the Grand Duke directly that I need you to help the Tulip family develop so we can secure our foothold on Ironhoof Island. At the very least, I can negotiate that for the next 10 years you don't have to pledge allegiance to the Grand Duke. Is 10 years enough for you to develop to the point of self-preservation? Lys nodded. It won't take long. I will shake this sea. 10 years is more than enough. Father, as long as I succeed in establishing my nation, when the time comes to divide our household, the Tulip family will have the status of the Marquis of Bull in the Duchy of Sapphire. That is my promise. Nobles value propriety, even between father and son. After division and separation of houses, interests must guide their conduct. Hearing this, the Earl patted List's shoulder with relief. Good. Chapter 663 The Earl meets the Dragon. Father and son talked in the study for a full 2 hours, then they called in Levi's, and the three of them continued to chat for another 2 hours. They mainly discussed issues such as the distribution of materials and the tally of military exploits, including the follow-up work on purchasing serfs and all aspects of the Tulip family's takeover of Ironhoof Island and Bulltail City. I will lobby the Grand Duke for a 5-year harvest period, during which Coral Island will still be under the rule of the Tulip family. You need to accelerate your plans too, as Black Horse Island may also only have a 5-year harvest period, said the father. 5 years. That is enough, List expressed his understanding. The fact that the Earl could obtain a 5-year harvest period for Black Horse Island and exemption from loyalty to the Grand Duke for 10 years was already enough for him to arrange his plans. A particularly important point, Ak could advance to Archmage at any time. Once Ak advanced, then by combining the strength of a Dragon Knight and an Archmage, they would have nothing to fear in a dragon-slaying battle. An Archmage's power could match a dragon in a duel. Even if Ak was a bit weaker, he could tie up a part of a Dragon Knight's combat power, leaving the rest to List. He always regarded Alonzo Xianklai as a hypothetical adversary. Considering Alonzo was a Bronze Dragon Knight with a reproductive metal dragon, which might be even weaker than a Sapphire Dragon in its prime, in about 2 years, Lotor developed enough to challenge a Bronze Dragon alone. A confident expression was always on his face, and even more so within. Besides, I have the smoke mission to aid my growth, and my strength will rocket up. Midnight. Resting in Tulip Castle. Touching the pattern of the great fire dragon that Leo had turned into, illusory smoke floated before his eyes. Mission, clearly, you have successfully ridden a dragon and become a true Dragon Knight. The world is yours to roam, but it's undeniable that Leo is still young, and the next step in your training is still unclear. Please suppress your showy mood, explore humbly the next method of training. Reward, 1 Archmage. The mission was not complete because he had not yet found a method of training. He checked the mission mainly to judge whether revealing the news about Leo to the Earl counted as a showy mood. Since the mission had not failed, it apparently did not qualify as showing off. Although the Earl was shocked, my original intention wasn't about showing off, but rather planning and strategizing for the future. Once the Grand Duke officially tallies the exploits, the Earl will become the Marquis of Bulltail, and the Tulip family will have a large amount of arable land, likely leading to the relocation of many Coral Island serfs to Ironhoof Island. The relocation of Coral Island serfs would lead to a decline in population, inevitably affecting Black Horse Island's commercial trade. Therefore, he needed to plan as soon as possible, purchasing more ships and developing his own shipbuilding industry to open up maritime trade channels, ultimately assembling an enormous fleet to establish new island nations. It's time to start preparing for the adventure fleet with Yevich. While everyone was thinking of conquering the continent and the skies, He was set on conquering the oceans. Suddenly at Novelban he thought of his maternal grandfather, Marquis Merlin. I wonder how Marquis Merlin's health is, with the Long Taro family being the main force in the iron ore heist this time, earning considerable military exploits. Maziro's position should be more stable. It's a pity that cousin Miyabao's issue with producing an heir is a problem. He had a favorable impression of Marquis Merlin. Despite being looked down upon in the Tulip family, his grandfather had valued him highly, and this kindness was worth repaying. Moreover, his relationship with cousin Miyabao was also good. Perhaps I should take a trip to Red Crab Island when I have time, to see Marquis Merlin and borrow the court fast-sailing ship from the Long Taro family to see if I can work out the three-masted ship technique. If in the future the Long Taro family can't establish themselves in the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, I could take them to my country. Regardless, he did not want the Long Taro family bloodline to be extinguished, nor did he want to be replaced. With his current power, he could prevent certain things from happening. It's a pity that adoption isn't a common custom in this world. When noble bloodlines are extinguished, their lands are simply reclaimed. If adoption were an option, I'd suggest Levi's and Gloria have another son to adopt to cousin Miyabao to inherit the Long Taro family's territories. No matter what. He still planned to find more foods and herbs that could enhance male fertility to give to Mibo. The next day, early in the morning, the Earl rose early, fully dressed and ready to go. As List got up to wash and have breakfast, the Earl paced restlessly by the gates of Tulip Castle, clearly anxious and agitated. It wasn't strange for him to behave so, for List had promised him that today he would show him the true form of Fire Dragon Leo. Dragon. The Earl inhaled the fragrance of the tulips deeply, trying to calm himself, but he just couldn't settle down. Dragon. It is List's dragon, and it is as if it is also the Tulip family's dragon. Who could have imagined that my son, Li William, would be a dragon knight standing at the pinnacle of the world? Not far away, several servants were walking the landwalker bird Loki in the garden. Every time he saw this colorful big bird in the past, he was extremely envious, but this time he felt no jealousy at all. It's just an uncommon magical beast. It's nothing compared to a dragon. I wonder if List will encounter some more powerful beasts, then he can catch one for me. This little favor, surely List would not refuse. It suddenly dawned on the Earl that his many years of dreams were surprisingly simple to achieve. Having a dragon knight son is wonderful. As he waited with smoke nearly coming out of his ears, stay tuned to my virtual library empire. List finally finished his breakfast and stepped out of the Tulip Castle's gates, greeted the Earl, and then climbed upon the landwalker bird Loki, speeding off with the Earl to the uninhabited wilderness. 3/3 of Coral Island had been cleared, but 1/3 had not. Half an hour later, they arrived at the foot of an uncultivated hill. This place is secluded enough, and no one will notice the dragon's trace, so how will you call Leo over? The Earl asked excitedly. List just smiled without a word. Instead, he stretched out his right arm, with his palm open and facing outward, mentally connecting with the little fire dragon Leo. Leo, come forth in the manner we've planned. After receiving Leo's response, he added a line for himself, come forth, my partner Leo. Boom. As the Earl's pupils dilated in an instant, flames rose from List's arm, the fire not scorching his clothes but shooting straight out, instantly turning half the sky red. Then from within the flames, a majestic dragon's roar sounded, oh! The next moment, the flames exploded, filling the sky with fire. As the flames were about to die out, the sinister and magnificent red-black dragon gradually revealed its perfectly curved form. It was the 20-meter-long little fire dragon Leo, whose fiery outline solidified and landed on the fading flames. He lifted his head high, casting a disdainful glance at the Earl, then turned his head to look at List. List grasped one of its scales, leaping onto the dragon-tooth platform, and proudly exclaimed, Father, I am the only true dragon knight in the entire Duchy of Sapphire. The Earl's mouth fell open as he watched List, majestic and commanding atop the dragon's back, and was utterly dazzled. Chapter 660 400-meter wingspan. Seeing the Earl's envy and shock, List felt extremely proud. At the current stage, his dragon knight identity couldn't be revealed, he could only show off in front of the Earl for the time being. However, just as he was about to ride Leo into the sky, he suddenly remembered that his smoke mission required discretion, and he had to restrain his urge to boast. To prevent mission failure, he had to suppress his desire to soar into the skies, dismount from Leo's back, and signal for Leo to return quickly. Oh ho! Without much ado, Leo transformed into a huge blaze, engulfing List. When the scorching flames dissipated, List stood unharmed in the same spot, and Leo had reverted to the shape of a flaming dragon pattern on his chest. Using their mental connection, Leo communicated with List. The appearance fee is at least 10 magic potions. No problem, perform well, and you won't miss out on your share of the magic potions. He responded mentally. At Novelban, he then turned to the Earl and said with an air of nonchalance, "Father, I've summoned Leo back. It doesn't like to perform at random. Despite being a young dragon, it still possesses a dragon's pride. Unless it gives its consent, no one can command it." I understand. With a touch of regret, the Earl nodded and then eagerly asked, "So, has Leo been living inside you all this time?" This must be one of the dragon's magical abilities, an indestructible flesh and blood body that can also turn into a clump of magic power and attach to a knight. List did not elaborate. There were some secrets he did not want to disclose publicly, or perhaps, like the other dragon-rearing families, he was beginning to consciously keep secrets for the sake of dragon rearing. After all, the secrets of dragons are safer when held by a select few. Otherwise, if all knights around the world were to seek dragons, wouldn't that create chaos and directly undermine the foundation of the dragon-rearing families? The Earl also understood this principle, so he didn't pry further but changed the subject. "Leo looks much smaller than the sapphire dragon. Can its combat strength really compare to that of an adult sapphire dragon?" There is definitely a gap, but the cultivation methods of dragon knights and dragon domain landlords are different. Dragon domain landlords focus more on seizing the dragon's lifespan rather than strength, whereas dragon knights and dragons cultivate and progress together. Domain landlords are like 1 + 1 is less than 2, but dragon knights are 1 + 1 is greater than 2. As long as you know what you're doing, don't reveal it casually when it needs to be concealed. This is the foundation for our family's rise to power. Once we establish our nation, a single fire dragon might well protect our family for a millennium. I understand. In fact, I've never regarded the Grand Duke and Sapphire Dragon as my opposition. I believe that once we declare nationhood, a Dragon Slayer war is inevitable, as these kingdoms will not allow more forces to divide the resources. Among them, Summit Marquis Alonzo Xianclai is my most likely opponent in the Dragon Slayer war. I've also investigated Alonzo. He rides an adult bronze dragon, a dragon knight that the Eagle Kingdom has cultivated over the past decade. However, the bronze dragon is said to have experienced several generations of dragon knights and is in its dragon prime. Are you sure Leo can catch up to it within a few years? Father, elemental dragons are different from metal dragons and gemstone dragons. They are naturally adept at combat. Moreover, Leo is just a juvenile and already has a wingspan of 20 meters. It won't take long before it surpasses the bronze dragon in size. When Leo was born, it had a wingspan of about 10 meters, which was not large compared to the 15-meter wingspan of the formless dragon, but a few months later, Leo's wingspan had reached 20 meters, significantly larger than the formless dragon. After devouring the dragon's intent left by the remains of the fire dragon, and then the dragon's intent accumulated by the Dodo Island volcano, its growth rate was undeniably rapid. Based on the remains of the fire dragon bones found on Black Horse Island, an adult fire dragon's wingspan might exceed 100 meters, making it one of the largest wingspan among all known dragons. List didn't have much data at hand, but he still compiled a chart recording the size data of dragons. An adult fire dragon might have a wingspan of 100 meters, which is the largest known so far, an adult light dragon approximately 80 meters, based on estimates from Black Dragon Child Paris, an adult white maw iron dragon 60 meters, as encountered by Yevich Water Peanut, and an adult sapphire dragon 50 meters, as witnessed by List himself. An adult light green gemstone dragon has a wingspan of 45 meters, also encountered by Yevich, while an adult brass dragon has a wingspan of 30 meters, again encountered by Yevich. Finally, the bronze dragon with a wingspan of about 30 meters, as heard by blood servants from Pura Bloods in the Black Knight family. The data might seem rudimentary, but it offers a glimpse into the dragon's sizes. Elemental dragons are the largest in terms of size, gemstone dragons are moderate, and while there are metal dragons like the white maw iron dragon with a 60-meter wingspan, most are 30-meter bronze dragons or brass dragons. Physical size may not represent combat power. However, it often takes 2 to 3 dragon knights to jointly slaughter an evil dragon, which indicates that elemental dragons, as represented by evil dragons, must be significantly stronger than metal dragons and gemstone dragons. Of course, these are just my personal speculations, unsupported by theoretical data, and can't be counted as reliable. I'll try to keep a low profile, and without making thorough preparations, I absolutely won't rashly provoke conflicts. List, though somewhat carried away, has not lost his reason. Dragon knights can be cultivated. Other dragon knights may train for over a decade, and even if their dragon's combat power is a bit weak, the gap can be filled through training. Just as Sky Knights have the ordinary, Sword Saint, and completion level tiers, if dragon knights have similar rankings, List, who just started dragon riding, would definitely be brutally beaten. Therefore, he still needed to follow the instructions of the smoke mission, to restrain his urge to show off and to discreetly explore ways of cultivation. On the way back, The Earl finally regained his usual composure. He had seen dragons before. Every trip to Blue Dragon Island for meetings offered him a chance to see a sapphire dragon. Hence, the presence of a fire dragon couldn't shake him too much. The greater impact was that this fire dragon belonged to his son. Adjusting his mindset, he soon came to terms with it. His gaze towards List now contained a few different shades. Perhaps one day he would submit to List and swear allegiance to him. Upon returning to Tulip Castle, List did not linger and immediately requested to take his leave. A pile of matters awaited him in his domain, especially the allocation of military merits. He could exchange all of his military merits for supplies, but his followers needed these merits to advance in ranks. Becoming a noble is every knight's dream. You are busy with affairs, I won't hold you up if you need to return. However, you must come over to grandmother's place and pick a potted plant to take back with you. Lady Penelope said. Stay updated through my virtual library empire. Didn't you give me a potted plant a few days ago when you went to Fresh Flower Town? That was a few days ago. Now, I've decided that every time you come to Tulip Castle, you must take a potted plant from me, alright? There was no need to decline such an offer, and besides, he was also quite looking forward to Lady Penelope's potted plants. He ascended to the balcony, the eye of magic sweeping around, but unfortunately, he did not detect any glows of magic power and had to randomly choose a lush-looking potted plant to take away. Thus, the landwalker bird Loki galloped away, and in less than half an hour, he was back in Fresh Flower Town. The retainer knights following behind him were still weaving through the roads, long used to List's hurried comings and goings. Just as he returned to his nameless castle, he received a report from Butler Carter. Master, there was a riot in the worm room last night. Jayla and several little minor elves had a conflict that led to the room being filled with thorns and other plants. It finally subsided only after several Earth Knights intervened. List was immediately alarmed. Jayla is all right, isn't she? My elves weren't injured, were they? Jayla and the elves only have some minor external injuries. That's good to hear. List breathed a sigh of relief, then fixed a stern expression. These little brats are flipping the heavens while I'm away. It seems they need a good tidying up. Chapter 665 Celebration Ceremony. Upon reaching the second floor of the castle, the walls were pockmarked and uneven, clearly the aftermath of last night's battle between the elves. List's arrival was quickly sensed by these elves, and they began to crawl out of their boxes one after another, calling out to List. Jayla seemed to know she had done wrong, lying at the edge of her box, looking pitifully at List and emitting a wronged cry, woo-wah. List ignored her and scolded sternly, everyone come over here and line up on this table for me. Gurulu. Woo-wah. Jigu. Yula. The little elves flew out from their respective worm rooms and gathered at the table designated by List, standing in line. They touched each other in a friendly manner but also glared and bared their teeth angrily. The elves varied in color and appearance, as well as in personality and temperament. Quiet, no one move. After completely subduing the minor elves, List then said to Butler Carter, Mr. Carter, identify those who started the trouble last night, those who got into the fight, and assess the degree of each one's responsibility, big and small. Make sure not to cover for anyone. Although the minor elves are very cute, they indeed need to be taught a lesson, my lord. I won't cover for any of them, Carter said, his gaze fixed on Thorn minor elf Jayla. And Jayla was glaring back at him. But Carter was unfazed by the threat and directly accused, all the strife was provoked by Jayla. Jayla cried out to stop Carter's snitching, woo-wah. But List quickly pressed her head down with his hand, signaling Carter to continue. Jayla was the first to start the altercation, followed by the Coptus minor elf, who not only fought with Jayla but also dragged the other minor elves into it. Yula. The Coptus minor elf yelled to express her grievance. Read exclusive chapters at my virtual library empire. Carter pointed out each minor elf's responsibility one by one. Apart from a few mild-tempered minor elves like Corn minor elf Mickey, the rest had all been involved in the brawl. After understanding the situation, List's gaze swept over the line of elves on the table and finally settled on Jayla. Jayla, for instigation, violence, and continued use of force, the greatest responsibility lies with you. Your punishment is to be grounded for a week. No, to be confined to your box for a week. It must be solitary confinement. Woo-wah. Talk back again, and the confinement will be extended. Woo-wah. Good, make it 8 days of confinement. Jayla opened her mouth but finally dared not make any more noise. List continued to announce, Coptus minor elf, for fighting, continued use of force, and escalating the situation, you bear the next greatest responsibility, 5 days of confinement for you. The Coptus minor elf learned her lesson and didn't make a peep. The other brawling minor elves varied from 1 to 3 days of confinement. Thus, the minor elf brawl incident was neatly resolved, and List's authority was further consolidated. The confinements would likely serve as a lesson for them, especially the hot-tempered jailer, who needed it the most. Having dealt with the affairs of Fresh Flower Town, before retreating to explore the methods of Dragon Knight cultivation, List headed to the port town to summon all his followers to assemble at the Knight Academy's Knights Square. In the presence of the small town's residents, a grand celebration ceremony was held. Knight and magician alike, as well as standout figures from other professions, were invited to attend and watch, packing the vast Knights Square to the brim. In an office of the square's administrative building, Marcus was waiting for List to check the list for this settlement of battle honors. List trusted Marcus quite a lot. He didn't question the list but was ready to increase some of the rewards. Rich and willful, he didn't mind sharing more profits with his followers, as these followers would become the important foundation for his nation building in the future. Okay, I've looked over the list. Is everything ready for the ceremony in the square? Paris, responsible for maintaining order, answered him, My lord, everything is properly prepared, we're just waiting for you to go and announce the start of the ceremony. Then let's go. As he led everyone out of the administrative building, a thunderous applause erupted across the square, with many shouting slogans like Lord Landlord, My lord, may the glory of the knights favor you, and so on. At Novel Bennett he was already accustomed to such noise. List, without any reaction, walked up to the podium, took his place in the very center, swept his gaze over the excited, frenzied crowd, and lowered his hand to signal them to quiet down. Suddenly, all sounds ceased, leaving only steady or rapid breathing in the space. This was the authority of the landlord. A word, a gesture, could control everything. Such a delightful sense of power made List drunk with joy, unable to extricate himself. My subjects, welcome to the Pioneer Mandate Victory Ceremony. Instantly, cheers erupted once again, rolling like a tide, roaring for a full minute, until they completely quieted down upon List's second gesture for silence. List spoke again, My followers, welcome to share with me the joy of victory. I hope the glory of knighthood will always favor me, my followers, my territory, and everything thriving within it. He didn't give his followers time to cheer. He continued, During this pioneer mandate, 31 knights perished on Black Horse Island. They were dear comrades, close partners, loyal followers. They were the children of Black Horse Island, and its knights. We must not forget what they have sacrificed. Let us observe a minute of silence for them. For 1 minute all was quiet, save for the distant barking of dogs. The minute of silence ended. The ceremony continued, and List, foregoing any more polite but unnecessary words, pulled out the prepared list and read aloud, I've said it before, glory belongs to me, and I am with you. Now is the time to share that glory with you. The following names are being granted the title of Honored Knight for their battle achievements. Whoosh! All the knights in Knights Square began to breathe rapidly, even though most knew that they didn't have enough battle honors to be knighted, their hearts still raced. Marcus Wheel. The first name on the list was Marcus. List smiled as he watched his former family tutor, now the leader of the Knight Order, climb the podium with trembling, excited steps. He then kneeled on one knee, performing the knightly gesture of loyalty. List nodded slightly and continued to read names. Charles Trapp. Leader of the security team, a knight once down on his luck who drifted to Coral Island and volunteered to give up his noble title to follow List. His eyes filled with tears, he strode onto the podium and kneeled next to Marcus, also performing the knightly gesture of loyalty. Afterward, List continued to read 7 more names, and the podium was a sea of kneeling figures. Finally, he read the last name, Griffin Straw Stack. One of the first knights to follow him, born an orphan and only a common earth knight. Relying on the spirit of fearless charge during knightly assaults, and the luck favored by knightly glory, he achieved battle honors not inferior to those of an elite earth knight. So it was. 10 honored knights were officially ennobled, and Black Horse Island saw the birth of its first nobles. Chapter 666 Girlish Heart. The celebration ceremony was undoubtedly a success. The ennoblement of 10 honored knights ignited everyone's aspirations for nobility, while the gold coin and material rewards for the Earth Knights made every commoner green with envy and students' eyes red with desire, wishing they had been the ones fighting on the battlefield. Even the knights and officials who stayed behind received rewards, but far less than the battlefield knights. It was precisely this imbalance in rewards that made all knights long for the battlefield, ignoring the solemn moments previously observed for those who had fallen. Following the ceremony came the banquet. On the eve of the banquet, List gathered the 10 honored knights in the administrative conference hall. In the center of the hall was a massive 4-square-meter sandbox, with the complete topography of Black Horse Island mapped out to scale, including towns, rivers, and roads all clearly visible. Gentlemen, this is the sandbox map of Black Horse Island. You have become honored knights, and I will reward you with land. From today onwards, you will all be landlords with your own territories. Most of the wasteland is marked with red lines, and you may choose your fiefs from there. The fiefs of the honored knights were generally centered around villages and settlements. All 10 honored knights, including Marcus, stared intently at the sandbox map. List actually didn't like the feudal system. The land in his hands could yield the greatest output. Once given to others, it was hard for him to intervene freely. However, he had a plan in mind. He delivered his prepared remarks. The era of Black Horse Island as a fief is running short on time. As my father is set to go to Iron Hoof Island and rise to the rank of Marquis, I will also follow him there to manage a new fief. Therefore, Black Horse Island is just a transition. The honored knights watched List, awaiting what he would say next. I offer you 2 options. One is to manage the fief on your own, with no difference from the previous noble lands. The other is to hand over the land to my territory officers for unified management, and you will receive a share of the profits from the land each year, free from the tediousness of direct management. What he ultimately wanted to establish was a titular fief system, where knights would still enjoy the privileges from their fiefs but would not be involved in management. Like shareholders of a company, no meetings, no voting, no involvement in the operations, just waiting for the dividend distribution when the time comes. Of course, if this system faced resistance, it didn't matter, for one day he would establish his own country. Then, he would find an island as large as Blue Dragon Island to serve as a family enterprise, while other barren islands would be left for the ennobled nobles to manage. Everyone would play their part, and it would be interesting to see who would become richer. Your journey continues with my virtual library empire at Novelbanet. However, the anticipated resistance did not arise. All honored knights chose the second option, to hand over their territories to the territory officers for unified management. They were not foolish, aware that following in List's footsteps was far more important than a few pieces of land. Moreover, they knew that Black Horse Island was bound to be handed over eventually, and even if managed well, it would be difficult to pass on to their descendants. Most importantly, all the towns on Black Horse Island were not only free from the dirty and chaotic environment but, on the contrary, well-equipped, clean, and tidy, which made them far more livable than the countryside. These knights had grown accustomed to living in towns and thus did not care much for the rural life. Upon understanding this, List couldn't help but smile. As expected, living in a city for too long makes one reluctant to return to the countryside. People always prefer to migrate from less developed areas to more developed ones, but the reverse seldom happens. The towns of Black Horse Island are paragons of civilization, making everyone long to stay. The celebration ceremony concluded successfully. The atmosphere in the territory flourished with the birth of the new nobility. The students of the Knight Academy, without the need for instructors to urge them on, all diligently practiced their knight lessons, fantasizing about the day it would be their turn to enter the battlefield and achieve victories that symbolized the highest glory. Everyone was aware that their lord was the son of glory, the brightest new star among the Sapphire nobility. The title of Viscount was just a brief transition, the position of Earl was within easy reach, and rumors suggested that even becoming a Marquis would be simple for List, because strength represented potential for the future, and he was already recognized as the second strongest in the Duchy of Sapphire, second only to the Grand Duke. The knights wished they could practice 25 hours a day. The officers worked just as hard. Compared to officers from other territories who could only gain merit on the battlefield, List declared that officers who performed exceptionally in the daily governance of the territory could also earn military achievements. With the possibility of gaining merit and rising to nobility without going to battle, how could the officers not be diligent? Thus, a day ended. The next day, he took another full day to inspect his territory. He visited the Magic Academy to review the work of the 3 Grand Magicians, the training of the Blood Servant, the study progress of the twin sisters Lucy and Ruth, and discussed his latest research on the magic web with Chris Truth. Actually, it was Ack's latest research. Of all the caster professions, Ack was undoubtedly the one List trusted the most, closely followed by Chris Truth. If possible, he hoped that Chris would also aim for the title of Archmage, though it would probably be difficult, as Chris's talent fell far short of Ack's. He then made a trip to visit the Knight Academy. He discussed the formation of the adventure fleet with the interim Knight course instructor, Yevich Water Peanut, and visited the 2 captive Sky Knights, Garcia and Fox, who were also temporarily instructing. The letter for the captives' ransom had been sent out, all that remained was to see when Alonzo would pay the ransom. Afterwards, he went to personally guide Emily in her training. Emily was temporarily learning Knight courses from Yevich, Garcia, and Fox, 3 Sky Knights. Moreover, she was enhancing her chi capacity scientifically through the consumption of medicines provided in the Earth Chronicle of List. The young girl had immense talent and an even more terrifying diligence. Her training was almost like self-torture. Every day, apart from eating, drinking and sleeping, all her time was spent in training. It's best to combine work with rest, Emily. Don't ruin your health, and make sure to relax appropriately," List said seriously as he patted the girl's head. Towards Emily, he felt a mix of paternal and mentor-like sentiments. This young female slave was someone he had personally watched evolve step by step from an ordinary person into today's elite Earth Knight, all in just over a year. However, when urging Emily to relax, he always felt somewhat embarrassed. He considered his own training to be serious, but in comparison, he seemed like the epitome of laziness and lack of ambition. Every day, apart from eating, drinking, and sleeping, a significant portion of his time was spent enjoying himself, with only 2 or 3 hours devoted to real training. If the weather was bad or his mood was off, he might even train for only half an hour. Shaking her head, Emily replied, "My lord, I must seize every second to make myself stronger as quickly as possible. I hope to aim for Sky Knight before my menstruation begins." Her menstruation was expected to come around at the age of 14. With the year ending soon for her current age of 12, that meant she had about a year and a half left. List wanted to ask her if she knew what it meant to be a Sky Knight at 14, but ultimately, he didn't pose the question, deciding to wait and see, for according to the regulations of the Eagle Kingdom and Steel Ridge Kingdom, a Sky Knight under 16 could join the Dragon Knight Reserve program. As for a Sky Knight at 14, the odds of riding a dragon were evidently much greater. Chapter 667 Local Area Network. Emily's talent was indeed powerful, and she possessed the determination to practice diligently. List had no reason to stop her. Knights recover quickly as long as they are well nourished, and don't face the risk of overtraining and crippling themselves like ordinary people do. If she could really make a breakthrough to become a Sky Knight, then he would have the only female Sky Knight follower in the Duchy of Sapphire, which was a rather exhilarating honor. Moreover, her entire career was sponsored by List, meaning she belonged wholly to List. Even if she became ennobled in the future, she would still be a noble of the type found in the Blue Blood Alliance. The Blue Blood Alliance was a private military force of Knight Order belonging to the Sapphire family. Perhaps in the future, List would also need to establish his own family's private military force, the Burning Legion. As for why such an ominous name, it was because he had a little fire dragon Leo that could burn endlessly, so naturally, it would be called the Burning Legion. And such a name gave him an inexplicable thrill as if he had become the ultimate boss. In any case, Emily was a huge potential stock worth investing in, just like the twin magic apprentice sisters, Lucy and Ruth, all of whom were targets indicated by the smoke mission. In List's view, it probably meant that these 3 had hero templates, and if nurtured properly, would become powerful heroes. List couldn't teach Lucy and Ruth the magic knowledge, but he could guide Emily in knight training. While he was immersed in teaching, many magic plants from the Child of the Sun civilization that had been transported from villas by the sea in Freshflower Town were now shipped to Black Horse Island and carried to the Magic Academy. Most of the research material translated by Ak also arrived by ship. Now these materials and magic plants would be handed over to Chris Truth, who would arrange for the magicians at the Magic Academy to work together to tackle natural magic. The 3 grand magicians confined to the Magic Academy could also participate in this research, a study deemed by List to be of little value. The growth rate of the magic plants was severely below expectations, taking years to mature and over a decade to become high-yielding. Even with high yields, they couldn't make up for the initial magic resource consumption. The conditions for casting natural magic were very stringent, especially for transformation natural magic, which required the bloodline of the Child of the Sun. So, while Ak focused on researching the magic web, List decided to entrust these magic plants and natural magic to the Magic Academy for further study. Your next read is at my virtual library Empire. It would enrich the knowledge of the magicians, diverting them from researching topics they shouldn't, and should there be a breakthrough in natural magic, all the better. In any case, the civilization of the Child of the Sun rapidly caught the attention of many magicians, led by Chris, and even vampires like Mary Dawnbreak became involved in studying natural magic, mainly interested in researching druid transformations, which shared a similar magic essence with their ability to transform into bats. Actually, for these magicians, I should issue more research topics to help them transform into scholars. List knew that the magicians at the Magic Academy were focused on studying natural magic, and he had some new ideas. Originally, he intended for Chris to make the Magic Academy a technical college type, training workers who only knew how to refine magic potions and create magic equipment. But now it seemed that publishing some interesting topics for research might genuinely turn the Magic Academy into an integrated university of education, research, and application. The magicians in this world are too enamored with magic power itself, unable to extricate themselves, while knights are solely fixated on charging into battle, all overlooking the technical value of magic power itself. On the way back to Freshflower Town, he was still pondering this issue: can I treat magic power as a kind of energy source? Since it is possible to create various combat and auxiliary magic equipment, Why not apply magic equipment for civilian use, such as making a magic-powered electric fan? However, magic storage is a problem. Magic power must be guided by magicians to form powerful magic. For things like magic equipment, knights and magicians also need to use magic power to activate the magic arrays within them. Regardless, this is an excellent idea. I'll have Chris pay more attention to this aspect. It is said that during the height of the Moon Empire, they could build a magic teleportation array that reached the moon. I wonder if I can get the magicians to research the teleportation array, and if they could make a successful breakthrough. They could probably research until their hair turned white. The affairs of the territory were settled. It would probably take another month or two to prepare for the promotion to Marquis, so there was no need for List to worry. He had just received a letter from his cousin, Maibo. In the letter, Maibo congratulated him on becoming a powerful ghost swordsman and the second strongest person in the country, and thanked him for the often sent invigorating and energizing foods and medicines. Lastly, it mentioned that Marquis Merlin's health had improved, and if conditions allowed, the Marquis would like to come to Black Horse Island to celebrate the annual festival with him this year. List instructed a servant to bring paper and pen and quickly wrote a reply. The content of the letter was rather simple, just expressing his intention to find time to visit Red Crab Island soon. After writing the letter, he had one of the retainer knights send it to Tulip Castle on his behalf. Then he announced that he would go into seclusion. Seclusion did not mean locking himself away completely, it simply meant declining social engagements and putting aside the administration of the territory to focus solely on eating, sleeping, and cultivation. The main place for his seclusion was the seaside villa. He planned to have Ag assist him in studying the next step in the Dragon Knight's training methods, as one could probably deduce from the smoke mission. Dragon riding training and Ag's advancement as an archmage were related, and there might be significant lessons to learn. Ag had mentioned before that a knight is like a mini magic web. If the real magic web is the internet, then a knight himself might be a local area network. Ag, do you think if a knight's magic web expanded indefinitely, would it eventually become a magic web similar to the real magic web? He tried to provide Ag with some inspiration. On Earth, the existence of the GFW meant that China's internet was essentially a large local area network. But for most people, this large local area network was practically no different from the internet. Aside from not being able to browse foreign websites, it was fully functional. The magic web properties of a weak knight were very faint, akin to a small local area network made up of a few connected computers. Now, as a Dragon Knight, List's magic web properties should be very close to a real magic web, similar to this large local area network of China. Perhaps by thoroughly studying his operating principles as a Dragon Knight, Ak could truly touch the essence of the magic web. Therefore, in the following period, he was engrossed in intensive research on the secrets of dragon riding with Ak. At Novelban, and he often traveled to Dodo Island, released little fire dragon Leo, and would ride Leo as he followed Ak's arrangements for various trials. Although he had not yet discovered new cultivation methods beyond dragon magic refining chi and dragon breath tempering, his skills in dragon riding combat had become exceedingly proficient, especially since Leo's magic power was connected to his chi. The power of his attacks multiplied by several geometrical magnitudes. A single use of the Crimson Dawn burn could redden half the sky, and a scorching sun sting could directly create a meteorite crater on the ground. 3 arrows released together was even more powerful than missile launches. Every time he rode a dragon, a thought would automatically surface in his mind: I am very strong. Chapter 665 Morse Code. The autumn leaves turned yellow. In the blink of an eye, September had passed, and October arrived with ease. The cool weather swept through, bringing down rustling leaves, and List, who had been in close training for half a month, had made rapid progress. His completion advanced level fire attribute Chi was almost fully evolved into the higher tier Dragon Chi, and it was only a matter of time before it could evolve into the level of Dragon's Intent. By then, he felt that he might be able to switch between the Dragon's Intent form and his fleshly body at will, just like Leo could. Of course, whether this was possible was unknown. This was merely his guess, as he had never seen a real Dragon Knight and had not received any information on the training of Dragon Knights, so he had no way to judge. How should I classify the Dragon Chi? List asked the sea serpent, who was busying over books, sketching and writing. Ak lifted his head and pondered for a moment. Brother, let's not classify it for now. The evolutionary information of Dragon Chi is not sufficient. We need to organize more data to better delineate its levels. Alright. List was somewhat disappointed, as he enjoyed setting standards for things. He remembered hearing on Earth that first-class enterprises set standards, second-class enterprises build brands, and third-class enterprises make products. He hoped to become a pioneer who sets standards, rather than an imitator who follows in the footsteps of predecessors. At least in the Duchy of Sapphire, he could be a pioneer. He then asked, so in the research over this period, Have you summarized any clues about the training of Dragon Knights untouching the magic web? During this time, he had been cooperating with Ek and hadn't done much thinking on his own. He had been more focused on figuring out the combined attacks with Leo. Leo itself did not know magic. At Novelben, its battles relied more on biting, ramming, breath attacks, and the most commonly used magic power shock. These simple attack methods were enough to shatter any obstacle in their way. When its wings flapped to unleash the magic power shock, the endless flames it conjured could incinerate everything within 100 meters. Even when it released Dragon's intent, the surroundings would instantly turn into a landscape of molten lava. However, Leo was reluctant to release Dragon's intent at will. It was a key factor in its growth, and once a bit was used up, it took a long time to replenish. When it becomes an adult and its Dragon's intent is abundant, it might easily cause volcanic eruptions just by revealing its power a little. But Leo's way of attacking was rough, barbaric, primitive, impulsive, consuming a tremendous amount of power, which might only achieve a small objective. What List needed to do was to guide with his own chi, helping Leo improve its attack efficiency, and perfectly execute their combat power in tandem. Once Leo's attacking power was no longer wasted but highly concentrated, its strength naturally doubled. He conceptualized this as a new form of training and named it Dragon Force Focus. However, this method of Dragon Force Focus did not receive acknowledgement from the Smoke mission, and the mission remained incomplete. With Dragon Force Focus not being acknowledged, List then worked hard to develop another new training method. By making use of the mental harmony when riding dragons and a long-distance mental connection when not, he continually refined his and Leo's spiritual power and established a set of methods related to thought shielding and message transmission. It was somewhat similar to Morse code, so he named this brand new communication method, Dragon Heart Electrical Signal. Unfortunately, the Smoke mission still did not acknowledge the Dragon Heart Electrical Signal. Nonetheless, List himself believed that, whether it was Dragon Force Focus or Dragon Heart Electrical Signal, both were worthy of being recorded in his List's Dragon Knight Training Complete Manual as a family heirloom to pass down through generations. If nothing unexpected happened, this book would be his latest work following List's Dragon Rearing Manual. He just had not started writing it yet. These two training methods were the best answers List could come up with recently, but unfortunately, the Smoke mission just did not acknowledge them, so he could only seek help from Ak. I didn't hold out much hope, the research time was too short. It shouldn't have made much progress this fast. But Ak nodded and said, "Brother, based on the resonance phenomenon you told me about, plus Ak's research on the magic array, there is already some clue. However, some experiments need to be designed to verify Ak's ideas. If they are correct, Brother's Dragon Knight training method can be determined." "Really?" List was overjoyed and said, the rambling aside, his little sea monster was reliable. Quickly, "What's the idea?" "It's the resonance idea," Ak explained. Brother and Leo can connect their chi and minds, but the connection frequency hasn't been overlaid. If it can overlap and resonate, a special effect might be achieved. Brother and Leo might even assimilate with each other during the resonance. List understood the principle of resonance, but he was puzzled about another issue. Assimilate? Assimilation of magic power. Perhaps Brother will soon be able to switch between Dragon's intent and flesh as easily as Leo does. List breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought you meant Leo and I would merge into one, becoming half human, half dragon." No, brother. Have you ever heard of a Dragon Knight and a dragon growing together? Right, then focus on designing the experiment. Strive to obtain results soon. I have a feeling that if this training method is successful, you might also be promoted to Archmage because of it. At Novelben, Ak pondered, maybe so. If Brother can resonate with Leo, why can't Ak touch the magic web through resonance? Then she fell into deep thought. List didn't disturb her and quietly left the room to go to the adjacent pool worm room. The giant algae greater elf was floating comfortably on the water, sleeping soundly. When Pike didn't open his mouth, he really looked like a huge, yellow-brown gemstone. The little minor elves of giant algae next door were also sleeping, all very pretty. They were fortunate, as minor elves, to have their own names. The minor elves who followed had not even grasped a name. Especially the two little sea monster minor elves left by Yevich Water Peanut, both called Water Peanut, indistinguishable from each other, provided some jade powder every day. The two Water Peanuts could sleep beautifully all day, pretty easy to care for. After watching the elves for a while, he stood up and left the seaside castle to return to the nameless castle. Preparing to have lunch and take a nap, Butler Carter reported to him, "Master, the White Paper Workshop has delivered the latest batch of paper. The boxes have been placed in Master's study. Let's take a look." Entering the study. Opening the box, Butler Carter presented a stack of yellowish-gray paper sheets with trembling hands as if he was holding rarer treasures. Compared to the stinky and thick hide paper, these new-style paper sheets indeed could be considered treasures. But List casually took a few sheets, felt them with his hand. They were very rough. Shaking his head, he said, "Not up to standard. Tell Lavaine at the White Paper Workshop to continue improving the process. Don't think about fooling me with a bunch of subpar goods. Also, burn this batch of paper directly, leave none behind." The paper was still in a secret stage, absolutely not to be leaked, and any subpar goods were directly burned. His standards for the paper mill's products needed to be such that they allowed for smooth writing and were not prone to decay. They didn't need to be as high quality as fine writing paper, but they couldn't be too poor either. Once the white paper was made, there would be further research on toilet paper. Although it was comfortable to wipe with cloth, it somehow lacked a certain feeling. Watching as Carter personally threw all the sheets into the fireplace to burn, List suddenly thought of something and asked, "Regarding the ransom for Garcia and Fox, haven't people from the Eagle Kingdom come to negotiate yet?" "Not yet, Master." He nodded and said no more, but he was very puzzled. Strange, wouldn't the two Sky Knights just give up like that? Could it be that Alonzo as a Dragon Knight is so extravagant that he doesn't even care about his Sky Knight followers? Or is there some reason for the delay? Chapter 669 Conversation fails to engage. List began to harbor numerous suspicions about Alonzo's delay, while Garcia and Fox, the two Sky Knights, were even more embarrassed. It was indeed a bit awkward and disheartening for a landlord not to inquire about his followers. Moreover, information from the Steel Ridge Kingdom had already been conveyed to Tulip Castle. When List led his men to capture Trap Dragon Mountain, Alonzo Ziankali was at the remote northern border of the Eagle Kingdom, confronting the Dragon Knights of the Steel Ridge Kingdom, but no direct conflict had occurred. About a week after Trap Dragon Mountain was captured, Alonzo still appeared on a battlefield, which was about a month ago from now. Does that mean Alonzo might not have returned to Impact River Plain? That's what Father thinks too. It's possible that the news about the Trap Dragon Mountain iron mine hadn't spread at all, so Alonzo had no clue whatsoever and thus made no move. The one who answered was Levi's, who had personally brought this message and took the opportunity to consult List on some cultivation issues. Levi's was 6 years older than List, 24 years old this year, and just one step away from becoming a Sky Knight. With the Earth Chronicle of List as a reference for cultivation, his progress towards becoming a Sky Knight was smooth, and he should be able to make the transition next year. The scene of 3 Sky Knights from one family was about to become a reality. Forget it, whether Alonzo pays the ransom or not. "Brother, when can the family fleet return home?" "It should be soon. After unloading the iron ore they'll go straight to buying serfs and grain for you. We've also readied about half of the number of ships from our maternal grandfather's family fleet, and a third from my father-in-law's family fleet. A total of 800 merchant ships are engaged in the serf trade, which should be enough to meet your needs in one trip." List's military achievements this time were too substantial, so he spent lavishly, directly purchasing 10,000 tons of grain and 40,000 serfs. As long as the grain supply could be met, his demand for serfs was unlimited. After all, it wouldn't be easy to acquire a large number of serfs after the establishment of the kingdom. The serfs of the Duchy of Sapphire were obtained through trade over time. Many serfs' bloodlines were either from the Eagle Kingdom or the Steel Ridge Kingdom, and only after several generations overseas did they completely bear the Sapphire label. He must stock up enough population for his future nation. Not only did he need to accumulate population, but the Tulip family also needed to. The Earl was about to be promoted to the Marquis of Bulltail, with his fiefdom expanding more than tenfold. Without serfs, how could it be developed? Fortunately, there were still many serfs cultivating in the Marquis of Bulltail's land, and by paying gold coins to the Grand Duke, he could acquire these serfs. After taking a sip of tea, List expressed his hope. "I hope the fleet arrives soon. The domain elves are growing in number, but there aren't enough serfs to cultivate the land." Cough cough. Levi's, who had been pretending to taste the tea, heard what List said just as the trend of tea tasting was slowly catching on among the nobles of Coral Island. The tea went down the wrong way, and he nearly didn't catch his breath, struggling mightily to suppress the coughing fit. List looked at him in surprise. "What's the matter?" Levi's hastily waved his hand. "Nothing, it's just that I don't like the bitter taste of tea. I prefer sweets, desserts, and all things sweet." "I thought you had already accepted tea. Had I known, I would have asked the servant to bring you milk tea instead. Now that everyone has started drinking tea, not doing so seems a bit out of place." Levi's didn't want to dwell on this topic. "By the way, before I left, Father asked me to ask you about when you will be able to put together the Sky Manual. He's about to go to Blue Dragon Island to attend the knighthood promotion ceremony and hopes to take the manual with him to Blue Dragon Island." Previously, List had compiled the Earth Chronicle of List, which had become an heirloom of the Tulip family. Afterward, when he chatted with the Earl, he mentioned that he had achieved perfection in Chi and planned to write a book called The Sky Chronicle of List to record the scientific cultivation methods of Sky Knights. Even though his own cultivation process as a Sky Knight was not scientific at all, as he had been relying on dragons to cheat. Your next read is at my virtual library Empire. That didn't prevent him from summarizing the method of achieving perfection in Chi. He had already promised to send the Sky Chronicle of List to the Earl as soon as it was finished, to help him strive for the completion level of a Sky Knight. It's a pity. Shaking his head, he said at that moment, I have been quite busy recently, so I have not continued the creation of the Sky Manual. Tell my father not to be anxious, by the time he returns as a Marquis, I should probably have finished the manual. With so many books he needed to write, he really didn't have the time to start. He felt a little guilty for not meeting the Earl's eager expectations. He added, however, I noticed that my father's mount doesn't come from a superior bloodline, so I've decided to gift him a black blood treasured horse from among the fine breeds I have raised. Bring the black blood treasured horse to my father when you return. By now, there was no need to keep black blood treasured horses a strict secret anymore. It was only necessary to ensure that the bloodline of the black blood treasured horses was not spread outside, just as the Sapphire family strictly kept the bloodline of the blue blood treasure horse to themselves. The Earl was well aware of List's status and wouldn't use the black blood treasured horse for breeding, but merely to maintain a certain level of splendor, considering his own magical beast breed of panther horse was truly shabby. Black blood treasured horse, are those the magnificent black steeds? Levi's eyes glistened. List, my dear brother, could you also send one to me? List smiled faintly. And at once, Levi's wore a radiant smile. The next moment, however, List said, that won't be possible. Ah. The black blood treasured horses are for breeding the herd, you'll have to put that thought aside for now. In the future, when the herd has grown, I'll send you as many as you want, he explained. Alright then, Levi's had no choice but to accept reluctantly. Now, once List made a decision, it became an iron law that no one could oppose. Looking at his brother Levi's languishing expression, List simply ignored him. By the way, how is the temperature calming pearl I sent as a supplementary birthday gift working out? After returning from the Pioneer Mandate, he had directly given out 3 temperature calming pearls, 1 each to the Earl, Levi's, and their grandmother. It's working wonderfully, it's not hot during the day nor cold at night, and we no longer have to worry about Richard getting cold at night. That's good to hear. It's getting late, do you plan on staying here overnight? He asked. I need to head straight back. Then you should hurry up and take the black blood treasured horse back with you, otherwise, you won't make it to Tulip Castle before nightfall. Since he had little else to talk about with Levi's, List simply urged him to return. I also have some urgent estate matters to attend to, so I can't keep chatting with you. Just moments earlier, Butler Carter had reported to him that the key cows being cared for at the Banpo cattle farm had begun to give birth. At Novelban at the offspring were not ordinary calves but Banpo cattle, true dragon breed cows. The mixed breed piglets from the estuary pig breeding program were already fit for the dining table, while the Banpo cattle would take another year or 2 to produce real dragon breed milk. Black blood treasured horses, estuary pigs, Banpo cattle. These were the livestock industries that needed focused management and had absorbed much of his dedication. Chapter 670 Testing the Ice-Sealed Sword. It was said to be an inspection of the Banpo cattle farm, yet there wasn't much to inspect. The cows' birthing calves were very healthy, as were the calves themselves. List personally fed the cows a few bundles of hay as a form of solace. Afterward, he asked someone to slaughter a mixed-breed estuary piglet from the estuary pig farm, as he wanted to eat roast suckling pig at dinner. Standing on the slope of the Black Horse Ranch, looking out at the group of black blood treasure horses in the distance, Lightning nestled up beside him. He had rarely ridden this king of black blood treasure horses. Most of the time, Lightning leisurely behaved as its own lord, mating with whichever horse it desired. The herd had birthed many foals, and with herders taking care of these foals, not a single one perished. The population was slowly expanding. Even larger was the herd of mixed-breed horses, with foal after foal falling to the ground, now numbering in the hundreds. Once these foals grew up, they would be able to arm the Black Horse Island Night Sorter. Although their dragon bloodline was thin, they could still be called dragon breed horses and were more robust than magical beast horses. It's a pity that the formless dragon only visits my territory about once a year. Otherwise, if it visited a few more times, I probably wouldn't be short of dragon breed beasts, he lamented. The reason dragons could infect creatures with dragon lineage was due to the influence of their bloodline magic power. According to the dragon rearing manual written by the Marquis of Bull, this magic power might originate from the boiling of blood. When dragons are extremely excited, their blood boils rapidly, releasing infectious magic power from their bloodline, which then infects the surrounding creatures, resulting in dragon lineage beings. But to excite a dragon to the extent that both its mind and body reach that climax-like state is very difficult. The excitement point of a formless dragon is smoked grass. A feast of smoked grass could make it uncontrollably excited and thereby release bloodline magic power to infect creatures like the Banpo cattle and estuary pigs. It also happens to produce space gems. Up until now, List has obtained 4 space gems from the formless dragon. Perhaps due to its youth or its restraint, the formless dragon only visits once a year. Even with the attraction of smoked grass, it has only come twice in total. If it frequented more often, not to mention dragon breed beasts, even space gems could be wholesaled. Of course. In his own List's dragon taming manual, he speculated that the infectious magic power of dragon bloodlines probably couldn't be released at any time and required a long time to accumulate. Therefore, it's not common for dragons to get excited. Once a year is likely a normal frequency. Getting excited too often might harm them. Besides, if it doesn't hit the exact point of excitement, a dragon might never get excited in its lifetime. After becoming a dragon rider, List also attempted to understand Leo's excitement needs through mental and emotional harmony. However, Leo did not grasp this concept. Whether it was smoked grass, grilled steak, or even being thrown into a volcano crater, nothing could make it joyous, make it laugh, or excite it. Its excitement point wasn't any of these dotted novel binat. Thus, Leo had never released the power of bloodline infection since its birth. It might take a long time to figure out how to excite it. Referring to the Sapphire family, aside from the blue blood treasure horse, there was no mention of breeding dragon breed beasts. It can be inferred that even after more than 150 years of exploration, they have never grasped the excitement point of the Sapphire dragon. As for dragon beasts, they are even rarer. Apart from List, who has 2 low-level dragon beasts, the landwalker bird has evolved. It's uncertain if anyone else in the Duchy of Sapphire owns another dragon beast. And as for higher-level sub-dragons, super dragonkin magical beasts, apart from the barely evidence of the phoenix feather, there is no other proof that they truly exist. I wonder if it's possible to artificially simulate a dragon's excitement point to make dragons excited and thus release the infectious power of their bloodline. Maybe this could also be considered a form of training, simply called dragon blood infection. Hey, List idly thought. Although he knew this couldn't be considered a real training method, he still called out for the smoke mission. Sure enough, the smoke mission remained unchanged, still maintaining the same task as before, low-key exploration of the next method of cultivation. Hopefully, Ak can verify the resonance theory soon, he hoped. After leaving Black Horse Ranch, List rode lightning to the construction site of Thorn Castle. The foundation of the castle had been poured, and the first layer had started to be laid. With rubber water as the setting material, the construction was effortless, but the detail work was labor-intensive. The chief commander of the construction project, Jamaya Bangtu, was aware of whom he was building the castle for. He was personally involved in every step and ensured that the quality met the highest standards. In fact, List had thought about asking him to cut corners, since it was unknown who the Thorn Castle might be sold to in a few years. But in the end, he didn't speak up. After all, this castle would be his home for the next few years. Even if he left the Duchy of Sapphire to found a country overseas, this castle would still be the best place to admire his achievements. The apple miner elf's cordyceps had already been settled in the Plan Apple Wonderland. Now, many serfs were planting seedlings for the autumn. In 2 years, this apple orchard would be lush and thriving. Thomas, have someone fetch a few fresh fish for the kitchen. I want to have fish soup for the banquet, List instructed. Yes, my lord. Also, tell the kitchen to scramble a mix of green-headed duck and flamingo eggs with some golden cordyceps. Golden cordyceps was a type of abandoned cordyceps. Since the trade of flame mushrooms began, the production of golden cordyceps had been climbing and thriving. The personal servant Thomas replied, yes, my lord. Experience tales at my virtual library empire. Green-headed ducks were water attribute magical beasts, and flamingos were fire attribute magical beasts. Combined with the earth attribute golden cordyceps, frying them together produced a unique taste. Having ordered his dinner, there was still some time until the banquet began. He thought for a moment and decided to visit the Mage Tower to check on the progress of the magic plants. However, on his way through the Knight's Square, an excited Alvin Eaglesword approached him. My lord. What is it? I have fully mastered the Ice Seal skill of the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword. Oh? List was immediately delighted. Most of the time, the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword was being studied by Alvin for its skills. Is that so? Come, tell me about it in detail. As the only Iron Knight in the territory, Alvin had a private office, workshop, and residence at the Knight Academy. He was also not one to stay idle for long and had already cohabited with a young lady, with a wedding date set to start a family. Of course, List was pleased about this development. Holding the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword in hand, he patiently listened to Alvin's relentless explanations. My lord, you have already properly integrated the ice rotation skill, freely converting fire attribute chi into ice attribute chi, which is a prerequisite for the ice seal skill. Next, you only need to switch the operating frequency of the chi to activate the ice seal skill. The Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword can amplify the operating frequency of the chi, thereby blocking the chi resonance of the chi domain. It seemed like a complex operation, but the principle was simple. The chi domain is a form of chi resonance. It may require precise and complex operations, but the principle remains that chi resonance forms a domain. The Ice Seal skill of the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword also had a complex set of operations, but its principle was to use the frequency of released chi to interfere with the chi domain and then use the ice attribute chi to disturb the resonance, achieving the effect of sealing. With Alvin's guidance, List quickly mastered the method of executing the Ice Seal skill. With the long sword in hand and the chi in motion, a clear blue broadsword emitted a buzzing sound. Ring after ring of bone-chilling chi radiated from the blade and swiftly spread out like waves over the surrounding area. There was a bit of commotion, indeed causing the air around to drop several degrees. But the effectiveness was hard to determine. There was no domain knight here to test his sword on, so after executing the Ice Seal skill a few times, he sheathed the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword, thinking to himself, sooner or later, I'll have to take part in the Pioneer Mandate, then, when I go to seize Marquinita's Chi Domain Manual, it will be the perfect opportunity to test the sword on him. Chapter 668, You Choose Protection. Having thoroughly researched the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword, List could hang it on his waist every day, but the blade without a scabbard seemed somewhat awkward. Therefore, the next task for Alvin Eagle Sword was to craft a sheath for the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword. Playing with the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword, List suddenly remembered the huge harpoon he had brought back from the Fish Ugly Temple. He had not yet studied the necrofish ugly within it. He immediately left the Night Academy and found an open area by the seaside, from where he took out the harpoon from the gemstone space. The more than 5-meter-long harpoon was directly inserted into the sandy mud by the seaside. Next, List took out the soul storage vessel and tipped it upside down like a teapot, and instantly a stream of glowing smoke poured out, which then formed into the figure of a 30-60 young woman. It was Virginia Truth, Curtis Truth's sister. Ah, I'm out again, Viscount List. I feel like it has been a long time since we last met. Virginia had grown accustomed to living as a soul. List smiled and said, it has been quite a while. As his strength continued to grow and more magicians joined his territory, his research capabilities steadily increased. However, the role that Virginia, a common magician, could play had become increasingly minor. He had grown reluctant to release her often and even planned to hand her and the soul storage vessel over to Ag for research. Today, he summoned her with the goal of consulting her on how to summon the necrofish ugly from the harpoon and turn it into a weapon to guard him. He was not particularly interested in the meager combat power of the necrofish ugly, but after all, it could cast advanced magic and was considered Grand Magician level. If he could fix it to his flagship, the Sunset, it could provide a significant defense while sailing the open sea. At Novelban, and if they encountered a sea monster or pirates, striking unexpectedly might prove to be exceptionally effective. Virginia, you have grown accustomed to being a soul. Can you sense that there is also a powerful soul hidden within this harpoon? Virginia floated toward the harpoon, and her soul passed through it, then exclaimed in surprise, I feel a cold breath of death, but the soul power wrapped within is very weak. Viscount List, can you tell me the origin of this harpoon? It comes from the ancient relic, the Fish Ugly Temple. There is a necrofish ugly hidden inside this harpoon. It guarded the Fish Ugly Temple but was killed by me. I feel it is hiding inside the harpoon, so I wanted to release it to see if I could subdue it and have it protect the safety of my ships. A necrofish ugly. Perhaps I can activate it. That would be appreciated. Are you sure you want to activate it here? It might still try to attack you. Don't worry, if I could annihilate it once, I could do it twice, List said with a slight smile. Although last time, it wasn't he who had acted, but killing the necrofish ugly on land was a piece of cake for him. Virginia spoke no further. Her soul directly touched the harpoon, and her body flickered with light. The next moment, the same light shone on the harpoon. Then, a twisted green light was projected from the harpoon, which transformed into the towering image of the necrofish ugly, 10 meters tall. However, compared to its ferocity when first seen, this time the necrofish ugly appeared clearly dull. Is this due to not adapting to the land environment? I don't think so. Virginia floated next to the necrofish ugly, looking like a tiny dot. Viscount List, I think it's because you inflicted heavy damage on its soul when you first killed it, causing it now to be soul damaged and thus devoid of basic consciousness. So, this necrofish ugly is now useless? Yes. What a pity for such a grand harpoon. Now that the necrofish ugly has become dull, it seems nobody can use it anymore. List shook his head slightly and then said, Virginia, I'm getting ready to attend a banquet now. Please return to the soul storage vessel for now, and we can chat again when I'm free. However, Virginia didn't move, but appeared somewhat hesitant and undecided. List frowned at her. She finally seemed to make a decision. Viscount List, if you wish to command the necrofish ugly and this spear, perhaps I can offer some assistance. What kind of assistance? I can replace the soul of the necrofish ugly with my own. In the mass of the necrofish ugly's soul shadow, only the core is the soul, the periphery is some kind of power I am unfamiliar with. Once I take the place of the core soul, I will be able to control the entire necrofish ugly. List was somewhat surprised, but then he said, if I am not mistaken, the undead are different from souls. The undead include the power from before death, which is transformed into the state of a soul, but the soul itself is not strong. As you have seen, the soul of the necrofish ugly has been destroyed, but its power from before death still exists. I understand, she said. So, are you truly willing to replace the soul of the necrofish ugly and become such an ugly undead monster? Virginia nodded earnestly. Compared to staying in the soul storage vessel, asleep and unaware of the passing of time, I prefer to have some measure of freedom. The necrofish ugly is indeed very ugly, but for someone in my state as a soul, ugly and beauty mean nothing. Viscount List, please let me take the place of the necrofish ugly as its guardian. A 30-60 young woman's soul was about to become the soul of a 10-meter-tall necrofish ugly. It might be a sudden shift in style, but List had no reason to stop her. Rather than confine her to the soul storage vessel, he preferred to grant her the limited freedom of the necrofish ugly's form. Then, I agree. I am very grateful for Viscount List's generosity. Virginia bowed solemnly, and thence, her form determinedly flew towards the tall, foolish-looking necrofish ugly. She plunged into the green light and quickly found the shattered soul, merging with it swiftly. The next second, the shadowy body of the necrofish ugly shuddered. Afterward, the light seemed to slightly change. The originally ugly and fierce face of the necrofish ugly actually underwent some transformation, gaining an expression resembling that of Virginia's. A quarter-hour of silence passed. The necrofish ugly slowly began to speak, Li.sz. Intuition. The words were muffled and List couldn't make them out clearly, but after the necrofish ugly adjusted itself, its speech became more distinct. Viscount List, I have replaced the soul of the necrofish ugly. How does it feel? It's tolerable. I can feel a sense of physical touch that I haven't felt for a long time, she said, stretching out her hand to pick up the spear stuck in the ground. I've merged with the fragmented memories of the necrofish ugly. Most of it seems blank, with just a few spells left to cast. List became interested upon hearing this. How is it different from a human spellcasting? It is somewhat different, but the basic principle remains the same, especially since these spells seem to be advanced magic. I've never experienced such a manner of spellcasting before. No. I need some time to adjust before I can cast these spells. Virginia had only been a common magician in her life, never having experienced dynamic magic arrays, and thus incapable of casting advanced magic. You have ample time to adjust. Meanwhile, record the spell casting procedures. However, can you exist in this state indefinitely? Seems not. My soul is decaying. In another half hour, I probably won't be able to sustain the body of the necrofish ugly. However, I can enter the spear to replenish my soul's energy. After gathering enough, I can come out again. By the way, Viscount List, the name of this spear is Tear Staff. Even though it is a 5-pronged spear, it's called the Tear Staff. Chapter 669, Solving the Difficult Problem. List stowed the Tear Staff into the gemstone space, and interestingly enough, Virginia was still able to restore her soul power within the Tear Staff as if unaffected by the stillness of the gemstone space. This led List to feel that the stillness within the gemstone space was probably a suspension of all things on the material level. As for the non-material level, or rather, the spiritual dimension, it did not seem to be effective. Living things upon entering the gemstone space would inevitably face the dissipation of their souls, probably due to the lack of a suitable vessel to contain them. But once there was a vessel like the soul storage vessel or Tear Staff, they could survive. Perhaps when the day came for him to ride a formless dragon, he would be able to thoroughly comprehend the magical properties of the formless dragon's magic power. The banquet. Relishing the taste of roasted suckling pig, purebred estuary pigs were yet to be sampled, and for now, it was only the mixed breed estuary pigs, but the flavor already surpassed that of ordinary pigs by several multiples. With a delicate texture and rich flavor, the simple seasoning concocted a savory taste that complemented the moderate fat content of the estuary suckling pig's meat. Just the smell could make one's mouth water profusely, let alone the taste upon reaching one's mouth. Accompanied by fish soup from whalefish, stir-fried eggs from green-headed ducks and flamingos, and a variety of other rich ingredients, the meal truly whetted List's appetite. The value of the food consumed in one sitting was probably higher than the annual expenses of an average commoner. Such was the luxurious life of a noble. The stronger the knight, the richer the food required, as after all, Uchiha originated from within the knight himself and was not drawn from the ambient magic power or the magic web. However, compared to other noble landlords who relied on exploiting the commoners for survival, List mainly depended on doing business and the pioneer mandate. The glass business was already booming across Sapphire and spreading to the Steel Ridge Kingdom. Fresh Flower Brew and Fresh Flower Soap were gradually expanding their sales territory, raking in a fortune daily. Once the future paper was qualified, it was sure to set off a new sales frenzy, by which time he probably could amass wealth to rival nations with just glass and paper. As a Dragon Knight, he already had enough power to ensure a technological monopoly, which naturally brought exorbitant profits as a monopolistic business. Such a life is truly not a waste of a transmigration. After the banquet, enjoying several pastries made from Banpo cattle milk as dessert, List felt undeniably proud of himself. People have different aspirations, some favor starting revolutions and striving for a world of great unity. However, he held no such lofty interests. To protect the happiness of the people in his domain and then enjoy life and explore the world was his greatest pleasure. The previous small goal of dragon riding has been achieved, now I shall set another small goal, to establish a kingdom within 10 years, and become a truly independent and unrestrained grand landlord. Having a goal made him feel an unlimited drive, with a better life beckoning. As for long-term goals, that would be to contract with an immortal dragon, becoming a dragon domain landlord and sharing its longevity. I don't ask for much, just to live a few hundred or 1,000 years more, and I guess my life would be thoroughly satisfied. In the past, he thought 100 years was sufficient, why yearn for immortality? But now he believes otherwise. Too little of such a beautiful life is enjoyed in just 100 years. He wouldn't want to see Ak reach adulthood only to find himself with wrinkles on his forehead. The following day, List continued his seclusion, delving into research and cultivation with Ak. As Ak was verifying the resonance principles of the magic web and encountered a few unsolvable problems requiring assistance, List tasked her to write them down, then hurriedly took the problems to the Mage Tower to find Chris Truth for solutions. With 4 grand magicians, 8 vampires, and several common magicians, their assembly was indeed luxurious. No matter how clever Ak was, her knowledge reservoir was still too limited, with almost no contact with humans. Everything she knew about the magical world came from the magic books List found for her. Naturally, in many aspects, she couldn't compare to human magicians who had traveled far and wide. Chris received the thick leather-bound notebook and said, "Viscount, I'll arrange for the grand magicians to lead their teams to tackle these problems right away." "Very well, resolve these issues as soon as possible. I urgently need answers." List simply stayed in the Mage Tower, waiting for the magicians to solve the problems. However, what he did not expect was that when Chris sought out the 3 grand magicians with the problems, they all responded, "Sorry, no time." This was not the attitude of captives. List immediately asked, "Chris, what are they busy with?" "They have recently been so engrossed in natural magic that they cannot extricate themselves, spending all their time with those magic plants, even discussing collaborative research into druid transformation magic with Mary and the others," Chris said helplessly. Once magicians become obsessed with a certain research, their stubbornness is quite terrifying. List went directly to the 3 grand magicians and said sternly, "I don't care how much you like natural magic, now, solve these problems for me. If you do, you can continue your research into natural magic. If not, all magic plants and materials will be confiscated. Viscount, our research will be epoch-making. You should not underestimate natural magic so lightly. Yes, once we unlock the secrets of magic plant growth, the world will never lack for grain again. This research has great strategic value, you should fully support us. Druid transformation magic is also a powerful force in combat, even capable of overcoming the disadvantage that magicians can't take to the battlefield." List's face was expressionless. "First, resolve my problems, then you can study natural magic. For truth, we refuse. If truth can't be explained for even a moment, we won't work for you for even a moment. You can detain our bodies, but you can't imprison the souls that yearn for truth." The 3 grand magicians were stubborn as mules, unmoved by List's threats, unless he used force. But he was not a man who advocated violence. He believed more in his own personal charm. "What if I say, in my territory, there exists a descendant of the Child of the Sun, would you be willing to solve these difficulties for me then?" At Novel Bennett, a descendant of the Child of the Sun? The true caster of druid transformation magic? The 3 grand magicians immediately put away their shameless demeanor and said with lifted spirits, "Viscount, please tell us where the descendant of the Child of the Sun is. You must understand his importance surpasses everything in the territory." List glanced at Chris, then turned to look at the 3 grand magicians. "Solve the problems, and I will bring him to cooperate with your research. Let's agree beforehand, everything is to be voluntary, no forcing the other party. and no inhumane treatment allowed. After all, old Phil was of an advanced age and could not withstand too much disturbance. Cooperating by drawing a little blood might be acceptable, but being treated as a guinea pig was clearly inappropriate. Although a landlord had the full authority of life and death over his subjects, List's morals did not allow him to harm ordinary people who were just trying to live their lives. After saying these words, he turned and walked away. Seeing this, the three Grand Magicians looked at each other and immediately said in unison, "Your Excellency Chris, we are tight on time, let's hurry and tackle these difficult questions." Chapter 670, Clearing the Port. The three Grand Magicians, in order to obtain Old Phil, a descendant of the sun, had no choice but to devote themselves to researching the complex problems posed by Yak, with Chris coordinating the overall situation, making the magic research team still very important. Human resources are finite, and even if Yak were to become an archmage in the future, she would still need a group of magicians to help her complete various detailed experiments. In the following 3 days, apart from practicing, List didn't have much else to do. He simply contracted the peanut bugs he had nurtured, and along with the oat bugs he'd contracted a few days before, he now possessed 64 elf bugs. I always feel that the number of elf bugs being born in my territory can't keep up with my expansion pace, not having that feeling of a new elf bug being born every few days. Could it be that the power of destiny from the smoke dragon is getting too involved with dragon riding, resulting in a weakening of influence? In fact, the birth rate of the elf bugs on Black Horse Island wasn't slow at all. Most of the plants were in their first or second cycle of planting and might not yet be adapted to the local soil. But List felt it was slow, feeling uncomfortable if he didn't find a new elf bug every day. This goes to show that it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to revert from extravagance to frugality. Although he hadn't found many elf bugs, he had picked up plenty of pearls. He pried open several golden-lipped clams near Rocky Island, harvesting 4 sizable golden pearls, and unexpectedly encountered a few Dipsy Tridacna near Coral Reef's Pearl Lake, from which he obtained a satisfactory batch of black pearls. He also slaughtered 2 Fenhilwo because he wanted to eat them, not expecting to also find a pink pearl. Both golden and pink pearls are very rare, so he kept them all for his own use. He kept the larger black pearls for himself as well, while the smaller ones were handed over to Loria to manage the external sales. They agreed on a profit split of 30 to 70, with Loria taking 30% and List 70%. It wasn't List who proposed a larger share, but Loria who volunteered to take less. List greatly appreciated this gesture. In contrast to the greedy Levi's, Loria seemed to understand the art of giving and taking better. Although the profit from black pearls was no longer significant to him, this gesture made him feel comfortable, because it represented respect for his strength. After all, what was the hard work of becoming a dragon knight for if not for status and power? Levi's has married a good wife. Although his talents are mediocre, and he is still an elite Earth Knight, he can also be considered a winner in life. Soon, my father will be promoted to Marquis, and he will eventually inherit the title. His wife is of a noble lineage and understands the ways of the world, his son is healthy and lovely, and to top it all off, his brother is a dragon knight. October 11th. The sky was drizzling lightly, and from the morning on, Black Horse Port became bustling with activity. Countless ships waited to dock, but the port was not large enough to handle the throughput, and officials like Galtai had to organize a fleet of vessels to head for another new harbor on Black Horse Island. These ships belonged to the Tulip family's convoy transporting serfs and food, totaling more than 500 vessels. 200 of those were slave ships, each carrying 200 serfs, totaling 40,000 serfs. With this, the number of subjects within the Black Horse Island domain would exceed 100,000. The remaining 300 were grain ships, each transporting 50 tons of grain, for a total of 15,000 tons. This grain, along with the produce from the domain and purchases from nearby islands, would be enough to maintain a normal food supply for Black Horse Island for a year. List's flagship, Sunset, also returned. After several voyages, the sky ship, which had been patched up time and time again, hadn't shown any signs of damage, and the combination of rubber water with rockwood and thorn ironwood for repairs worked very well. However, once docked, Sunset immediately went to the dock for another round of repairs and renovation. One upgrade was the refurbishment of the cabins, equipping some comfortable rooms for List's entourage. One who was equipped with the tier staff, and who would henceforth become Virginia Truth, the necrofish Ugly, had chosen the Sunset as her new home, sailing the waves and guarding the voyage. List no longer kept the tier staff in the gemstone space, but fully granted Virginia the freedom she desired. Another matter was that the Sunset needed a new paint job. As a flagship of the Dragon Knight, it must exude luxury amidst its subtlety. Viscount, I feel like I can do more. Virginia, the newly transformed necrofish Ugly standing by the sea, looked at her ethereal hands. The undead and soul entities are quite different. I just need to focus my thoughts, and I can make my hands touch solid objects. At Novelbanat. With that said, she casually lifted a giant boulder by the seaside that weighed about a ton. The necrofish ugly's strength was very powerful in life, and objects weighing several tons cannot stop me. List, seeing this, was instantly impressed. Without a doubt, a necrofish ugly capable of grasping solid matter is equivalent to a giant serf, adept at heavy-duty work that humans cannot manage. Indeed, there is much you are now capable of doing, and most crucially, the necrofish ugly can move freely underwater. Virginia, the harbors of Black Horse Port and New Harbor are both too shallow. I wonder if you can help me clear the rocks and silt from the seabed to increase the port's depths? I am at your service, Viscount. Virginia, naturally calm and grateful for her freedom, thanked List. She had changed her address from Viscount List to Lord Viscount, the difference in title reflecting a difference in attitude. She saw herself as a subordinate. List was increasingly pleased with the necrofish ugly. But he soon sighed. Unfortunately, you can only animate the necrofish ugly for half an hour. Resting for a day, you can come out for only half an hour, which severely limits the effectiveness of this necrofish ugly body. Virginia's eyes also dimmed for a moment. However, she quickly regained her spirits. To see the light for half an hour every day is already a great happiness. List, infected by her optimistic spirit, couldn't help but smile and say, I will organize the magicians of the domain to research how to extend the undead's existence time. Perhaps one day you will be able to act freely for half the time and spend the rest sleeping within the tier staff. Virginia joyfully responded, Thank you, Viscount. Don't mention it, List waved his hand nonchalantly. In fact, the purpose of his proposal was twofold. Firstly, to thank Virginia for organizing the necrofish ugly's magic casting plans a few days ago, and secondly, because the longer the necrofish ugly existed, the longer it could work. A 10-meter-tall laborer of immense strength, and especially one that could work underwater, was not easy to come by. Perhaps with the power of the necrofish ugly alone, he could build a castle underwater. The fish ugly temple is clearly a construction of the necrofish ugly race. And so, in the following days, workers and sailors at Black Horse Port often saw the harbor become cloudy with bubbles during a certain half-hour period. Mud also rolled in, tainting much of the harbor yellow. Having been warned beforehand by officials, they were not too startled. But exclamations of amazement were inevitable, followed by various slogans praising Lord Landlord and the glory bestowed upon knights. The commotion was undoubtedly caused by Virginia working underwater at the port. She cleared away rocks and mud, converting the harbor into a deep-water port suitable for the largest ships, at least 10 meters deep, and capable of accommodating a never-increasing number of docked vessels as it continued to expand. Such efficiency, it's only been a few days, and Black Horse Port has completely transformed. List, riding the Rainbow Whale Rose, was inspecting the progress of the port improvements underwater, and he couldn't help but admire. If we could catch a few more necrofish ugly to serve as laborers, no underwater construction would be too challenging. Chapter 671, The Tenacity of a Petty Person. Unfortunately, the Uchiha race had declined for unknown reasons, probably around the same era as the decline of the Moon Empire, as did magicians. The cause of the decline remains unknown, but following that, knights rose in response and beneficiaries included List. If it were still the era of the magicians' rule under the Moon Empire, List might not have enjoyed such freedom even as a dragon knight. Suppressing the destiny of a nation. Having just finished cleaning up Black Horse Port, List received good news. Under Chris's overall command, the magicians at the Magic Academy had smoothly solved X's problem. It was only a problem for someone like Ak, a theoretical magician with knowledge but no practical experience. The three Grand Magicians, with their extensive experience, quickly provided constructive suggestions and then solved it all at once. List quickly sent the solutions back to Tulip Castle by the seaside in Fresh Flower Town and handed them to Ak. Ak, these problems are solved. How long until the verification of the resonance theory is complete? Big brother, let me check these answers first. Moments later, after reviewing the answers and scribbling on thick paper, Ak raised his head and gave a confident answer, without any unexpected issues. In about 4 or 5 days, Ak can crack the resonance theory and figure out the Dragon Knight's resonance cultivation method. Big brother. Great, I'm eagerly looking forward to it. Leaving Tulip Castle by the sea, List found Old Phil at the tanner shop and promised him a hefty sum to get Old Phil to agree to go to the Magic Academy to cooperate with the Grand Magicians on a minor experiment. To ensure that the Grand Magicians would not treat Old Phil like a lab rat, List personally followed. He would not allow the Grand Magicians to engage in live human experimentation at this stage. Any research that violated human ethics would be strictly halted by him at this stage. Before turning the magicians into research scholars, it was essential to cultivate their respect for law and order. When he brought Old Phil to the Magic Academy, the three Grand Magicians were dumbfounded. Viscount, you mean the descendant of the sun is him? An old man. What do you think? Viscount, the old man is of no use. Better to have his descendants come and cooperate with the research. Old Phil took the initiative to say, Your Excellency the Magician, Old Phil has no offspring. I'm sorry to disappoint you. You have no offspring. Why didn't you get married? Old Phil was too poor to marry before, and only got married recently, but I'm afraid Old Phil is no longer able to have offspring. Old Phil had already married the widow, and despite being together for a long time, there was still no movement in the widow's belly. Since the widow had been pregnant before, it was likely that Old Phil was the one who was no longer functional. The Grand Magician Lars asked bluntly, You're impotent? Old Phil gave a sheepish smile. Your Excellency the Magician, I just can't impregnate my wife, that's all. That's easy. Have Cyril prepare a potion that increases the vitality of your little swimmers. Go home and try harder to have offspring. But first, come cooperate with us for some blood draws. At Novelbin the speaker was unintentional, but the listener was intentional. List chose a quiet room and sent for Grand Magician Cyril, asking him, Can you prepare a potion that causes pregnancy? Viscount, there might be a bit of a misunderstanding. I can't prepare a potion for pregnancy, but I can make one that boosts the vitality of little swimmers for elderly males. This potion can significantly increase the vitality of those little swimmers, even though it does not include the power of virility. The meaning was simple, his potion could enhance the vitality of sperm. Of course, the humans here did not know that the substance wrapped in the essence was sperm. Ordinary people might understand nothing, only knowing that a man and a woman could conceive by joining together. However, some magicians who had studied such content believed that within the male essence was a tiny little man. After the act of love, the little man would run into the woman's belly, and the woman's menstrual blood would gradually nourish this little man into a baby. Cyril was a proponent of this theory. I was once a magician serving an elderly noble, whose son died on the battlefield with no one to inherit the title. To prevent the family lineage from dying out, he entrusted me to research a potion that would enhance the vitality of the little man, and I was ultimately successful in helping a new son be born. He was talking about the little man. List directly interpreted it as sperm. He said immediately, Cyril, I want the formula for this potion. Write it down and give it to me right now. I will consider it as your contribution, allowing you to gain your freedom sooner. He did not want it for himself, but planned to let his cousin give it a try. In case it worked, it would solve a nagging issue. For such a good deal, Cyril had no reason to refuse. He quickly succeeded in writing down the potion formula, as well as all the necessary precautions, filling several pages densely. List glanced at it only once, then stopped paying attention and turned to have a servant copy it and send it to me. Bao. Old Phil was also lucky. His fate was that of a lab rat, but in the blink of an eye, it changed to having experts solve his infertility problems. Perhaps this was the fickleness of destiny. A blessing may depend on misfortune, and a misfortune may conceal a blessing, so behind something good might lurk something bad, but another good thing might also be waiting to descend. For List, with a smoke mission suspected to be the remnant power of a smoke dragon, destiny was no longer fickle, he had only good things. Influenced by him, the people around him also experienced a series of good events. The Earl was a good example. Under normal circumstances, he might have remained an Earl for life. But the very next day after Old Phil excitedly returned home to make a little man, the Earl, who had gone to Blue Dragon Island to receive his title advancement, returned in glory as the Marquis of Bulltail. The messenger knight arrived at Freshflower Town. List immediately led his retainers and servants to rush to Tulip Castle, a major event for the family. Passing through Coral City, he saw the entire city bustling with noise. All the commoners headed to the streets, loudly shouting celebratory slogans like Tulip Family, Marquis of Bulltail, Lord Landlord, Viscount, and Knight's Glory favors us. Without question, this was an event organized by the Coral City officials to curry favor. Among the cheering crowd were also many people shouting slogans such as Lord List, Viscount, and even young Master Richard. List, riding the landwalker bird Loki, galloped to Tulip Castle in just a few strides. The grey and white tall castle of yesteryear was now decorated with tulips of various colors along its walls, resembling a beautiful castle from a dream. Knights in mithril armor stood guard along the road up the mountain. They saluted List as they saw him. At the gate of Tulip Castle, List encountered Lee William, dressed in formal attire, wearing the red tassel medal which symbolized the marquisate on his chest and holding a cultural stick inlaid with sapphires. Starting now, he was no longer the Earl of Coral Island but the Marquis of Bulltail. The domain was located in the Bulltail domain of Ironhoof Island, the lord of all territories belonging to Bulltail City, the 7th Marquis of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, a grand landlord with real power. Seeing Lee William standing tall and spirited, List bowed slightly and greeted, Father, congratulations on becoming the Marquis of Bulltail. Chapter 672, Mission Complete. My son List, whom I am so proud of, your great efforts significantly contributed to the glory of my title, said the Earl, no, the Marquis of Bulltail, as he patted List on the shoulder. There was none of the father's solemnity, only his tender love. In fact, the Marquisate was entirely earned by List himself. Looking at his tall and handsome second son, the Earl was filled with emotions that swelled in his belly. From the moment List was born, resembling Melissa, the Earl had high hopes for him, wishing he would surpass himself, to the disappointment and disenchantment that grew when List became increasingly timid, aloof, and seemed like a lost cause in terms of talent. Now, every step that List took shook the world, leaving the Earl not only shocked but also in a position to regard him as an equal, if not look up to him. The Earl's second son not only maintained his handsome features as always, but his talents had also undergone an earth-shaking transformation. Everyone returned to the sitting room of the castle. While the ladies had their own gatherings and chats, the sitting room was filled with the Marquis of Bulltail's followers. Among these followers, 4 viscounts were the leaders: Hereditary Viscount Levis, Viscount Shattered Stone City Jonas, Viscount Trick of Beer Island, and Viscount Black Horse Island List. During his 20-year career as an earl, William had not attracted any Sky Knights, and none of his followers had ascended to become Sky Knights. List was the exception. However, now that he was ennobled as the Marquis of Bulltail, perhaps Sky Knights would come to pledge their allegiance in the future. I was able to ascend to Marquis of Bulltail thanks to everyone's united efforts to fight for this honor for me. 10 days from now, I will hold a banquet to celebrate my promotion, and the first prince as well as some nobility from within the country will come to congratulate. During this period, all of you will send your people to follow my officials to Bulltail Domain to divide your individual fiefs. Ironhoof Island was divided into 4 parts. At Novelban clearly, the title of Marquis of Ironhoof Island could not be conferred, and no one would want the title of Marquis of the Bull. Thus, the Grand Duke created and conferred 4 titles: Marquis of Bulltail, Marquis of Bullhorn, Marquis of Bullhoof, and Marquis of Ironhoof City. The domain of Marquis of Bulltail is called Bulltail Domain, including 3 major cities: Bulltail City, Bullrump City, Bullrib City, and 10 smaller cities. Jonas and Trick, lacking substantial military accomplishments, could not ascend to earldom, so they could only choose a small city. List, on the other hand, did not even intend to choose a small city. He would eventually leave this place, so there was no need to spend effort building other cities. A single Black Horse Island was enough for him to develop for many years. Once you've selected your territories, we must start planning the relocation. The Grand Duke has granted me a 5-year harvest period, which means we have 5 years to move out from Coral Island. The Marquis of Bulltail motioned for a retainer to bring out a map of Ironhoof Island and leisurely said, although Ironhoof Island has been divided into 4, Bulltail Domain requires our new management. The advantages are clear: larger territories, more trade. And the extensive construction previously done by the Marquis of the Bull will be sold to me by the Grand Duke at a low price. Except for the absence of elves to tend the farms and master craftsmen having been taken by the Sapphire family, nothing else changed in Bulltail Domain. Even the serfs remained to continue their farming in the same place. Jonas and Trick studied the map intently, getting ready to first pin down the city they wanted before going for a thorough inspection. List, holding a teacup, leaned back in his chair, leisurely lost in thought. The Marquis of Bulltail stood up and signaled Levi's to continue entertaining Trick and the others. He then pulled List aside to the window of the sitting room, ensuring their conversation would not be overheard. I have discussed with the Grand Duke. It's been 10 years without an agreement, but the Grand Duke has promised that for 7 years, you don't have to follow him, you can continue to follow me and help secure a foothold on Ironhoof Island. 7 years will be enough, List replied. By the way, the Grand Duke scolded me for this, thinking I was too selfish. The relationship between father and son should not hold back your progress, said the Marquis of Bulltail, not upset by the Grand Duke's rebuke but rather relaxed. However, I've gently suggested to the first prince that, in 7 years, you will directly follow him. What's the first prince's attitude? The first prince is very optimistic about you and naturally delighted. You must know that even now, despite your identity remaining concealed, you are still the second strongest in the Duchy of Sapphire, an inheritor of the Ghost Swordsman, a mighty being who has defeated a domain knight. List's lips curled into a smile, thinking how the nonsense of the Ghost Swordsman had indeed fooled a bunch of people. What do the Grand Duke and the first prince think about my Ghost Swordsman inheritance? The Grand Duke once mentioned that the Sapphire family wished to purchase the Ghost Swordsman inheritance, but I expressed resistance, and he did not bring it up again. As for the first prince, he is interested in a future marriage alliance with the Tulip family. How to form this marriage alliance? With Richard marrying the first prince's daughter? The chosen partner for the marriage alliance is your son. But I don't have a son. Sooner or later you will, won't you? That's something for the future. List had not yet considered marriage or having children. He was someone with aspirations of longevity. Perhaps after establishing his own nation, he would leave an heir to inherit the empire he had struggled to build due to political needs, but there was no such need at the moment. Enjoying life freely and boldly was the essence of living. The celebration ceremony for the Marquis of Bulltail was set for 10 days later, so List simply attended a lunch banquet at Tulip Castle and had a brief chat before returning to his own domain. 4 days later. Buried in writing the Sky Chronicle of List in his study at the seaside villa, a journal the Marquis of Bulltail had been eagerly awaiting, List had procrastinated and not found a time to finish it. He had overestimated himself, since his advanced chi had been quickly developed through dragon riding. There were many details of training he could not understand, making it difficult to write. Perhaps after I visit Red Crab Island and talk with my grandfather, I can fully understand the training details of a completion-level Sky Knight. For now, let the Marquis of Bulltail wait a bit longer. He has waited many years already, so a little more time won't hurt. Just then, Art suddenly shouted, "Brother, I've done it." List was jolted, discarded the goose quill in his hand, and rushed straight into Arch's laboratory. Art held a thick piece of parchment with gleeful eyes that screamed "Come and praise me," handing it over to List. "Brother, this is a Dragon Knight training method I designed based on the resonance principle. The training might be a bit complex, it will require you and Lotor to cooperate closely, adjusting each other's frequencies to achieve resonance. Don't worry, I might be a bit behind you in theoretical research, but real combat practice is my forte." List took the parchment and vigorously ruffled Arch's hair. He began to study the Dragon Knight training program intently. Without realizing when it happened, the smoke in front of him gathered and formed a passage of serpent script. Task completed. Reward, Archmage Loyoid's Truth. Chapter 673, Dragon Knight Resonance. The smoke mission made List look up slightly. Glancing at Hak, who was deeply engrossed in thought in the distance, he understood that Hak must have gained some insights while researching Dragon Knight training methods, and would soon be reaching out to the magic web. As for how to reach out to the magic web, he had no good suggestions, so he decided not to disturb Hak. Soon after, the smoke mission issued a new task. Mission: perhaps you have neglected Black Dragon Child Paris for quite some time, but now that you have become a Dragon Knight, deeply understanding the dragon's power and having the ability to harness it for combat and training, why not help Paris remove the erosion of the light dragon's magic power and restore her normal body? Reward: Paris's Path of Cultivation. List suddenly felt embarrassed. I almost forgot I have to solve the problem of the light dragon's magic power erosion for Paris. Logically speaking, both the light dragon and fire dragon are elemental dragons, so if a light dragon can create a special existence like a dragon wraith, then a fire dragon should be able to as well. It's a good opportunity to confirm the method of transformation for a dragon wraith with Paris. There had never been dragonkin among humans. Because the power of the dragon would corrupt everything in a human, and magicians refer to this corrupting force as changeling. A human who was invaded by it would die, and through a certain ritual, they could be transformed into a white dragon wraith. List considered that white dragon wraiths should be similar to necrofish ugly, belonging to a kind of undead. Besides the white dragon wraiths, the power of changeling could also be transformed into black dragon changelings, which is the current state of Paris. The court grand mage of the Maple Leaf Duchy originally intended to transform Paris and other rats into white dragon wraiths, but a thief stole the notes and came up with a reversal method. They voluntarily offered everything to become living white dragon wraiths, successfully doing so, and thus began calling themselves black dragon changelings. Although they retained their human bodies, after being eroded by the light dragon's power for a long time, they would eventually become a part of the light dragon's magic power. What List needed to do now was to extract the power of the light dragon and restore Paris's original body. However, let me first learn the new Dragon Knight training method before attempting to help Paris recover. List waved away the smoke mission and continued to read intently. After digesting all the content, he stood up and left the seaside villa. Riding on the landwalker bird Loki, he ran to a wilderness and called out little fire dragon Leo. "Leo, we're about to start a new way of training, are you ready?" Roar. "Very good, let's begin." He leaped onto Leo's dragon tooth platform, instantly completing a unity of mind, harmonious synchronization, and then both man and dragon began soaring through the skies. Guided by List, they began to exhibit resonance between mind and magic power. Resonance is just a metaphor. This training method is different from actual physical resonance. List preferred to call it Dragon Knight Resonance, and he recorded it in the List's complete Dragon Knight training manual. Thus, it became a new training method, after Dragon Magic Refining Chi, Dragon Breath Tempering, Dragon Force Focus, Dragon Heart Electrical Signal, and Dragon Blood Infection. The progress was much faster than List had anticipated. He had originally thought that this training method involving mind and magic power would be very difficult, because even a slight flaw in the mind could lead to a grave error in the flow of magic power. However, perhaps the powerful effect of the bewildering dragon mind fruit had erased Leo's evil thoughts, leaving only pure thoughts. Guiding Leo was not difficult for List at all, as Leo was like a blank canvas, ready for him to paint upon. That's right, Leo, keep it up. The mental frequencies of the man and the dragon rapidly merged, as if there was me and you and me, their thoughts in perfect sync. And with the melding of minds, Leo's magic power and List's chi mixed together like milk blended with water. At this moment, he felt like a missing puzzle piece, fitting into the special spot on Dragon Tooth platform, completing the fire dragon's entire magic power circuit. The instant the circuit was formed, List suddenly felt as if he had become a dragon himself, his wings powerfully flapping, the wind whistling by his ears. His vision became that of the fire dragon, seeing the world through dragon eyes that was brighter and more vivid than what humans could see. If his original vision was HD, then Leo's vision was 4K Ultra HD. He could not only see this clearer, more colorful new world, but he could even faintly discern the magic power drifting in the air, a pale blue-white glow above the ocean, a faint gray-yellow glow enveloping the mountains, and a light green glow when the wind flowed. List was so absorbed that he quietly began to use the chi secret technique, Eye of Magic. The unexpected occurred. Within the dragon's vision, he clearly activated the Eye of Magic, and the world suddenly revealed a different aspect. Everything was made up of magic power, and unlike the coarse magic world he could observe on his own, the world through his eyes now was composed only of magic power. Whether it was the physical material itself or the magic power, everything was outlined in forms of magic power. The ocean was water attribute magic power flowing, the sensation of density was the seawater itself, while the glow was the magic power in the seawater. The glowing magic power, in a granular form, flowed slowly through the dense, solid-like seawater. The glowing magic power seemed to be subtly settling into the solid seawater, and likewise, the solid seawater was slowly releasing glowing magic power. So there's no strict boundary between free-floating magic power and physical matter, they are constantly transforming. Is the release of magic then an acceleration of this transformation process? Whoosh! With a powerful flap of his wings, List plunged into the clouds, surrounded by swirling mists. The clouds contained wind attribute magic power, water attribute magic power, and of course, more free-floating chaotic magic power. Everything was dynamic, constantly transforming, even including the transformations between wind attribute magic power and water attribute magic power. Through the dragon's miraculous eyes and the potent effect of the Eye of Magic, he observed that when the water attribute magic power rotated with the fire dragon's body, a small amount of it changed its glow directly into that of wind attribute magic power. What enables them to change their properties at will? At Novelban perhaps it's not the magic power itself, but the motion in which it resides that changes its properties. List had a revelation as though an apple had hit his head. Then why do Knight's chi have different attributes? Maybe the initial primary chi didn't have a clear motion. The more advanced the chi, the greater its motion? So much so that the advanced chi of Sky Knights, due to excessive motion, could even take to the skies and soar. He looked down. He saw Leo's claws, or should he say his own claws, composed of red fire attribute magic power. Then, what sort of powerful motion capability should the dragon's magic power, especially dragon's intent, possess? Alas, before he could figure it out, an overwhelming sense of fatigue swept over his entire body, and the next moment, he was back to his own vision, out of Leo's eyesight. Just like that, about 10 minutes of Dragon Knight resonance had collapsed. His mental magic connection with Leo was still unstable, requiring continuous practice and refining. Chapter 674, The Giant Shell. 10 minutes of Dragon Knight resonance had given List an overwhelming sense of magic and wonder, realizing that magic power was omnipresent in this world and that all matter was composed of it. At Novelban this fundamentally negated the worldview he had previously held. However, the materials transformed by this magic power still retained certain physical laws of the material world, which is why he encountered many familiar phenomena. The cold and heat of the seasons, the oceans and mountains, thunder and rain, plants and animals, even the movements of the sun, moon, and stars were all reminiscent of Earth. After exiting Dragon Knight resonance, he felt greatly fatigued, and Leo was somewhat weary as well, mainly mentally, though his body remained healthy and energetic. Nonetheless, this didn't hinder List from continuing to ride Leo through the skies, all the while slowly contemplating. On Earth, the faster the particles move, the higher the temperature, and the higher the temperature, the faster the particles move. In other words, particle motion is temperature at the microscopic level, while temperature is particle motion at the macroscopic level. Whether it's the physical laws of Earth or this world's theory of magic, matter, and spirit, there is common ground and they can reference each other. After all, The external expressions of the two worlds have too much in common. What he had over the natives of this world was the knowledge from Earth, so the collective movement of magic particles may manifest as magic, chi, and all the phenomena formed by magic power. Forget it, this is kind of brain-burning, I'll just describe this to Ache and let her think about it. Not getting hung up on the obsessive details was one of his consistent strengths. Dropping these complicated thoughts, he felt much more relaxed and enjoyed the coolness of dragon riding. Rest for a moment, and explore when I can enter Dragon Knight Resonance again, he mused, taking out a few magic potions and popping them open then and there. Under Dragon Rider's status, there was no difference between his and Leo's consumption of potions, as Chi and magic power had already merged seamlessly. Dragon Knight Resonance is a method of cultivation, but the state I enter could probably be termed Dragon Rider mode. While normally riding a dragon, he could use methods like Dragon Force Focus to unleash the powerful combat ability of a Dragon Knight, but fundamentally, this combat style is still individual for man and dragon, at most mutually amplifying each other's strength. But once in Dragon Rider mode, man and dragon were highly integrated, indistinguishable from one another, which inevitably led to a massive increase in combat power. I could even apply the Eye of Magic, this Chi secret technique, to Leo. Is this because of the way Leo circulates magic power, producing an effect similar to Chi because of the Dragon Rider mode? Or is the Eye of Magic still my own doing, but magnified due to the Dragon Knight Resonance? Whether it was the former reason or the latter. It was a huge surprise, being able to use the Eye of Magic. Does that mean I could also use Breath Decay? If I had this Chi secret technique, could I reduce Leo's exhaustion? Furthermore, could Rising Sun Blaze be cast with Leo's help? All these awaited his experimentation. High above, in the blue sky with white clouds, man and dragon popped potions while waiting for their spirits to recover. List could feel the potency of Dragon Rider mode, and Leo was equally attracted to the magical experience of this mode. Both were too excited to contain themselves. While List and Leo were heedlessly reveling in the sky, the little sea monster Ache sat silently pondering inside the house, and mangrove miner elf Nami, who had not been seen for many days, was perched on her shoulder, munching away at a chunk of peanut nougat. Nami, as one of the few minor elves adept at socializing and fond of work, could proudly claim that each piece of candy she ate was earned from her toils. Not only was she responsible for caring for the green-headed ducks in both Mangrove Island and the estuary mangrove forest, but she also often visited Seagull Island mangrove forest to tend to the flamingos. Even though serfs had heavily involved themselves, and the eggs of green-headed ducks and flamingos had entered the artificial incubation system, Nami still had to continually spread mangrove seedlings to maintain the normal development of the mangrove forests. Without this adorable minor elf, the green-headed duck eggs and flamingo eggs that List loved to eat would not have been so readily available. Chirp. After eating a peanut nougat, Nami let out a soft chirp of comfort, not daring to be too loud for fear of disturbing Ache, who was deep in thought. However, at that moment, Nami suddenly noticed that Ache stretched out her right hand, seemingly staring at her flawless, jade-like palm. But in the next instant, her delicate fingers, small as spring onions, bloomed with a pale blue-white light. Then, the flesh of her hand began to quietly recede from its natural color. In its place was a light blue transparent color. Then the entire hand lost its flesh color as if it turned into blue-white crystal. Chirp. Nervously, Nami flew up to Ache's face, wanting to alert her about what was happening to her hand. But feeling Ache's calm emotions through their mind connection, Nami found herself unable to speak and simply hovered slowly in front of Ache. Nami watched as Ache's hand, then her whole arm, lost its flesh color. Next, it was half of her body, her chest, her abdomen, all faded in color. Then her buttocks and legs followed suit, and even the seawater below her ankles was integrated into this fading, until she had completely faded the entire shell. In the end, even Ache's neck began to fade, and the body below her whole head turned into the blue-white crystal-like state. At this moment, Ache lifted her head and seemed to notice Nami's concerned expression, returning it with a slight smile. A second later, her entire body faded, from shell to hair, all turned into blue-white crystal. This blue-white crystal did not last long, it gradually turned fainter and fainter, and in the end, she seemed to evaporate, disappearing without a trace under Nami's watchful eyes. Chirp. 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 Nami could feel Ache's presence through their mind connection, but couldn't find her anywhere. Nami's limited intelligence couldn't understand this situation and could only cry out in panic. Suddenly, Ache's voice rang in Nami's ears. Nami, don't worry, Ache is just using the magic web to reshape her body. Do you know? The magic web is really magical, it can let Ache become the most basic magic elemental. Wait a while, and the Ache that appears before you will be a brand new Ache. Chirp. Nami twisted her head, searching, but still couldn't find Ache. But Ake's voice continued without pause. Do you know the very first thing Ake wants to do after touching the magic web and using it to elementalize and reshape her body? That is to take off the shell. Although the shell is nice, brother always felt it was troublesome, and Ake also finds it bothersome. Nami felt the shell was quite good and didn't want Ake to throw it away. Chirp. Ake, who was reconstructing her body within the magic web, immediately laughed. Of course not thrown away. Ake's shell is a part of her body, it's like the cordyceps for ULs. Ake can now retract it into her body, and also release it as if it's a piece of magic equipment, always protecting Ake. In the meantime, waves rippled through the air in front of Nami, and then pale blue-white lines began to overlap, quickly sketching out a huge scallop shell 3 meters in diameter. As more blue-white lines filled in every trace of the shell, the color solidified into white. It was clearly the large shell Ake had before. Seeing the large shell appear, Nami excitedly shouted, "Chirp, chirp, chirp." Chapter 675, Little Feet. A giant seashell fell onto the floor of the house, and Nami flew up, wanting to call Ake out quickly. But the seashell did not open. Above the seashell, the air also rippled like water, and soon countless blue and white lines densely sketched out, gradually outlining Ake's silhouette. This time, below Ake's ankles were no longer streams of water, but actual feet. A pair of small and delicate feet. Ake was only 155 centimeters tall with a slender figure, yet where it should bulge, it bulged, and where it should curve, it curved, making a very perfect silhouette. The biggest difference from humans was the transparent fin-like ear flaps slanting upward and a pair of transparent fin-like wings on the shoulders. Beyond that, there were no other differences. Just like that, from the blue line slowly sketched out the shape of blue and white crystals, then the crystals gradually took on color, restoring Ake's usual snow-white and tender skin. Several water streams still wrapped around the key parts, hiding the points of intense curiosity and leaving nothing but purity and temptation combined in beauty. Jigu. Nami was very happy, its sea monster miss had come back. The new Ake gently landed on the seashell with both feet. This was her first time standing on solid ground. She couldn't help but lower her head to look at her own feet, the snow white of her feet, the cute toes, and the sparkling toenails. Originally thinking it would take 10 or more years to develop feet, she had now leveraged the power of the magic web to reshape them in stride. She was very satisfied with this transformation in her heart. Without feet, a sea monster cannot walk on land. With feet, she could stay by List's side, explore many beautiful landscapes, and live on land. This was the life she had longed for these past 2 years, and today it had finally become reality, making her feel even more thrilled and excited than advancing to an archmage. She extended her hand, signaling Nami to stand up with her. With another gentle wave of her hand, the seashell beneath her feet quickly shrank until it was as small as a matchbox, falling into her other palm. Curious, Nami flew over, picked up the seashell, and laughed non-stop. Jigu. I'll let you play with it later. Jigu. Nami obediently released it, and Ake gently picked up the seashell and clipped it into her azure blue hair, like a small and delicate hairpin. The water stream connected right onto the seashell hairpin. Nami, let's go to the sea. Ake can hardly wait to try out the strength of an archmage. Brother has become a dragon knight, and I can't lag too far behind. Surely as an archmage, I can help brother, assist him in accomplishing the little goal of founding a nation. Without the seashell, Ake still swam incredibly fast. Especially when her body subtly emitted a blue and white light, it seemed to merge instantly with the seawater. With every movement of her feet, she could appear dozens of meters away at another spot. The rainbow whale Rose originally wanted to follow, but within a few seconds, it had been left behind by Ake. It had to return to the seaside castle, chirping and yelping, where a special pool had been built for it on the beach to enjoy the most delicious herring. In the Thorn Castle's Tonghai Canal, it could also indulge in delicious whalefish, with dedicated staff to feed it. Before realizing it, within a few breaths, Ake had already left Coral Island, reaching the nearby waters of the coral reef. She plucked the seashells from her hair and tossed them onto the sea surface, where they instantly transformed into giant scallops. Then she released Nami from her hand and gestured for Nami to stay inside the shell. That's how she stood quietly on the sea surface, where there was seawater. She could stand as if on level ground. With a light wave of her hand, she immediately cast an advanced water magic, Whirlpool Convergence. The next second, the distant sea surface exploded with a bang, lifting a huge wave. Just this casual strike alone was dozens of times more powerful than any Whirlpool Convergence she had previously cast. The key was that the consumption of magic power was almost non-existent. Ake was able to sense the existence of the magic web at any time and draw from it to replenish her expended magical power. Which meant her magic power was almost inexhaustible. After several experiments, she found that even the most basic water magic, the water arrow technique, in her hands could exert the power of advanced magic. Ever since she had touched the magic web and undergone elemental shaping, she felt a qualitative change in her internal magical power, which was different from ordinary magic power. Could it be the extreme nature magical power that brother mentioned, similar to the dragon's intent in magic power? Ak shook her head, feeling it wasn't quite the same, but a specific assessment required further research. So, following that, the sea area around the coral reef suffered quite a beating. Although Ak was limited by her body and found it difficult to cast magic of other elements besides water, she had mastered too many water magics, including many she created herself and the necrofish ugly magic that Virginia had recorded. She could cast them continuously for over 10 minutes without repeating any. After bombarding with water magic for 2 solid hours, Ak smiled with satisfaction, having gathered enough data to verify the magic power from the magic web after elemental shaping. Subsequently, she continued to experiment with her innate abilities. As a sea serpent, she had the power to control seawater, and after elemental shaping, this ability did not vanish. Instead, it greatly improved. She stood as the seawater below whirled slowly, lifting her up. With the seawater continually rising, it was as if a water tornado was ascending from the ocean, reaching a height of 100 meters, which was Ak's limit. She pointed her finger, and the water tornado tilted forwards at great speed. Next, she performed like a water acrobat as various water tornadoes carried her around with flair, then she continued to control the emergence of new water tornadoes. At most, she could manipulate 10 at once. These water tornadoes rolled over the sea, churning it upside down. The whole ocean roared like a tsunami scene, with waves towering one above the other, howling as they spread around. Brother said an archmage could fight a dragon one-on-one. Ak feels that now she too has the capability to contend with a dragon, although she can only release water magic, but at sea, she's really powerful. Ak clenched her fist, and all the water tornadoes burst into raindrops in an instant, filling the sky. Having had her fill of fun, and having tested out her brand new abilities, only then did she pick up Nami again, retrieved her shell hair clip, and returned to the seaside castle in a flash, like a beautiful mirage through the sea, reaching the shore in just a few breaths' time. Before, Ak's speed was 100 kilometers per hour, now, it was likely close to 500 or 600 kilometers per hour. Going from Coral Island to the mainland would be just a matter of 2 or 3 hours of travel, truly allowing her to roam the seas freely and unhindered. Aside from the water dragon among the elemental dragons, there probably wasn't any creature in the sea that could threaten her, and it wasn't certain that even a water dragon could harm her. With this speed alone, no creature could catch up. Back in her lab, Ak strived to calm the exhilarating emotions from her playful experiments, and after several deep breaths, she returned to her serene demeanor. At Novelban as she began to stoop over her desk, writing and drawing on heavy parchment. A pair of fair little feet paddled in the water, as if unsure where to rest, dabbling to the left, dabbling to the right, then stacking one on top of the other. Long legs feel so good. Chapter 676, 8 cores and discrete graphics boom. Little fire dragon Leo's body twisted and spun in the air, instantaneously unleashing a scorching sun sting, a charging move derived from the Rising Sun Blaze Advanced Chi Manual. Once List and Leo entered Dragon Rider mode, List quickly discovered that the Eye of Magic, Breath Decay, and Rising Sun Blaze could all be executed on Leo, or more accurately, channeled within his body utilizing Chi. Due to the special state of Dragon Knight resonance, it allowed Leo to perform them. A close analogy. It's like a comparison between a CPU and a graphics card. List is like the computer's quad-core or even an octa-core CPU, boasting formidable processing capabilities, but paired with an integrated graphics card. So, no matter how exquisite the Chi operation, only ordinary effects can be achieved. The graphics card can't keep up and is prone to smoking. Leo, on the other hand, is a standalone 2080 graphics card. Perhaps its CPU is rough, but its graphical performance is top-notch and powerful. When List's octa-core CPU is matched with Leo's 2080 graphics card, they can drive top-tier AAA games. It's a match made in heaven for Dragon Knights. Boom. The ground was forcefully blasted open, creating a crater with a diameter of tens of meters. List, riding on Leo, landed around the crater, and tendrils of smoke rising from the ashes at the edge of the pit gave List and Leo a mysterious boss-like aura. Now, I understand the strength of a Dragon Knight. Had I not entered Dragon Rider mode, I fear I would have been hung up and beaten by the Dragon Knight mode. Fortunately, I hadn't faced a real Dragon Knight before, or else if I rushed in, I would probably be slain within a handful of moves. The battle to slay the dragon would have been a joke. After a moment of retrospective fear, he quickly came to terms with it. With the guidance of the smoke mission, having entered Dragon Rider mode before the dragon slaying battle and blending more hits, I believe we'll become stronger and stronger, building up a more substantial foundation for the fight. Most importantly, the mission is now successfully completed, and Ak will be advancing to Archmage as well. Combining the strengths of a Dragon Knight with an Archmage, there's nowhere in the vast world we can't reach. The only unknown is whether there is a dedicated Dragon Chi manual for Dragon Knights. The Sapphire family has the first Grand Duke's Dragon Knight Chi manual. I wonder if it's a Chi manual specifically designed to complement dragon riding. It's a shame, despite my self-proclaimed genius and a perspective far superior to the natives, I have yet to create any Chi manuals. Thinking back when he used to brag to William, Levi's, and others, he had disdainfully stated that the predecessor's Chi manuscripts might not suit him and that he could create new Chi manuscripts at any time. Resulting in distractions several times, he had succeeded in dragon riding, yet still hadn't created a Chi manuscript. Actually, I can't be blamed for bragging, I just don't have the time to research Chi manuscripts. Who would have thought that after advancing to the Sky Knight for half a year,